Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And man, oh man, oh man, I'm telling. Listen. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, and there's a lot of debate now on Twitter and everywhere else about this Jalen Green run that he's on. 42 last night for Jalen Green. Now, we know who it was. It's a terrible team. There's no question. And they're the worst defensive team. The Rockets put up 137. But it's still, Jalen is on a run like we have never seen. And he is 12 of 21, 7 of 13 from 3, 11 of 13 from the free throw line, 10 rebounds. Again, active on the boards. He was plus 26. It is the whiz. We know that. But he's doing it now against everybody.
Yeah, but let me I'm going to get this out of the way real quick. Watching the Washington Wizards yesterday, I said that it was like watching a pickup team that couldn't even hold the court, like with bigger, better-looking players at a pickup game. It was what a terrible team that is.
It is. It's awful.
There's awful team. But with that said, they had the lead on the Rockets in the third quarter. They took over the lead, and then the Rockets just smashed them after that. And Jalen was great in the first, great, not as good in the second. Great in the third, and then, just really took over. Incredible. 42 points, as you mentioned, 42 and 10. And Jalen, and he was just one of the stories. Amen Thompson, career highs.
Tremendous.
You've got Jabari Smith was all over the boards yesterday. It was a fun game to watch. I mean, it's really fun watching them beat bad teams. I will say that.
Yep.
Like we talk about how fun those Spurs games are, and it's fun to watch them play the Spurs. It's probably more competitive than you like, considering the Spurs are one of the worst teams in the league, and Washington is too. But it doesn't change the fact that Jalen and Ryan Hollins and Craig Ackerman talked about this late in the game. Every year, Jalen does this, where he all of a sudden, after the All-Star break, just kind of takes off and plays really well. But Craig said, it just feels different this year. This is like a different level that he's playing at, and it is. Like it really is. Jalen and I think you mentioned it before, when he rebounds, they talked about when he rebounds, there's a different focus. He's in the game. He's invested in the game when he rebounds. It's almost like a Pavlovian response that when he hits those boards, all of a sudden the offense really starts to click in too. And I mean, he is playing with such a level of confidence right now. And some of that was happening when Alpi was here too. It's not like it's only happened when Alpi has been gone, but he has more shots. He has more space to operate. There's certain things that benefit Jalen Green, but he's playing really well, and I know why he's doing it, John.
Well, let's hear from Jalen, because here this is after the game. Vanessa Richardson was interviewing Jalen. Play the whole thing, Del, because there is something really revealing by the time we get to the end of this thing. Okay, so here is Jalen after the game with Vanessa Richardson.
Your reigning Western Conference Player of the Week tied his career high 42 points tonight. Why were you able to get it done?
Really just being aggressive all night. My guys were setting me up to get good shots. I was getting downhill. The three was opening. Everything was just opening up for me today, and shots were falling.
Amen Thompson had a career high 25. Jock Landale had a career high 7 blocks. What do you see from your teammates in the collective effort tonight?
Everyone just stepping up. Everyone playing hard. We chasing something right now. I think we all got the same goal, and everyone's on board with it.
Tonight was the 6th double-double of your career, and they've all come within the last 25 games. How would you describe this hot streak that you've been on?
I don't know. Like I said, I got a goal right now, and that's to get to the playoffs and just win. Stack as many W's as we can before the end of the season, and just pray that we can get in the play-in. That's just the main focus right now.
Since All-Star break, you have been explosive. What is motivating you?
My family, my baby. So, yeah.
You're the best, Jalen. Thank you.
Okay, so we had this discussion yesterday. It's something that Dell is ignorant to.
Yeah.
It's
he
something
can't, but I don't blame him. He can't understand
He can't understand it.
Yeah.
When you have that baby that you love dearly, and, you have that baby is going to have expectations for you, and you have to live up to those expectations, it brings you to another level, all right? It brought me to another level in my life. It brought you to another level.
Now, we were also knew that if we didn't rise up, we were barely – the paychecks weren't good anyway. It was already a struggle.
No.
But Jalen could cost himself a max dollar contract.
Yeah.
So
right.
if you're the baby,
it's a little different for Jalen than it was.
Well, yeah, we had to worry about if we would be able to keep lights on. He's going to have to worry about. Listen, the vacations are not as good if you do not get a max dollar contract.
The vacations will be fine.
Well, that's true.
That is.
I don't know how
he's fine.
different.
I'm not worried about his vacations, but it's about.
Well,
the
he
kids,
might be.
Okay.
Dre
Dell,
and Michelle might be.
Yesterday, Dell was like, "Whatever." Oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. We told him. It was about the baby, okay, and what it means in your life. When you're ignorant to things, you just have to admit it. Okay?
And this is it. And this is it.
You know, as long as that baby can depend on him playing the Wizards every night, then that baby's gonna be just fine.
No,
the Spurs, the Wizards.
You want to take a look at his game log?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. How about 42, 26, 37. 16, 19, 27.
What are the shooting
15,
percentages?
23, 34 this month. That's just this month. He's averaging 29.
I know he just won
26
Western Conference Player of the Week. I know he's had a good week and good month.
Great month. He's had a great month.
And he had a great month last year, too.
His field goal percentage, 50. His three-point percentage, 40. I mean, these are numbers that no one has ever hit in NBA history.
It's never occurred.
Okay, because of the baby.
Doing graphics where it says Wilt, Jordan, LeBron, Jalen.
Yeah.
Probably.
Sure.
Where or Magic Johnson. Like where they have those graphics.
They
like
find
only these people. Yeah.
In March.
If you dredge hard enough.
The first 10 games in March.
If you dredge hard enough, you can find Jordan, Jalen, and LeBron. Jordan, Jalen, and James. If you the J's, as we call them.
The three J's.
The three J's is what they're starting to be known
and his
as.
J is right.
So are you going to ascribe his success to the baby and the baby alone? So
he did.
Yeah.
So what happens when the baby is born? Does he still play at the same level?
You have to win for the baby.
All of a sudden you got something.
Now it's even more.
Yeah.
Because you could have another baby coming.
Yeah.
Well,
this baby's got to be able to get the things that basketball babies get.
What do you mean?
Whatever basketball babies get.
What?
If you're a basketball baby.
What do basketball babies get?
Probably good stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Probably nice stuff, I would imagine.
I think you guys are missing the point.
What? No.
I think the giant point is that big Turkish stiff is out of the way.
No, you heard what he said.
And now Jalen Green can play his game.
We're not going to call him big Turkish stiff.
That's what I'm calling
Basically,
him.
you're taking a shot at Jokic too.
No, he's not
if
Turkish.
Jokic was out, what would happen?
Jokic is not Turkish.
Okay.
Sounds
and
like
we know
Murray would have to step up.
No, we know what happens with the Nuggets when Jokic is out. They're not very good. When that stiff is off the floor, the Rockets can play to the way they should play, and all of a sudden they're great. That 5-out thing. Get that clogger out of the middle. Stop. You don't have to feed.
Do they get to keep playing the Wizards?
You don't have to feed Landale. He gets his scraps.
When he was there, they were beating the Nuggets. When he's not there, they're beating the Spurs and Wizards.
All I know
Slow
is
down.
we now got a star shooting guard. When he's not making babies, he's destroying other teams because Big Stiff. I'm gonna call him Big Stiff.
No, we're not calling him Big Stiff. That name's not sticking.
Oh my God.
Big Stiff is out of here, and Jalen can thrive.
I will say this.
You're trying to take it from a baby, making him not just a baby. He said family. And that means Dre and Michelle too.
Well,
so that tells you he's probably going to get
mom.
married. I got a good feeling about. I'm expecting an engagement soon.
Ooh.
Why?
A marriage.
Wow.
Because he has a family.
Well, his mom and dad are part of his family too.
Do you have some
That's not who he's
information,
talking about.
or you're just?
He just said family. Just read between the lines.
Right, my fam.
I don't think he's talking about his mom and dad. They've been here forever. He knows
I'm a
them.
basketball guy. You may be a numbers guy,
Boring.
but I'm a basketball guy.
Yeah?
Whatever the baby stuff, that's what you want to believe in. I believe
Jalen told me.
you give him more usage, you get that weird European dude off the floor, and he can go to work.
I will say this about that.
And that's not even a good part of Europe. It's Turkey.
That's why I
He's
said
not
it's
really
That's
European.
not really-
That's why I said it's
kinda
weird.
is, but
I
it's
said
not.
that weird European fella,
Yeah.
get him off the floor.
Wait, I think
He's like from the regime
fella
country.
from that weird country. You should have said
Like the
not
regime.
weird
No,
fella.
he's got-
You're
be
watching the
weird.
regime. He's more like where the
Nah.
guy, what's his name, who's her right hand man. That's like where he's from.
Now,
Where people are
Jalen's-
eating dirt and whatnot.
Yeah.
Jaden likes Australians. He's a fan of Landale. Turkish guys who get in his way, whatever. Beat it.
Block Landale, as they're now calling him,
Yeah.
because he had 7 blocks.
A
last
defensive
night.
presence. Yeah, thank you.
And Boban came in last night and was unstoppable. He got the ball. I'm starting to think Boban needs more minutes.
He is. Now, I will say this, though, about this. The organization, I haven't talked to anybody, so this is coming from me. But the organization has to be looking at this and going, not about what do we do with Baby Jokic, because Baby Jokic is going to be here. But what do we do about Jalen now?
I know it's tough because, I want to keep an open mind, and if he can play really, really well, if this is sustainable, which I don't know if it is sustainable with all the pieces in place, but if it's sustainable, it changes. Maybe it changes your thought. Maybe this is just unbelievable trade pump. Like maybe he's playing so well that this turns into Jalen for the third pick in the draft. Or other prospects. Or other players. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think it changes the fact. I think it helps that Cam Whitmore's not on the floor right now. I mean, if you really want to,
yeah.
and guess what? And if Amen wasn't there, it would help Cam Whitmore. Like it's just there's a little bit of a glut, and it's hard to because I feel like Cam needs 25 minutes a game. Amen needs 25 minutes a game. Jalen needs 34 minutes a game. I just don't know who sacrifices their minutes. That's the problem. Because I fully believe Cam Whitmore would be playing great if there was somebody else who wasn't playing. Look at what Amen Thompson's doing now.
It's incredible.
All this guy's doing, like, Amen is terrific.
Yeah. So you think the Nets are looking at this now and going, Mikal Bridges is shooting 39% this month from the field.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's shooting 43 from three, but he's making 3 a game.
Would they read?
He's averaging 17 points a game.
Hold on. Would they look at this again in the offseason? Would the Nets go to the Rockets and say we will consider, and the Rockets say we will too?
Well, now the price tag has gone down. I mean, it's gone way down for Mikal Bridges because
I don't know if it has in the Nets. I don't know if it's gone way down for the Nets, but maybe they would consider that now. And then would you consider that if you're the Rockets? Obviously, I think Ime Udoka is pushing that.
The Rockets aren't trading this Jalen Green for this version of Mikal Bridges. If they get this Jalen Green the rest of the way, you might as well forget. I think he comes off the market because of what he's done.
But now see therein lies the problem. Is he a piece now because of what he does after the All-Star break every single year? Is he really a piece, or is this just a spurt that he always goes through every season? But did he look like this in the first half?
No. And the importance of this spurt is they have to balance out what they believe he can be if he's sharing usage with Şengün. Because if they believe Şengün is a cornerstone, you'd like the compliment of a guard. If we're doing the whole Nuggets comparison, the Nuggets found a way to make Jamal Murray and Jokic work, and they're one of the best teams in basketball.
Yeah.
So if the goal is for the Rockets to be one of the best teams in basketball, Jalen Green should be a compliment or Şengün to compliment him, whatever you want to call it. They need to make that work. That's the decision that has to be made.
714 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Who wants to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that. For you early listeners that you hadn't heard about Dream Rate before, well, man, Kent Jones is fantastic, okay? He is a diehard Houston sports fan. He loves the station. He's listened to the station. He can tell you everything about Gilbert and everything. He has been listening for years and years and years. Here is the deal. You're looking for that mortgage. He's got Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, VA. He's going to be able to. He is a broker. And now 75% of the people, they do it wrong. They don't use brokers because the broker is the guy who is going to actually work the deal. When you just use the bank and just accept whatever fees that they have, whatever interest, all of these things. Man, this dude, I'm telling you, he is tuned in to the mortgage game like nobody I've ever seen. I don't know anybody who geeks out on the mortgage game like him. He's incredible. So you're looking, brokers are just better, more experienced. You're going to get a better deal. They're going to work harder. He limits the number of deals he's doing all the time because he wants to be able to pay the attention that he can to each and every one. He's got no overhead. It's incredible. He is the ultimate mortgage hookup. You're looking for a great way to get into that mortgage. It's Dream Rate, the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or go to 975loans.com. Tell Kent you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, question for you. Is Shohei Ohtani one of the worst signings in Major League Baseball history?
Yeah.
I mean, right now.
Right now he is.
He's 1 for 4 in this game. By the way, the season has started. It's in Seoul, Korea, and they are dancing. Okay.
This is America's pastime, so why would we not start in Seoul, South Korea?
They're dancing. They've got cheerleaders, which is awesome. They've got, it is on in Korea. They're in Seoul. The Dodgers and the Padres playing game 1 of the season. Shohei Ohtani, 1 for 4. What a huge disappointment this is. 10 years you got of this, of a 250 hitter. Okay. His slugging percentage, 250. His on base, 250. What a bust. OPS 500. He's awful. Is this not one of the worst signings in baseball history? He's on pace to be terrible this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What inning are we in? 7th?
We're in the 7th. 1 for 4.
A real shame if the Dodgers started the season with a loss.
I hate that.
After cheating.
I hate that the Dodgers are down 2-1 in the 7th inning.
Here's a let's say a dark alternative question. Will Ohtani hit more home runs than McCullers pitches this year?
Than McCullers?
We're not
number of pitches?
No, innings pitch.
Innings pitch.
Innings pitch this year.
Oh, that's a tougher question.
Say that again?
Well, I asked it incorrectly the first time. Will Ohtani hit more home runs than McCullers pitches innings this year?
No.
You sure about that?
Well, I don't know. 42 innings? Are you giving him
Oh, he's only going to be here half a year.
45
and then he might
innings?
be in the bullpen. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know.
I don't know. Think
How
about
about number of pitches?
He better pitch more. He better throw more pitches.
I think that'll be a closer number.
Number of pitches?
Number of pitches. Home runs versus
Well,
McCullers.
that's number of pitches could be 2 1/3 for McCullers, depending on the
but then
roof.
He's going to have elbow
Well,
problems.
depending on the roof comes
if he
open.
pitches 2 1/3, what are the odds that he's back
He
this
could throw
season?
45 pitches in 2 1/3. That's well within his reach.
And then
Yeah,
back to the IL.
Well,
and then.
Well, I don't know if Ohtani's hitting 45 homers, but if McCullers comes,
Ohtani will hit 45.
I just know we're hoping for a guy who gets affected if the roof comes open, is open in a game. Like, didn't that happen to him one time? The roof was open in a road game and he fell apart.
Who, Ohtani?
McCullers.
McCullers?
There was a game where he was.
Yes, it was a road game in Arizona.
Yeah, and the roof.
Oh,
I
and they
remember
opened-
that.
right.
Yeah,
and the
That's
roof.
Well, no, they opened the roof and then everything was blowing out. It wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
They opened it up so they could create a jet stream to beat Lance McCullers.
In Arizona, a jet
Yes.
stream?
The jet
Yes.
stream. Yeah, they have a lot of those.
I remember the game you're talking about.
It's a dust storm, really. It really is. I don't know. I think that's a pretty good question.
Innings.
More innings pitched.
Can we get that on my bookie?
Wow. That is actually, I don't know which one I would take. I might take Ohtani homers
Yeah.
over innings pitched.
I mean, if he goes 50,
That's
if Lance McCullers was in the bullpen, it's going to
50
be.
could be 10 starts.
He could do.
That's
even
10
if
starts.
he made just 20 appearances, which is unlikely based on when he comes back. Yeah, Lance McCullers could be, if he's in a bullpen, McCullers might not even hit 35 innings.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not pitching
He's
April. He's not pitching
I
May.
think, like
he's
you
not
said,
pitching
though, I don't
June.
think they put him in the bullpen.
You know, they're playing long.
Yeah, listen, out of respect for $17 million a year.
Well, you
they're
can
not
respect
putting
it
him in
all
the
they
bullpen.
want, but where does the innings come from? Only time I could see him pitching, so he and Garcia were playing long toss. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
I
saw
saw
Niles sent that, which, is great, but that's not pitching. But if you got, if Urquidy's forearm tightness turns into something terrible, Verlander will come back, Fromber, Javier, but then who?
Hunter Brown.
Okay, we guess.
Okay.
We
and
guess
then
it's
JP
Hunter.
France, and then Renault Blanco.
Okay, Renel Blanco doesn't really count. He's not ahead of Lance
Oh,
McCullers.
have you seen his numbers?
It's McCullers versus France. Who would get the start?
Oh,
McCullers out of respect?
yeah,
probably so.
probably.
So.
I think they could.
Maybe under is a sucker bet.
And JP's got so little time in a 1 year that they say you're going to
John,
bullpen.
think about this.
And plus, I wouldn't mind JP in the bullpen anyway.
Lance would have to have 10 starts, 5 innings to start. I don't think he's going 5 innings very often. So even at 10 starts, 34, if you're healthy throughout a season on a 5-man rotation, 34 is a number.
Or 6-man rotation.
Yeah. 10 might be on the high side. He had less than 10 whenever he came back and pitched an World Series season.
Yeah.
So
10
I don't know.
starts,
That is
in a 60-man rotation, 10 starts is over 2 months. He's got to be around for over 2 months to get 50 innings. If in fact
this is really
he ain't going more
this
than
feels
5.
like a trick question.
It is. Yeah, it is a trick. I know it's not a trick question. I think I take Ohtani. Truth be told, I take Ohtani because we don't know how long he's going to last in each of those starts.
And we don't know what kind of
We
role.
know he's not lasting 7.
And we know the pitch count's going to be low.
Well, no, why?
He's going to be on a pitch
Oh,
count.
no.
If he starts, he's on a pitch count, so he's not going to have that many innings.
He could have he could throw, if he has a rough outing, the pitch count might be, high in just 3 innings, but he only gets 3 innings in. Wow, that's a tough question. But the baseball season has started. It's 2-1. The Padres lead the Dodgers. Thank you very much. Love that. And in Seoul, Korea. And here we go. Baseball season is off and running. The Astros open up next week, and it's going to be Framber Valdez versus Nestor Cortez. That was announced yesterday. Framber versus Nestor. You got 2 lefties on the mound. It was supposed to be disappointed it's not Cole and Verlander. That would have been cool.
Disappointed it's not Verlander.
Yeah. I mean, but Cole versus Verlander would have been good.
Yeah, it's good for baseball, I guess.
It would have been a quick game.
Well, potentially. But no, instead you have 2 guys with arm problems. At least in the short term.
Yep.
Hopefully just the short term.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Verlander's going to be shorter than Cole.
Yeah, I do too.
Yep.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Verlander's going to be back before Cole is. Cole looks like it could be a couple of months. I'm just saying from here. Just looks like it to me.
It looks like it to me too,
Yeah,
based on what I've seen and what his arm
what I
looks
know
like
about
and-
this type of thing.
From what I can tell from right here, this does not look like something that's going to get better quickly.
More number of Coors Lights JG drinks on Easter Sunday after stupid old Lent, or McCullers innings pitched. I'm gonna go with McCullers. Yeah.
Go McCullers.
Yeah.
Okay, you that week versus McCullers season.
What's that?
You
that week?
Yeah, 7 days.
Well, here's the deal, too. Here's the deal. That's a funny bet because I'm headed to Dallas. How about this? The Astros play a weekend series against the Rangers up in Dallas, and the Rockets play the Mavs up there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then they play until the Rangers and Astros series is until Monday. They play Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, which we'll go to that game. And then on Tuesday, my cousin, the Sabres, are going to be at the Stars. So I'm going to go up there for Rockets, Astros, and then the Sabres.
Look at
it's going to
you.
be a big week.
Look at you.
And so the amount of Coors Lights consumed then
That'll go
will
higher.
destroy Lance McCullers' innings pitched.
I found out I've got to do the entire week in Los Angeles for the draft week. So they've been working the other way, where last year I didn't have to go until like Wednesday evening after the show. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Now I've got to fly out on Sunday of the draft week and do TV Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, path to the draft. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have to do all day draft at a table, at a desk, talking about every single player. So it's going to be a little bit of that'll be my weekend.
Yeah.
So are you going to?
They're like, well, we think you can. Well, you should be able to travel back on Saturday. Travel back on Saturday. The draft ends like you could be like get maybe a 7:00 flight. That's gonna get me there at like 1:00. What are we doing now? I'm staying in my hotel room, having drinks like a proper gentleman. Yeah.
So what's that mean for this show?
Yeah. So all week long, you're going to be up at 5 the show starts at 5 in the morning, and we're going to have to hear about it every day.
Every day about how tired you are?
Yeah.
I may have to take a vacation day, Monday or Tuesday. Should I even be on the show the day after the draft? We don't even have a first-round pick. No one cares anymore.
Yeah, you
We
should.
don't have a first-round
The
pick.
preeminent draft expert's going
We
to
don't
take the
have
day
Who
after
cares
the
if
first
Texas
day.
don't have a pick?
You don't know if they don't trade back up.
Yeah, I know they won't.
How about
Nick
you?
doesn't
Even
ever trade
still, that's the most important day.
No,
And you're not gonna
most important
be
day is
here?
Day 2.
How about you?
I'll come on Saturday if you guys.
No
want.
one's going to be here. How about you preview their selection for day 2?
What does he even
They
do?
have two first. They have
I'll
two
come
second
on
rounders.
at 9:30.
Why does he
No.
even do
We
this
do a
show?
preview show.
We know what he's transitioning
There's no.
to, right?
I'm not
I
transitioning.
know what he's transitioning to.
He's making the move quiet. He thinks he's doing it quietly, but I see through him. At some point, it'll just be NFL.com/Sternline.
We don't have money over there. The owners don't make enough
That's
money.
why you're trying to do as much as you
They
can.
keep
the
cutting
mo-
all the budgets because
That's the
football
most
is in a
amazing.
dire straits
How about
financially.
how about you just show up on Friday?
I will.
Friday morning.
I'll show up Friday
No,
morning.
Friday at 7.
Well, I'll show up at 7 Pacific
7
time.
a.m.
No, 7
Central.
Pacific.
No.
I am contractually obligated to
What a
start at
bad
7
person.
o'clock.
I'm not. No.
It's just I'm on the I'm on the West
and
Coast
most
now.
importantly,
7's different.
Most importantly, because with the lack of bodies who work here, I'm not hosting with John for 2.5 and then doing mine.
There
You're
it
showing
is.
up.
There's the
You're
truth.
showing up.
Here
Do
it
your
is.
job.
ESPN is doing a pretty good job right here. They continue to show the
So
fans.
tell people what we're watching. For
We're
people
watching
just joining
in
us.
Seoul, Korea, the Seoul series,
the Seoul
Padres
series.
and Dodgers. They continue to show fans in the stands and a certain type of fan.
What? A Korean fan?
Yeah.
Asian
Korean
fans?
Yes.
Asian
John's getting ESPN here. Let me translate for you, Del. Well, look at this. They're showing the pretty girls.
They are
ESPN's
really
doing a good job of showing
this
pretty girls.
director, they put him in the right
Yeah,
spot.
but you can always tell those directors when you're watching sporting events. You don't think about it, probably because you're just watching, but just notice what their because the director's going camera 6, camera 2.
Yeah.
They're panning.
It's the
Notice-
photographers that
notice-
are good.
Notice the themes of because sometimes it's husband wives, sometimes it's kids playing and dancing, and sometimes just hot women.
Yes, right.
And that's how you know you got
Well,
a Granado in
and
the
also you got photographers who are able to spot in the crowd.
booth. Oh, that's their
And
job is to
that's
look
their-
for.
yeah.
look
oh,
for
no, no,
good-looking
oh, you don't
girls.
think?
No, I know it's their job.
And sometimes perverted directors go find them, and not even go to the shot, but they're on in the control room for the director's pleasure. And
His
then sometimes,
pleasure.
yeah, for his own pleasure, yeah, and viewing pleasure.
Ugh.
That's right.
Ugh.
You don't think that happens?
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the phrasing, the director's pleasure.
Yeah, for his viewing pleasure. I don't like Kiki Hernandez being with this Dodgers team. I'll tell
Or
you that.
Teoscar Hernandez.
Or
either.
Teoscar. Yeah, neither of them. Well, yeah, Kiki's gone now.
Imagine
Yeah,
if you had Teoscar if you had
All these
Teoscar
years?
Hernandez and he got away from you.
Yeah, stupid. Yeah, he and JD Martinez
Imagine that. If you had Teoscar Hernandez and J.D. Martinez, and they got away from your
I feel like the
organization.
Astros did just fine.
And Josh Hader all those years.
Well, you got him back.
Yeah, you got him back.
We did lose
for
some,
$95 million. You wasted all those cheap years.
But what about all the great Carlos Gomez moments?
Yeah, there's that. The helmet. Losing the helmet.
Think about that, man. We've lost some players.
Yeah,
let some walk.
Yeah.
I mean, we did steal.
We got an all-star team we let walk.
We did. We did steal Jordan. But who else have we really stolen from people?
Who else have we stolen from people?
Like, we've given away more than we've
Justin
gotten, maybe?
Verlander. I mean, we stole his.
But he was always great.
A lot of cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, the Tigers picked up some of his cash, and the Mets are picking up his cash.
Well, we're talking about someone who wasn't looked at to be great, and the Astros said, we like him. And he came over. It's only Jordan, right?
Yeah, but we got Jordan.
Yeah.
We won that one. 731. What about Underdog?
Underdog Fantasy allows you March Madness. Oh, yeah. It's going on. Starts tomorrow. You can be playing along with it with the Pick'em Challenge for Underdog Fantasy. We start tomorrow. Guys, you can start looking at your Underdog Fantasy right now. If you don't have the app, I want you to go download it. Download Underdog to your app. I want you on your first deposit to use promo code Lance because, remember, when you use promo code Lance, they are going to double your first deposit up to $100. And this is great because once you got that money in there, you can start playing the Pick'em Challenge, which is picking between 2 and 5 players. 2, 3, 4, 5. You can pick between 2 and 5. And you pick whether or not a player's stats are going to go higher or lower than whatever they have listed. Every player they list has multiple stats, so you can find the right one. So here's the best way that I like to do it. I try to figure out how the game is going to go, and then I choose, and I look at the matchups, and then I choose high or low based on, kind of handicapping that and taking a look at how analyzing what's going to happen. And you can win up to 100 times your original play when you play all these different, when you use your boosters that are available. And you've got to see the little chili peppers that are in there show you what kind of boost you can get. And I've had one time that hit that was a 4-time booster. That's a tremendous one when you're going on the Pick'em Challenge. So make sure that you're playing along with the games you're watching. Makes it more fun. You can win real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. But you got to download the app, and you got to use promo code Lance and get your first deposit doubled by up to $100. You must be in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Courtney Cronin is going to join us at the top of the hour. She went viral earlier this month for, she dropped a bleep this, F this, on the air on ESPN Chicago 1000. When she had an echo, she was doing a spot with she was doing a hit with a couple of the guys. She was out somewhere else. She was not in the studio.
It was Zoom.
Yeah.
I hate these Zoom calls. She was Zooming
Why not
on a
just
radio
do it on a
show
phone?
because so many shows like ours are on Twitch now. Everyone's
Yeah.
trying to do video, and so she wanted to do. They have her do Zoom. I tell a lot of the people when they want me to do stuff, I'll do a Zoom phone call. I'm not doing Zoom video because I want to be able to sit here like this. I don't want to set stuff up. I'm not doing all that. Oh, here come the Dodgers.
Yeah, the Dodgers are up 3-2 now. This is the worst day of my life.
You guys are talking a lot of noise, and ever since then,
I just was hoping the Dodgers might not win a game ever. That's all I was hoping. And now look at San Diego's destroying that. Nice job, San Diego. Can't even hold a 2-1 lead. Do you have Hader? Do you have Presley? Do you have Abreu? No. That's why you suck.
that ball went right through his glove.
Oh my gosh! It went right through, right past the first base.
It went through the glove.
It went through his
It
glove.
went through the
Wait,
webbing.
how's that possible?
It went through the webbing.
The webbing. Oh my gosh! It went right through it.
I've never.
It can't be an error because he would have
It
caught
went
it.
through the webbing of his glove.
Yeah. No, you might want to change that glove.
You know how everyone looks at gloves? You know how you look at when
Yeah.
there's an error?
Right.
Oh, what happened to my glove?
No,
This is legit. He had to change gloves.
literally, it went through his glove. Can you give him an error for that?
I'll look
I mean,
it up.
he would
and see
have
what
caught it if the glove would have been.
I'll look and see what they gave him.
Yeah, you got to see what they gave him on that. You can't rule that an error because he caught it. Except he didn't. Right.
I just told
Look
Courtney.
how big that web is.
I just reminded Courtney.
It broke.
Oh,
That's
it
why.
broke. Yeah, I just told Courtney Cronin. I said, just a reminder, Houston radio, and thanks. All set, ready whenever. I said, no Zoom, I promise.
Yeah.
They
she did go viral for it.
They gave him an error on that play.
They gave him an error. How you get an error when your glove breaks?
Maybe maintain your equipment better.
Oh my gosh! And it wasn't even a hard hit ball.
No, it would have been
It was a
He was ranging to his right. He would have got. He was there.
He
just
had a
went
double
through,
play.
Yeah, might have got out of the inning actually.
Holy crap! And instead they're losing. That's Padre ball. You suck. Now Mookie Betts is up. They're just. I hate the Dodgers. Okay. And now he singles, and here comes a run. This is
Man,
the
their
worst.
bullpen is an atrocity.
Yeah. Well, he would have had a double play to get out of the inning.
But that's true. Yeah, these are going to all
There
be
is
on
that.
unearned.
There is that.
Yeah, that's true. That actually did happen. Mookie Betts,
Oh.
man, they've got a freaking murderer's
See,
row.
this is what David, of the Mockingbirds, on his side, he
Mockingdales.
he fixes, he relays his gloves. Do you know that?
In real life?
Yeah,
I
in
know
real
his
life.
son is a college
Yeah.
baseball player.
Yeah, his boy is a college, but he's always up there, really boring everyone with his about gloves and how he can fix them and stuff. He does that all the time. His glove just needed some at TGC 5683.
No, oh boy, is this radio show getting worse.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about glove fixing.
Right. Well,
Glove fixing. and
David's a
glove
friend of the
fixing-
show.
No, he's an enemy of the show.
No, he's our friend. We like David.
And another one.
Well, that's Otani. That whole
There's your guy Otani. Now he's hitting 400.
Oh my God.
He went from hitting 250 to 400.
Yeah, but he's only got two singles.
Look at everyone go crazy.
Is
and
that his new wife?
And
The
they're
basketball
showing hot
player?
girls in the stands.
Well, that's his wife.
I think that was his wife. Yeah.
Hard to tell, but yeah, it could
yeah,
be.
that's her.
What do
That's
you mean
her.
you can't
And all
tell?
her friends.
You can't tell the difference between a Japanese woman and a South Korean woman.
Before we went on the air, Dell said, "I'd love to hang
don't
out
make
with
that
a
face.
No, don't ask him that question. We talked about the fact that Dell could be trying to. Dell said, "Yeah, I'm slowly trying to get you fired." Tell
Yeah.
John, and John, what did you say?
You don't have to take that long.
It doesn't have to be a slow
No,
descent.
no.
It could just
You
be
can do
a-
it really quickly.
No.
Just leave my mic on.
But my decision is to torture you into making you quit instead of firing you.
You just want a slow death. If someone wronged you, Del, would you torture them or kill them right away?
Well, you mean What
He's a
type of
torturer.
wronging are they doing to me? What do you mean wrong?
I mean something very egregious to you and your people and your life. Would you torture or would
He's
you?
a torture person.
yeah, I don't think I'd want to make it quick.
Yeah.
I want to punish.
Right.
And if I'm in that mode, I'm not making it quick.
Like you're punishing me now.
Well, you've punished me for the last decade, so
Yeah.
some get back from me right now.
This has been a long, slow process.
Yeah,
for
it's
both of us.
my time now, John.
Yeah. So I guess Shohei can't afford a suite for his wife.
I don't know if they have suites in South Korea.
He should.
Anyway, what's so great about a suite? You want to be around the people enjoying yourself in South Korea. Why do you want to separate yourself? That's a separatist move. If you get suites.
because he's only making $2 million a year, so I guess
Yeah, he's really.
Yeah.
All his money will come when he's 50.
Right. All his money comes. He gets 68 a year in 10 years for 10 straight years. 68.
His wife is.
He's
in this for
he's
the
taking
long
a real
haul.
bet that America and baseball will still be a thing. What? You never know.
Well, the Dodgers.
What if the Dodgers go back?
It could all collapse.
Yeah, you never know.
He is taking a bit
and
of a
then
risk
where's
there.
that money if the Dodgers no longer exist or baseball no longer exists? Hey, just be careful, Shohei. I know you think baseball will last forever, but you never know.
We owe you. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Sorry, we owe you. 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number. Courtney's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk about what's going on with them Bears. We'll talk about what is going on with Courtney after she's become famous.
I don't know that she wants to talk about that, but you can mention it. It probably doesn't need to be a lead topic per se.
Might be.
Just something off the top, maybe.
Something. Hey, Courtney, how about them Bears? Who cares about that? We care about this.
Oh, it's a big day for the Bears. Caleb Williams and his pro day is today. So
Yeah. Caleb Williams pro day, Alabama's pro day. You got a lot of the bigger pro days are starting to roll in. I'm still waiting to see a lot of the results. I know about Will Shipley's historic pro day, obviously.
Oh, you mean
at
Jesse
Clemson.
Owens?
Well, if you missed it, yeah, we talked about eugenics. Because
Yesterday, you're the one that compared him to Jesse Owens.
Dell said
what?
For those who missed it, Dell said, or no, actually I brought up that Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad, who is African-American, said that you have to stop mating with people who are not athletes or you can't dilute the
On a podcast, he was
blood,
talking to
yeah.
his sons and
Dilute the blood.
another guy and said, hey, you're already half white. You can't continue to dilute the blood. That's what he said to his own children.
who have a white mom.
Yes.
Right.
And that was what Hitler kind of said too. It's
Right.
called eugenics.
And somehow you got to Will Shipley being Jesse Owens, which
Well, I said
the white Jesse Owens is what he
yeah,
said.
I said he's a modern day Jesse Owens.
No, that's not
because
what you
he's
said.
fighting against.
You said he was your Jesse Owens.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I said it. And when I say mine, I don't mean me. I mean
White people.
white people, whitey.
I mean
All right.
he ran a historic 4.39
Yeah,
40 at his pro
not
day.
in front of, and it didn't really mean
Yeah, he
anything.
did.
But
They had the same timing that they had the hand timing. They used that at Combine and here.
Yeah,
what do you
the
mean it didn't count? Did Jesse Owens count when he was in the Olympics?
he got gold medals.
Yeah, Will Shipley got basically the gold medal of pro days.
No, he didn't.
Basically.
Basically, a white running back running a 4.39, that's gold medal
What did Christian McCaffrey run?
stuff. Not as fast. Not as fast.
I'm going to look
Okay.
that up.
He's fine. Will Shipley's our Jesse Owens, though.
If you
Well, against the
What?
against the
You
against
have
the
a star running back, and you're
against
taking Will Shipley?
the Saint and against the Saint. Well, yeah, okay.
You actually have a
We do
star
have
running
offensive
back.
player of the
what are
year.
you talking about?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
And we do have Adam Thielen too.
yeah,
He's ours.
Hunter
Cooper
Renfro.
Kupp.
We got all kinds of.
Although Cooper Kupp got taken over by
Do we get Puka?
Puka
or no?
Nakua.
No, you don't get
can't have
Puka.
We can't
no
have
one
Puka?
gets him.
No,
I mean,
He
I think
he
he's
belongs to-
closer to us.
It doesn't matter. We don't get
you
him.
don't get him.
Although you try to
you
claim
saw Warrior.
everybody.
No, you saw Warrior. You can't get him.
No, you can't get him.
I don't know. We
You
don't
get-
get any of this game.
You get Arrighetti. Is what you get.
We do get Spencer Arrighetti. What? Time to talk about. We get Doc Manavis too. That's right. I'm going to go see her on Friday, as a matter of fact. I've got a knee issue, and if you've got, and here's the deal. It's arthritic knee that you've got some buildup in there. She can really, really help you. If you're having trouble with your lower legs, vein issues, she can help you. This is something that she's doing every single day. She's also dealing with the prostate thing for guys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Doc does, and I'm just touching on some of the basics. But this is what I'm going to look into. Also, the prostate thing. I'll see if I can't get tested and see, what the deal is with my prostate. If you're getting a little bit older, it's time to take a look. If you're going to the bathroom way too much, if you are getting up in the middle of the night, if you can't start and stop, your stream, all of those things will tell you whether or not you have some kind of a prostate issue. And here's the deal: is it's the best process ever, because you do not want to get surgery. Do not get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. If there is no cancer, all right, you do not get surgery. You get this process with an IV from Doc Manavis. All you need to do is go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
The tournament officially began last night, which means it's that time again for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's 6th annual Bracket Madness, presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nuggets, and also supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each. Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben valued at $200, $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the Promotions tab to register for free now and catch us broadcasting live at Wakefield Crowbar today, Carbach Brewing Company tomorrow, and Nick's Place Friday. We're going to be out and about all week long.
So we're not at Nick. Oh, are we at Nick's on Thursday?
We're at Nick's on Friday.
On Friday.
The entire station will be at Nick's on Friday.
On Friday. Okay.
Yes.
Not on Thursday, just on Friday.
No. But yes, but you want to see the guys from 12 to 6, Carbach Brewing on Thursday, and then they're going to be at Wakefield Crowbar today.
Nice. It's that time of year. Yeah, sign up. I did my bracket yesterday for the station.
Yeah, I got an email not saying you better effing do this, but asking really sincerely to do it. And I hate doing brackets, but I guess I have to do one.
Yeah, mine is going to be one of the worst. It always is.
Did you pick by mascots?
I don't pick by mascots. It doesn't matter. I just always am terrible.
Oh, you're just bad.
Always. Not as bad as Joe Kelly. Okay, honestly, of all the players, when you see them, Joe Kelly, the reliever for the Dodgers.
For Houston sports fans, yeah.
for Houston. Joe Kelly might be my least favorite person. When I see him, I get disgusted. Honestly.
I've had these feelings before for different Jazz players. I've had that feeling before. Not really as a Texan fan, more as an Oiler fan when I was younger. I guess I had some feelings like that for Sam Weish. I got really pissed because he onside kicked the Oilers. I didn't really know we were the bad guys then because of Jerry Glanville. Yeah, I mean, Joe Kelly is because he stuck his tongue out because
he was doing the face at Carlos. I mean, that is, I mean, I hate, I don't.
Some people feel that way about Steph Curry, by the way. Not because of faces, just because he's ruined the Rockets.
I love watching him play.
Yeah, but a lot of Rocket fans hate Steph Curry because he's been really good, you know?
Yeah, no, he's really good. And Joe Kelly's not that good.
No.
Except they put him in the 8th inning with Bogarts and Tatis and Machado coming up, and he got him out. I just hate that. I hate that. I don't know that I dislike another, like T.Y. Hilton, you just destroy. Derrick Henry destroyed, but I don't have the hatred for them. I have a hatred for Joe Kelly. I hate that guy. I don't know why. It's not irrational. I just hate him. I hate him because of his face, his rat face. He's got a rat face. He does. Anyway, 713-780-377. Anybody else feel like that? Do y'all feel like that or not? Is there, or what is the athlete that you hate? You can tweet us. At John Granado, at Lance Erling.
What about radio hosts?
What radio host do I hate? Oh, I got mine.
I got mine, too.
Yeah, I've got mine. I'm not going to reveal it, but...
No?
No.
That's no fun.
I know.
Don't trick him into it.
Why? I don't have to trick him. I just asked him a question. It's not tricking.
I know what you're doing.
Hey, did you text Courtney you up?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I said, hey, just a reminder, I was very professional. I don't know her like I know Colleen Wolfe. And Courtney's also in Chicago, so I already know it's Central. She'll be awake. That's not a problem.
Does
the only
she
reason
know?
I say that to Colleen Wolfe is because it's West Coast time.
Or you are being weird.
No, it's West Coast time.
You don't have to say you
we
up.
Got a good. We have a good relationship.
It doesn't make
Mel.
any sense.
Sorry, I have a positive relationship with a woman who is a friend of mine.
It doesn't make any sense because
so
when,
does Jalen
when
has
she
a
sees the
positive relationship
text
with Dre and Michelle, now he's scoring 30 points a game.
You up doesn't make any sense because when she sees the text, she's obviously awake. You don't have to text
I
you
say
up.
you awake. I don't say you
No,
up.
you just text what you want to say because she's up if she sees it. You don't have to say you up. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah,
It
makes no sense.
No, that's all.
This show's had no substance to it.
We talked about Jalen and how great he is.
Now, and we're talking about the Dodgers, Padres.
There's actual sports on we're watching.
It.
And there's somebody who hates not a radio host, I don't think. Who is that, Frank, does it say?
Yes, Frank.
Let's get
he
Frank
hates
in here.
LeBron. Okay. Kind of hate LeBron, too.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah,
hey,
Frank.
I hate LeBron James. LeBron James has ruined basketball with his flopping, and the worst part is he is a really dominant player in his era, but he has just turned a bunch of kids into not what basketball players were, and I don't even like basketball. But that dude has single-handedly ruined it. He's the biggest crybaby in all of sports, and he's the most acclaimed right now, so he's, like, bad on both fronts, man. Like, he makes basketball unwatchable in my eyes, and it's worse because he's so talented, and he didn't have to go that route. So that makes me even compact the hate. It makes me hate him even more. So I'll shut up and listen.
Yeah.
It's interesting in
I think
this.
that's good.
It's interesting in this city that LeBron is getting the flopper tag when we had a giant flopper who people blame for ruining basketball. These two are looking at something on the laptop. They've stopped caring about the show.
Barstool put
That's
up.
old, by the way. I've seen that one. Who is that again?
It's Virginia basketball. The guy who dribbles terrible dribble and he throws it up and misses the backboard.
Can't make a layup.
The entire internet is sick of Virginia.
Virginia
Can't make
last
a layup.
night. Holy crap.
No, but LeBron being a flopper, yeah, he does. It's just that he's so dominant, and yet he's so annoying with so much stuff. Like, his game is incredible, but the crying, like, you shouldn't have this many memes of you.
We watched an ultimate flopper in this town for
No,
years.
James the great flopper, but he didn't fall to the ground and scream, why,
Why? He didn't?
And do all that stuff. No, James would just kick his leg out, get his 3 free throws, and keep it moving. James was an incredible flopper. LeBron acts as he soccer flops. James basketball flopped. LeBron with soccer flop. And then he's kind of like, I changed my opinion of LeBron a little bit. Why, like, on a personality standpoint, the basketball opinion never changes. He's unbelievable. He's the greatest dominant athlete that I've ever seen in my entire life, and probably ever in sports. To play at this level, with this many years in, is frankly unheard of. He's never taken a step back in his entire career. Never once has he taken a step back. It's incredible. With that said, when he was at the ESPY Awards and wore a safety pin for safe spaces, I'm like, dude, could you try to play? Could you be more? What's the word I'm looking for here? No, virtuous, or he was
virtue signaling.
Well, yeah, I guess it was just virtue signaling. I'm like, this is kind of weird. You're at the ESPYs and he's pining for safe
Who's he
spaces.
supporting?
I'm like, what are we doing?
Was he supporting someone
supporting
specifically?
safe spaces?
Okay.
He had the safety pin for safe spaces. I'm like, wait, what? Now?
Well, we got two avowed LeBron haters on, so you guys can't be taken seriously.
No, but I actually don't. I don't like that he does that. He thinks he needs to do that to curry people's favor. I just think he's an amazing player that should just play off of that. And I think he's good off the court. I don't hear him doing stuff like Jordan was a womanizer and a lot of things off the court. LeBron doesn't have that. I mean, I'll readily tell you that.
Okay. We're going to get to Courtney Cronin on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tony Bennett's results in the last 7 years.
Oh, they're not good.
Lost to number 10 Colorado State in the first round. Lost to 13 Furman in the first round. Lost to 13 Ohio in the first round. Missed the tournament in 22. Lost to UMBC, the first number 1 seed to lose in the first round. Lost to Florida in the second round and won a national championship in there.
Yeah.
That's how. Wow.
Hey, let's break it. Now, Courtney Cronin coming up in 2 minutes.
Right.
So we'll try to shave off some time.
We've been talking about hoops, so let's continue to talk about hoops and hoop sporting goals on equipment. You're looking for the best way to get into that goal. There is one way. You want your kids to be good. You want them to look like LeBron, dunk like LeBron. Okay, that's not who you want them to be like, but okay. If you want them, and LeBron's a great player. You want your kids to be great players. You want your kids to actually go outside and exercise. You want your kids to enjoy basketball. Then get the goal that you can raise and lower. Don't go to the box store and pick one up and put sand in the base that rattles around and the kids will never play on. And oh, by the way, mom will hate it because it looks like crap. Oh, there's one goal that everybody's going to love, and that's the Pro Dunk goal. This is the goal, the premier goal in the history of goals. I had one. We loved it. Raise and lower the goal. The kids love that because they can dunk. It is the goal for the family. You're looking for the best way to get into that goal. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Courtney Cronin joining us here from Chicago. She is, well, I don't know, is she, yeah, she's in Chicago?
She works at ESPN Radio, ESPN 1000. She used to work with, handle the Minnesota Vikings. Now she follows Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus, although I think Poles will outlast Eberflus.
But what about Caleb Williams' pro day?
And Caleb Williams' pro day is going to be a big topic there in Chicago. But the biggest topic, Courtney, was the Justin Fields saga, and you got double whammied because you're on ESPN and ESPN Radio, and you're in ESPN Chicago, and it was such a huge topic from a national standpoint. Frankly, overkill, in my estimation. the amount of topics and the ways they wanted to spin a Justin Fields segment on ESPN, but John and I have both done TV, so we know how that works. And then, obviously, I would imagine that's all-day talk on Chicago radio. First of all, welcome into the show. Number two, are you glad that saga is over, and how did you think it played out?
Of course. Thank you guys for having me. And, yes, very happy that that's over. You hope for Justin that he goes into a situation in Pittsburgh where it's going to work out better than it did in Chicago. A lot of things can be true within this overall saga that we've dealt with since they got the number one overall pick in back-to-back years, but it got toxic here. I mean, that's not an understatement. Anybody you talk to who works in the Chicago media landscape will tell you that there are days where you just don't look at social media because you can say that Justin Fields said the sky is purple and somebody else will be like, no, he said it's green. And it's just in the eyes of a portion of this fan base, which honestly, at the onset, it was more a 50-50 split, but I think it kind of shifted to a very loud 30-35% minority that believed in the stick with Justin Fields, build around Justin Fields mindset and trading the number one pick. But ultimately, if you were following this from the very beginning and seeing just like the implications, I think that Ryan Poles knows he probably wouldn't have survived this whole thing had they done the opposite, which is trading the number one pick, building around Justin Fields, because you're running out of time. Frankly, that's what happened here, and it's kind of what the way I like to describe it is it's ship passing. No one's fault that it played out this way because this is not the regime that drafted Justin Fields. The last regime that did that put him in this tough position. Anybody can blame the Ryan Pace, Matt Nagy connection for why this played out the way it did with Justin Fields because of how much roster undoing Ryan Poles had to do and Matt Eberflus right when they got to Chicago in 2022. And it took 2 really long, arduous years of a rebuild. And unfortunately, it's kind of like the ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, where you're going through it. You're having a tough time, a tough couple years. You go to therapy, you glow up, and then at that point you're ready to move on. And the person who will help get you through those tough years doesn't get to benefit from the best version of you, which is kind of what Justin Fields is probably looking at the Bears roster like, man, you guys got Keenan Allen via a trade. You upgraded the backfield with DeAndre Swift. This is a top 5, top 10 defense, and I'm not going to be able to benefit from it after going through it with this team, going through the really tough part of the last years and 10-28 record in that stretch.
Absolutely. Yeah. She's looking at, hey, why are you going out with her now? She's fine. So Courtney, what about what they got in return? Boy, it is not even close to what the media at least was talking about, but the NFL said Justin Fields ain't worth that.
They did. And I know a lot of people didn't want to hear that, but the league tells you what they think of certain players based on what they're able to get for those players. And it takes 2, the self-actualization of one team to say, all right, can we fix this guy? Are we the ones who can take a flyer on Justin Fields? And then the self-realization of a team like the Bears thinking, okay, if we held out, could we possibly get more for him? Or is this just what they're telling us, meaning the reflection of the offer? Are they calling our bluff? And I think that's what happened here. Ultimately, when you see Mac Jones the Sunday or Saturday before free agency go for a 6th-round pick this year, and then beyond that, we saw what Kenny Pickett went for last Friday when he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles in a backup role, and the trade compensation that Pittsburgh got there. I mean, a conditional 6 next year that could turn into a fourth with 51% playing time, which, of course, doesn't project to be the situation like that this year because he's going in as a backup. But I think that the Bears are going to look back at this and say we did what we had to do based on what we initially wanted. They wanted to structure – they were baseline starting the structure of a trade before the Combine, going off of what the Jets got for Sam Darnold when they sent him to the Panthers in 2021, which was a sixth that year and then a second and a fourth the following year. They didn't even want something like that big. They were thinking, all right, pick this year, a day 2 pick this year, and then a conditional pick next year that could have the chance to escalate. And ultimately, they got no bites on that. And you can't keep both of them on the roster. Them, meaning Caleb Williams, the other quarterback. There was just no realistic way of doing that. And I know everybody wants to talk about competition and, competition makes guys better, or the Alex Smith situation that Ryan Poles was a part of in Kansas City. And I like to put people, I have to stop people in their tracks on that because it's just nonsense. It's nonsensical. It's non sequitur. It makes no sense because they're completely different situations. And if this group wants to not be like the Bears regimes of the past that have screwed up the development of these rookie quarterbacks, you nip that in the bud when you have a chance. And that's ultimately draft capital that they got back for Justin Fields aside. That's ultimately what they did and what they hope is going to put Caleb Williams or another top rookie quarterback in a much better situation to thrive from the onset.
Well, and, for me, it was a no-brainer. Not only do you reset the rookie salary cap, which is you really are not – look, if Chicago would have had the 4th pick, this might have been a different conversation. But they don't. Mm-hmm. They have their choice of quarterbacks. You don't get that opportunity often. Houston made a decision last year to go with C.J. Stroud because they realized, okay, you're not going to be here very often, so let's go quarterback. And frankly, the keeping both players, I saw that by some Bears fans said you could keep both players. The reality is, you mentioned how toxic it is with sports media and the fan base. The locker room would not have been good. You'd have potential divisions there. That was an absolute, you could not do that. Now, Ryan Poles wanted to do right by Justin Fields, and so he sent him to one of the teams he wanted to go to. I don't know if he could have gotten a better deal at another team, but I do know this. I think some of the same issues are going to befell the Pittsburgh Steelers because fans are going to want Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson's not the shiny new toy. His best days are behind them. So I think Pittsburgh's getting ready to feel some of the same issues with, 2 quarterbacks and one of them. And frankly, I think Justin Fields should be starting in Pittsburgh because you have to find out what you have.
Yeah, you do. And, he's cheap right now because it's, he's going on, the final year. We don't know if they're going to pick up the 5th-year option or not, This is a situation where they could, but, why would you do that right now if, the guy's cheap. It's $3 million to keep him this year, and you don't have to. There's no deadline at the moment. Of course, there's the May 2nd deadline, and worst-case scenario is if you have him as a backup this year, you can let him learn under Russ. And I know a lot of people want to say Russ is washed, and they might not be a good fit in this offense. It's an offense that likes to throw over the middle of the field. We know he has trouble with that. Justin Fields has had trouble with that too. But I don't think they have to be in a rush to do it because worst case, going into, 2025, he would be in a situation where, you could pay him at that point. Is he going to be, marginally more expensive if he plays? But that's the thing. We don't know how much he's going to play. Could it be a true quarterback competition? Yeah, if Russ struggles, it will be, and that's a playoff team last year. They're still imagine how bad that offense was. They fire Matt Canada, week 11, and then they have to move on, and they still got into the playoffs with a team that has a really good defense. If they're in that same situation next year in quarterback play.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Call her back.
Did she just say F this?
She didn't F-bomb us. She didn't F-bomb us.
Did she just say F this?
She didn't F-bomb us. Because she did that on where she had, I guess she thought she couldn't be heard or whatever, but she said, F this, I'm out of here. When she was on a Zoom on a radio show, and they're like, oh, okay, Courtney. But see, you're from Chicago. I know Peter Burns well, so I can can talk to her like that. We can have fun with her. We're trying to get her back. She might have said, "Look, you get 11 minutes, and that's what you get."
Yeah.
I already know as soon as we get her up on the show, you're going to ask if she F-bombed us, which is fine.
Yeah.
We've gotten some football stuff in. You can ask the F-bomb
Right.
stuff.
No. Absolutely. And hopefully she's coming back. I mean, we're efforting. Apparently we are efforting getting her back on the show. Courtney Cronin from ESPN 1000 in Chicago rejoins us here on the show. Courtney, we didn't know if you were done because you didn't drop any F-bombs on us.
I know, I was about to say it's not my normal way of exiting radio interviews without some profanity lately, but I think I hit a dead spot.
Is this a new trend that you have to do a Zoom on a radio interview since they're doing so much Twitch and YouTube streaming? Is this becoming a normal thing?
I guess certain places. I don't typically do that. That was part of the reason. Backstory to that day was exhaustion. Lance, you know this, being at the combine. You're on no sleep. You're in the middle of running from a Caleb Williams interview to a Jaden Daniels interview to other 10,000 other things. And sometimes audio issues get the best of you and your mental capacity for that day. But nonetheless, yeah, I guess it's becoming a thing. I'm so glad that you guys called me, though, and that you're not forcing me to do a Zoom interview.
Yeah.
No. That's the way we do it. How does it feel to be famous now, though?
I wouldn't call it that. I guess, I mean, I don't know. I've always been of the mindset of,
I want to go have a beer. I want to go have a drink with you now. You're our kind of reporter.
That's what I would have said too, Courtney.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
Do you know how many times
it.
we've wanted to say that just on this radio show?
You know how many times we say that during the break? When the mics are...
I'm a radio host as well, so I totally empathize with that.
Yeah.
Well, and you are dealing with you're dealing with something that is a toxic topic right now, which we've been on the other side of that one since we've done radio for so many years. There's nothing worse than when a show gets hijacked completely by one topic only, because every day it's just turning on phones basically and letting people complain. I do find that so I will say the Justin Fields thing's been fascinating because it does speak to some of the polarization things that we see in society and politics and anything that you want to go to. It really extends now to sports where people take strong sides. We see it with Rockets basketball. Strong sides on one side and strongly against on the other side. And it's not great. It's not great for anyone involved. But the Justin Fields thing is strange for me because, objectively speaking, he really hasn't played all that well. He's had flashes, and there were a time last year where I thought he was really playing well for about a 3-game stretch. But objectively speaking, I think you can move away from him because you know that fifth-year option's coming up, bigger payday, and then you got to make a decision on second contract. Man, I can't believe there are so many people so emotionally invested in Justin Fields. Usually everyone wants the shiny new number one quarterback, and it's just not necessarily the case there. And really throughout society with fans who have no dog in the fight. They're not even Bears fans.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think that is. When you see glimmers of hope, like first off, this city has not had a drafted and developed franchise quarterback since Sid Luckman. That's 70-plus years ago. And people say, oh, well, Jay Cutler was a franchise quarterback. Well, he was traded here. They haven't been able to pull off one of those either, and they haven't signed veterans that have been able to, even serve as a bridge quarterback in any capacity. So I think that the group that's the staunch Justin Fields supporters are the ones who see what he does with his legs, see the explosive plays, see his ability to, kind of give you a light version of Lamar Jackson in moments, but then can you put it together for a complete game? Can you do it on a consistent basis? I guess I'd say the hype doesn't meet the results, which is why it's so confounding when you take a look at why are all these people such big Justin Fields vocal supporters. These people, would die on a hill for this guy, and it doesn't make sense. The guy had, in every major passing category, he was in the bottom third of the league. He's never finished higher than 15th in QBR over 3 years, and he's a quarterback who has 38 starts and 10 career wins. And I know wins aren't a quarterback stat, but come on, like, can we look at this a little bit more objectively? And I don't think that you can have a nuanced conversation, certainly not with social media and the way that that's provided like gasoline to this fire. But people look at it and say, well, he was never given a chance. Imagine if you would have given him the setup that you're giving Caleb Williams, and maybe he would have been a better fit, or maybe he would have had a better chance and actually worked out in Chicago if that was the case. I don't necessarily think that's completely sound, though, because a lot of the flaws in his game were stuff that, Lance, you know this, doing all of the NFL.com draft prospect profiles, time to throw, hanging in the pocket too long,
stuff that was an issue in college.
All of those things were issues with him at Ohio State.
It's quarterback. It's quarterbacking issues. It's not personnel. Some of his issues are quarterbacking and not personnel related. I get the personnel argument, but it's all encompassing. And I think Ryan Poles and his coaches did not see enough growth from a reading the field and throwing with the anticipation standpoint. It really gets to some quarterback issues, but they might be willing to roll the dice with another year, if not for this unique circumstance too.
We got to break it there. We're up against it, but thank you, Courtney, for rejoining us. We really appreciate it. Best of luck going forward. Have fun with this Bears offseason, which has been pretty good so far. We'll see how it translates into the regular season. Great talking to you. Thanks for hanging with us this
Courtney.
morning.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Here's Courtney Cronin with us here on ESPN 97.5
You should have just told her
and
she could
92.5.
drop an F-bomb on us, and we would have
done.
And we would have dumped it. Okay.
Yeah, we would have done that.
You think she wants that to be her
No,
thing?
Every sign off. That's what we want.
I don't think.
No.
I don't think she wants that to be her thing.
Don't do that.
Every sign off. That would be
don't
great.
do that. For guests.
Yeah.
No.
I listen to her.
No.
Let's just not.
That's
No,
just
what are you
Courtney.
doing?
That's hers. She's patented it.
She doesn't want that
She
to be
doesn't
hers,
want
though.
that one.
Okay.
No.
All right.
She doesn't want ESPN
We want
National
it,
to
but-
say. She didn't want to say, "Hey, I don't know if you guys know my new sign off is to say an F-bomb on every radio station as kids go to school."
That's great. I think it'd be great. You know what I think is great too? The Chevron Championship. The Chevron Championship is coming up. Man, it is going to be April 8th. It's actually April 17th through the 21st. We're going to be out there on the 17th. We want you to come and join us out there. You can watch them practice, and then it begins. The 18th through the 21st, it is on, baby. Those girls are excellent. They're excellent players, and you are getting the best in golf. I'm telling you, if you play golf and you're over 4 days on a tough course with lightning fast greens, beautiful. And granted, they have beautiful fairways. If you're shooting 16 under, 15, 16 under, forget about it. You're a great player. Great player. And we saw great golf last year, and we'll see it again this year. Lillian Vu is coming back. The quarters are coming. It is on. You're looking for great golf at a premier location, Carlton Woods, Nicholas Course. Come on. TheChevronChampionship.com. TheChevronChampionship.com.
Hey, so if you have knee issues, hip issues, back issues, shoulder issues, you have joint issues, you have inflammation, it's swollen, it feels hot, just feel your leg, feel that joint, and if it feels warm, that's a good example of inflammation there. And a lot of times you put ice on it and it reduces inflammation. We know that's temporary. A lot of inflammation happens because of arthritis. It happens because, you have degenerate, or you've lost tissue, or your tissue has been worn down. Regenerative medicine builds tissue back up. It restores or regenerates. It restores damage and regenerates lost tissue. And that's what reduces inflammation. That's what gets rid of the pain that's in your joints. And for a lot of people, it's about ice and aspirin. Then it turns into different pain medicine. Then it turns into steroid shots. Then you're going to surgery. Did you know you don't have to do all those things? Professional athletes for over a decade have been using the great powers of QC Kinetics, because regenerative medicine is where it's at. It's the most complete approach to letting the body heal yourself and to reducing the pain that you're experiencing, adding mobility, and really getting back to your active life. It really, really works. Go read the reviews. And the great thing is we have 4 locations in Houston. Stop using these old methods that do nothing but put a Band-Aid on your issues and lead to even worse and worse and worse. Go get it treated right now with QC Kinetics. Go to qckinetics.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. I don't know if you've done this, but okay, for $5, name every team in order Mario Edwards Jr. has played for.
Well, I think it started with the Raiders.
Yeah.
He's with the Texans now. They signed him yesterday officially.
Right.
So I've got 1 and 5 correctly. Did he play at Tampa at any point?
Nope, you lose.
Yep, I lost.
It went Raiders, Giants, Saints, Bears, Jaguars, Titans, Texans.
He's played that many teams?
That's the definition of a journeyman.
Yeah. I wrote him, I think, my first year. I think he came out in 15, either 15 or 16. So he's almost every year he's got a new team, it seems like. Some of those may have been twice in one season, actually. Yeah, the Texans re-signed Mario Edwards, who they had I think re-signed. They've had him on at some point, right?
What?
Yeah, Mario Edwards has been a Texan previously.
No, this is his first time.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah, it's his first time.
I thought during the dark period of Cully and Lovey, where we were just literally like a relegated football team, I thought he had played. I thought he had got a little taste with the Texans, maybe on a practice squad.
I don't remember him being here, but okay. So yeah, no. I don't believe. Maybe you're right, but I don't remember.
I think you're right. I mean, unless, and even if he did get signed by the Texans, it wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have lasted.
No, well, maybe practice squad, and then he was picked up, but I don't.
Yeah, but I don't even see him. I don't even see his name with Texans at all. No. I'm thinking something else.
Apparently he's a good fit. It's the defensive tackle thing that still is. That's interesting. And he signed another defensive end.
Well, he's more like a 5 technique. He's more like a true 3-4 end.
Yeah.
He's only
another end.
He's only like 285
80.
pounds.
Yeah.
He's listed at 80. I don't know how much he actually weighs, but I mean, he's just a guy who's just going to compete for a spot. He may not even make the team, honestly. He's had 33 starts in his career, but he's had since he had 7 with Tennessee in 2022. He had 1, played 15 games, had 1. From a snap count standpoint, defensively, he played 37 snaps, % of the snaps last year. So he's a rotational defensive lineman.
Yeah.
So now, from that standpoint, you've got competing for time. You have, I guess, Autry. I guess, for sure, Tim Settle, Khalil Davis. You have.
Is Heinisch still with him?
Yeah, I think Heinisch is still there. I need to double check. You definitely have Mario Edwards now. Once again, that's not really a standard. And I got into this a little. I didn't really get into it.
Hunter, Anderson. You forgot those two.
Well, no, those are DNs, though.
Well,
I'm talking about the interior. I don't know who the interior is that they're fighting for spots. I mean, I know who it is, but
Edwards isn't going to play.
I'm still trying to get to a guy that weighs 300.
And yeah, right.
I mean, Khalil Davis does, but So I brought up the name Tavondre Swift. So one of the things I said, and I said it on this show, is you got to look at who a coach or a general manager, what kind of players they draft. And D'Amico Ryans, while I know he didn't draft these players, he was either the coach of them as a defense coordinator, or he was on the team with San Francisco having great success with guys like Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner. These are big, long-limbed, high lean muscle mass numbers, low body fat percentage guys. That's what he drafts. I know it because that's also what the Colts draft. There are certain teams that draft that way. And I really doubted, like, as I think about that, and the guys he's brought into Houston, think about who he brought in. Sheldon Rankins, good lean mass numbers, not an overweight guy. He brought in, he drafted, his guy was Will Anderson. Low lean mass, high lean muscle mass numbers. Danielle Hunter, this guy is like a Greek god. I don't think a Tavondre Sweat, who played in the 370s and trained, according to sources, was training in the 380s. I don't think, and got down to 366 at his combine, which I considered a huge win for him. Other people said, ooh, he's heavy. He's gained over 100 pounds since he's been at Texas. And it's not good weight. He clearly has some issues with weight, and can he control it? I don't know that the Texans, I would love to have him at pick number 42. Man, if I could get 345 pounds to 350-pound Tavondre Sweat and could keep it there, I would love to have him with the Texans. He's a talented football player. He's going to gum up the middle of the defense with ease. Like, I would love to have him. I just don't know that the Texans or any team, can you trust that he will, with more money in his pockets and more time on his hands and less structure, can you trust him to have the discipline? Can you trust him to have the discipline? He didn't have it last year at Texas, or even training for the Combine. Can you trust him, or the Combine or Senior Bowl? He wouldn't weigh at the Senior Bowl because he didn't want that weight recorded.
Right. Well,
can you trust that guy?
Who was the gravedigger?
That's Gilbert Brown.
Gilbert Brown.
That's not how the NFL is played anymore.
Well,
Sam
or Vince Wilfork.
Yeah, Saragusa, but Wilfork. Now he's still a really good athlete. Sweat, no matter what his weight is, a good athlete for his size. Yeah. You could make the argument that, hey, like Vince Wilfork, but D'Amico has said, I heard Mark Vandermeer say this yesterday, taking everything that D'Amico has said publicly, he wants guys who play like their hair's on fire. That it means everything to him. The motivation is above, is their motivation for ball is everything. They play hard, they work hard, they practice hard. That's not, from what I've been told behind the scenes with some pretty good sources, that's not really going to be Sweat. I don't think Tavondre Sweat is going to be on D'Amico's board. As much as I'd kind of love to see
did you put him in your mock?
No. Well, I just
who do you got for the Texans now with 42?
So I took their picks, and I said Tyler Nubin, safety from Minnesota, who's the top safety in the league. Jimmy Ward has 1 year left. He was oft injured. They have a space for safety. They definitely have a space. Then I went with Javon Bullard at the back end of the second. That may be a little bit early. He's really more of a third-round pick, but he's a nickel. He's a nickel cornerback who can really support the run.
And you're assuming Nick won't do anything.
He's kind of a safety. Well, yeah, I'm assuming. Obviously, Nick can move up or down or any of that stuff.
He moves around.
But of course, when you do a mock, you have to assume they're picking where they're picking in the second round. Javon Bullard is a tough guy. Like, there's no doubt that D'Amico's going to like him. The question is, does he cover well enough from the nickel? Then I went in the third round. I went with Will Shipley. I may have changed it. Shipley would be at the back end. I think I actually changed it. Ray Davis and Will Shipley are two guys, because Will Shipley's going to have that dual threat Slowick stuff where he can run and catch. Ray Davis can run and catch too. They could be back into the third, because as much as people may love the name Joe Mixon, I'm not sure that Joe Mixon should be getting 18 to 20 carries a game. That's kind of who he should be. He didn't have as much juice, though, as much burst as these other two guys. So I think finding a good complementary back at, maybe third is a little early. I don't think so. But for sure, by the fourth, you could be looking at that.
It'll be great PR for the Texans to draft White Jesse Owens. So
yeah, it's something to think about.
It is, yes.
I drafted a defensive tackle, Fabian Lovett I got Javon Baker in the third, wide receiver from Central Florida. Then I went with Fabian Lovett in the fourth round. Defensive tackle, nose from Florida State. Fits what the Texans need. I'm just trying to make the Texans as good as I could be. And somebody said, these are a bunch of no-names. Texans fans are going to hate this draft. I don't care if they hate it or love it. I'm just trying to give the Texans good players.
Okay. That's what you do. It's your job. So you give the Texans good players.
Well, it's not my
What's Craig DeSurf's job?
His job is to give you good deals on cars. His job is to give you the best trade-in value. And actually, there's a lot of people who you would think that's their job, but a lot of dealerships don't look at it that way. They don't think it's their job. They think their job is to make sure that they just make the most money for their company. And yes, I mean, obviously the bottom line is important, but Craig DeSurf looks at it a different way. He says, look, the best way to make money for your company is to do volume sales. And the best way to do volume sales is not to try to gouge people on individual sales. It's to give them the best you possibly can, because they're going to buy their second car from you, their third car from you. They're going to tell their family members, their friends. They're going to buy a car for their son or daughter from you. They're going to tell people at work about it. And that's the way he operates. More trade-in value, lower, trying to find the best either finance rates and purchase or lease options for you. They find, of course, the vehicles that you're looking for. They don't ever try to push you into a vehicle you don't need. But the difference at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is that they basically want to make sure that service, selection, price, all that's better than anywhere you'd find in Houston. They're out in Angleton. They understand it's a 42-minute drive from downtown. They also are going to save you thousands of dollars, and your car buying experience is going to be a pleasurable one. Never any hustle or hassle to that car buying experience. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can start the purchase process at lancezcars.com.
HRP is the subject right now. HRP is ready for you to give them a call to look at your business. Okay. Your business is whatever you sell. Their business is getting you that payroll. Their business is getting you that HR, taking care of your taxes. Their business is getting you into the right 401k plan, not their 401k plan, because they're not in the 401k business. Then you into the right insurance plan for your people. They know the game. They know all of these things. They do this for us, and it couldn't be better. There's a lot of admin companies out there that are, well, they're doing it. They say they're giving you a discount over here, but they're taking it over here. Don't fall for it. You get the best payroll you can, get the best HR you can, with plans that are best 401ks and insurance plans that are best for you, not best for the admin company. So HRP, they take care of HR, and they take care of payroll, And that's it. You're looking for that? You want somebody that's going to save you money? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Hey, we really need you to sign up absolutely free. Fill out your bracket. Put it in. ESPNHouston.com. What is our website?
ESPN975.com.
ESPN975.com.
Yeah, go fill out a bracket. It doesn't cost you a thing, and we've got prizes on there.
We got great prizes on
you
there.
can win stuff
absolutely
for free.
free.
If you guys will retweet stupid stuff on there, hey, if you retweet, I might give you this or that or the other. You have a chance to win this video game. This is a chance for you to just fill something out for free and win.
Yeah, absolutely free and win a bunch of great prizes. Go to ESPN975.com and see all the prizes. Absolutely free. I filled mine out. You haven't filled yours out yet because you're not a good employee.
I'm going to go fill it out.
HRP is squarely behind me. They say Lance is not a good employee.
I'm going to go fill it out.
Yeah, you're going to fill it out. Sure you are. But mine's already in. Try not to take exactly what I did, okay, or change one. You'll probably just try to change one pick or something. Stay away from mine. Go put your own in, and let's go. See how you compare to us. I think all of our hosts are going to do it. That'll be fun, and all our listeners. And you can see where you are. See where you are and how good you are at this whole thing. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. ESPN975.com. Let's get Charlie in here. Wants to talk about the Texans. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to talk about the Texans real quick. I want to get y'all's take on this. I feel like our linebacker duo is probably going to be one of the best in the AFC. I just wanted to see if y'all thought that was the case because I know Al-Shahir, he's got like 163 tackles last season. And then Christian, Flatline, Harris, I mean, like, every game you can see his game progress. Like, you can see him, like, evolving into an elite linebacker. So I feel like maybe those two guys with their explosiveness can push them up to, like, top 3 linebacker duo. I wanted to see what y'all thought about that. Also, out of these two duos, which one do you think will be better? Which one do you think will be better this season? Derek Stingley with Jeff Okudah or Al-Shahir with Flatline Harris? I go.
Okay, he's trying to make Flatline a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that a nickname that we should know about?
Hold on. Why do you said you're going to hang up? Why? Oh, he just hung up. Flatline.
Do we know that's
typically that means you're dead? I think he means he's cold. Maybe he just runs the alley and smashes people.
Maybe he knocks people dead. Is that what that is?
Oh, that might be it. Yeah,
once he hits
people,
you,
that might be it. I'm going to go depth chart by position, okay? And I'm going to look here at the defense. I'm going to look at linebackers in the AFC. And no, I don't want quarterbacks.
Well, then why are you going to quarterbacks?
What? Yeah.
I don't know why it's putting quarterbacks.
Don't blame the equipment. Maybe it's user error.
Maybe it's you.
Let me look at inside
so
linebackers.
While he's doing that,
you have Jordan Brooks and David Long. That's a fail.
What? You're just insulting me. Are we really sticking with the Okudah is going to be the cinch starter on the outside?
No, that's not
flatline Okudah.
No. Well, sometimes it's played like he's dead.
I don't think you should. I do not think you should. You should make Okudah the automatic starter. No, I know where he was drafted. I know what my draft grade was on him. Let's work off reality. This is now his third team in 5 years. It's not great. So he's got a lot to learn. But maybe in this defense he'll be better. Maybe D'Amico Ryans, he obviously saw something he likes, so hopefully he can find something there. From the standpoint of offensive, so from a defensive standpoint, Baltimore still has, from a linebacker standpoint, they now have Trenton Simpson, who's a really, really fast player with no instincts, but he plays next to Roquan Smith. That automatically might be it because this guy can really run, and if he doesn't have to think and can just run and tackle, that will be good. Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano is a pretty good combination in Buffalo. In Cincinnati, I can tell you, I mean, I'm a big fan of Logan Wilson, but him and maybe, I guess, Jermaine Pratt, who's more of a, they're going to be up there a little bit. Cleveland, I'm not a huge, they brought in Devin Bush. Now,
What about
they do have Owusu Karamoa,
yeah?
who's really, really good, but then Jordan Hicks is older. I think the Texans would
What
be in the
about
top
C.J.
three.
Mosley and Quincy Williams?
For
the Jets.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Quincy Williams, I remember on draft day, no one knew him. He's Quentin Williams' brother. And Daniel Jeremiah told me a story about when people they drafted. So was it Balky? Was it Jacksonville when they drafted him? How about this, John? Your owner's in there with you. They draft Quincy Williams. Now, I didn't write up Quincy Williams. He is way under the radar. They drafted him, I want to say in like the 3rd or 4th round. Relatively high, I mean, relatively speaking. I want to say maybe in the top 100 picks.
It was 3rd round.
Yeah, the 3rd round. And the owner's like, who is this? And people in the building didn't know who it was. And the guy's like, trust me, this is a good pick. Let's just watch and see what TV says about it. And Daniel Jeremiah goes, honestly, I just don't have notes on this guy. I didn't write him up. I didn't watch him. I don't know about Quincy Williams. And the owner's like, Shad Khan said, great. You don't even know about him. And I didn't know about him. And the GM was kind of pissed. Like he told DJ, how do you not write him up? How do you not know about him? I'm like, all right, 500. I didn't know about him. I know other teams. And you know what? Actually, they got rid of him. Like he was a bust over there. He's actually pretty good now.
All-pro last year.
Yeah. Quincy Williams is actually a pretty good player. And he's sitting right next to Mosley.
Well, he's on a defensive team with Salah, right?
Yeah, but he's like.
But to be an all-pro after Jacksonville cut you?
Jacksonville may have had it right, although they let him go. Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of these. I think the Texans are in the top 3 or 4 in the AFC. Yeah, probably top 4, and that's good. I'll take it. When are the Texans ever in the top? We are for quarterback play now.
In the AFC?
Yeah. Quarterback play, well, boy, AFC sporty.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, but Patrick Mahomes. Ooh, man, that's tough in the AFC.
I don't know
it's
about
hard
top
out here
4.
for a pimp in the AFC.
Street clothes? Joe Burrow street clothes?
Yeah, I don't know what street clothes is going to be. Can we put street clothes ahead of
Sorry. I can only go by what has happened.
You can only go by off of games played and seasons. He's had 2 season-ending injuries.
In 4 years. We got
and a Super Bowl.
He's the Tari Eason
Congratulations.
quarterback.
Yeah.
But he didn't win it.
Super Bowls his 2 have been to.
But he didn't win it.
But when he plays, he's good. He's just like Tari Eason. When he plays, he's
he didn't
good.
win, so who cares? No one cares about if you lose the Super Bowl. So we've got street clothes, and then we got Coach Killer in L.A. Herbert, Coach Killer, street clothes in Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, how about you finish a year? Let's do that. Let's get
And
back
you
to
got a
finishing
potential vice presidential candidate with the Jets.
Yeah, he was up for it.
Well,
and we haven't even gotten to Russ. What about Russ?
Mr. Unlimited?
What about Justin Fields? Justin Fields is unbelievable. I've read on the internet how good he is.
He's really good.
And now he's in the AFC. God, this makes it even worse.
Man, how big an upgrade.
Deshaun Watson. How about we're not even – like, do you think Deshaun Watson's even in the top 10 of the AFC?
No. Ooh.
All of those guys we talked about, I wouldn't put Fields in front of Deshaun yet. Or Russ. Out of respect, I guess, to Deshaun. I guess I put Deshaun over Anthony Richardson. He has to prove it. But even in Deshaun, is he the worst quarterback in his – there's a chance he'll be the worst quarterback in his division. Although I would say right now I'd make him 3rd. But who would you rather have?
Russell Wilson is going to be better than him.
Look at Deshaun. He's been terrible.
Yeah.
Russ Wilson was way better than him last year.
Actually.
Yes. It actually wasn't even close. Deshaun Watson, right now, he actually sucks in real life. In the AFC, look in the East. He's not better than any of the AFC East quarterbacks. In the West, is Deshaun better than Aiden O'Connell right now?
Who's a quarterback in New England? New England, who's the quarterback?
It's Drake May.
He's not been drafted yet.
Well, he will be.
Jacoby Brissett.
Is he not better than Jacoby Brissett?
Well, I don't know. Jacoby actually looked pretty good.
That's why I asked the question.
I don't know. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little All-State.
Windows and siding.com. I've spent a lot of time on Windows, but I want to also tell you about All-State Siding because for a lot of you who have wood, and this has been an issue for you for years, and you know this, I'll talk directly to you. How about that? those of you who still have wood on your home, a lot of times out in suburban areas, you know it's dilapidating. You know that water eventually, and there's going to be spots in your gutter that clog up with leaves, and it starts to eat up the wood that's right above there because the water stands, or maybe below it where there's a leak, or it's I was part of it. I know exactly what it looks like, and it looks terrible, and you have to have repairs done. And so you have a handyman come out and they put more wood in. How about you just get siding? The Hardy Plank siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. How about they come out there? You don't have to paint anymore. You don't have to make repairs. This is going to be unbelievably durable and strong. It's going to look great. It's going to reduce your air conditioning and heating costs because it improves your efficiency. But the upgrade on your home, just from the way it looks, and no more hassle with it, you really can't pass it up. And they've got a big discount for ESPN 97.5 listeners who are going to be looking to do complete siding jobs. They're going to have a big discount for you. Go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right, time for me to talk about Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock are the same place, okay? Located on I-10 and Wirt, that's King Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock is on Westheimer and the Beltway. And it's where you got the showroom. It's where you will see all the safes. It's where you will see all the different brands of keys as well, okay? So you got the Medico, which is probably the most trusted brand in locks. You need a lock that no one can break in. You need a lock that no one can duplicate the key. You need the best lock in the business. It's Medico, and there aren't a lot of people that cover that. Houston Safe and Lock does. But they've got all of your needs for your locks, okay? Especially if you're a business and you have multiple doors. It's something that you've got to have. You need a master key system, an access control system, a smart lock installation, whatever it is that you want. You can use fobs or you can use your phones to open the doors, whatever it is, but it'll keep track of who's opening what doors. That's kind of a big deal, especially, again, if you have multiple doors and stuff can walk out. You don't want that. What you want is Houston Safe and Lock. Derek DeSola is an expert in this, and he will give you the best advice and installation. 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What, people keep on gossiping about Jalen Green's old lady, and he keeps putting 42 on you, and then we'll see what you like. We'll see how you like it. Now, yes, okay, the Rockets don't get to play the Wizards every game. I recognize that. That's going to make it tougher to average 42 a game for Jalen. But I will say this. He said after the game, Dale, can you bring up the audio when he was with Vanessa Richardson?
Yeah, unfortunately, the audio has been.
Friend Vanessa Richardson, who used to be on the Gallant and Vanessa show.
Is that what it was called?
That he did say.
Was it that?
I don't. Was it
No, it
called
was Vanessa and
Gallant?
Gallant.
I think it was Vanessa and Gallant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here it was Paul and Richardson. Par.
I think you.
No, it was Vanessa and Gallant.
Yeah, I think that's been made clear.
If I do this like
Vanessa
Gannon,
and Gallant.
like Gannon did, Jonathan Gannon, where he saw
I hate when
Buda
people
Baker and he
shorten
went,
names. It's like John and Lance. We're not going to say J and Lou. We say, right? We're not shortening it. We're not saying it's the Jal show.
No, you don't say Vanessa and Pa.
No, none of that.
No.
Or
We don't do that.
No.
No. You thought about it. At least you thought about saying it. So here is Jalen after Vanessa Richardson interviewed Jalen Green after his 42-point, 10-rebound 10-rebound performance against the Warriors against the Wizards in a win.
Not the Warriors. The
no,
Wizards.
not the Warriors. The Wizards in
They're
a
only
win.
2.5 games behind the Warriors now.
Only 2.5 games. They're chasing playoffs, and Jalen talks about what is driving these performances that made him Western Conference Player of the Week.
Your reigning Western Conference Player of the Week tied his career high 42 points tonight. Why were you able to get it done?
Really just being aggressive all night. My guys were setting me up to get good shots. I was getting downhill. The three was opening. Everything was just opening up for me today, and shots were falling.
Amin Thompson had a career-high 25. Jock Landale had a career-high 7 blocks. What did you see from your teammates in the collective effort tonight?
Everyone just stepping up. Everyone playing hard. We chasing something right now. I think we all got the same goal, and everyone's on board with it.
Tonight was the 6th double-double of your career, and they've all come within the last 25 games. How would you describe this hot streak that you've been on?
I don't know. Like I said, I got a goal right now, and that's to get to the playoffs and just win. Stack as many W's as we can before the end of the season, and just pray that we can get into the play-in. That's just the main focus right now.
Since All-Star break, you have been explosive. What is motivating you?
My family, my baby. So, yeah.
You're the best, Jalen. Thank you.
She gave him a chance. I give Vanessa credit. She knows what all the talk has been. And what is motivating you? He could have said one of two things, the people talking, the haters, and instead he chose the positive route and said, my baby. And so
what?
He basically, we joke about it, but he did tell you that's a motivating factor for him. I don't think he said it as a joke. I think he really means it, that he's playing for something else. It's really changed his perspective, and I think that's great. And while people are talking about people are just in his business, like it's really none of our business if he's going out. There's so many people who think that they have a right to comment on the fact that he's with a 39-year-old woman. I get that
No one cares that she's 39. Not about who he's with. The concern, for whatever reason, because people are in his business, is that she found a way to lock him in because she's going to have a child.
But it doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that he has a child with her. It doesn't change the fact that
it changes it for some people. It doesn't change for me. I don't care what he does.
But why?
Did you hear the love in his heart?
But why
No,
are
I didn't.
people? How come we tell people sometimes this is not your business, but now this is everyone's business? This still ain't y'all's business. Keep y'all's nosy asses out of Jalen's business, or you're going to mess around and get the Rockets in the Western Conference Finals.
Who are you
is what
talking
you're going to do. Keep talking.
You tweeted about it.
Keep on talking.
Who are you talking
keep
about?
Put them on your podcast. Keep saying these nasty ass things that you're saying about Jalen Green. Who was it that was saying that? No, Gilbert Arenas
and Nick Young.
about Nick Young. Keep saying that stuff about Jalen's girl, and the girl he's going to have a baby with, and you're going to mess around and put the Rockets in the Western Conference Final because Jalen's
the Western Conference Final.
Yes.
the Western Conference. You heard, I said it, I meant it, and I will represent it, Del.
So
yes, the
the
Western Conference Finals. Keep this up.
The punishment for people is the Rockets make the playoffs.
14 games to go. There's no reason they can't win the last
motivated.
14 if y'all keep talking like this.
There is a reason.
Keep talking like this.
They'll play better teams. That
and
might
all
be
of a sudden
reason.
they get in the playoff. They get in the playoff.
Oh,
the play-in.
Cleveland's not good enough
I'm
for you?
sorry. Where did the Lakers come from in the Western Conference Final last year? Del, can you remind me?
I believe they came from the play-in. Is Jalen Green?
Case closed.
Is Jalen Green LeBron James?
Case closed.
You believe
He's playing
You just
like it.
proved it. You
He's
just
playing
proved
like
the
it.
point.
What did I prove?
Let me go check
the
and see
Rockets
if
are going to
LeBron
the Western
had
Conference
40.
Finals.
Was LeBron the Western Conference Player of the Week? Last I checked, he's in the Western
nope.
Conference.
I mean, he's probably won it at some point.
42
considering
and 10?
He's won an MVP.
Never
Did
won
LeBron have
anything.
42 and 10 against the Wizards?
You want to go through LeBron's best games against the Wizards?
No.
Probably not great.
We don't have time. We're up against it.
We're up against a break
No,
right
We're
now.
up against a break.
No,
Del.
Stat Muse is pretty
Y'all
quick on
keep
that
on
stuff.
talking. You keep my shooting guard's name out
No,
of
you
your mouth
want
and
them-
his girl
Why do you
and
keep
his
saying?
baby.
Stop saying stop talking. You want them to keep talking. He's motivated.
Believe all women. Her body, her choice.
What?
Love is love.
What are you
And
talking
y'all
about?
leave these people alone.
What are you talking
Let
about?
them have a baby. Let Jalen have happiness, and let him keep hitting 42. Your hate fuels him. Not you, Del, but kind of you.
Then why don't you want people to keep hating if it fuels
okay,
him?
well, all right.
This
do
is a
want
weird.
them.
This is
Actually,
weird
keep
messaging.
on talking.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yes. I'd like for you to keep talking because Jalen is using your tears and your anger and jealousy that he's with Drea Michelle. He's using this to fuel this run that is one of the great runs we've ever seen.
I know
Rockets on a huge win streak.
You're in some random ADD fueled
So?
rant, but
Yeah.
but stop saying don't hate him. If the hate is working, tell people to hate him more.
I'm just warning them. If you keep this up, we're going to have a repeat of the 2023 Western Conference Finals with a play-in team getting in against the Nuggets. Although they may be on the same. Well, we'll see if they're on the same side.
No, if they would probably play the Nuggets in the first
I
round.
pray for the Nuggets' soul then, because you'd have to face a red-hot Jalen Green, and Alpie would probably tape up
Alpie
and come
out.
back.
Oh, no.
No, I don't think that's happening.
He gets shots, tape up, and he's back.
That seems unlikely.
Did he have a surgery? No.
He doesn't apparently need
Boy, would that
surgery.
be something if Baby Alpie could destroy Baby Joker, could destroy Joker?
No big deal. He's done it 3 times already this year.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
They're RBI.
yeah.
They really are.
I'll say it. The
They don't
Nuggets-
want a piece of this.
The Nuggets are literal bitches. They really are.
Well, they are the defending champions.
So are
as
the
well.
Wizards.
The
So
Nuggets,
are the Spurs.
The Nuggets
Yep.
and Wizards are on the same level.
Luckily, the Nuggets didn't have to go
Not
through the Rockets last
the
year.
Celtics aren't. The Celtics aren't.
The 20-something win Rockets that Rocket team.
This Rockets team.
This Rockets team's headed for 40 wins.
This Rocket team has played really, really well.
33 and 35, and if not for some dumb stretch of basketball, they'd probably be a 6 seed.
You mean just being themselves?
Just
if they weren't
not
just being themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, they finally look at how it's come together on the Ime. Took a little while.
Yeah, all it took
it
was
always takes
all
time.
it took was you getting that Turkish stiff out the lineup.
that's not it. It's
Oh,
having a
that's
baby. It's
terrible.
Jalen having a baby and playing for. You know what? He's been a selfish player. Now he's playing for other people. Now, sometimes it involves a little more selfish basketball.
I don't think the shots have reduced since the baby. What do you mean he's playing
He's
less
playing
selfish?
for other people with his efficiency.
Yes.
So when he's shooting threes and turning around before they go through the rim, that's a less selfish player. I think he's just more free because he's got that ball hog out of the way.
Yeah. Well, he kind of is. He kind of is.
Yeah. Jalen has to put up shots or they can't win with Şengün out. He's got to be what he wants to be.
He is, though. I'm telling you, this team, watch out. Watch out, Jokic. Just watch it.
Yeah.
This year, you're going to have to go through the Rockets.
It'll
It'll be different.
The guy who barely cares about the game, at least that's his perception. People have him. You think he's concerned about what the Rockets are doing?
Because he tasted that defeat 3 times this year.
And he said he wants to win. By the way, did you hear him talking about that? Jalen's not talking about vibes anymore. He's talking about winning. He's chasing something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to win. I've got something to play for. My child is what, like, he's all grossed up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if he had nail polish on yesterday. Like, he's really, and he brought back his old Jalen hair. No, I'm just saying he's not doing that kind of, he's just
His
kind
old
of.
Jalen here, that's all grossed up?
Yeah, well, he brought it back and said, you know what, I can play with this hair now.
Yeah.
You two are doing a lot of future casting. because of what he did against the Wizards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Listen.
I mean,
all I know is this. If you bet them all month long, you're winning money. And you're doing it in mybookie.ag.
That's all true.
Promo code bet975. They've won, 8 out of 9 games this month?
6 in a row.
I mean, 6 in a row, 8 out of 9 this month. What? And they might have even covered the other game. No one knows. It's impossible to know.
We could look it up if we so choose.
So here's the deal, is if you're looking for the best way to play, win and get paid, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. The best thing about it is when you make your initial deposit, or if you're reloading now because you lost some money and you want to reload, you want to get more, you got the NCAA tournament coming in, you want to build up those bucks, well, put in promo code bet975 and get the bonus that you deserve when you reload or you enter for the first time. Because mybookie.ag is doing that when other people ain't. MyBookie.ag says, we want you here. Come on. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. The tournament is coming up. You got NBA. You're winding down in this season. If you'd have played the Rockets here this month, you're making a lot of money. Continue. Let's go. This Rockets team, surprising everybody, bet on them at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Astros are coming up. The baseball season is here. All kinds of great stuff. Everything you could want. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Wow, that's powerful stuff there. 713-780-3776 is the number. Julian wants to get in here on the show. Let's bring him in. Hey, Julian.
What it is, Turkey. Hey, man, that guy that called you about the top 3 duo and whatnot, I have no qualm with Harris and Aziz being in that discussion at all. But what I don't get is how you're going to say that and then the same breath say which duo is better, them or Stingley and Okuda. Like, what has Okuda done to be in the discussion with those guys?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't make. John and I even said we don't even know if Okuda's starting. So that one was an easy one for us. Aziz and Christian Harris over Okuda and Stingley, if that's the choice. Who's the better group?
What? That's silly, isn't it? I didn't hear that part.
No, he did. He goes, what? First he asked it, where does it rank in the AFC? And then he said, what's a better combination? Okuda and we even talked about Okuda's not even a lock to be the starter.
Well, okay, but better duo. Okay, rank the order of how good the players are individually. Those 4.
Stingley. I'll go Stingley 1. And that, of course, that's off 1 year really playing well, really 1/2 year of playing well. But I would personally, I'd say Stingley, I'd say Aziz, and then I'd go Christian Harris.
Yeah.
And then, Okuda.
Well, you got the first and the fourth against the second and the third. And Stingley, yeah, you're right. I mean,
the fourth.
Stingley needs to validate this year. Stingley needs to validate this year.
Yeah, he does. And look, Christian Harris has some things he doesn't do well. But one of the things he did, but This is being a good coach.
I'll tell you what, he came on pretty strong last year.
But being a good coach is understanding. You don't put him in the middle and have him sift through blocking schemes and all that. You put him in a weak side spot so he can run, chase, and hit. And being a good coach is saying, all right, we're not going to have you doing what you don't do well. But what you do well, we're going to hyper-focus on that. And that is good coaching. So what Christian Harris doesn't do great is work with instincts, hit his run fits consistently. What he does do well is run and go get people. All these plays that you really love, John, most of them are out on the flanks because he is a run and chase linebacker with the ability to break down in space and make tackles. He can cover also. Like, he figured it out. Well, he's getting older. I mean, every year you're in the league, you get a little bit better. And then D'Amico Ryans has helped him become a better player. That's what coaching's about. You take a guy with athleticism, with talent. Maybe if he's not quite skilled or polished enough, you coach him up and you make him the best they can be. And right now, Christian Harris has begun to live up to his draft slotting. Not early on he didn't, but now he's starting to. You know who's next up that you're going to start saying, man, this guy's really good? Jalen Petrie. That's next up. You're going to have to back off Jalen Petrie. You're going to have to give Jalen Petrie an actual chance and stop hating on him so hard.
Oh, that's funny.
It kills you to see Jalen Green playing so well. It's going to double murder you when Jalen Petrie goes off.
You're the one that's been trading him for.
Well, I want him to play well because I want to trade him.
Why? Why don't you have him play well so he can play with Şengün?
No,
and be
I
a great
trade him
duo.
for more. I can't trust him.
What?
I know it sounds like I'm flipping from the last segment.
You're a hater.
But I'm just saying it doesn't mean we can't get to the Western Conference Finals.
And
but
then
once
trade
you
him?
have the baby, the theory of, baby's on the way is exciting. Once you have the baby, it's tougher.
Well, that was my theory,
Yeah,
and then you
not
shot
gonna love that
down.
baby as much.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it gets a whole lot easier when mom's carrying the baby and like, let me hear the baby. The baby's kicking. Our baby, what are we going to name our baby? And then when the baby's born, and you can't go anywhere. And then it's like, oh, man.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be able to afford a nanny more so than we will.
And his mom will surely take part in
with
taking
child
care of the
support,
baby.
she will.
No,
he needs to.
No,
he needs
his
to put
mom.
a ring on it.
No, his mom.
His mom.
Oh, his
Jalen's
mom.
I know the woman
Wait,
is.
why are we making the mom?
Because grandma is always involved.
Grandma's supposed to hang out.
What are you talking about?
Hanging out's one thing, but not taking care of the baby full time.
I didn't
Ray
say
Michelle,
full-time.
you're a mom now. You can't go back to Instagram.
Why are you getting in her business? Now you're in her business.
Because now she needs to be on that mom business
so
to make sure Jalen's happy.
She already is a mom.
She already
that's
has
right.
a kid.
She is a
Yeah.
mom.
I mean, she knows how to mom already.
Yeah, that's right.
And she was still able to Instagram, so maybe you're wrong about that.
Maybe she can do both.
Not when she was in
a lot of career women, okay? They got kids. Look at OnlyFans now. A lot of career women who are using their kids to film them, to shoot their.
Before you guys get outraged, this is actually happening with.
It actually is happening.
It actually happened with two different people.
Well, it happened with the British.
Well, Elizabeth Hurley isn't on
Elizabeth
OnlyFans.
Elizabeth Hurley.
She's not OnlyFans.
She's in a movie.
But yesterday we talked about another.
Yeah, he's filming a sex scene. Yeah, that's different.
A
That's
Brazilian
not OnlyFans.
bum model that's got her son.
That was the news of the weird, to be honest.
But it was true.
Yeah, but I
It's
don't know
weird,
if
but
we
true.
want Jalen to be on news of the weird.
No.
A Rockets shooting guard.
But we don't know what, if she needs to make some money, let's go, whatever.
Jalen for De'Aaron Fox. Who says no?
The Kings.
He
Jalen
just
for
got
De'Aaron
42 and 10.
Against the Wizards. De'Aaron Fox is the point guard for a playoff team. They're going to say no.
They're going to say
But Jalen's a shooting guard for a playoff.
No, he's
potential
not.
play-in team.
Okay, when he elevates the Rockets to a play-in/playoff team, the conversation still will be a no from the Kings.
Honestly, no. Do the Nets say no now to McCall Bridges? And forget anything else, just Jalen. They're winning that
sorry,
trade.
Nets, you screwed this up.
They're winning that trade.
Sorry, Nets, you screwed this up.
You could have had Jalen. DAs.
Why are we still talking about trading Jalen Green?
Yeah. Well, because the better he plays, the more value he has.
No, you keep him. If he's
I don't
great,
want
you
to give
keep
him a
him.
second contract.
But if he's
I just
great,
think Ime's not. I just don't think he's Ime's kind of guy.
Do you know
Ime
that to
likes
be sure?
ugly.
Do you know? Are you still talking about how pretty he is?
He
That's
is
why Ime
pretty, but
don't
look
want
at
him.
Boban. Ime likes.
He doesn't play Boban.
Ugly. Look at Jeff Green. Look at Jay Sean Tate.
You
Ain't
have
nobody
a-
pretty on that bench. That bench is full of ugly.
Boban.
Wow.
And I mean that in a good way.
Boban.
No, I mean that in a good way.
Whoa.
Like, Ime's trying to win basketball
How do you
games.
mean-
He's
how
not
do you-
trying to win a vibe check.
So you think Jalen Green's too
Jeff
pretty
Green
to be
never
a great
has
player?
a vibe check.
Jalen Green's too pretty to be a great player?
I think he's too pretty for Ime.
Why do you think Ime cares what he looks like?
Because I think Ime likes it gritty and grimy.
I think he likes an
Look at
efficient
Dylan
scorer.
Brooks. Dylan Brooks ain't pretty. Fred VanVleet for sure ain't pretty.
This is a lot of
Turkish. Look, I love Alperen.
You think? Well,
it's getting a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is a little weird from
Ahmed
you.
Thompson's kind of got it.
The last couple of days, you've been very weird on this subject.
I just think that I just look at the Rockets and I just think
You think they're too pretty? They're ugly and they're going to win? That's what you're saying?
I think Ime's not. I think Ime's not going to be infatuated with Jalen Green. I think he'll like him, and I think he's making the conversation harder. And I will readily admit, like, I do want to like. I like the way that Jalen's playing. And if he sticks around, he sticks around. I'm going to support him. I am no jokes here. I am legitimately concerned that he's going to end up with like a $35 million deal. Alpy will get a max dollar deal. And then they're going to be stuck with Dylan Brooks for $20 million a year for 3 more years. Like, they're going to be stuck. Whatever they have is what they have. They're not going to have a lot of flexibility. And it concerns me. Like, you got to really be sure on Jalen. And can Jalen and Şengün play together? Jalen's doing a lot of this without Şengün on the court. This is not the spread it. We're not going to go 5 out. We're not doing that. And you have Block Landale out there, trying to get out of the way. Like, I'm sorry, but Alperen is going to be a big piece of this team. They're still going to build around him. So, can Jalen still play at the highest level with Alperen Şengün? I think that's a legitimate question because he did some of his games.
Has before.
Some of his games were with Alperen, and he did last year too.
Yeah.
So I think he can, but why is he so much more efficient right now? Like, what's the reason for that?
I don't know.
Beside what he told us,
but
which
it's
was his
something
baby.
that I'm telling you, it's making. I'm sure that the organization is looking at this a little bit different now than maybe they were before. Everybody is. Everybody's looking at Jalen.
Well, it's
a
almost
little bit different
impossible not to.
now. Yeah.
This version is playing great, but this is going to have to be against the best competition. Because if your goal is to win a championship, then you need your best players to play well against the best competition.
When we come back, a lot of college stuff that we haven't gotten to, including Jamal Shead and Clemson and a new deal with ESPN, all kinds of stuff that we have to get to on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. We're talking about Billy Brown and what we feel, both Lance and I have used Aqueduct Plumbing. We needed Aqueduct Plumbing, and when they were there for us when we needed them, also did some preemptive stuff, cleaning out our water tank. We both got the tankless water heaters, and we had to clean them out because there's residue that builds up. And if you have someone that's maybe 5, 6, 7 years old, you got to clean that out. And if you haven't done that yet, you need to. And it's probably showing up in your shower and in your faucets that, it's not as strong. If your water level, if your water power is not nearly as strong, give a call to Aqueduct Plumbing.
Yeah, it could be something minor. Like, it could just be a very minor clean out that needs to take place. And I would say that's one of the biggest ones is people saying, oh, my hot water heater's not working right. I got a leaky faucet or I don't get the water pressure. Those are pretty standard. And that's something that Billy Brown and his plumbers can get out to your home. They get out very, very quickly and they get it taken care of. Yes, major jobs like repiping, they're the ones to trust, but they can come run hydrostatic tests at your home to make sure you don't have leaks under your slab. It's a great peace of mind. It's one that I would definitely, if you know you have galvanized pipe beneath your home, you pretty much need to be doing this every year or you're going to get screwed like I did when I let that thing go for 3 years. It was terrible, and I just didn't know that there was a leak. Make sure you know what is going on at your home and make sure that all the easy jobs or the simple jobs get trusted to a company who's transparent and they have a great price and they work quickly. It's our good friends over at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, a couple of things. First of all, Jamal Shead, congratulations. He has a chance to be the 4th consensus All-American. Consensus All-American for the Cougs. Okay? Can you name the other 3 consensus All-Americans for the Cougs? Lance, slow down.
How many?
3.
Consensus. 1 is going to be Olajuwon.
Right.
1 is going to be Elvin Hayes.
Correct.
And the last one is going to be...
Oh, no. Excuse me. There's one more. There's 4.
Is Michael Young one?
No, he's not.
Okay. Clyde?
Nope.
Okay. Hold on.
Otis Birdsong.
Oh, yeah. Otis Birdsong.
And Marcus Sasser.
Yeah.
So back-to-back years, consensus All-Americans.
That's great.
Different guys. I mean, sometimes you have back-to-back years.
And by the
same
way,
guy.
where was Marcus Sasser drafted?
Marcus Sasser was drafted at 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
he was not even a first-round pick.
Was he drafted?
Yes,
yeah,
he's
I
a
think
Piston.
He was
I believe he was a first-round pick.
Jamal
Late in the
Shead,
first
I'm
round.
Was he a first-round pick?
Late in the first round by the Pistons.
Oh, yeah.
He might have been late first.
Well, yeah, way late. Okay.
But he's a shooter.
25th. Yeah, you're right. 25th.
The difference is Marcus Sasser.
And actually, there were 2 Cougs in the first round last year.
Yeah.
So.
Walker hasn't played much because the Pacers are actually a pretty good team, so he's not getting a lot of minutes.
Yeah,
but
I just didn't feel like he was. I don't know.
Well,
I
it validated his decision. He got drafted in the top 10. Well, you get drafted in the top 10, you win.
Yeah, you have to go.
Yeah.
Daryl Morey even pointed this out one time. You can start earning money.
Yeah.
Earlier, you get to your second contract earlier. You play longer. You're less likely to play. Like if you start at age 19 and you play until age 32, you're less likely to play until age 33 just because you start when you're 20. So, you're physically going to wear out. So for Daryl, from a number standpoint, it's always come out early.
Yeah.
For everybody. For football players, but start the clock now. And that's not actually accurate for football players.
I thought it was rare that we saw him play great.
Terrence Walker we're talking about. Well, it was flashes of it, but he has great traits.
Yeah.
And, I mean.
He's got the body. I mean, you look at him, holy crap.
That's not exactly an offense you're going to shine in either, though.
No.
And, the question would be, if once people got more of a look at him, did it hurt his status?
No.
No, I'm saying, would it have hurt his status? If he came back, we don't know.
I don't think so, but, you don't know. Marcus Sasser's averaging 7.4 points a game. He's shooting 39% from 3, 44.6 from the field, getting 16.8 minutes a game. Marcus is doing great.
Yeah.
That's fantastic for a first pick. Terrace Walker's does not have that. I mean, Jarris, not Terrace. Jarris Walker does not have.
He doesn't really play because the Pacers, despite having a top 10 pick, are a good basketball team, so he's not going to get minutes. He's been in the G League. He's been back and forth. We'll see what happens.
3.8 points a game. Ooh,
he's only played 26 games.
10.2 minutes a game. He plays him.
I don't know. I don't know. I know the body and the everything. I just didn't see an NBA top 10 pick. I didn't see it. I just didn't see it. Not by the play. I'm going to tell you what, JoJo Tugler, by the time he's done here, JoJo Tugler is going to be a top 15 pick.
Yeah, I think he's got
JoJo Tugler's a good player.
He's got a real chance to. I think Jamal Shead's going to be tough to find him in a first. He's going to probably measure out at 6.
No, I think he's a lot like Sasser. I think he'll be
Sasser could shoot.
Yeah, this guy's not a shooter. You still have to be able to shoot.
Jamal Shead is not a shooter.
He is going to be a late first-round pick.
He shoots 32%
Nothing says
from
he will
college.
be that. No mock draft says he's that guy.
I mean, his career is 29.9 from college 3.
It's not great. Not great. So Clemson has sued the Atlantic Coast Conference. The Atlantic Coast Conference has sued Clemson and Florida State because the Atlantic Coast Conference has their lawsuit in North Carolina because that's where their offices are. And Florida State wants to change to the state of Florida because that's where they are. But they're fighting about that. They've got a lot of – the ACC is saying, listen, you signed you signed an agreement, a grant of rights agreement, to bind schools to the conference through their media rights, and the schools are saying that should be struck down. And they're saying, why? You signed this. Why is it that you think that we should just automatically get rid of it? And the schools are saying, well, it's not fair. Well, why did you sign it if it's not fair? The ACC has filed theirs, and they've filed, and the schools have filed theirs. I don't know how this is going to turn out. All I know is this is, okay, we talk about the coaches moving. We talk about the players moving. We're talking about schools moving to the conference. That it's all a gigantic money grab.
It's all greed.
It's all greed.
Well, it's also, it's greed and also relevance right now for Clemson. For them to be checking already, for them to be fighting already to get out of a deal that they signed, this is the problem. No signed deals matter in college sports.
Well,
none.
Well, that's it. So they're probably going to say, wait a minute, kid signs a letter of intent. That doesn't matter. A coach signs his contract. That doesn't matter. Why does this matter?
Because
we're all in this game together.
Because it's collectively because it ties the conference revenue together with TV deals. And so you had the ACC said, if they get out, we get all their money.
Right.
We have all their rights. So any rights fees they get from TV with another conference, we get it.
And signed
you know what?
it.
They should get it.
They signed it.
They should get it.
Right.
So the big fight now is to basically try to nullify a contract, which is bad business when you start trying to say contracts are not binding after it's been binding. And the other thing is, I mean, they're preemptively getting out because, but if you look at it from Clemson's side, they're probably saying, we're going to get stuck because this is turning into SEC and Big Ten. Frankly, Clemson is a very clean fit with the SEC culturally, I think, and obviously geographically. But I don't, with what happened with the Pac-12, that's the beginning. With Oklahoma and Texas leaving, really, it goes down to Texas. Longhorn Network started the whole domino. It's been a decade long, over a decade. But Longhorn Network caused Nebraska was like, screw this, we're leaving. You had A&M going to the SEC, so that kind of weakened. It started weakening the Big 12. Then the Big 12 was going to go over to the Pac-12. That came close to happening and then didn't end up happening. And now you've seen, Oklahoma and Texas in a surprising move. I never thought I'd see that day. They go to the SEC, and then the Pac-12's disintegration into moving all these teams to the East, Big Ten, Midwest, whatever. It's east of the Mississippi. And then you are going, for much of it, at least much of the locations are. And then you've got teams going to the ACC. Like, the Big 12 actually is relatively sturdy right now.
Yeah, no, Big 12's fine. I think the Big 12 is actually in a pretty good place, much better place than the ACC is right now. But the ACC is going to fight this because here's the deal. Another deal came up. ESPN has finalized the deal with the college football playoff, $7.8 billion. It participating conferences, $1.3 billion annually. That is money that could disintegrate should Florida State and Clemson just take the conference out. Because those two leaving will also, all of a sudden, Miami is going to look at it. North Carolina is going to look at it. Virginia, all of these schools are going to say, okay, we have got to. This is all aiming towards one big Division I, 48 to 60 team conference that is going to be.
Maybe two sides of it, like an AFC, NFC.
Well, however it's going to play out. But it is really looking like we are heading towards the disintegration of conferences,
Here's
period.
What it's going to look like, John. We're going to have teams in the north, and they'll be taking on teams from the south.
And then we'll play for the Civil War?
Something like that. I've been hearing people say another Civil War is coming. I didn't know it meant with football realignment.
No.
So now we're going to have teams from the north taking on teams from the south. It's going to be a battle of, you're like, you choose your conference. Which conference are you for? And then they'll have to make, you're going to have to make, if you're on the border, you're going to have to make a choice.
Right. Or we could go east and west, with the east being
There's
a bunch
no
of
west
Trumpsters and against the Bidens out west, the liberals, and then go at it.
There is no west anymore.
They're still got U.S. They still
Washington
got
just made the playoffs.
Those are good Midwestern people now.
Their sensibilities are probably
Have you seen
still.
the women?
Go to UCLA,
Have you seen their women? They're not
If you
Midwestern.
go to UCLA, you're a good Midwestern person.
No.
Sure. In sports, the teams will travel, but the sensibilities are still West Coast. West Coast.
Let's see what happens when they play a few more games with, the good people of Minnesota and Wisconsin.
I don't think just because their teams
Ohio
travel
State,
there.
and they're going to be like, what? And maybe this is a way to start bringing people together with different political views.
The Cougs used to go to Central Florida all the time.
Uh-huh.
Did we start to take on Florida sensibilities? So this is your theory.
No, but that was one team. It wasn't a whole conference.
You went to what? You went to Cincinnati. Did the Cougs take on Ohio
No,
Ohio
but they're going to have to
sensibilities?
go make trips to Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, like the whole conference. Their home conference now. They're going to be more Midwestern-y. I can feel it. Chip Kelly had to get out of there.
I don't
know.
He went to a Midwestern school. What are you talking about? He went to Ohio State.
Because he couldn't wait to be in the middle of it all.
You don't know.
I
spent a
feel
lot of
like-
time in the Midwest. Yeah, those West Coast schools don't look anything like Midwest.
No, but maybe they start recruiting. Maybe they start bringing in more, beer drinking girls.
No.
I know where you're going. Look like. I already know what you mean. Maybe you'll have more where the roots are showing. Blondes.
No.
What my friend calls Michigan, and Zach's from Michigan. He calls them Michigan blondes.
I think you're mistaken.
You don't think so? You think so?
I think the girls who go to UCLA will continue to look like the girls who go to UCLA.
Why do you think the Big Ten brought them in?
Yeah.
They'll still go to California schools.
Just like there was a reason Vanderbilt's in the SEC to bring up the grade point.
But who would you rather
And the
marry?
Midwest,
Who
Wisconsin
would you
needed
rather
UCLA
marry?
there.
You'd rather marry a Midwestern woman. Solid, salt-of-the-earth women.
Louisiana women are
John
the
didn't marry a Midwestern woman. Did you marry a Midwestern woman?
I married a Louisiana woman.
Lance, did you marry a Midwestern woman?
Texas woman.
You grew up in
Texas
Kansas.
woman is. No, I didn't grow up in Kansas.
Yes,
I
you
was
did.
born there and moved to Abernathy, and I was in the panhandle of Texas
Kansas.
by the time I was 2. What are you talking about?
You visited
no.
Kansas quite a bit.
My mom's a Midwestern
Did you marry
woman.
someone like your mom?
No.
All right,
Cold,
then.
nothing like my
So
mom.
maybe the Midwest isn't as appealing as you think it is.
Yeah.
No, it is. There's
Trust
salt to the
me.
women. I know John Harris's
Trust
mom,
me.
who's from Wisconsin. John Harris's mom was a saint. She made desserts. They make the best homemade dessert.
Did he
They
marry
always
a-
have pop. They always
Fine.
have Pepsis
That's
and
cool.
Mountain Dews. They have pop for you. They have desserts.
Yeah.
They'll fry up. If you want French fries, they'll just fry them up after you get done playing wiffle ball.
All I heard is
Yeah.
if I want to cook, great. But if I want a wife, no.
No.
Well,
Have you seen, like, I'm watching, I'm on episode 5 of Shogun. That would be a great wife. To have wives like that.
To be subservient?
I'm not saying subservient.
Mm.
I'm saying consults.
Mm.
They're called consults.
No, they're called
Oh, it's
consorts,
pretty
not
good.
consults.
No, if you
you're
watch- if
you're
you
watching
watch,
the
it's
show, you
pretty
don't even
good.
know what they're saying. Consort, not consult.
consult.
Consort. No, consort. It's not
Was
consult.
it on there?
Consort.
All I know is that she pulled a gun on some guys.
That's not even the woman he
and
likes.
then one of them went in and faked like she was.
Don't be giving it away. I haven't seen episode 5 yet.
No,
but here's the deal.
Yeah.
I can tell you this: those Japanese women, not nearly as good as Louisiana women. I know my wife's in the car right now, so
I think all women are great.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
but
all women.
But I'm pointing out that Midwestern women don't ever get talked about all the time.
And you're
but
not.
there's a reason for
You
that.
didn't marry one. He didn't marry one. So apparently,
Yeah, I
they're
did.
not-
I married one.
No,
and,
Louisiana.
trust me, this one's way better.
He found out he made the wrong decision. See?
Right.
But many of them are salt of the earth people.
And yet you didn't decide
Not
on one.
Instagram models. Their Instagrams are beer bongs.
And who wants that?
They're not thirst traps. Thirst traps. You're gonna have people in the people aren't sliding into DMs of the beer bong girl. Well,
Lance.
maybe Midwestern guys.
That's what,
Lance, your whole theory is out the window because you didn't even marry one.
what about
but I doesn't mean I
what
can't speak
about
on it.
if they're slamming tequila?
Well, I mean, they probably need to get the cheap stuff because my stuff, Maestro Dobel, is not for slamming. It's for people who recognize a great tequila. Now, we were slamming Maestro Dobel after our baseball team won the championship, and it was the smoothest. The guys I was drinking with were like, oh, my gosh, this doesn't even like. There's not only is there not a burn, this is the smoothest finish we've ever had. Well, that was the most expensive bottle of Maestro Dobel you can get, and it is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. It is the Añejo Extra Cristalino. It comes in great packaging, and this thing is a top shelf banger. I think you're going to love it if that's what you want to grab. But, even if you're looking for the Reposado or the Añejo or the Cristalino, a silver, a smoked silver, they've got those as well. All very smooth finishes. Different ones have different types of flavor profiles, a little sweet on the back end. But Maestro Dobel is a brand you really need to know. There's other names that you've heard about that you've known for years. This is one of the fastest rising brands in the country because, they came over from Tequila, Mexico, and they have been going gangbusters in this country as more and more people find out the quality and, frankly, the price point for a premium tequila is on point as well. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Dobel.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance is watching. This is making me nuts. In New York, a woman who changed the locks on her house because there's squatters in there. She changed the locks and she was arrested. What world are we living in? She's called off in handcuffs because
the squatter called the police on her.
The squatter called the police.
Technically, you have to go to court to get the honestly. How did this ever become a rule, a law, number one? And number two, because this is in New York. Number two, how do they not change this law immediately?
I don't know.
How is this one of them that's not changed?
You know what? You take this to court, and I would imagine a judge has to look at it. You make all the payments on your house, and somebody could come in there and in 30 days take over your house.
They can't own it.
What is wrong with this country? That is it is ridiculous. There's a guy who, as a matter of fact, it was going to be news of the weird story, but there is a guy that is called the squatter hunter.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I like that.
He is going in and he is turning houses back to the owner.
I've seen a video of this guy.
Yeah.
He makes it miserable for people who are squatting there.
Well, he
squats himself.
He goes in there. Actually, he did it for his mom. He's devoted to eliminating squatters in Southern California.
Without murder.
Yeah. Well, right.
Right.
Okay. He goes in and actually he takes over the house as a squatter himself.
Yeah.
Over the squatters.
I've seen
it. And he puts all of their furniture, takes all their furniture out, and he says, I've got a lease, and I'm the new squatter here, and then gives the house back to the people. It's great.
I watched that TV show.
Yeah.
Honestly,
no, that would be a great one.
Look, I know some people watch Hoarders. I wouldn't want to watch. Hoarders makes me too nervous. Watching a squatter get squatted on, watching a squatter hunter, I would watch a squatter hunter show. I would watch that show. I don't care about really as much about Pawn Stars or opening up, where you bid on I guess kind of the idea of bidding on those storage units is kind of interesting to see what they open up.
Yeah.
But if I could see squatters getting their comeuppance, I would watch that show. Don't make me go down the YouTube rabbit. Now I got to look at this on YouTube today.
Yeah.
Where squatters because I'm so mad at this squatter. They're such egotistical, just arrogant pricks. Oh.
Whoa.
I don't know if I can say it. Can I say that?
Yeah, as long as it's not. Yes, you can actually say that.
I can?
Because it's not a sexual reference.
Oh, okay.
It's a.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's what they are. And if somebody would if there's an executive producer, if somebody wants to pitch a show, maybe I need to, or me or you can pitch a show called.
I can't believe you took a beat after saying that word when you were using this. He was using chooch, but he was actually saying the actual word. He was like, I could say that, Del. I could say that. You said COO. And I'm not going to spell the rest of it. And no pause. You just kept going with the conversation. You did.
Not
today? No, before.
No, before.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine.
Got you.
Well, coochie coo, you can
say. But he didn't say that. He was talking about a body part.
Well,
yeah, you can call it by there.
No, you can't.
Yeah, well,
I could say Johnson.
You can't say the other word.
You can say Johnson.
Ben Johnson?
It's just a nickname.
Don Johnson?
The man's Johnson.
You were talking about Ice Spice's thing. And
that's fine.
No.
You can say that. It's just a nickname.
Stop it. No.
It's not considered a bad word. It's not considered one of the bad words.
And this one made you pause.
Well, actually, he can't say it, Del, because he didn't say it as a sexual act.
Yeah.
That someone, listen, I can explain it off the air.
If one of you guys
but if you make a reference to something.
I'm not objecting to what he just said. I'm objecting to what he said like 2 weeks ago.
I'm objecting to most everything he says.
Yeah, he's been on one. We always say you're on one, John. He's been on one.
I'm just trying to get rid of squatters in this segment. And if somebody can make a TV show, A, you can make a lot of money, and B, you make many of us happy who could live vicariously through getting rid of deadbeats.
I mean, it's better than your suggestion.
Because most of the squatters are deadbeats that I see on videos.
And you want to throw acid on them.
That's a Charles Bronson type of. That's like,
I don't want,
I would never do that, but not really acid so much as bear. I'm really more into bear spray now. And I don't actually have bear spray, but in my, in my dreams, I just think of like in my daydreams, like, wouldn't it be great to pepper spray or bear spray?
Did you see the video of the girl
in my house?
Did you see the video of the girl who tased herself?
And fell off the table.
And she fell off the table.
Because we follow the same dumb Twitter accounts. Yes, her legs go flying.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. Like,
I mean,
you're only going to be at a certain age. How old was she? You think she was in college?
She was like college or just
19
out of college.
or 20.
Yeah.
In that neighborhood. You can't catch people in their 30s really doing that.
No.
Like you've lived
But
too
I would
long.
like to see if we had another station event where people tased themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And they did. And Fred and AJ tased Jong, I think, right?
Or did they?
I think they sprayed him.
They pepper sprayed him.
It's also a hate crime.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't do it because he's Asian.
Oh, wow.
You still get in trouble.
You
You didn't think about that, did you?
No, Del.
They should have sprayed. If they had pepper sprayed or tased Aaron Raybold, it would have been okay. We can't tase or pepper spray you. You're protected. But we can to Brett.
How about you don't?
But Brett was also in the military, and I'm not taking that chance.
How about we just don't pepper
Not if he
spray?
comes out swinging.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to tase Brett. He's just he's been in the mirror.
So
he's
been
salt
in the earth. He's Southern Illinois.
So you would tase me, but you don't because I'm black?
I just think because we get in trouble. We get in trouble.
Yeah, hate
so
crime.
so if you
or pepper spray. Well, for a radio event, not because I don't like you.
So if
for a radio event,
I
just
do it
pepper
because I didn't
spray
like
you.
him.
Well, I do worse to you because I don't like you.
All right,
So,
you know what? We'll pick one, and I pick Jackie. So we can
pepper
next time
spray
he comes,
him and tase him.
He gets a choice: either bear spray. I would not choose bear spray. I would choose pepper spray.
It doesn't get any whiter
or
than Jackie.
tase.
We can do
or
it.
taste. And let's be honest, this is a white people thing too.
Yeah.
I don't know that black people say like
No,
if
they don't.
if Hot 97 or 97.9 The Box are saying, hey, let's go do a thing where we tase each other at a radio event.
No, instead.
That's more of our people do that, John.
Wait, what about the crate challenge that black people were doing?
Yeah. Now, black people, you got to
Walking up
own the crate
crates.
challenge.
That's athletic ability we're showcasing.
Oh, really? Was it?
I
Because it
saw
didn't
some-
look that athletic when they
I
were
saw
breaking
the
their back.
collapses.
Well-
I mean, the falls were astonishing.
They were the best. That was the best.
Why were
testing
black
your
people
ability.
doing crate challenges?
I think you shouldn't ever phrase a question of why were black people doing something. You should never do that.
But
Neither
I say,
of you.
why are white people
Well, you're
doing
allowed
taser
to. You're allowed to
challenges
do
like
that.
John wants to do?
You're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But don't ask that question. Don't ask the first question you did.
We got a lot of good questions that we're going to answer next.
Lance, try it again. I won't interrupt you. Ask the question again. Go on.
Why? Let me think of how I can say it.
Why
do
were
people of color do crate challenges? Is that? I said, why do white people
You
like
just
us?
interrupted him.
Go ahead.
I said,
Find
why
a
would-
way to ask that
You
question.
can't say like non-whites. That sounds separatist. But why? Okay, why would white people? Why are we sitting here? Because it's our people. Why are we okay with things like pepper spraying in the eye or having people tase themselves? And then on a similar note, why do black people do crate challenges? See, it's all encompassing. It's all encompassing. On a
And
similar
on a
note,
similar note,
Okay.
because crate challenge.
if you say on a similar note, it's okay.
You're
Yeah.
allowed to say whatever.
Yes. It's like, yeah.
Because the crate challenge is not for me. I can promise you, I'm not going up 3 crates. Forget this
No.
You can't
pyramid
go up-
to
you can't
7
go
or
up a
whatever
curb.
they had. And the guy who did it, one of the only guys I saw who did it, had a joint in his mouth. Lit up the joint. Did you ever see that guy?
No.
Lit a joint on step number 2 and was smoking it up and all the way
That's
down.
concentration.
He's incredible.
That's
it's like Doc Ellis pitching
concentration.
the no-hitter on acid.
Yeah.
This guy doing crate challenge while he's smoking weed was one of the
Totally
most
sweet.
incredible
It's the only way
athletic
to
things
do
I've
it.
ever seen.
So everybody should do that. Light up a joint and do the crate challenge. Everybody should do that.
Crate Challenge Falls is now a compilation if you like that.
Is on a similar note the same as With All Due Respect? I think so.
Yeah, but if I'm like Ned
No.
Stark, anything before With All Due Respect is bullcrap because everything that comes after that is
No, you don't
After
like
that,
that.
everything
blatant
becomes-
disrespect.
No, you don't like it because I got an out.
No, you don't have an out.
Yeah, I do.
You think you do on this show because nothing happens on this show. But go ahead, try that on NFL.com.
Yeah, do it. Do it. No, do it. Hey, time for me to talk. Hey, we got News of the Weird coming next. You don't want to miss that. What I need you to do right now is go to 975coffee.com. How about this? I drank my last one this morning. We got a bowl full of Keurig, different Keurig coffees. You know which one is gone? I had 3 boxes full of my free reign coffee, and they're all gone. You know what, my family? They're all drinking my free reign coffee. All right, all the other ones are still in there that my wife bought before we got free reign. They were all still in there. My free reign is gone. You know why? Because it's the best tasting, full flavor. Get up and get after it. They've been doing this for over 25 years. This is not some new coffee. It's out of San Angelo. It's Rip from Yellowstone. He's the one, Cole Hauser, who developed this. It is awesome. It's the best coffee I've ever had. That is not super. I'm not. You taste it and you're gonna find out for yourself.
It's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal, isn't it? And you're getting more too, Lance. Yours is coming. 975coffee.com. 975coffee.com. Put in ESPN 20 for 20% off site wide at 975coffee.com. All right, welcome back. Time for News of the Weird, and there's some good stuff in here. There's some really good stuff in here today, so don't you go anywhere. How about this? County Durham Lords, the County Durham Lord, okay? He is some kind of a former police chief for County Durham. Said he got his credit card stolen. He didn't report it. Can you guess why he didn't report it?
What was stolen?
His wife's credit card was stolen. Why he didn't report it?
Because he murdered her?
Nope.
Because he had stolen it himself?
Nope.
He had more than one wife?
Nope.
I don't know.
Because the thief was spending less than she does every month.
No. That's not true.
That is true.
This is an onion.
No.
This is not true.
The former police chief for Durham County said he did not report his wife's stolen credit card because the thief spent less than she did.
But she's just going to get another credit card when it's stolen. What are you talking about? If you know it's stolen, you call it.
Apparently, he thought he made it was a good trade.
So the
If
wife
she spends that much on a credit card, she knows when it's missing.
so the wife doesn't have a credit card anymore and decided, okay, my credit card was stolen. I'm not going to get another one, which you have to pay for anyway.
Well, no. Apparently, no. Listen, yours was stolen. You got no more credit card. You got no more.
You treated her like
card.
she was 12.
Right.
You lost it.
Okay. So how about this? A guy gets a speeding ticket from a cop. The guy he went on a dating site. Well, a gay dating site. And he put up the cop's picture, and he said, "I would like to cuddle with the man of my dreams." This was payback from getting the speeding ticket from the cop.
He had to go farther than that, though.
Well,
or further than that.
What do you mean he had to go further?
Because how's it payback unless he posts the profile where that takes apart the cop's family, like puts it on his Facebook page and have people who know the guy see that, oh, look at this guy.
Well, I don't know if he went that deep.
Well,
all he did was he put on the dating site the cop saying he wants to cuddle with men.
See,
what is that? That doesn't do anything.
Dell would have gone deeper with it.
I mean, what does that do other than, okay, that guy's pictures on the profile?
It's kind of funny.
It's only
well, he did get arrested for it. For
well,
impersonating a police officer.
Is that how that goes? If you put a cop's profile, create a profile, that's impersonating?
I guess.
I thought you have to wear a fake badge.
For an online dating app. Yeah. After he got a speeding ticket from the cop. Payback.
See, you might
take that, cop. You take this.
You might as well have started talking to people who responded and put the screenshots of those conversations on his friends' pages and say, look what he's up to. If you want to go there, that guy didn't. That's half measures. And he got arrested anyway.
But he got arrested for it. Wait. He didn't go that. He got arrested for that. That was enough.
Yeah, if you're getting arrested, go all the way.
I've been trying to tell my wife this for years. Our house is too clean. Apparently, researchers say that you need germs in your home because
my wife's never
it builds up
this.
antibodies.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That does make sense.
One of the things
I've been trying to tell my wife this for years.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons they say kids get sicker now and have more issues.
Yes.
There were less, we're more protective with germs and all that stuff. I just don't think my wife's going to buy it.
No, none of the wives are. But kids getting exposed to microbes is better for them than not.
My kids make microbes.
I know.
I don't have a problem
They're
in my
microbe
house.
carriers.
Yeah.
Bad news for Louisiana. If this spreads, Tennessee is banning marriage between first cousins.
Yeah.
Well, they could. Right now, it's okay.
They haven't decided yet.
Right now, it's okay. But a Tennessee lawmaker has filed a bill that would ban marriage between first cousins. Do you think this is now that Louisiana is extremely nervous about this?
No, they don't have to listen to what Tennessee does.
Right. They don't have it.
Yeah, it's state by state.
But if this starts to become a trend, now all of a sudden,
I don't think you're gonna bully Louisiana out of marrying their first cousins.
It's all just a shot.
No.
I know my wife is listening, so that's just a little shot at her little state over there. An ex-Pearl police officer, he was found guilty. Apparently, in prison, he was found guilty of forcing a Latino man to lick the urine off the jail floor.
Oh.
I mean, you think prison's tough? Go to this prison. You got a lick in Jackson, Mississippi. Okay. I could see this. Yeah, I could see this.
I'd say Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana are probably the big four.
You don't want in prisons you don't want to be in?
Yeah, they say Florida. Miami jail, they say, is the worst.
Florida in Mississippi, but he was found guilty. Now, if he does prison time, how do you think that's going to go for this cop?
Not great.
No. In France, a man has been condemned to 6 months in prison. Apparently, he was asking women to kick him as hard as they could
in the privates.
And
what happened?
I don't know. It's all in French.
No, but where did he go?
He went to prison.
For what?
Well, he went for 6 months. I don't know. I guess
for what? How is that illegal in France?
Apparently
it's a fetish thing.
Some
obviously.
kind of fetish sexual thing.
And the French don't let it go.
And if I mean, if it's bad in France,
we're not talking about England. We're talking about the French.
Mm-hmm. Here's a little something for you. An Ohio dad repeatedly called the school to complain about this kid's homework. He's facing criminal charges. So when you start calling about snacks and complaining to the teachers,
I don't call that. They're not hard enough on the kids. I'm tired of the HISD. Like, you can't get zeros. You can't, you can just F around and never find out in HISD. You have all year to turn your By the way, if you don't do something in September, you've got until December to do your work.
Well,
you can just let it sit there. I'll get to it when I get to it. Zeros, never heard of them. You don't get zeros. You can turn it in whenever you want.
You probably get 10s,
you didn't get a good grade. We'll give you a makeup test. It's literally nothing. Why would my kids or any kids in HISD think that they should have to work hard? There's always.
Isn't that why the state took over HISD?
Yes. Yeah. And guess what? It ain't any better.
It ain't no better. All right, 956 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You cannot get in trouble with your grades. Eventually, you will get to a C.
The Black Dexter and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5.
It's not the Black Dexter. It's just Black Dexter.
Not the.
Not the. I'm not Ohio State. It's just Black Dexter.
Oh, okay.
You're the Ohio State of the serial killer.
You're only one Black Dexter.
You didn't say the John Wayne Gacy.
It's just John Wayne Gacy.
Well, there is only one John Wayne Gacy. And there's only one John Daspit.
There is only one John Daspit. And there's other guys who try to be like him. But, unfortunately, there's a lot of clowns in the personal injury business. Man, some of the billboards I see, some of the commercials that I hear on radio stations, oh, my gosh. Why would anyone trust these people? You think honestly all the big talk is going to matter? John Daspit is out there. This is a guy who worked at Fulbright Jaworski. He brought a lot of those lawyers over with him. He started his own company as a personal injury lawyer and has been helping people across the state of Texas for years now. He's got 10 locations around the state of Texas. He's got over 70 lawyers. What they do is they work on your cases and they go over with a fine-tooth comb. There's going to be nothing that you have to come out of pocket for. That's how it works. He's going to make sure if you've been wrongfully injured due to someone else's negligence, he's going to make sure that the insurance company is going to be the one to take care of all your injuries, take care of all of your time missed from work and your pain and suffering. He's going to look out for all of that. Doesn't do the clownish stuff and the dumb commercials. This guy instead spends his money, putting together NIL deals with athletes from around, getting bikes and doing turkey drops for people in need here in the city of Houston. That's the guy you're dealing with. Make sure you're dealing with a winner who is going to look out for the community and look out for you, John Daspit. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome into the show. It was a great night if you love yourself some Rockets and Jalen Green. Not such a great night if you enjoy entertaining college basketball. We'll get to the Jalen Green stuff. We got some news on Urquidy, better than some people expected. He will be on the IL, but no UCL damage, so that's good to hear. I'll give you an update on that. But this show kind of likes to focus on the main character when it comes to Twitter. And the main character for sports last night was Virginia basketball. Everybody has a tweet about their ineptitude. If you missed it, they got pummeled by Colorado State in one of the first 4 games. A team that wasn't supposed to be in the tournament by most accounts made it, and then confirmed why people didn't want them in it. We talked about it yesterday. They play an unappealing style of basketball, but it's been, and they've done that for years under Tony Bennett. But because they've actually been good, we've kind of accepted it. Oh, Virginia's going to make our eyes bleed, but at least they're a good basketball team. They weren't really good this year. That they didn't make the tournament, but they showed themselves to be, let's just say, they were unworthy of being there. They lost to Colorado State by 25 points in Dayton yesterday. And the big thing from the game was they went nearly an hour of real time without scoring. So that includes halftime. It was a long stretch of the first half and then the first couple minutes of the second half. Now, we could do that. We could note that it took them 52 minutes to score between their 14th point and their 16th point, but I don't think that's that effective because you can't blame them for halftime. So what we're going to do is show you how inept they were in real time. Like, for example, on this show and radio, silence is death. You can't have dead air. And Virginia's offense was the equivalent of dead air for 14 minutes of game time. So imagine if I didn't say a word for 14 minutes. Sean didn't say a word. We played nothing on this air for 14 minutes. Well, it'd be the end of the show, but it also would be torture for you. So I'm not going to do that because I would like to keep doing this. But what we will do is we will play the Virginia fight song, let's say, in 14 minutes. Let's say I'm looking at the clock here, it's probably off, but it's turning 10:04 right now. So in 14 minutes of actual showtime, we'll play the Virginia fight song, and that'll tell you how long it took for them to score a point in a basketball game. I'm sure there have been longer stretches. I can't remember one in a tournament game, and the world was lit on fire, at least Twitter was, about how bad they were. I didn't watch it because I was watching at that point. I had had enough. I was not tuning in. By that point, the Rockets game was over, and Virginia was down big.
You already watched the Wizards. I think you did enough.
I had seen enough bad basketball.
Yeah, I mean, that was literally my experience. The Rockets game finished up. I switched over to Virginia, Colorado State, and then after 5 minutes, it was 4-2, and I was like, you know what, I'm good.
Yeah,
I saw 6 points in 5 minutes. I was like, yeah, and these two teams were playing for the right to play my team. And I was like, I cannot watch two Virginia games if it comes to that.
Yeah, if they somehow pulled it out like 43-42, you aren't going to torture yourself with 80 minutes of Virginia basketball.
No.
In a matter of 48 hours or so.
Yeah, I wasn't going to torture myself with 40 minutes of Virginia basketball if they lost either. 5 was all I needed to get the point. Tony Bennett made his point.
Whatever that point is, and
he only made 14 of them in the first half,
and that actually equals the time spent between their 14th point and their 16th point. So there's some symmetry there. So we will do that. We will play the Virginia fight song 14 minutes from 10:04 as far as showtime. Yeah. So it's not going to be 10:18 if I go to break on time, but it just points out how inept they were, and Sean will keep count, and we'll go from there. So Virginia out of the tournament, and everyone's thankful for that. I'm sure there'll be a new team in the next couple of days who everyone will take shots at, but Virginia was that team last night. But the Rockets, they win. They destroy the Wizards because the Wizards are awful, and it's always interesting to try to parse what numbers mean when you're playing a terrible basketball team, because I watched for the first 2.5 quarters, and the Wizards were playing competitively. In fact, they had a lead in the third quarter, and then Jalen Green had this spurt of a couple threes, an and one, and it changed the complexion of the game. And then the Wizards were like, okay, we've had enough. we're done here. We don't want to play basketball anymore. And then it turned into like a gym run at the local Y. It was no sets were being run. The Rockets were in the open court. Anything that Jalen Green missed, Amen Thompson was cleaning up. Jeff Green had a couple nice buckets. Jabari Smith was putting people in a blender in the post. It was a really good third quarter for the Rockets, and they continued throughout, cruising to a big win. And now they've won 6 in a row, 2.5 games back of the Warriors, 3 games in the loss column. And as this show's talked about, they do have one more game against the Warriors. But the positivity is interesting because it also means people are starting to ask questions about how good this team can be if one player got the system to be more into his way of playing. Like Jalen Green is considered an immense talent, but if we were looking at this past season, or at least the first 3 quarters of it, we would think that maybe he doesn't fit into a system that requires maybe more impact by a big guy. The 5-out stuff the Rockets are doing has helped. He talks about what he's focused on, and we'll play that here. But as far as what the basketball stuff looks like, it looks like he is better suited to open driving lanes, playing open basketball, and not such a focus on an impactful big man. Now, Landale has been great defensively, and he's been efficient offensively as well. But it's when he's like the 4th option in a set, and he's maybe a bailout guy, and he makes a play that way. But he's certainly not the focus. He's not what Şengün is. And so now we're going to have a question, particularly if Jalen Green's play continues. What's best for the Rockets? Well, what's best for the Rockets is to play the Wizards all the time. That's what's best for the Rockets. But if we're getting into what's best for them overall, it's to get a scenario where Şengün and Jalen Green are at their best playing together. We're just not going to see that for the rest of the way. We haven't really heard an update on Şengün other than the grade 3 sprain. No real timetable, but as we've speculated on this show, we don't expect them back, even if the Rockets do make a remarkable play-in push. But Jalen Green, great last night, 42 points, and the numbers as far as how great he was go beyond that when you combine what else he did. But here's Jalen Green discussing what the Rockets are pushing for and what his focus is and why he's playing so well.
Your reigning Western Conference Player of the Week tied his career high 42 points tonight. Why were you able to get it done?
Really just being aggressive all night. My guys were setting me up to get good shots. I was getting downhill. The 3 was opening. Everything was just opening up for me today, and shots were falling.
Amen Thompson had a career-high 25. Jock Landale had a career-high 7 blocks. What do you see from your teammates in the collective effort tonight?
Everyone just stepping up. Everyone playing hard. We chasing something right now. I think we all got the same goal, and everyone's on board with it.
Tonight was the 6th double-double of your career, and they've all come within the last 25 games. How would you describe this hot streak that you've been on?
I don't know. Like I said, I got a goal right now, and that's to get to the playoffs and just win. Stack as many W's as we can before the end of the season, and just pray that we can get into the play-in. That's just the main focus right now.
Since All-Star break, you have been explosive. What is motivating you?
My family, my baby. So, yeah.
You're the best, Jalen. Thank you.
Vanessa Richardson understood the assignment. That final question, she knew what was being discussed. Not even the dark corners of Twitter. She knew what people are talking about and what they think might be the reason for Jalen Green's added focus and success. And she asked a question and she got the answer. His family, his baby. I tend to think that the change of play has a lot to do with how the Rockets overall are playing. But hey, if you want to attach meaning to the birth hasn't happened, but the recent news, but he's known about it for a while, of his child, then great. But I will stick to basketball, and I think the way the Rockets are playing and how they're forced to play because of no Şengün has affected Jalen Green's play. And right now the Rockets are hot, and certainly meaningful basketball will be the focus going forward. And credit to them. Losing Şengün the way they did at the end of a game could have changed kind of the way the rest of the season went. But they have decided, we were playing well with them. We're going to continue to play well in his absence. And credit to Ime Udoka. I mean, we're talking a lot about Jalen Green. We're talking about what he has become over the last month or so. But you got to credit the coach for being able to adapt when you lose a player who a lot of the offensive focus was shifted to, Şengün. And he's found a second pitch, if we want to use baseball terms. And the second pitch has been highly successful, and certainly the schedule has helped. But they beat Cleveland at home. They beat Phoenix with Şengün on the road. So they have found a way to be more than competitive, to actually be one of the best teams in basketball over the last 2.5 weeks. And hopefully that continues even as the schedule gets tougher, which it will, because not everyone can play the worst team in basketball. And the Wizards are the worst team in basketball. I don't care what the standings say. I know they're going back and forth with the Pistons in that regard, but the Wizards are out and out terrible. If anyone who watched that game, and particularly that second half, the Jordan Poole experience has got to be one of the worst things if you're a teammate, because at points in a possession, this ball ain't leaving his hand. Like when Jalen Green does that too, but at least he's making shots right now. The Jordan Poole experience, if you are a teammate, I don't know how you look. I know Draymond shouldn't have punched him in the face, but I understand the emotion when you're watching him play basketball.
You're not saying you would do it.
No, I wouldn't do it, but I understand it.
You understand.
Yes. Right now the Wizards are 11-58, and they're a game and a half behind the Pistons for the worst record in basketball.
Oh, wow.
The Pistons have lost their last 3, but the Pistons are tough out now. They force teams to hit game winners.
Yeah.
Like Paolo had to do it, Bam had to do it. The Wizards not so much.
Yeah, no. Jalen didn't really have to worry about a game winner shot.
No, he did not.
Yes, their schedule will get will get harder because it is impossible for it to get easier. Maybe if they start playing some ACC teams, it will get easier.
Yeah, if they got to play Virginia,
yeah,
which isn't so far away from the DC area.
Yeah. Oh God, imagine. There's a lot of crossover between those fan bases.
Yeah. It wouldn't be out of. It's probably some combination of, like, if you are in that area and you love Virginia basketball and Wizards basketball. Ugh. What a rough header for you last night.
You can file for some sort of government stipend.
Yeah,
it's like mesothelioma.
Yeah,
like,
you need to sue somebody. There should be a claim put in and see if you can get some money back. That is segment 1 out of the way. We'll get to the Urquidy stuff I mentioned. It's good news compared to what could have been. And also, we'll discuss more of the Rockets. We'll talk about the NCAA tournament. But we're just starting the show. Pena, I saw you want to talk college football. Certainly some big news there. So we will get to that, as well as people are getting sued. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about how the new deal for the CFP is finalized. But there's more college football to discuss, particularly one Quinn Ewers is going to get a practice run for Pro Day. He's going to be throwing at Texas Pro Day, maybe as a preview for what will come next offseason. But plenty to discuss here on the show. You can call the show 713-780-3776. Tweet at me, at DelV2, or at Sean A. Mapes if you just want to talk exclusively to Sean. I get it. He's a comforting figure. It's understood. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Major League Baseball officially began earlier this morning for us. The Dodgers, late inning rally, helped by a ball going through the webbing of the first baseman. They beat the Padres, and much like Taylor Swift, we're on, I think, Mamiko watch. She is the wife of Shohei Ohtani, and apparently, at least in her first appearance, she got the same amount of cutaways, or at least somewhere near there, that Taylor Swift was getting. So I don't know if baseball Twitter will be as upset with it as NFL Twitter was. Keep her out of our game. I don't know. I don't think she'll be as controversial as a figure. But she is the wife of one of the stars, and she got a lot of looks. I wonder if that'll continue. Maybe she won't be as prominent when it becomes old hat that she's going the games. But yeah, so ESPN watching what CBS and Fox did whenever Taylor Swift, or an NBC whenever Taylor Swift showed up, tried to do the same thing. I'm just not sure that'll have the same impact. Sticking with baseball, the news on Urquidy better than what at least some people could have expected. He'll be out 10 to 15 days. He'll resume, as far as him picking up a baseball, he'll resume throwing in 10 to 15 days. According to Urquidy himself, took a look inside, and everything inside the elbow and ligament was fine. Part of the muscle looks kind of white, which means inflammation. He's got to take out that inflammation, and he'll start doing rehab by throwing a medicine ball this weekend and see how he feels, and he's happy with it. That is good news, because we hear forearm strain, immediately you think, how bad could this possibly be? Is the UCL damage? Are we talking about a long recovery? The timeline of waiting a couple weeks or months to see if everything was okay, and then eventually surgery. That's kind of the doom thought. That was the doom kind of prognosis, but it turns out we don't have to worry about that. We'll see what he's like in 10 to 15 days when he starts throwing again, but good news. Jose Urquidy not due for a long-term injury. He won't be there for opening day, and neither will Justin Verlander, as you know, but we do know the matchup will be. With Garrett Cole and Verlander being out for opening day, we know Framber will pitch for the Astros. Nestor Torres will be pitching for the Yankees. A bit of a come down. If you bought tickets early thinking you're going to see Verlander and Cole, you're going to see a gentleman, a left-hander by the name of Nestor Cortez. And look, it's opening day. There'll be excitement. You get to see your Astros play, and I'm sure it'll be a hot ticket. And you hope Nestor Torres pitches poorly. Let's get off to a good start. And clearly, Framber, we want him to be much better than he was last year. The ERA was fine, 12-11, struck out 200, but Framber wasn't the ace people thought he would be throughout the course of the season. So we hope that changes. But Nestor Cortez and Framber Valdez will be your opening day starters for the Astros and Yankees. In about what? It's in a couple weeks now. Maybe actually less than that, just over a week. So I'm glad we're getting to a point where we can actually care about the actual games instead of doing injury reports every day. The Astros probably are. That's the Virginia fight song, which means they scored a point. If you missed it, Virginia was the main character for Twitter yesterday, at least sports Twitter. Maybe Kate Middleton's the main character for regular Twitter, but Virginia. It took them 14 minutes between their 14th point, which happened midway through the first half, and their 16th point, which happened about three and a half minutes into the second half. So, sure, 52 minutes of actual time, but I'm not going to blame them for timeouts and halftime. But still, 14 minutes between scoring in a basketball game is a rough look, and it contributed to a blowout loss for them as they go home and Colorado State moves on. And Colorado State will see the University of Texas in. I know that's the first four. Are we calling it round one? Is it called round one?
I think it's called the first round.
The first round.
I know they
at one point
originally, but when they started the playing games, they would call that the first round, and then Thursday and all that was the second round. But I think now we're at a point to where that's the first four, and this is the first round.
Yeah, I think enough people either complained or were confused that they switched the terminology relatively quickly.
On the official March Madness app, it has Thursday's games as first round matchups.
Cool. And speaking of that, did you fill out your bracket? Because I know it wasn't a sternly worded email. It was addressed to the entire group about filling out a bracket. And I talked about yesterday, I'm not really a joiner. I don't want to fill out a bracket. But after this email, it feels like I need to fill out a bracket. Have you filled yours out for the station, Sean?
I've not signed up for the station thing yet.
Well,
I'll do that during Gallant George.
Okay. So
free time.
Yeah, those guys will be talking quite a bit, I guess. I got the email this morning, and we've been talking about a little bit here, the bracket presented by DraftKings Bracket Madness, courtesy of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 97.5, 92.5, is brought to you by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget and supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We're giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each, a big prize from Gentle Ben valued at $200, but gift cards from Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register for free now and catch us broadcasting live at Wakefield Crowbar today. That's Gallant George and certainly the Killer Bees as well. Carbrock Brewing Company, they'll be out there too. And then the whole lineup, which means John and Lance and myself, will be out there Friday. So you can see the lineup starting today, throughout the rest of the week starting today. And also, if you didn't hear the promo, the bullpen is going to be in Lake Charles. Is it the first trip for the bullpen? It's certainly out of state, but have you guys done remotes before?
Done a few remotes before. We've gone to Angleton for Gulf Coast Chevy. We've done a couple other ones for March Madness last year. But yes, this is my first time going to LaBerge, actually.
LaBerge is right down kind of. It was not even a street, so just a pathway. It's probably a 5 to 10 minute walk, depending on how fast you want to do it, from the Golden Nugget. You know, if you listen to the John and Lance show, they've made multiple trips out there for the Super Bowl and other things. But the bullpen will be out there, LaBerge, for the tournament. And they'll be broadcasting in the middle of the second round games on Sunday. So listen, I mean, if you want to drive out there and see them,
it'll be Saturday.
You're going to be out there Saturday. Yeah. Okay, you can do the show Saturday. That's some loyalty. But if you want to drive out there and see him, go out there. I mean, if you're in Beaumont, it's not even that far of a drive. But if you're in Houston, I get if you don't want to make the 2.5 hour trip. But it's a fun time. Go to LaBerge. We've been to the Golden Nugget. They're both really good places. I haven't spent any time at the LaBerge as far as staying there, but I've taken the walk and seen the place. It's a nice place if you want to gamble. I'm sure the rooms are nice too, and certainly the Golden Nugget as well. So the Golden Nuggets part of the 97.5 and 92.5 Bracket Madness, and LaBerge is hosting the bullpen on Saturday as we are all in on the NCAA tournament. I'm trying to figure out how much energy I'm going to put into this bracket though, Sean, because I almost want to just go by mascots, but I know I'm going to be judged compared to others, so there is a shame factor if I'm completely awful. But I almost just want to go, okay, horns over Rams. I feel like that. I can't do it, though. I got to take it seriously. But it is a thought to just be very or color specific. I don't know.
I think you should. Well, you could do it. You can do it any of those ways. I think I normally do a just pure gut. Like what does it feel like?
No analysis, just what I feel.
Just gut feeling. What does it feel like? And then I realize I have like all 1s and 2 seeds in the Elite Eight. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it is tough to be like, you know what? I think this team's got them. This team I've never seen before.
Yeah.
I think Vermont's got them.
It's really hard to be like, you know what? I feel like Vermont's gonna win a game when I haven't watched them play it all year long.
Yeah, and it's like I'm really going off of like a 2017 Vermont team that I have a rough memory of.
Where none of the players remain.
Yeah, hanging in there with Georgetown or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's part of our process. So certainly get involved in that. You'll get to compete against us, and if you do well, you get a prize, and that's always great to win something just because you're going to do something you're going to do anyway. Why not join us for Bracket Madness?
Or Dell, you can do a pure haters only.
That's
bracket,
a good one too.
Where you just whatever your rooting interest is, just that to the max.
Yeah, if you hate Duke, pick against. We all hate Duke. At some point, we're all going to pick against Duke because we hate them.
Yeah, you just go with this is what would make my heart grow 3 times as its size.
Watching a first round loss by Duke. Yeah. Watching John Shire wouldn't cry, but watching him have to call a late timeout to take out his starters because they stink and put in the backups, I think that would warm my heart quite a bit. Just because the Duke hate has been seeded within me since I was a child. I can't really. I know why I hate him. And I know why everyone hates them, but the fact that it registered so quickly when I was a kid means they must have been really terrible. Like the fact that a 7-year-old from California can hate Bobby Hurley. I wasn't 7; I was younger than that. But just know to hate them and hate Christian Laettner without having any real reason to, other than okay, you guys are a-holes. I'm not gonna like you.
It's because they look like the bad guys in a Disney movie.
That's
do. Like what they look like in real life. They look like they were cast to be the Cobra Kai.
It's actually quite remarkable that they were that somehow, some way that East Coast private university was
tiny school.
Tiny school got all those guys to, and we hated them all, and they were the perfect fit for us to hate. And of course, they were good, so that helped matters in us hating them. And Duke kind of came out of nowhere. They're okay in the '80s, but that was before my time. And then all of a sudden, they became a national power. And they probably solidified themselves as a team to hate when they beat a team I think everyone loved, those UNLV teams. That's before a lot of people's time. Certainly, I think before your time, Sean. But I was very young when UNLV was really good, and they beat a team everyone liked, and then that kind of just cemented Duke as a program we hate. So hopefully this new version of Duke does what Duke has done recently: lose early, and have us laugh at you. That's always good.
Yeah. Lose to they play Vermont, right?
If you say so. That's how
they played Vermont in the first round, I believe.
Oh, that's perfect. Losing to the Catamounts would be perfect. I saw someone. There's a story someone tweeted about. He tweets a story every year. He was a fan of he was a college basketball fan, but not a giant one. And his favorite team lost earlier in the day, and he didn't want to go out and watch any of the games. But his buddies dragged him out because I think they wanted to watch Duke versus whoever C.J. McConnell played for. Was
Lehigh.
It Lehigh? And he went out to watch the game, and he met his wife while watching that game.
Nice.
And he always remembers the moment that he got to watch Duke lose, and he met his wife.
That's the Duke. Well, I wouldn't say I grew up on that because I was like 2012-ish probably. So I was
around
already
there,
16. But it's like that. That's like what I remember from Duke mostly is losing. When they did that little mini run of like losing in the first or second round to Cinderella teams, and then I think then they beat who they beat? They beat Butler in the national championship game.
Yeah, Gordon Hayward nearly made a half court shot. Hit the backboard, hit the rim, did not go in. Those Brad Stevens Butler teams. But all we can hope for is a Duke loss. We already got one ACC team out the paint. Let's make it another one as quickly as possible. And frankly, North Carolina can beat it too. They're not as hated, but they can get out of here too for all we care. We are, well, at least you, Texas. And I don't have a team to root for other than Houston, so I hope Houston can make a Final Four run. Unfortunately for them, they have one of the toughest draws as far as making that run. I'll get into that. According to CBS Sports, Houston, as far as one of the top seeds, has the second toughest draw when it comes to trying to make a Final Four. We'll talk about that and see if we agree. But if you do agree and you want to put some money down on Houston or their opponent, or maybe Kentucky, if they meet in the Elite Eight, you go to mybookie.ag to do that. It's your one-stop shop for all your sports betting, particularly the NCAA tournament over the next couple weeks. They also got you with your casino needs. So it's a complete real-life Vegas experience right from the comfort of your home. It could take your viewing experience to the next level. We know if you had Colorado State, you felt pretty good last night. If you had Virginia, you were miserable. but that's kind of what MyBookie does. It changes the way you watch games. Go to mybookie.ag for the website. Sign up now and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit that can go all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200, get $300 ready to play instantly if you do that using promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up to the minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on. So if you're like me and not sure who to bet on, MyBookie AG has you covered. The best part about MyBookie is you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Just use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today. Only with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Before we went to break, we were talking a lot of college basketball, and I mentioned that at least one publication thinks the Cougs have the second toughest run to get to a Final Four, at least if you're including top seeds, because obviously if you're 12, it'll be much more difficult than what the Cougs have. But the Cougs only behind UConn as far as having the toughest road to a Final Four. We know they play Longwood, expected win. I guess because of what Virginia did, nothing is out of the ordinary. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility. They started that. It happened to Purdue too. So it's happened a couple times in the last 5 or 6 years. So nothing is out of the realm, but we expect them to beat Longwood. And then it'll either be Nebraska or an A&M. They played A&M here in the city at Toyota Center earlier this year, and it was a game where the Cougs controlled until late. A&M made a run and nearly won that game, as usually the case with the Cougs when things go poorly. Their shooting left them, and then sometimes the defense lacks. It rarely does, but on those occasions when bad offense leads to good shots on the other end, they can get in a little trouble. So A&M took advantage and nearly won that game at Toyota Center in a tournament, I think, pretty much completely presented to us by Daspit. At least his name was all over the court. I remember that much. And then the Aggies, remember, they beat Kentucky, so the Aggies are kind of a live 9 if they can get through Nebraska. And, of course, the intrigue there is Trev Alberts, the former Nebraska AD, is now at A&M. And the committee thought that would be pretty funny, so they did it on the women's side too, having those two universities play each other. And then if it went the way we wanted to, they would see Duke in a Sweet 16, and that's where the Cougars' run ended last year. Another ACC team got them, Miami team who could fill it up a little bit, and the Cougs didn't have any answers from Miami's small lineup. Just the guard play from Miami kind of overwhelmed the Cougs last year, and they could not get any stops. The thought is if the Cougs would go down to Duke, it's because Duke is, according to this publication, the most dangerous number 4. We'll see how that plays out. They also do mention that Duke would have to get more physical. But so if Duke's soft underbelly is lack of physicality, I don't like them against the Cougs because the Cougs will beat you up if that's the way the game needs to be played.
Yeah, got bad news for you.
Yeah, got bad news. Oh, they need to up their physicality. Oh, okay.
Probably should have done that a while ago.
Yeah. If the Sweets, I don't know if you can ramp it up in a week if you get through the first weekend to go see the Cougs if they're your opponent. That seems like a bad way to get your ass kicked in a Sweet 16.
Yeah. No, I mean it seems like a great way to get your ass kicked.
True. It's a bad way to get ready. It is a bad way to get all of a sudden now we're going to be diving on the floor in practice to see if we can up our physicality. If that isn't part of your DNA, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a good way to get your ass kicked, particularly if Houston's on the other side.
Let's try boxing out, guys. It's like, oh, buddy.
That should have been something you did in August, in July.
Shire, what are you doing?
Yeah, if Kyle Filipowski has to be your enforcer, good luck. Good luck. As long as the Cougs are healthy and Duke is on the other side, I like the Cougs in that one, if physicality is the name of the game. So that's just one person's opinion. We'll see how things play out. But, yeah, only behind UConn as far as the toughest. The easiest paths, as far as top seeds are concerned, Purdue. They could see TCU in the second round. Kansas and Gonzaga are in their bracket as well. They are a pair of the Sweet 16 possibilities, and then Arizona after them. Long Beach State is their first round opponent. We didn't even talk about this. The fact that Long Beach State is in the tournament after coming to an agreement to get rid of their coach, and the coach like, you know what? Oh, hang on. I'll keep. And Dan Monson's been there a while. He was the originator of bringing Gonzaga to our consciousness. He was the guy who started the Gonzaga run. He's like I said, been at Long Beach State for a long time. Said I'm out, or at least they came to an agreement to end his time there. And credit to him for sticking around with that team and saying I want one. I got one more in me. And he won the conference tournament, and he gets one more tournament appearance.
Is he going to get a better job? Like, is he going to get fired from Long Beach State and then coach at, I don't know, just pick a better job than Long Beach State?
Yeah, he's only 62. It's not like he could be done with coaching if he.
I imagine 5 more years left in him.
I imagine he'd still be interested if that were the case. He's been to the tournament. I'm trying to look at his resume. As far as he's been to the tournament now, it'll be 8 times for him. He's the fact that he was at Long Beach State since 2007 speaks to maybe their commitment or maybe lack thereof. Hey, let's keep Dan around. We don't need to get rid of him. I mean, can we actually really do better? So as I mentioned the Gonzaga stuff, he went to an Elite Eight and then took a Minnesota job, and that didn't go well for him. But he's been to 5. I was reading his record. It'll be his 8th game this week, but he's been to 5 NCAA tournaments. So credit to him, and 2 at Long Beach State. And those are the stories we like. Watching Virginia play basketball is not. I mean, we could have had
not a story you like.
No, we could have had what were they calling that kid from Indiana State? Was it Kareem Olajuwon?
Yes.
We could have had him if they didn't force Virginia on us, but the committee, rightfully so, is being picked apart. In fact, during the broadcast, Spiro Didi, so we'll hear Spiro next season because the Texans are going to have better games, they'll have a better broadcast crew. But the Spiro Didi, Solomon Wilcots Texans combo has something we've had to sit through for the last couple years. Bless up. But now his other job is calling basketball games, and he talked about the committee and maybe some accountability coming their way for this Virginia performance.
Committee took a considerable amount of flack for putting Virginia in at the expense of some of the other teams, and it's going to go. Look, based on what we've seen, that conversation is going to linger unless Tony Bennett's team can turn this around quickly.
Narrator, they did not turn it around quickly or otherwise. It just got worse. That was in the first half. I think they were in the middle of their drought. They had scored, I remember 14 points being on the screen, and they did not score another point for the rest of the way. So
I disagree with Spiro Didi.
Oh, you do?
I don't think I don't think the conversation is going to live on past today.
That's true, because we will focus on other things.
I think starting Thursday, no one cares about who the last four in, the first four out are. I think people only care in between the bracket coming out and the Thursday where games tip off. I mean, that's the only time people care.
To be honest, despite the fact that Virginia was the main character last night and maybe into this morning, we're going to be done talking about them by tip off tonight.
Yeah,
it'll be over.
Yeah, not even tomorrow. By tonight.
Yeah, Colorado State, but we'll get some. Maybe the game will get some mention on Thursday because Colorado State will be playing Texas and what they did to Virginia, but we won't be concerned about Virginia anymore.
No one will be like, well, is Colorado State really that impressive? Because they only beat Virginia to get in here. Like, no one's going to do that. It's going to be, they already have a win under their belt every year. I think it's like every year, or maybe
a first four team kind of makes a run.
Yeah, they go to like the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
It feels like at least. Obviously, there's been a couple Final Four teams from the first four too. But yeah, the conversation will just be about Colorado State. It won't be about how bad Virginia is and how Seton Hall should have gotten in over them.
Very true. We could have Rick Pitino and St. John's in it. That conversation will be over. That was the last couple days, and now we're focused on the actual game. So
you got your couple days to complain about it, and people care. Now, time to coach some NIT games, buddy.
Or refuse to be in them.
Well, I'm actually okay with it. I'm okay with Rick Pitino opting out of the NIT. I think the other ones, it's like, what are you doing? But Rick Pitino, it's like, you know what? Hit the portal. I need Rick Pitino to have the best team possible. So he's actually in the tournament with something to play for next year.
Yeah. We talk about lack of stars as far as players.
He's a star.
And having him in the tournament would be interesting, particularly at a I don't know if I'm going to call St. John's a blue blood, but they're a historic college basketball team.
A Big East school with some history.
Yes, they have a name, and we recognize them, and having them in the tournament would have been nice, and particularly when Rick Pitino is the coach. The only bad thing that comes with it is all the New York stuff that comes with it.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, we got to hear from New Yorkers talking about basketball because, God forbid, the Knicks make a run this year. That'll be insufferable. It already is, and they're the 4 seed. They're only the 4 seed, and we're dealing with it.
I have the Knicks been like a top 2 seed recently? I feel like every year they make the playoffs, they're a 3 or no, I don't even think they're always a 4.
They're always a 4. Last year they were a 4. No, they were a 5 and beat Cleveland. And then the last time they made it before that, they were a 4 and lost to Atlanta. That was that was coming off. Was that coming off the bubble year? It was the year after the bubble?
That was 21, because that was the year Atlanta made a run.
Yeah. So they're always a 4 or 5, and they'll be a 4 or 5 again. And it's likely they're going to see Orlando, of all places, of all teams, talk about. Look, New York will get people to watch, but can anyone name the Orlando Magic starting 5?
You got Penny Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal.
No, this current iteration starting 5. Can you give me 2?
Dwight Howard, Hedo Turkoglu.
No, that's Stan Van Gundy teams.
No, they got Paolo Banchero. They got Franz Wagner.
Yep.
Jalen Suggs in the mix. I don't know if he starts.
Cole Anthony, I believe, starts there. Wendell Carter.
Is Markelle Fultz?
No.
Fultz still kicking?
He's on the team, but he doesn't start.
Oh, okay.
It's Franz, Paolo, Markelle. Nah, Franz, Paulo, and others. We're gonna stick with that.
And the gang.
And the rest.
We'll learn your names.
Yeah, when you're in the playoffs, we'll learn
Paulo, Franz, and the Pips.
Kind of is what it is. And Cole Anthony's been okay, but it is Franz, Paulo, and the Pips. That's what it is. But they're the four seed. No, the 5 right now. So they'll see the Knicks most likely in the playoffs, which is a credit to them because they were not good last year, and they got their coach a new contract extension. So they're probably where the Rockets hope take a step. Orlando took that step this year. They were a team flirting with the play-in, didn't make it last year. Maybe the Rockets take that same path. We'll see going forward as the Rockets are playing really good basketball. We are way late for our break. On the other side, we'll talk about the Texans. We know they signed Mario Edwards, and certainly I think cornerback is probably, or maybe the secondary as a whole. I'll talk to Sean about this. I think it's the one spot on their roster, maybe beyond defensive tackle, where real help is needed. If we're talking about a defense that could take a leap into maybe top 10, top 5 status, I think they need to find secondary help. We'll see if there's anything available on the open market, or maybe the draft is where they find it. We are closing in on the end of hour 1. Sean and I have plenty to discuss. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll be quick here because we talked quite a bit, oddly enough, about Orlando Magic basketball. That was a detour.
Jameer Nelson, that's who I was
No. you're right. It was Jalen Suggs. He's the other starter. And Gary Harris, of all people. That's their starting backcourt right now. Yeah, they shouldn't be good. Gary Harris and Jalen Suggs should not be a starting backcourt of a top 5 seed. But there they are. I mentioned the Texans before we went to the break because apparently I still want to talk Orlando Magic basketball, so I got to recenter myself. I think the secondary is the one thing that may hold this defense back from being really, really good. I think they have one good player, Derek Stingley. Jalen Petrie was thought to be looking – people thought he would take a step, particularly after training camp and the preseason. He was looked at as a potential Pro Bowl candidate, and then he continues to miss tackles and not great in coverage. So Jalen Petrie is a question. We'll see in the second year in the system if he kind of gets back to his first-year form, at least the potential that first year showed. And even Derek Stingley is a guy who we have to hope can play. Really good player. He showed that when he was on the field, so that was promising. But the hope is injuries aren't something that follows him the rest of his career. And it has been the case since 2019 at LSU. A cornerback who is local because he's from the area and has a big name, but also has injury concerns is Xavier Howard. He was on the OG Show podcast hosted by Udonis Haslam and Mike Miller, and he talked about the Texans. He would love to come here and play. He thinks the Texans are a championship team, and it's because of C.J. Stroud. The quote is, they've got a hell of a quarterback there. He's not the only big name that you've heard of that's on the market for cornerback, particularly if you aren't in love with Jeff Okudah. And I don't know why you would, but if you're not, these are a couple names out there that maybe you might think the Texans should acquire. So, Sean, I'm not going to ask you to think, because why should I? That's not fair.
Love that.
I'm just going to ask you to respond. I'm going to give you 2 names, and which one is more appealing?
Okay.
They're both available. You don't have to trade for them. I don't know what the contracts would be. We're just going off gut, like our bracket picks are going to go off of. Stephon Gilmore, Xavier Howard.
Xavier Howard.
Easy, right?
Stephon Gilmore. So Xavier Howard has injury questions. I know for a fact Stephon Gilmore is either 33 or 34 years old. And at cornerback, it can go fast. And I just don't want to be stuck with this is the year Stephon Gilmore is absolutely cooked year when you're signing him to be a starter.
Okay, so this is our final 4. So there is a semifinal on the other side I'm going to give you. This guy you're familiar with.
Okay.
And another guy who's got a big name, but maybe he hasn't lived up to his draft status. And it's years ago now for him. Steven Nelson or Dory Jackson? Up your thinking. I asked you not to think.
Oh, sorry. Steven Nelson.
Now you can think. Okay. Why Steven Nelson?
A little bit of the devil you know principle there, where it's I know exactly what Steven Nelson is going to give you in this D'Amico Ryan system. I thought he was good for the vast majority of last year, honestly. I thought he did an acceptable job. I think that the hole you're trying to fill is the Steven Nelson role, and who better to play it than Steven Nelson himself.
There's a giant Steven Nelson cutout of him running through a wall. You know who should fill it? It's the guy who made the hole, Steven Nelson.
Just bring him back.
Yeah. So all right, we're in the finals. Steven Nelson, Xavier Howard.
Man, give me Nelson.
So we're returning to what we had last year.
Yeah, I really had no problem with Steven Nelson last year, and these other guys. I mean, I guess that's why they're free agents. Is they're still free agents? Is because there are questions around them. There are but with Stephon Gilmore, there's the age with Xavier Howard.
Well, I will give you Steven Nelson's actually a year older than Xavier Howard, 31 to 30. So they're both of the age of. They're not Stephon Gilmore. He could fall off a cliff this season, but they're older cornerbacks who've had some injury issues.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But that's also kind of the price point you're shopping at too. And so I would just go with the continuity of Nelson, because I don't think that the upside of any of these guys is so high that it outweighs the continuity if you're just going to make a bet on any of them. Also, why is Xavier Howard on the OGs podcast?
He is he's spent time in Miami, and the two guys who hosted are Miami. Well, Mike Miller played for the Heat. Is from I don't know if he's from Florida, but
he went to Florida.
But yes, he did. And Udonis Haslam is the Miami guy, so they're getting Miami guys. I'm sure Udonis and Xavier Howard have run into each other at some point.
I think it should be OGs only.
And okay, who else? Who would be next? Have you
Pat Riley?
Well, I imagine maybe.
Maybe it's OGs only / Heat culture.
What about can Anunoby be on the podcast?
OG Anunoby?
Yes, he is an OG. Since we're playing this game, Rondé Gasson. How many? Ever guys with OG as an initial?
No. You had to be. Well, maybe OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
No. He's the Knick now. No,
but he has
Knicks Heat.
But
nope,
yes,
can't
Knicks
mix.
Heat. He has to be on the podcast.
No. I think that the OGs podcast with Udonis Haslam and Mike Miller should be for A, NBA OGs only.
Okay.
B, for Heat culture propaganda. I feel like it should all be stories about how hard they practice and the time that they walked into a series and they looked in the other team's
and
eyes.
saw fear.
Yeah, knew that, and they knew that Kimball Walker didn't want any of these problems.
Yeah, you can't have that conversation when JJ Barea locked up LeBron. You can't talk about striking, looking and seeing fear when JJ Barea saw no fear.
Dwayne Wade wasn't afraid in that series, right?
Yes.
Chris Bosh wasn't afraid.
The biggest thing is LeBron robbed Dwayne Wade of a second Finals MVP. If he could have just not been terrible,
not been absolute ass.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll meet you halfway here. LeBron James not welcome on the OG's podcast. Not an OG.
Thank you. Now he does have a podcast that people like. If you care about the X's and O's of basketball, he and JJ Redick premiered their podcast yesterday. 2 good reviews if you like actual basketball talk. If you're looking for Gilbert Arenas and Nick Young to talk about the significant other of an NBA player in your city, probably not the podcast for you. I don't think they're going to get into that type of conversations. But if you like the horn set and you want to talk about that and pick and roll stuff, that's the podcast for you.
Who would you want talking about NBA players' significant others more, JJ Redick or LeBron James? Having honest conversations about.
Well, JJ would probably get into a territory where they're going to be like, shut up. We're not going to hear from you. We're not going to listen to you talk about this. But I think if LeBron was honest, I think you'd love to hear the star of stars discuss it, but he's not going to do that. He's got a brand.
I know they're not going to get in the muck.
Yeah, that's for Gilbert and Nick to do that.
And, well, maybe a little bit of Mike Miller. And
OGs don't do that.
I guess. Yeah.
In fact,
you know what? Yeah, that was
the criticism of Nick Young, and you guys are the OGs. Anyone calling Nick Young an OG may need to question their judgment, but you guys are the older players. You're not supposed to talk about another man's, like Pat Beverly went after them about it and other things. Imagine Pat Beverly thinking a line was too far. You crossed the line. Pat Beverly thought they did.
By the way, Pat Bev should be on the OGs podcast.
Sure.
Yeah. Did he ever play for the Heat?
He was actually part of their, I think, a summer league team, but didn't make the roster.
He's a Heat culture guy. I'm surprised those paths haven't crossed.
I mean, he's a free agent he's going to be an impending free agent. I'm sure it's possible.
Wait 6 months. He'll be on the
Yeah, don't worry. If that's your dream, Sean, don't worry about it.
He'll be on 2 other teams in 6 months.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Yeah, he was with he's with the Bucks now. He was with the Sixers too.
He was with the Lakers. He was with the Clippers, the Sixers.
Yeah, talk about a guy who's ring hunting. Well, man, we don't assign that to Patrick Beverly, but he's found his way on teams that have tried to contend or are contending. Hasn't been able to get over the hump yet, but thinks he's a prime piece of that. Okay, Pat, sure. Julius, we see you want to talk a little Shogun anime. That's a realm I'm not familiar with. But sure, we can discuss that. Shogun's episode, the latest episode was on Monday night. Really good one. Certainly the show of this show. So we can discuss that or anything else you guys want to talk about. You can tweet at us at Delvey2, at Sean A. Mapes, and call, like Julius did, 713-780-3776. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We got a call we're going to get to, and after that, we're going to get to some hate. Not from Sean or I. We expressed our hate for Duke earlier in the show, but some hate because apparently we have to talk to the brothers of quarterbacks. So we'll hear that coming up. But is this Julius or Julian? Because I know Julian, you call about Shogun all the time. Well, is this Julius or Julian?
No, this is Bang Bang not a game for sure.
I should hang up on you right now.
Shogun, man. Did you watch last night's episode?
I did. I watched it after I got home from work. Well, by work I mean this. And I liked it. It was more of a lot of talk in quiet rooms as opposed to how last week's episode ended, where you had cannon fodder.
Right.
But yeah, I'm all in. I make sure it's my Tuesday afternoon show after I get home.
Yeah, I appreciate the storyline, to be honest with you. Yeah, I like the blood and gory, who doesn't? But like you said the other day, the character development, man, I mean, it's progressing pretty cool. His Japanese is getting better. Man, the poor Gardner. Poor Gardner.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
man.
I don't want to give away for people who haven't watched it because, it's been less than 48 hours, but there is a particular likable character who doesn't meet a great fate because of a miscommunication, because, as Julian mentioned, one of the main characters, his Japanese is getting better, but the syntax isn't where it needs to be. And words matter. I'll just put it that way. If you say something, people are going to follow through, and it costs someone. So, and there's something else that ties into that as well. But if you're into intrigue and just people maneuvering and not really knowing who they are, they always have like something in their back pocket. Shogun's the show for you. And Julie, you can always call about Shogun. You can always call about the 49ers. But if you say that phrase one more time, I'm giving you what do you think, Sean? A week ban? If he ever says it on the show again, a week?
Yeah, I think 7 days.
Yeah, you get a week. And
y'all bring it up more than I do.
No, you brought it up this time.
Y'all bring it up.
We didn't bring it up this time. You did it, so you get. And it's,
that's because I had to beat you to it.
No, you didn't.
You wanted to. You said, "Is this Julian or whatever?"
Julius.
So I had to verify and clarify.
Yeah, because it says Julius up on the screen. So it's not just 7 days; it's 7 work days. Business days is what we're calling it.
Wow! Now you're hitting me with the Virginia 14 minutes.
Yeah. So watch it. That's all. I welcome your calls, but none of that nonsense. It's not even football season. Stop it. Well, Julian, we'll hear from you maybe tomorrow. I don't know, but watch it. You're on course for a ban, and we haven't banned anyone from the show yet.
Yeah. Do you think that Mike McDonald ever said "Bang Bang Niner Gang" when he worked for Kyle Shanahan? Mike McDaniel.
No, I think that's a fan invention.
Okay.
Maybe the players say it back to the fans, but I've never heard it like in a press conference.
I feel like Mike McDaniel probably said it.
He might have.
Seems like the type.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever said it on a microphone. He might have said it back to a fan who said it to him.
Yeah.
Bang. You almost got me to say it after you said it. A rival of the 49ers? Well, they're not even rivals at this point because all the 49ers do is bash the Cowboys' heads in anytime they see them. It's one of their favorite matchups to see the Cowboys on the other side. It's never competitive, particularly when it comes to important games recently. And Dak Prescott has had an interesting offseason. He's suing someone, and he's being sued. And it's for the same thing, but from it's involving 2 different women. He's suing a woman for let's say slander. I don't know the specific terminology, but he was accused of something, and he's suing this woman for that. And he's also being sued for potential sexual assault, an alleged sexual assault. So it's not been a great offseason for Dak. I don't know how you work through something like that, but we'll see how that plays out. Well, hadn't stopped his brother from being asked questions. I'm not sure why Tad, and that's his name, I didn't make that up, Tad Prescott is being asked questions. So you name one son Dakota, and then you think, you know what? We're gonna go with Tad. This show has talked about people naming their kids with the same letter. The first letter is the same, whether you be a Kara or a Kyle, a Kylie, a Kendall. Now I'm just drifting into Kardashian territory. But Tad, Sean, do you know any Tads?
No, I don't think so. No, I would definitely know if I knew a Tad.
You would remember if you met a Tad. Well, Dak's brother is named Tad. And for whatever reason, Tad was interviewed and had a mic in his face and was asked to name his top 5 or top 10 quarterbacks. And he had an omission. And when he was questioned about it, he was not very complimentary. Here's Tad Prescott.
Pat Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I still hold Aaron Rodgers as the top 5 quarterback. Joe Burrow.
Jalen Hurts.
You said quarterbacks, not running backs. Who was up there? Still
Right
hold
there,
Matt
bro.
Stafford up there. Jared Goff has definitely come up in my ranks. That's 9. Matt Stafford. I would actually put Goff above Stafford. And then 10. I don't know if I have a 10th guy. I really don't. Maybe Flacco. I thought he still has a ring in play. You could throw Russell Wilson there too, but I don't know.
That was on the I Am Athlete podcast that's hosted by Brandon Marshall. I feel like that's just hate. It's just hate. I mean, you can't look. Jared Goff had a really good year, and maybe you think Jalen Hurts might be a product. Jalen Hurts is a product of that offensive line and that running game. Although they fired their offensive coordinator because of how bad they thought the offense was run this past season. But Jalen, he called him a running back, and you can take your shots, but that's got everything to do with he's an Eagle. But more importantly, why are we drifting towards just talking to the brothers of players? What about Tad Prescott suggests, well, he said something that went viral, I guess, so they got what they wanted. But what about Tad Prescott says he should be an authority on ranking quarterbacks? Why is Brandon Marshall asking Tad Prescott?
Because his brother's a quarterback.
No, I know. I guess if Ben Verlander can make a name for himself, why not Tad Prescott?
I'm still caught up on Tad.
It is.
What kind of name is Tad?
Well, is it Thaddeus, and he just goes by Tad?
That'd be Thad.
I get.
With an
Yeah,
H.
you're right. I'm trying to maneuver around this name to figure out why they got to Tad. Dakota, we're like, okay. I mean, we've heard of Dakotas before, but why Tad?
Dakota Fanning. Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's a woman. Sure. I'm not sure Dak wants that comparison.
Well,
it's probably why he calls himself Dak.
Yeah, I don't know a male Dakota though.
I'm sure they're out there, but
I'm sure they are. I don't know them.
The only one we know of is Dakota Hudson. He's a major league pitcher. But the only one we know of is Dakota Fanning.
Yeah, I don't know any Tads though.
Tad, no, that's Thad Mata. That's not Tad Mata.
Yeah, yes, they all have a real name.
They have an H in place before the A. Yeah, I can't think of another Tad. It is Waspy, like from 40 years ago. You name a kid Tad, and they're from Connecticut. But the Prescotts aren't from Connecticut, are they?
No, I doubt. I don't know where they're from, but Dak Prescott went to Mississippi State, so
Yeah,
I doubt he's from.
He was
Waspy,
they're,
Connecticut.
They're from Louisiana.
Huh?
So how does this happen?
Tad.
It's got to be short for something. I don't know what it is.
He doesn't have a Wikipedia, so I don't.
Well,
can't.
thankfully, it hasn't gotten to that
Well,
point.
it would help in this specific scenario of knowing what his full name is.
It might just be Tad, because I can't find any other example of it being something else.
That'd be nuts.
So
it has to be short for something.
What could it be though?
Thaddeus.
Why not? Why not just be Thaddeus then? Why are you removing the H if you're gonna go with Thaddeus?
Why are you naming your kid Tad?
Exactly.
It's just as absurd as being like, nope, 3 letters, all I need, a T, an A, and a D.
Yeah, because even Dak is shortened. It's Dakota.
Yeah.
There's no explanation. If you got a name like Tad, we can't go to you on ranking quarterbacks. Just because your brother's Dak doesn't mean we have to talk to you about it.
I thought you were gonna say call in.
No.
If your name is Tad, call in.
I mean, if your name
is,
and you can call in if your name is Tad and you're the brother of a famous person. That's the only reason.
Well, no, I want to know why they're.
Oh, or you have an explanation for why your name is Tad and if it's short for something.
Yeah, if your name is Tad, if your brother's name is Tad,
or you know a Tad
if
and
you
know
a
it's short.
Tad, if your son is named Tad or daughter is named Tad.
I'm just gonna.
I don't know if it's a girl's name.
Before we go to break, I'm just gonna Google famous Tads and see what comes up. Because
Nothing.
well,
Tad Prescott off the I Am Athlete podcast.
Tad Boyle. He was a coach. He's a coach at Colorado. And there are other Tads, but none of them are under 40, which is one of my points. Who gets the name Tad anymore besides Thaddeus Prescott, according to Sean?
And Tad Boyle, thank God he has a Wikipedia page. His name is Thomas Martin Boyle.
So it's a nickname.
Yeah.
It's not even his real name.
Why not go as Tom? Tom Boyle.
Or even Thomas. Thomas ain't so bad. But he's a Tad. And Tad Prescott thinks Jalen Hurts is a running back. But he got his name out there.
Also, what an absurd list. I mean,
it's dumb.
He's lucky his name is Tad, or else
then that's what we're focused on. But Jared Goff. Jared Goff had a fun. In fact, I was going to talk about that. I actually mentioned Jared Goff, and then I got confused by the Tad thing again.
He also didn't say C.J. Stroud's name.
It's disrespectful.
I noticed that.
It is disrespectful.
He got to Jared Goff and Tua and Joe Flacco before he got to C.J. Stroud.
The Joe Flacco thing may be the most egregious thing. We just watched what C.J. Stroud did in a playoff game, what Joe Flacco did in a playoff game. He goes, "Oh, he had a ring." Yeah, 12 years ago.
Yeah. Well, also putting Aaron Rodgers in the top 5. It's like, did you just stop watching football in like 2013?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Like, what happened?
Yeah. Look, I get reputation.Aaron Rodgers will always be a name people mention because of reputation. But he was
in the top 10.
He wasn't even a top 5 quarterback his last couple years in Green Bay. Speaking of Jared Goff, in a winner, it wasn't a winner take all because Detroit was eliminated. But win and get into the playoffs in his last game in Green Bay, he lost to Jared Goff at home. You're eliminated from the top 10 if that happens, because that was Jared Goff before he became 2023 Jared Goff. He was just okay in 2022, and he lost the game. Aaron Rodgers, not top 5, not even top 10 at this point, not even a top 10 vice presidential candidate.
I think he's top 10.
He got beat out though.
No, but he's top 10
on Robert Kennedy's list. But overall,
well, okay.
Is he top 10 overall as a vice
2024?
Yeah, it's not sure. You make a point.
Yeah, how many candidates are there? He's the only confirmed candidate, or him and Jesse the Body Ventura, the only 2 confirmed candidates.
Well, and the incumbent Kamala.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 3. I feel like he's at least 3 on that list.
I'm sure Nikki Haley.
He's probably third.
I'm sure Nikki Haley has someone. I'm sure Trump has someone in his back pocket we haven't heard of, and I bet you Aaron Rodgers ain't on his list. Actually, I take that back. He could be on his list. He could.
Just one ball. Just one ball.
It's true.
I'm not sure if they could.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's not enough air. Someone's got to suck up all the energy in the room, and it can't be. And one of them would suffocate. You're right. You make a point there. But Tad Prescott thinks Jalen Hurts is a running back, not a quarterback, and I'm sure Eagle fans are taking that in stride. And you know what? I don't know what the plumbing situation is in the Prescott home, but if they had a problem, they could. Yeah, Sean likes that transition. You got to find a way.
You know what? And I believe you that you don't know the plumbing situation of the Prescott home. I believe you.
Truth in advertising. We don't lie here. And I have no idea of the plumbing situation in the Prescott home. But if they had issues, they should be going to Aqueduct Plumbing Company and aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Repiping is such a big deal. It can prevent expensive water leaks. It can prevent damage to your home. A leak can turn into major damage, whether it be in the walls or whether it be on your floor. And it could change kind of the trajectory of your home with the leak. So that's why you go through repiping from aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And if you're not sure about a price, they give you free price quotes. All you have to do is call them, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238. But if you just want to go on the website, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. You'll see that they've repiped over 1,000 homes and what it does to change those houses. If the pipes are old, clogged, or rusted, this is your chance to do some preventative maintenance to keep major damage or little damage from becoming major damage. You don't want to deal with that. Experienced plumbing contractors are the way to go, and Aqueduct Plumbing is local. Billy Brown, based in the Clear Lake area, he's a guy you can trust. You hear him with John and Lance. You know what he's done for them. Have him do that for you. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean, because he is an intrepid producer, has done some research, and we've determined that Tad Prescott's full name is what?
Tag.
And
well, I don't know if that's his full name.
Okay.
But on Wikipedia, or when you Google what is Tad short for, a Wikipedia article comes up saying Tag,
which is Gaelic.
Scottish Gaelic name, Tadhg, gets shortened to Tad.
Someone tweeted us that it's short for tadpole. I mean, considering we didn't even get to what Dak Prescott's real first name is, Rain Dakota Prescott, Sean and I have determined the mom was on one. Because the mom was like, look, my kids aren't going to have regular names. Dak was like, I ain't going by Rain. Even Dakota's too much. I'm shortening that and living life.
When do you think Rain Dak Prescott made the change?
Second grade?
Oh, wow.
Or maybe the dad stepped in. Look, you can call him Rain, but we're not going. You can name him that, but we're not going by that.
The second he threw a football and it was a tight spiral, he's like, it's gonna be Dak.
Look, yeah, if you wanted to be a singer-songwriter, you can go by Rain. But if you're gonna play football, your name's Dakota, and then it'll be Dak. Rain. Yeah, look, names are names. Like my name I shortened my name mostly because of school, but it's a traditional African Nigerian name. I just shortened it because I need to get through school. I couldn't be correcting everyone every day. That's why I shortened it. So I get why you changed the name, and the first names could be difficult, but the mom had a preference for uniqueness, and credit to her, she raised a star quarterback, if that's something to be complimented for.
And a star brother of a quarterback.
Yes, she did.
There's
do that.
a lot of brothers of quarterbacks. Not all of them are on
the I Am Athlete podcast.
I Am Athlete podcast. That's a big podcast.
Yeah, particularly if he's going to say crazy stuff like Jalen Hurts is a running back. Yeah. He'll make more appearances.
First family of football. Well, second family of football.
The Mannings are the first family,
yeah,
right?
Manning's number 1, Prescott's number 2.
Ooh. You've given them high praise.
There's like 5 other families that I've already thought of.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
The Longs, the Barbers.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? The first family of football. Okay, sure. Sticking with quarterbacks, since we got a short segment here, Sean's favorite quarterback, or maybe the quarterback he wants to be most successful, other than C.J. Stroud. Quinn Ewers, he's going to be throwing at Pro Day. Now, he's not a draft-eligible prospect, but I could see where Steve Sarkisian is doing here, what he's doing here. Give him a test run, because we expect Quinn Ewers to be maybe a top 2 quarterback, not top 2 pick, but if we're talking about the next draft class, it ain't a star-studded as this one. You know about Shedeur Sanders. He'll be drafted out. He'll be a guy that probably will be considered a first-round pick, maybe simply because there's a lack of available quarterbacks. But Quinn Ewers is another. He's going to be throwing at Texas Pro Day, so he'll get to throw against air again, and people can compliment him on dropping bombs to open receivers. Are A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy participating? Because
I don't know.
Because Marvin Harrison isn't. Marvin Harrison, Ohio State's Pro Day is today, and Harrison Jr. is like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Maybe he saw. Well, I guess Kyle McCord transferred out. Never mind. I'd be like, if Kyle McCord was going to throw him passes on his Pro Day, I'd be like, I get why he sat out.
You're going to make me look bad. I don't need to tear my ACL adjusting to one of your footballs.
Going to hurt my draft stock.
Yeah. Yeah, Marvin Harrison caught 11 of 18 balls today. Not because of him, because of Kyle McCord.
5 of them were at his ankles.
Yeah. We can't blame him for it, but it wasn't a great day. So that's now a thing where elite prospects don't even participate in their Pro Day, at least not with the athletic stuff. I'm sure they'll talk to scouts and stuff. But Marvin Harrison told the world, nah, I'm not doing that. He didn't participate in his in the combine stuff, not the Pro Day stuff. Caleb Williams will be active. He didn't throw at the combine, but he will, from all reports, be throwing at his Pro Day, which should just be the Bears Invitational. Just have the Bears show up. Like if you were an executive for another team, why would you show up? The Bears have made it clear what they're doing. Unless, well, to be fair, there will be other USC prospects. That's why you show up. But the Caleb Williams part of the deal, just unless he's throwing to USC prospects, just go home. And I'm sure he will. There are enough USC players like Brendan Rice, who he can throw the football to, who you might like. I think Mario Williams entered the draft as well. But
Actually, I think he transferred.
Mario Williams transferred?
I think so.
So if Brendan Rice isn't there, why is anyone but the Bears showing up? At least for the Caleb Williams part. USC's got players.
They should have him go last so everyone can just
Honestly, let everyone see who they have to see, and let the Bears watch him throw.
Yeah, Mario Williams transferred to Tulane.
Huh. Without Willie Fritz. So he transferred. Who's the coach at Tulane now? Because I can't imagine him going there without a connection. I'll look that up during the break. But Caleb Williams' pro day is today. Marvin Harrison's pseudo pro day is today. You get to talk to him if you want. Maybe he's a thrilling conversationalist. And then the Texas pro day will feature Quinn Ewers getting a little practice run. You excited about Quinn Ewers throwing the football to guys who won't be on your roster next year?
Yeah, who wouldn't be? You know what? I'm gonna watch, and maybe if a couple of the first balls aren't on the same page, just have Arch Manning back there just in case.
You want to start a controversy over a pro day performance?
I don't want to.
You hope he performs well.
No, I just hope, I hope Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell and Jatavian Sanders look good by any means necessary.
And even if that means Arch Manning stepping in for an inaccurate Quinn Ewers.
Just in case.
Just in case he's inaccurate.
Everyone has bad days.
It's true. We know yesterday he was great throwing against air to Isaiah Bond. I'm thinking of a player from years gone by. Isaiah Bond and who's the other Texas transfer wide receiver that Matthew Golden, the former Coug. He was great yesterday, Quinn Ewers. Let's hopefully for let's say the secondhand embarrassment of Sean Mapes. He's good. He's good in his pro day.
I wouldn't get embarrassed.
I'm not the quarterback. Listen, guys.
It's just he'd be costing the wide receivers money.
True. Well, I don't think they're going to blame him.
Although it would be very funny if this time next year we're talking about Quinn Ewers in the first round, and Lance is like, you know what? At the 2024 Texas Pro Day, didn't love what I saw out of Quinn Ewers. like the 13 months ago.
There are two ways this can go. He could be great and get people excited about him for this season and the next pro day, or he could be terrible.
Yeah, he could be number one if he does well. He could be number one on the all-important the day after the NFL draft, the 2025 mock draft.
Yeah, those will come out. The poor soul who has to do that. Maybe Lance is that poor soul. I'm not sure, but those do come out immediately after the Sunday, now Saturday, that the draft ends. Maybe it's the Sunday morning. Those will come out and go, our top 25 prospects and who should go where and who needs a quarterback.
Was good in the pro day.
He was prepared. He was ready to go.
Look good.
So hopefully for Quinn Ewers' sake, he doesn't embarrass Sean Mapes and the rest of Texas football by being bad, and he can set himself up. Never mind actually playing on the field. Set himself up for the hype that will be the 2025 quarterback class, which isn't, at least right now, projected to be a great one. Certainly not when you compare it to the 2024 one, when it's possible that the top three spots will go to quarterbacks. And we'll see Caleb Williams today, see how he does, because we haven't seen him throw since, I think, the UCLA game, when that ended in him crying and people being upset with him because, God forbid, you show emotion. Don't cry to your mom when you're supposed to be a number one pick. People don't like it. We got a couple more segments to go here. I'll give you an update on Jose Urquidy. We talked about that early. We'll get back into it. And we actually have a reason why Grady Dick and Anthony Black made their jersey swap. It wasn't just to be funny. Grady Dick has a response, and he's not against doing it again, but mostly he has to know a guy. Grady Dick has standards. He's not going to just do it because you guys think it's funny. He needs to know the guy and be one of his boys, and he will do jersey swaps, but not to please the internet. So we have an explanation why. He was the main character on Twitter on Monday, and he'll tell us why he did that. A couple other things to get to before we wrap it up. Gallant and George are up next. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay. I said okay to Sean because he explained something on the board that I couldn't see. We will get to that call shortly, but I did want to get to Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy, we were worried about what would be his timeout as far as because of his injury and how long he would be out this season. Good news on that front. He will resume throwing in 10 to 15 days. So it's just a forearm strain. No UCL, just inflammation. We don't have to worry about a long-term injury for Urquidy. He doesn't join the likes of Luis Garcia or Lance McCullers, where it feels like they've gone into the shadow realm and we may never see them again. But even those guys are projected to be back during the summer. But Urquidy could be back, should be back sooner than that. Maybe we see him late April. He'll be back to throwing, as I said, in 10 to 15 days. Inflammation, and Urquidy talked about it. They took a look at everything inside the elbow, and the ligament was fine. Very normal. Just some inflammation, and they have to take out the inflammation, and then he can start doing rehab, and he'll exercise with his fingers and throw a medicine ball this weekend. So he'll be active this weekend, and then they'll see how he feels, and he's happy with that. That is certainly good news because that could have been scary. But he'll be fine, thankfully, and the Astros will be a little shorthanded as far as that rotation is concerned early, but they should be at full strength by maybe the end of April with Verlander really not even on the mend, just ramping up in a fashion that suits him, and he should be back by April 11th if nothing gets in his way. Wilson wants to talk about Dakota. What's up, Wilson?
Hey, sports fellas.
That's a different show, but go ahead.
I need your professional opinion, Delvincito.
All right.
Do you think Dakota Fanning will ever have an OnlyFans? Just wondering.
Was it a guy named Ryan who asked a similar question about someone? Was it Sydney Sweeney?
Yes. Yeah.
Wilson, you don't have to fake the name, Ryan.
Only Fannings.
I don't know if I'd laugh if I had a sounder for that, or I'd hit the Price is Right loser. I'm not sure. I'm still debating whether I think that's funny or not.
Only Fannings.
I got it, the pun, the first time. You don't have to repeat it. Trust me, it didn't go over my head. Okay. I picked it up, but thanks for reiterating it just to make sure I got it. Yeah. No, once again, much like the first time you asked, Ryan, not Wilson.
We don't know. It could have been just two people with the same
thought,
question.
Asking about blonde Hollywood actresses and whether they'll revert to OnlyFans at some point.
OnlyFans is hot in the streets, or OnlyFannings, as some people are calling it.
I think even if Dakota Fanning's got into financial issues, she's got a sister who acts. There's money. She can lean on Elle. I don't think she has to go to OnlyFans. Like, I know, guys, you have fantasies, and Dakota's in her 30s now. So, if you're in your 50s, it's probably pretty weird to have this conversation. But Dakota Fanning's it's 30. So I don't know how old Ryan is, but he probably doesn't strike you the same as it strikes him. But I don't think she has to do that. She's good. I mean, she's not in a lot of movies, but she was in a TV series on TNT. I'm not sure how well TNT pays, but it was on for 2 seasons. And she gets steady work when she wants it. I don't think you have to worry about it.
Doesn't sound like she's in that.
Oh, you're looking at her IMDb and thinking it's possible?
No, not really. She was in the Equalizer 3.
Yeah, I'm sure she got a paycheck for that. She's teaming up with Denzel again.
As long as she doesn't have a financial advisor taking her money, I think she's good.
Yeah, and as long as the sister doesn't have the same financial advisor, just lean on Elle if things get bad.
She was in Cat in the Hat. She was in a lot of things in the early 2000s.
Yeah, she got paid as a young actress, and then she took some time off, as a lot of the ones who are well-adjusted do, and then they come back. And it's always good, just like maybe she's the Thad or the Tad. I want to call him Thad because Thad's the real name. Maybe she's the Tad Prescott of that family. Ooh. She can just lean on Elle if things go poorly. Ryan, I know you have dreams of watching blonde actresses lose all their money and go on OnlyFans, but nah. I think you're missing out on Elle Fanning.
Do we know
or Dakota Fanning?
Do we know if Tad Prescott's older than Dak?
I don't know that.
That adds a wrinkle to their dynamic.
That's younger brother energy, though.
Yeah, but if it turns out he's actually 4 years older than Dak, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Dak is 30, but I don't, or Rain maybe, considering what the discussion we're having. But Dak is 30. I don't have a listing for Tad.
Yeah, it doesn't have a Wikipedia.
Maybe we'll find out how old he is now that he's making appearances on podcasts. Maybe his age will eventually come out.
He needs to be on Club Shay Shay. That's what he needs.
Oh. But he's got to talk about everybody.
Yeah.
It can't just be Jalen Hurts is a running back and not a quarterback. He's got to get into Jerry Jones. He's got to talk about what Dak thought of Tony Romo when Dak was young, when Dak took over the job.
Yeah. Maybe Dak's there with Tad as like they're both guests, like in the movie Step Brothers.
Yeah,
they interview with Seth Rogen together.
Yeah, I don't know if Tad is famous enough to show up on Club Shay Shay by himself. He's gonna need Dak to carry him because Jackson Mahomes can't show up on Club Shay Shay.
Nah, I guess he can't.
No, he can't.
Well, I don't think Shannon Sharp would be that interested in him, but
sure.
I feel like he's famous. He has. What's his TikTok following, you know?
But Shannon Sharp would be – the point is Shannon Sharp would love to have Patrick Mahomes, I imagine, and he would love to have Dak.
Yes, Patrick Mahomes more likely than his brother.
So
Dak Prescott also more likely than his brother.
In that example where Club Shay Shay is involved, it'd have to be the brothers showing up on the podcast and having a back and forth, and maybe Shannon turns that into something. I think
I doubt it. As we talk it out now,
it's never happening.
I doubt it.
It's never happening.
I doubt it.
I think Tad has reached the top of his podcast game by going on I am an athlete.
Let's see if Rogan gets involved.
What is he? What he can't? Rogan doesn't care about quarterback rankings. He can't bring him on. He can't get 3 hours out of that.
Maybe Tad Prescott as I don't know, running a marathon, doing some hunting.
I don't think Rogan would have Dak on.
I think Tad's more likely than Dak to be on Rogan because maybe Tad has some hobby we don't know
weird
about.
Thing that Rogan can latch on to and make it a 3-hour show. Maybe you're right there.
Maybe he has some mindset, some what I do is the alpha brother mindset, and how to be an alpha brother.
Beta brother. You think he's the alpha in that family?
I think he has. Well, probably not.
No. I think if there is one, it's probably Mom, to be honest with you, which you can get those names off. Mom's probably the alpha in that family. So we've had Orlando Magic talk. We've had Tad Prescott talk. And somehow I'm going to drift back into the Magic before we get out of the segment. Grady Dick, who, as I mentioned, was the main character on the internet a couple days ago because of his jersey swap with Anthony Black. He has explained why he did it. It isn't just to be funny, which he was. That picture certainly went viral. So viral that the Orlando Magic account went with it and then deleted it, realizing they had made a terrible mistake. Grady Dick explains he and Anthony Black are boys. That's my guy. I've been playing against him and with him since middle school days, so that's been my guy for a long time. Guys jersey swap with their boys. That's my friend. And when asked if he had any other jersey swaps planned, he's like, I'm not sure. If they're one of my friends, sure. So now we have an answer from the source itself about why he did it. Sure, it's funny, but he had reasons behind it as well. And in this article, they give a list of names he could also do jersey swaps with. And I'm not going to read them. You guys know the list. You get it. They're guys with the last name of Brown, the Ball brothers.
Yeah.
You get it. You guys get it.
Suggs.
That one didn't actually. Yeah, that one's actually at the top of the list. The other Orlando Magic guard he could have done a jersey swap with. So, Grady Dix, he's not your clown. He likes Anthony Black. That's his friend, and that's why he did it, guys. He's just not gonna answer to the whims of the internet every time you want to use his name to make a joke.
Hey, listen, it's a long season, all right?
It's not that long.
If he could,
well, at least it's not a long time left. It's not a lot of time left in the season.
Well, no, I get why he didn't do it his rookie year. You know, you got to make it. Well,
he's a rookie.
I guess you don't have to make a name for yourself, but he is a rookie. No, but I get why he didn't do it like early in his rookie year.
Yeah, they played the Magic before and he didn't do
it.
Now,
second year, I feel like now you can. Your rotation spot solidified. Now
is he going to take the name on tour? Just jerseys. Hey, LaMelo, let's go.
Jalen Green, okay.
The Hulk? Is that what he's doing?
I don't know. Now it feels like he's forcing it.
Yeah. What is that? Why are we talking about aliens? Yeah, we got to get out of this segment. We're way late, and the jokes will just get worse. We got one more segment to go here on the show. Remember, Gallant and George are out at Wakefield, right? Wakefield Crowbar, and the Killer Bees will follow them. It's NCAA tournament time. Fill out your bracket. You can go to 975.com, ESPN975.com for that. We got a bracket madness thing brought to you by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget. We're all going to be involved. You can play against us. If you win, you can win gift cards from some of our big supporters here at the station. So it is a chance to play and win. Check it out, ESPN975.com. It's under the promotions tab. We got you covered. One more segment to go here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to our last segment. It'll be a short one here. A caller earlier wanted to discuss the transfer portal. I think it was Pena. And the prime example of why people may hate the transfer portal beyond basketball. Like if you aren't in the tournament right now, you watch players on your team immediately decide they want to go. It's just part of the game now. But Caden Proctor, who transferred from Alabama to Iowa this offseason, is now back in the portal. He was at Iowa for 2 months and decided, you know what, I'm good. I'm out. And he's from the area. People were explaining away why he went back to Iowa, beyond the fact that Nick Saban retired. He went to Iowa. He's from the area. He decided, you know what, I want to be a Hawkeye. Now he's decided, no, I don't. And the thought is he's going to head back to Bama. Caden, I would say maybe wait on it. Maybe wait to make the initial decision if it could be as simple as spending 2 months back, or at least spending 2 months in Iowa City was enough for you to make a different decision. So he's going to be a guy people are going to want. He was a big name coming out of high school, as you might imagine, the fact that Bama was the place he decided to go. But if we're talking about examples of why people think the transfer portal is bad, this is one. No regulations, really, particularly if you decide within the windows they put in place. And will he be eligible, Sean, do you think? Since he did not play for Iowa, will he be eligible to play?
Yeah, because there's no limit on transfer.
As long as you – but if he had played, I thought – because we had it with the Walker kid at North Carolina, where there was a question about whether he had used too many transfers.
But since then,
they've amended that too?
Yeah, well, not amended that. They got sued over it.
Okay.
And, now it's as many transfers as you want immediate eligibility. You don't have to sit out any transfer.
So Caden Walker's on the market, and people believe, he's going back to Alabama. It's not that people believe.
No,
he's expected to go back to Alabama.
It's been reported as he is entering the transfer portal, and the belief he'll be at Alabama. And normally, when you get that kind of reporting,
it's already a done deal. It's already a done deal.
It makes sense, I assume that it was NIL related. I assume it was they didn't have their money right at the time. Again, right after Nick Saban retires, they go out and have to hire a new coach. They get Kalen DeBoer. Maybe all the I's weren't dotted and the T's weren't crossed when it comes to the money he was able to get, and so he went back home to Iowa. I'm sure got to see some Caitlin Clark games and was like, all right, cool.
Peace out. And you talked about the NIL, and that's a big story for Iowa fans. The CEO of the Swarm Collective, that is part of the Iowa NIL.
Copying D'Amico's saying.
Which came first? The money that they've given to the Swarm Collective, the student athletes have to actually do work for charity to get that, and he hasn't done any of that. That's according to Brad Heinrichs, the CEO of the Swarm Collective. So if you're worried, Iowa people, we didn't give him anything. He didn't get any of it. So he didn't take our money. We've been talking about Quinn Ewers quite a bit. He didn't take any NIL money and then head back to where he wanted to go, like allegedly Quinn Ewers did.
He's also only been there for.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers actually spent a full year.
He's only been there for 2 months.
Yeah, that's true. But he didn't come there, rob you, and then go back to Alabama.
Yeah.
He didn't get any money, so rest assured, Hawkeye fans, you can give it to your punter because we know he's the most valuable player on that team.
In related Alabama news, by the way, apparently Caleb Downs doesn't have Ohio State football in his Instagram bio. Huh? Could he boomerang his way back?
Could this all been a ploy by the Alabama Stars to get their money from places who had their NIL stuff locked in because, as you talked about, Alabama was had a transition, and then go back to where they wanted to be after they got paid? It would be a great way of finessing the game.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be upset with them. Look, if Ryan Day, if this happens to Ryan Day,
is he just fired?
Just lock it up for Ryan Day. You're done. If Caleb Downs played you to the point he could take your money, then go back to Alabama, you're done. Forget about it.
They honestly should just fire him.
Yeah, right now.
On March 20th.
Right now, if that's how this plays out. And
he got duped by a 19-year-old.
And look, we're reading it. We're joking
like,
about reading into
this is
a
like
lack
9
of
steps ahead.
Yeah, we're reading into an Instagram profile, but still, it'd be funny. if the all-in for Ohio State just winds up being they hired Chip Kelly because Caleb Downs, the star safety, decided, no, I actually like Alabama. I just wanted your money.
They also got the K-State quarterback. Yeah.
Will Howard. It's a step down. Not from Kyle McCord, but from their previous quarter, but from the C.J. Strouds of the world and Justin Fields and even Dwayne Haskins. Well, Will Howard isn't those guys, but that's the guy they're leaning on. And thankfully for them, Michigan lost almost everyone, so maybe Ohio State can finally beat them. That's what Ryan Day has to do. Forget about the Caleb Downs stuff. Don't lose to Michigan again, or he will get fired. That'll wrap it up for us. Gallant and George and the Killer Bees are going to be out at Wakefield Crowbar if you want to see them out there. It's part of us ramping up for our NCAA tournament coverage. It won't just be Wakefield Crowbar. It'll be Carbach tomorrow, and then the entire station will be out at Nick's Place. So join us at one of those locations. We'll be happy to see you. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
On his follow attempts. Green turns a corner, blows by him, goes to the rim and throws it up and in. Plus the foul. Somebody got to show these Wizards how to play this game. Sit overnight on a soft, slow boil.
Stop it. Stop playing.
Just turn it. Stop it. Turn it all the way down low and just let it simmer overnight.
Mr. Jalen Green. Mr. Jalen Green. Ooh.
Gallant George live from Wakefield Crowbar here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was the incredible play from Jalen Green last night on the Space City Home Network, called by Craig Ackerman. Paul, what a move by Jalen Green. What a streak this kid is on. He is playing probably his best basketball of his career right now, and it has been so much fun. So much fun to watch.
I went into last night's game looking at the opponent, the Washington Wizards, who absolutely stink, thinking to myself, there's no reason for me to watch this Rockets game. I felt the same way not too long ago about Alperen Şengün, and when he started having his big game, I said, all right, fine, I'll put on the TV. So I put on the TV. I missed that live, but what he did in this game, especially at the end and at the very beginning, deserves a ton of credit. And I got to say, Joe, as somebody who was pretty out on Jalen Green, like I think a lot of people, understandably so, I am very happy for him because he clearly has responded to Ime Udoka's tough love. And hopefully this is the norm. Maybe not 42 points, a career high, but performances like this where he is dominant for stretches as a scorer, and then after that is just smart the rest of the game. Hopefully this is a more consistent thing with Green, who is still just 21 years old.
Yeah, I mean, that play last night, just looking at it, it's so – that's where Jalen Green can always be at his best. We all know that attacking the rim, he's always been good at. And I don't think it's an over-exaggeration to say that play in the moment was – it was like Jordan-esque, Kyrie Irving-esque, where they go up, they're in the air for so long, they make a big-time change move, and they get the layup. Like, there are very few players in the world that can do that kind of move in a game last night. And not that he's either of those guys, and it would be awesome if he could get close to the level of Kyrie Irving one day in his career in terms of just skill and scoring ability. But that play last night and everything around it was so good. And look, you're playing the Wizards, right? You're not playing a good basketball team. You're not.
They were a bad team missing almost all of their players.
Yeah, you're not. You're not playing a good team.
They're the worst team in basketball.
You're not. Yeah, you're not playing an NBA championship contender. You're not playing a team that's fighting for a playoff spot like you are now, because the Houston Rockets are 2.5 games out of the play-in game. They're in playoff contention for real. They've already lost the season series to the Golden State Warriors, but they still play them one more time this season, so they can even help their own case going forward. But I'm so impressed by what Jalen Green has done in the absence of Alperen Şengün and how he's really flipped this switch and made people like me look very stupid.
Well, I don't think that you have to say that you look stupid after this. I think a lot of people were right with their judgment of Jalen Green. He has responded extremely well over the course of the last month, and there could be a variety of different reasons for that. Take a look at who they've played. Bums. Take a look at, on top of that, why things are now more open for Jalen Green. You don't have Alperen Şengün clogging up a lot of space. And Amen Thompson has been fantastic, almost completely forgotten since stepping into the starting lineup. I mean, he had 25 points of his own last night. So I don't think that people all of a sudden have to apologize for where they were with Jalen Green just a month ago. It's been a great month, and I guess I'm going to be the one that's the Debbie Downer today. But remember, it's March basketball. There are a lot of teams right now that are so close to Cancun mode, and I would say the Wizards are definitely one of them. The Rockets have played a lot of them of late, and we've seen nice stretches from Jalen Green this time a year before, 2 years ago. Saw the same thing from Jabari Smith Jr. at the end of last year. These things happen, and it's not to say that what he's doing isn't impressive. It is. I'm just saying I can kind of understand why it is happening right now for a variety of different factors. You still have to give him credit, but it doesn't mean that you were wrong a month ago. No. Everyone was right. If you were still believing that Jalen Green was capable of this Green sanity kind of run over the last month, you're either the most patient middle school teacher ever, or you are like my dog Stilgar in Dune 2, just a psychotic fanatic who believes in the Rockets no matter how bad they've been over the last 3 to 4 years. Now, like Brado and H-Town biased, who I love, but my God, sometimes.
Yeah, now, I did find this tweet from Ben DuBose interesting, thinking about March, because you're right. So many of these teams, they're in Cancun mode. They're thinking about going to Vegas already this offseason. They're ready to move on and be done with this season, especially the bad teams that are less than 15 wins. Half those guys know they're not going to be on the Wizards next year. They're going to be replaced. They're going to be back in the G League or on the bench of another roster. But Ben DuBose tweeted this a couple hours ago. Jalen Green's net rating post All-Star break. So that's your offensive plus minus your defensive plus minus. Jalen Green's in 2021-22 season post All-Star break was negative 1.7. Last year, it was negative 3.7. This year, it's plus 7.1. So while he's had good stretches post All-Star break, this one does appear to be on another level.
Yeah.
And the real question is why?
I think a lot of it is Şengün not being out
Is
there.
it?
I think that it works better the way that the Rockets are trying to play with Jalen Green when Şengün's not there. And I'll say that because Şengün's a big guy, and Green's somebody who wants to drive to the hoop. He's very good at driving to the hoop. And I think what you got to ask yourself is when Şengün comes back, is this still going to be possible? If Green shoots the way that he did, I mean, he hit his first three like 17 seconds in. Yeah, it's possible. But he has to hit shots, and I think that for him is still the big question. He has been on a hot streak of late, and that's great. It really is great to see. Guys can improve their three-point shot over the course of their career. They can't really improve their dribbling. I think that Şengün being out is helping him out, but there's still a part of me that wonders, okay, well, when Şengün comes back, what's this going to look like? I still think, like, I've brought this up a couple of times. I think that Jalen Green, best case scenario in the NBA, could be someone like Jamal Crawford, maybe not here, but
Sure.
A guy who comes off the bench and is just awesome because he's more athletic than everybody. He can hang in the air while driving towards the hoop for 2-3 seconds or whatever the hell he did on that loop-de-loop thing that he did that we played coming into the beginning of the show. So, really what I'm trying to say here is that I love this, but I don't know that it's going to work with Şengün still.
It does give me, when you said that, the thing that it reminded me of so much, and I hated the trade then, and it could lead to some uncomfortable conversations now about the future of this Rockets team, how you build it, but I hated the idea that the Houston Rockets a handful of years ago were so committed to Russell Westbrook in the short term that because it wasn't working with Clint Capella on the court, that they traded away Clint Capella. Because that's kind of what you're describing right now, is that Russell Westbrook attacking the basket, Clint Capella kind of in the way, playing small was better for Russell Westbrook when he was with the Rockets. I don't think that's the solution that Rafael Stone and his wife, who's now tweeting at Roosh, which I love, was very funny last night. I don't think that's the path that we're headed down, but it does remind me a little bit of when that situation occurred and Daryl Morey decided the best way to optimize Russell Westbrook was to get rid of a really solid big man.
Yeah, and it's different with Capella because Capella's just a completely limited player. Like, Capella's only capable of rebounding and jumping up, catching the ball, and putting it in the hoop. Şengün is clearly a much, 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 much better player than Clint Capella ever could be.
Yeah.
I think with where they're at right now, though, you do still have to wonder if this stretch by Green can continue. I think a lot of people have turned last night into Jalen Green has become a star. And, okay, he had 42 points, but it was against the scrub-ass Wizards who are missing most of their players. And, again, I'm not trying to take anything away from Jalen Green here. I'm just saying all of a sudden we are crowning him and dunking on people who I believe correctly were out on him a little bit ago. Got a text here from the 832 who said, nah, you guys were wrong. Always quick to judge. Well, that's our job. Same way you guys judge C.J. Stroud. Also, that's incorrect. Who was first on the C.J. Stroud bandwagon?
Yeah,
Your
first
boy
of all,
right here.
You can't use that as an example because literally week 3 I was saying he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I was quite there, but
it was like week 15. I was like, by week 4, I was like, he's top 15 at least.
I thought his improvement from preseason week 1 to preseason week 3 and then what he did in week 2 against the Colts, I thought, which a lot of people were saying was in garbage time. I was on the train pretty early too. But again, this isn't about patting ourselves on the back right now. I'm just talking about with Jalen Green. You do not have to feel bad about being annoyed by Jalen Green about a month ago when he was getting mad at reporters covering the team, trying to be objective, and when Ime Udoka was suggesting a starting lineup change going into the All-Star break. He has responded incredibly well, and he deserves a ton of credit for it. And is it because he's a dad now? What is the reason? He even said that after the game when he was talking with Vanessa. All I'm trying to say is it's great what we're seeing. I hope it continues. I don't know that it will continue with Şengün back on the court. And stop crowning Green as one of the top players in the NBA based off of one night, again, against a Wizards team that's missing like 7 guys.
Okay, we got to hear that audio. Let's hear from Jalen Green last night speaking with Vanessa about what he believes his recent success is attributed to. I don't hear it at all. Oh, okay. Sorry, Sean. We couldn't hear it. It's okay. Jalen Green says that part of the reason why he's playing this well is because he's going to be a dad. He's going to be a dad, Paul. Now, typically, we've seen with the Houston Astros, dad strength comes after birth.
Yeah.
We saw it with Alex Bregman. Mm-hmm. We've seen it with a lot of the Astros players recently, where after they become a dad, that they all of a sudden have great success. But Jalen Green has been dominating just since the announcement that he was going to be a dad. So how do you feel about this?
Well, I don't know. You're a father. You tell me.
I don't know. I didn't feel dad strength.
I'm thinking to myself, like, I mean, I get my friends bust my balls because one time they saw my giant wallet and it had condom rings in it because I had them in there for a long time. So they bust my balls about making sure that I'm not knocking anybody up.
That's good, though.
Well, maybe listen.
I will say.
Maybe I need to go Nick Cannon mode and start, knocking up the world so I can become the best radio host I can be.
I will say, when my wife was pregnant, I was producing the #1 rated afternoon show in Houston.
Look at that.
For most of those 9 months.
Look at that. Okay. Oh, so it only worked while she was pregnant then.
Well, yeah, for the most part.
So when you became a father, then all the productivity went downhill because you had other responsibilities.
Because I was sleeping too much or not sleeping enough. It just depended on the day. I don't know. I thought the comment was it was funny. Just
I laughed at it.
I laughed at it too. It's just like,
especially because when we saw that happen, I think most people's reaction to it was, I don't feel great about this. Maybe it's because they're looking at the situation as far as his age versus her age, and they're like, there's no way this could work. But that's because those people don't believe in love.
They don't believe in love. No, age gaps doesn't matter most of the time.
There's nothing wrong with a strong, powerful, independent, mature woman getting what she wants.
But Jalen Green, he's playing better because he's a dad. On a serious note, Jalen Green needed to grow up a little bit. I don't think there's anyone denying that. Like what we've seen from Jalen Green.
Everyone does. He's 21, yeah.
Exactly. Like, he's subtweeting people. He's putting out these Instagram posts. He's sliding in low-level, no offense, guys, media members' DMs about, complaining about what Ime Udoka's saying and talking trash to them. So, Jalen Green needed to grow up a little bit. So, maybe in all serious note, maybe this was a wake-up call to him to, be an adult. Because he's 21 years old. He's still a kid. But maybe he just grew up a little bit. I feel great about this. Jalen Green, dad. He's not even a dad yet. What happens when the baby's born? How good is he going to play? He can drop 50 a night?
I don't know. You're a father.
I don't know.
I can't pull the as a father
And you're
card.
a dad?
No, a cat dad. That is like the most deadbeat of dads. I can leave for 10 days and just leave enough food and kitty litter out, and she's fine.
Yeah, it's true. It's not exactly the same responsibility.
No,
All
it's
right.
no responsibility.
Do the people that need to bail, that wanted to bail on Jalen Green, need to apologize? How much do you feel the way that Paul kind of still feels? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
We're live here at Wakefield Crowbar on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul and Joe, myself, here with you. Brian McDonald's here. Joel Blank will be here at 3 o'clock for the Killer Bees. Bunch of great stuff going on at Wakefield Crowbar right now. They have their usual specials, which my favorite, 50-cent boneless wings during happy hour, 2 to 6. So I'm ready for 2 o'clock to be here already to crush some 50-cent boneless wings, Paul.
We've got soft boys at 12:30. Is it soft to prefer boneless wings to boned wings? This is a conversation that my friend group has had regularly.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you have the boneless wings, you can eat it with a fork and a knife, which
Yeah.
I'll be honest, as someone who doesn't like my hands to get dirty, I do prefer. But at the same time, I want to get my toxic masculinity on as much as I possibly can.
Yep.
And there is something about devouring, chicken wing or two.
So bone-in is better,
Just
for sure.
shredding it off with a bone with your teeth.
But I think it depends for me on the sauce that I get. So,
Okay.
like, if I go, I go like 50% of the time I go like lemon pepper, dry rub. So if I'm going to go lemon pepper, dry rub.
You're boring.
It's so good, though.
No.
The best is Pluckers has their hot lemon pepper.
Spicy garlic.
Spicy garlic's very good,
Spicy
too.
garlic. My mouth is watering just thinking about spicy
Yeah,
garlic.
so
right now.
I just depends on how I'm feeling, where I go.
Okay.
I'm not one way or the other. It just depends on the day.
I think the rubs, the rubs, I get it. Everyone likes a good rub.
Now,
but
do you have a preference of what kind of
rubs are
bone-in
boring.
wing?
No, not really.
Because when we order wings at home, my wife very specifically has me order just flats.
What the hell is that?
The flat ones, not the drumsticks.
B-Mac is shaking his head.
The flat wings.
I have no idea what that is.
What do you mean you
It
don't
sounds
know
like
what
a
that
chicken
is?
tender.
It's the other one.
It's
the other one. There's a drumstick and there's the flat one that doesn't have a natural handle to it.
It's called flats?
Yeah, they're just called flats.
Those are called flats.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
we get
I don't
just
distinguish
flats.
between bones.
Your wife demands you get the flats?
Yeah, she likes just the flats.
See, I'm just the opposite. I only get drumsticks.
But that's where it usually works out for us. 'cause I
AJ's
like
nodding his head. See?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, your wife, this is a bad food take from your wife.
I don't disagree, Brian.
Okay.
I
all right.
also
as long
like,
as we've established that.
Yeah, I prefer the drumsticks as well, but she gets
Oh,
the flats
so
only.
so you're a soft boy and you just give in.
Yeah, I do give
Okay.
in.
All right. Fair.
Happy wife, happy life. Jalen Green's not married, but he is happy baby mama, good basketball. Maybe that's how it works.
It rolls off the tongue.
Maybe that's how it works. Happy baby mama, good basketball. But Jalen Green's playing so good. No, like I don't feel the need to fully apologize for everything
don't apologize.
I've said.
Apologize for nothing.
My biggest thing that I would take back about my Jalen Green takes that I've given is that they must trade him this offseason. My stance has been that the way he was playing basketball, his value is only going to get worse because he was giving me no signs of encouragement, no signs of positivity. There's nothing he did this season really that I was loving until Ime wanted to bench him, and there's a reason why Ime wanted to bench him. But my take was that they should trade him this offseason because I think it's the last time that his value would be high, and it was only going to get worse. I think Jalen, the way he's played, has shown enough to where you have more time to really figure this out. So to your point about him playing with Alperen Şengün, how that works with Amen Thompson and all these guys, I think they have more time. So that's the only thing I would take back is that they need to trade him this offseason.
I don't know, though. I mean, now his value is as high as it's ever going to be, potentially. And what if he comes back and we still have the same problems with him and Şengün not being able to work together on the court? I think now, I mean, it's more of a 50-50 proposition. And if you're Raphael Stone, you gotta think long and hard about how much you can get for Jalen Green and try to figure out if this will be a fit going forward. So, I mean, it helps the Rockets no matter what. Either Green is improving as a player and responding to Ime Udoka's tough coaching, or Green is doing those things but is proving that he's really good by himself and could potentially be used in some sort of a package to get a guy who is a legitimate star right now, which is something that we've talked about as a show over the course of the past week, at least in mention. If I can get somebody better than Jalen Green that's an established star, and now all of a sudden Green's looking like the kind of player that's going to get me more, I am 100% thinking about moving Jalen Green.
Yeah, I definitely still understand. I don't envy the decision that Raphael Stone and Ime Udoka are going to have to make this offseason, because I don't think it's an easy decision in any capacity, whether it's trade Jalen, trade someone else, keep everyone here, and just try to run it back and see how they all play together. It is a complicated discussion. Now, one of the texters brought this up. This Jalen Green stretch did start with Alperen Şengün.
It did.
So at least part of it, the first, I think, 3 or 4 games of it, were with Alpi on the court at the same time. But it's still such a small sample size of where Jalen and Alpi are both playing their best basketball. It just makes a complicated conversation about how they're going to attack this going forward. And it's really it's fascinating. Fascinating what they're going to do.
Yeah, more options is good, too. I mean, you are not now trapped in a spot where you're looking at him and you're like, damn, can we even get anything for him because he's not a fit? But all of this has changed over a month. And remember, it's March, and you are playing all sorts of teams who are as close to Cancun mode as you possibly can be. And this is one of the byproducts of the NBA's long season. It's really tough to gauge this time of year between the teams that have already locked up spots, how they handle, playing time the last couple of weeks because they want everybody to be healthy. So a lot of load management potentially going on when you're playing good teams, and a lot of the bad teams are just checked out. The Rockets' advantage right now, which is why they're only 2.5 games out of the playoff, is that they got a guy in Ime Udoka who's going to be hard on them all throughout the year. There's no Steven Silas to basically give you vacation mode starting with the All-Star break.
The one positive about their schedule, though, is that starting tomorrow when they take on the Bulls, 9 of their remaining opponents still are in the playoffs or and fighting for playoff positioning. Multiple teams like the Bulls and the Warriors are fighting for playoff seeding in just the play-in tournament. So you do have a stretch where you only play Utah, Portland. You play Utah 3 more times this season. So they're not obviously going to make the playoffs. You play Portland twice this season. So that's 5 games, doing quick math, the rest of the season. So 9 of your final 14, I think it is, are against teams that are currently in the playoffs and fighting for playoff seeding. So there's a chance that, where I totally agree with you about the Cancun stuff and people taking off, in theory you should be playing more competitive basketball because, A, you're fighting for a playoff spot. B, 9 of your remaining opponents, they're also fighting for a playoff spot.
I get what you're saying on that front. The rest of the way, those teams, it's the Bulls at the Thunder, the Mavs at the T-Wolves, the Heat, Mavs again, Magic, and then the Clippers to wrap it up. So there are some tough teams left. But over this recent stretch, okay, you beat a Suns team that doesn't know what the hell it's doing. You beat the Spurs, who are garbage. You lost to the Clippers. You did have a 20-point lead in that game, so that's kind of cool. The Blazers stink. Kings, disappointment compared to last year, but 6th, okay, in the West. Spurs stink. Wizards stink. Cavs, okay, but, I mean, they're dealing with some injury issues of their own. And then the Wizards. So, like, this stretch, you've been playing absolute bums. I'm not trying to take away from Jalen Green. I'm just telling you what it is. They've played some losers out there, and that could explain, especially this time of year, post-All-Star break, why things have been so easy.
Yeah,
Green deserves credit. He's done a very good job, but I am not all of a sudden like putting the crown on him like so many of these red rowdies out there are doing.
Yeah, especially because like one of the things that's got, you mentioned in the first segment, I meant Thompson. He deserves some love too. He's one of 2 rookies in the NBA right now, averaging double-digit rebounds. It's him and Wembanyama. Like Ahmed Thompson, I love what he's doing on the court right now. So they're playing really good basketball. That's what is positive about the Rockets, though, is that while collectively it hasn't really all come together, every individual piece has had moments this season where you're very happy with. Ahmed Thompson, Kane Whitmore, Alpi, Jabari, Jalen, all 5 of your young core, besides Tari Eason, who's been hurt pretty much the entire year, has had these really high peak moments, and it just brings some positivity into the Rockets organization at this point in time.
Yeah.
So I feel pretty good about them right now.
I mean, everyone should feel good. I don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to say, like, Jalen Green hasn't done bleep. No, he's done great. He's responded to Ime Udoka's tough coaching. This last month has been probably the best stretch of his time with the Houston Rockets. I'm just saying we got to take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt. We can't all say, like, everyone was wrong about Jalen Green all of a sudden. We can't say that this is definitive, that he is a star now in this league, on this team. He has to stay here going forward. No, he has to keep it up. And that's been the tricky thing with him, is the consistency it comes in spurts, but it has not come consistently in spurts.
All right, coming up next, it's Wednesday. That means it's time for Soft Boys here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But before we do that, I want to tell you guys about LaBerge in Lake Charles. We are headed there this weekend for a live show. Myself, Brian McDonald, and Sean Mapes will be there doing a live show from noon to 3 on Saturday inside their sportsbook. They have so much great stuff to offer you guys. Great food deals. Their nachos are supposedly incredible. They're going to be the first thing that I tackle this weekend. I know. All I can think about is food. I'm a fat kid at heart, but I also love gambling. And they have everything I need to watch and gamble on sports. They have this massive 47-foot TV wall, 47 individual TVs, betting kiosks throughout the entire sports book. It is the go-to place to watch your teams from Texas when you go to Lake Charles. Head on over to LaBerge Lake Charles. Download the Penn Play app if you haven't done so yet. Sign up. Be eligible for awards. There's a chance you can win up to $2,000 in Penn Play cash when you sign up. When you want to go to Lake Charles and gamble on sports, make sure you head over to LaBerge Lake Charles.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we've been talking a lot about the Rockets and the NBA, and it feels pretty good. But we know what time it is of the year it is. It's March.
Yep.
March is here. The madness has begun, and really you knew March began because everything that's going on with March really kicks off today's edition of Soft Boys.
Yes.
Soft boys, in a tough sitch. Ime Udoka thinks you're a bitch.
How dare you forget about this?
I forgot.
How can you forget that Ime Udoka once said that LeBron James was a soft boy because he couldn't handle the word bitch on the court because LeBron James is an adult and feels that he should be treated as an adult. Can't hear such harsh language.
What do you think about are the teams that are bailing on the NIT soft? Are they soft boys?
Yes. Play your games. This idea that you're too good for some sort of tournament at the end of the year is ridiculous. Imagine you're somebody who's probably never going to play basketball again once you're done in college. And then your school is deciding yeah, we're just not going to play in these games. I think you're soft. 100%, and I get it. There are players who will perhaps be playing in the NBA or playing overseas. But the idea that they all are is wrong. If you were, Joe, at the end of your last season playing a sport, probably ever, would you want these games just taken away all of a sudden?
No.
No one wants that. You want to play as long as you possibly can. So I don't know why these schools all think they're above these non-NCAA tournaments, specifically my alma mater, Syracuse.
Yeah.
Who the hell are you? You guys blow now. Play in an actual postseason tournament.
My issue with this is, I'm going to say they're not soft because I think these coaches are just trash people, to be honest. Because what I think is really happening is that as soon as the conference tournaments ended on Sunday, the Big Ten game ended, the transfer portal opened up. And I think what's happening is schools like Syracuse are, instead of worrying about NIT tournaments, they're worried about going into the transfer portal and stealing players. And the issue with that is a couple things. First of all, there's so many teams still playing. So the transfer portal shouldn't be open. There are 68 teams, 70 teams left, 66 teams left at this point in the tournament because we still have some playing games left to go.
Virginia, not one of them. Thank God.
They sucked. That game sucked so bad. But like you have all these transfer portal kids that are wanting to move around, but you have teams playing in the tournament. I think that's why schools are bailing on the NIT. So I don't know if they're soft, but I think the whole process sucks.
Sports have games. You should play the games.
I agree. But then you have to open the transfer portal up after.
That's what they should do already. Yeah, there's some weird decisions that are being made, too, where guys are getting fired before these tournaments even begin. I'm not really 100% sure why it is the way that is.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, is he soft for not running for vice president?
Yes. You can be the quarterback of the Jets and the vice president of the United States. You're not actually going to win. Why not do it? If you're somebody who cares so much about censorship and about the legalization of ayahuasca, why not run with RFK? Why not?
I think it was just a gimmick.
Yeah?
But it's also soft.
Very soft.
He could have done both.
Yeah.
Most Americans have worked 2 jobs in their lives. Why can't Aaron Rodgers work 2 jobs?
Right. You've worked 2 jobs in this field.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it. I think if you're Aaron Rodgers and you talk all this talk and you have an opportunity to do something like this, you're not going to do it, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
no one wants to hear you speak.
I was slinging hats by day at Lids and making radio magic at night. Why can't Aaron Rodgers be vice president and the quarterback for the most overrated franchise in the NFL?
Good question.
I just don't understand why he can't be. All right, we'll go to Sean. We're going to go to the reporter question here first.
Oh, yeah.
Is this reporter who asked the question to Juwan Howard, is he soft?
Recorder, Coach, I'm right here. First of all, we're praying for you that your health will
Thank
improve.
you, brother. Appreciate that, man.
There's 3 black coaches in this conference, and throughout the season, each one of you has been put on a hot seat by the white media. I'm hoping that you survive this, but because we know black coaches sometimes don't.
Thank you.
But can you speak on just the fact that the 3 of you are doing the job that you've been hired to do, representing as coaches? There was black kids in the stands today that got to see you coach, and we'll see the other 2 black coaches doing this tournament. Can you just speak on that?
Unbelievable. What a terrible question. Michigan is 8-24. They're 3-17 in the Big Ten. He has done what he's expected to do. They're behind Rutgers, for Christ's sake. I mean, look, I understand this idea that perhaps, like specifically in a city like this, where it is a very diverse city, you do have a lot of white people on the radio. There's this idea that the white media is harsh. But, I mean, this is kind of insulting to black reporters, Asian reporters, whatever other race of reporter there is, because the idea that 3-17 is acceptable in the Big Ten at Michigan is a joke. Juwan Howard was there entirely because of his name. He was a disaster if this is how the season wrapped up. I don't know what the excuses are for Michigan being this year, but
he's getting asked this, like, I hope you survive the job. He's been terrible at his job. Why would you want him to survive?
That's where it's, yes, there's an issue with the quality of hires in college sports, even more so than in professional sports. In college athletics, the difference in numbers is staggering with how many African-American coaches there are versus white coaches. But Juwan Howard was not a good coach this year. Michigan was not a good basketball team this year. At some point, your record has to matter. At some point, the fact that you only were successful at Michigan with recruits that were not your players has to matter. It's not always about race. Sometimes it's just the fact that a coach wasn't good, and they've had so many issues at Michigan with Juwan Howard, with allegations of cheating and all the recruiting stuff that's been going on with them. Like, it is not a simple issue with Juwan Howard. This is a soft question.
Every team in the Big Ten outside of Rutgers who almost has it has twice as many overall wins as Michigan. Every single team in the Big Ten.
Yeah, you finished last.
You're
Michigan.
If they were a bubble team and his job was in jeopardy, fine. They were so bad this year. Come on.
Yeah, it's crazy to look at the Big Ten and see 3-17 in their conference. They were 8-24 overall this year. Like, they were an objectively terrible basketball player.
Disaster.
It's just baffling. A soft question. All right, is this soft? CBS Sports Minute. The three of us are familiar with this from our days at the Texans flagship.
Right.
Being forced to listen to these awful, awful things.
So basically they do this at the beginning of a commercial break, and they're never actually any good. But this guy called JR Sports Brief is getting tons of backlash for this CBS Sports Minute because of something he says towards the very end about the NCAA tournament.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by LL Flooring. LL Flooring, every step covered. March Madness is upon us. Selection Sunday is only a few days away, and we even have teams that have won their conference tournaments and have automatic bids. But if I'm being honest, I'm more excited for the women's tournament. I'm ready for Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, and the giant Brazilian woman from South Carolina that knocks people over. Forget the guys. We're the women. I'm ready. On JR.
The last part has gotten lots of backlash. I believe he has apologized for it.
He has.
I think CBS Sports Radio has apologized for it. But if we're being honest, I mean, no one knows anyone in women's basketball other than those two names. And saying the Brazilian woman who punches people versus a Brazilian name, I'm guessing, I don't know. That actually gets me more riled up for the women's tournament.
Yeah, I get why. It's one of those things where I just don't get why people don't think. Like,
he definitely did not use great judgment in putting that together. However, I mean, as a passing comment, is it not kind of funny?
I mean, if it's fine, it's fine. If it doesn't air in South Carolina,
that's why
I'm sure it's not ever a story.
And that's why it's a story.
But it's just stupid. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it's soft or not.
I think that the people that are upset about this are a little bit too upset about it and are perhaps looking for things to be upset about. There's a little white knighting going on. But at the same time, you are right in that he was dumb to
what an idiot.
Not self-edit there.
Also, he's lying.
What, you don't think that the women's tournament is going to get bigger ratings than the championship?
Yeah, I
than
saw
the
that.
men's tournament?
Who gave that take?
I don't know, but some people are asking it. Because
Yeah.
It's Caitlin Clark. I'm sorry. Like, Caitlin Clark, she's great. She's a great player. Caitlin Clark does not have that much cachet.
Yeah, I mean, the tickets to see her in the first round of the tournament I saw were like over $1,000 to get in. She's a huge draw for sure. But it's just, I would be impressed if it happens, if the women's Final Four, assuming she's in it, outrates the men's. Because that's the key part of this, is that not a single game, if she's not in it, is going to outrate everyone else.
I'll be honest. I'm not watching a second of the women's tournament. I mean, sorry.
I've watched her play. She's a super talented basketball player. I've watched her play more at Iowa. But it is one of those things where the second she graduates, I'll never watch her play basketball ever again.
I've watched her flop more against that fan at Ohio State than I have watched her actually play.
That was a big-time flop.
I had to rewatch that over and over again because I had to get the journalism out there for my people.
Yeah. What a dumb thing to say. I'm just baffled by people. Like, in today's, cancel culture, don't give someone a reason to cancel you. Don't be this stupid. Oh, well. All right, March Madness is underway. We briefly mentioned the Virginia game. What a dud that was. Should their coach be fired just because they're boring? That's a take I heard this morning. What else is going on in March Madness? We'll discuss next year on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Coming to you live from Wakefield Crowbar. They are doing dollar beers as well for opening weekend for Astros Yankees, March 28th to the 31st. Dollar beers, $2 shots. During the first four as well, they have $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots.
That's today.
That's today.
We did say yesterday, you said this, you're daring people to come over and get me shots. Well, okay, $3 Mexican candy shot.
I've never done a Mexican candy shot.
Well, it tastes like Mexican candy.
Is it good?
That's for you to decide.
Oh, we'll find out.
I like them. But that does not mean come over here and get me a bunch. I have a job to do, and I'm a professional. I would never drink on the job.
That's fake news.
Except for that
Wakefield
one time.
Crowbar. Come buy a shot.
And that other one time.
And the other third time. All right, so March Madness officially underway. Virginia laid out a dud last night, proving everyone that they didn't belong in the tournament. All the Indiana State fans are up in a tizzy.
Yeah.
Because they should have been in. And they're boring. They're
Yeah.
straight up boring basketball.
I've always hated watching them play. I hate that they won a national championship. It disgusts me. The way that they play, for those who don't know, is essentially just throwing the ball to each other outside the three-point line. It's passing. It's not a lot of movement. And it's something that now after losing that they are, I guess, reevaluating if this system that they run is something that they want to keep going forward. Certainly can't be fun to play in if it's not fun to watch. And it did have me wondering, Joe, just about teams that aesthetically you hate watching. I think it's funny that we watched at the Virginia game last night that somebody was wearing a shirt that said Virginia basketball is Iowa football.
Yep.
And it's so true. Because Iowa football, okay, they play great defense.
Their offense sucks.
But, I mean, yeah, they were going to score almost all their points defensively or on special teams.
Yeah.
You're relying more on your white cornerbacks to score pick sixes than you are on your offense to get a field goal.
I just don't understand why Iowa doesn't do something different with their offense. Like, they have this great defense. Run the triple option.
Well,
Go old school.
I mean, they are in Iowa. Who wants to go there?
It's a good point.
Have you ever been to Iowa?
Yeah, we've gone a couple times.
I'm sorry.
It's not. I mean, it's a fun environment to go to games.
Is it just corn?
Yeah. There's nothing to do there. There's nothing.
Do people make houses out of the corn?
Probably.
Do they live in corn stock homes?
I would assume so.
Okay.
But March Madness underway. Did you fill out your bracket yet, Paul?
No, I did not. This is my problem. I always procrastinate to the last second, and there's been a couple of years, the last few, where I haven't even filled out one.
Yeah, it's
which includes last year. I was like, oh yeah, damn, games have already started.
I filled out mine last night.
I guess I have to do mine tonight.
Yeah.
What do you got winning it all?
Houston.
Good.
I got Houston beating Creighton in the Final Four, Illinois beating North Carolina in the Final Four, and then Houston beating the University of Illinois in the championship game this year.
Illinois going all the way.
I think they're pretty good this year, man. So we'll see.
No Chicago bias on that side of things?
I lean Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Okay.
Yeah, even in basketball.
Okay.
Honestly, I root for Southern Illinois more than anything because I was born in Carbondale, where SIU is. So
the Southern Illinois Salukis.
Yeah, Salukis.
Look at that.
Yeah, I grew up there a little bit, and then there was this NBA player that went through there, Troy Hudson. So that's when they were good.
Okay.
So I watch SIU more than anything, but they suck now.
Oh yeah.
They're not worth watching. So I don't really have a college basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, you know me. I used to be a big Syracuse guy, but now I'm a kook.
Yeah. So, the thing about March Madness, I'm trying to think who else fits in that category. Iowa.
Teams that are just aesthetically brutal to watch. This is going to be a controversial one, but when Spain was really good at soccer in the World Cup, I hated watching Spain because Spain would just pass the ball all game. Like they would just pass and pass and pass, and they were beautiful passes, but they would control the possession for the longest time, and they weren't putting a ton of shots on net. Where Germany, I really enjoyed the way that Germany played, like very blitzy, the way that they went in there.
This is like I wasn't expecting this.
What? Some soccer talk.
I know you're a footy guy.
Well, I used to be, but
you love the football.
I used to be. Then I picked Everton as my English Premier League team, and they sucked, and now I'm out.
Okay, so now you're not trying to get back in?
No. I moved to Seattle, and I was like, you know what? I can barely get up at 8 a.m. to watch these games when I'm drinking the night before. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this at 6 a.m. to watch English Premier League.
I didn't even think about that. That's terrible. Do we like the triple option? Do you like watching Georgia Tech and those schools? I guess Tech moved away with it a little bit.
I like playing with it in the college football video game.
Yes.
It's definitely fun. It's a nice change of pace. It's a nice throwback. The games move quick with the teams that run the triple option.
Yeah, I couldn't watch it every week. I would hate to be invested in Georgia Tech or Army Navy, anyone that runs the triple option.
You couldn't do it?
I couldn't watch it every week.
You couldn't do it.
And it's not for me.
There are certain teams in the NFL that will roll out the token game manager quarterback that never throws the football down the field.
Uh-huh.
That's always frustrating to watch, especially when it's somebody that you know has some pretty impressive athletic ability. I hated watching Marcus Mariota.
Oh,
just hated
that's a good one.
Because Mariota was so fast and so athletic and probably had the ability to throw the football down the field, but he would never throw it downfield.
Yeah.
Same thing with Sam Bradford, who always had the highest completion percentage ever, and a lot of the football dorks online would say, like, oh, yeah, you got to give this guy a
He was
shot.
throwing like 2 yards.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of the Broncos this year with Russell Wilson. Like, they were just dink and dunk, run the ball. It was boring football. If you're not pushing the ball down the field in some capacity in college football or the NFL, you're a boring product.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of college basketball just kind of applies to this. Virginia's the worst of the worst. Now, stylistically, like most of these teams don't play good they play fine basketball. They just don't put the ball in the hoop. I wonder outside of the city if people would say the Cougs. With the way that they play at times. Like, it's fun to watch
The
when
offense
you're invested.
The offense has some stretches.
Yeah,
where
but
they
like-
don't really do much.
But, like,
They're a little different now because Shed can score and Cryer can shoot, but I think that's a fair thing to bring up. Some people really don't like that side of basketball. I would say like the grit and grind in the NBA, Memphis Grizzlies as well. I got to say, though, I like my basketball teams to play football. I like it when they're roughing the other team up, and I don't mind the bad offense. Because I like it when a basketball fan is one of those people who's like whining about fouls not being called. Because I just think they're less of a man. You know?
Brad says here on the text line, Rockets basketball during the Harden era.
Yes. Oh, I hated the Rockets because of it. People, and I'm fine. I can admit that now. But yeah, there were times I rooted against those teams.
It wasn't. There was when it was going really well.
Harden just doesn't have honor.
It was fun. But on those nights when the ball's just not going in the hoop and they're just chucking shots, it's ugly.
Right, because Harden wasn't as good of a three-point shooter as he actually thought he was. Like, tons of attempts, but all time I think he's like 252nd, I think, in terms of like three-point percentage. And I just think that you don't have honor if you flop. I think you're less of a man. I think if you don't play defense, you're less of a man. And, yeah, toxic masculinity, let's bring it back, especially with a day celebrating ladies in the other room here at Wakefield Crowbar.
The 2-3 zone. Syracuse was on my list.
Yeah, I don't blame people for hating it.
I didn't enjoy it.
It's fun to play in pickup basketball, though. You'll feel if you
time out.
Why?
You're telling me that when you play pickup basketball, you run the 2-3 zone?
If you only have five guys and no one to come off the bench in intramurals, you got to do what you got to do.
Okay.
No one can shoot.
That makes more sense because you're talking about intramurals.
If you play 2-3 basketball, everyone will hate you and they'll think that you're soft. You will win though. You will win if you play 2-3 zone in pickup basketball games.
So like
if you play it well,
would you and Joel play 2-3 zone together?
I'd prefer to play zone because I like to be long and rangy and just go up and down the baseline. Put me out there.
It's not an effort thing of having to run around the court and chase guys.
Well, I mean, I love doing that more than I like playing offense basketball.
Okay.
Yeah. Again,
Paulie's a defense guy.
Big time defense guy. Oh yeah. I say this a lot. Like I like my basketball players to play football, and as an ex-football player, I like playing basketball against guys who get very mad when you're a little bit touchy with them. Like I love to get under somebody's skin, and they're just like, "Oh, sorry, man, I never played this." I know exactly what I'm doing.
I'm also just gonna throw in like Big Ten football in general with Iowa. Like if it's not Ohio State or Michigan,
yeah, it's so bad.
Like we've all seen it. Like when it's Iowa versus Illinois or Iowa versus Northwestern.
Hell, even Penn State.
Yeah,
who's
Penn
like
State.
The third best team in the conference.
Penn
generally.
State, Ohio State was one of the worst college football games I saw this season. This year,
that was rough.
Ugly football. Big Ten football is punt, 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 punt. Maybe a touchdown, oftentimes a field goal, and that's pretty much what it does the entire day.
There were some SEC games though that are on that front, like the Alabama LSU national title.
Oh yeah, that game was brutal.
That one was tough. I mean, I like defense and all, but that one was hard to watch. The Brock Osweiler Houston Texans. Oof.
The Davis Mills Houston Texans.
Well, at least that team you knew they sucked. The 2016 Texans were good. Like they made it to the second round of the playoffs. And as I said yesterday, like if Will Fuller catches that pass, it's a 3-point game against the Patriots in the second round of the playoffs. And instead though, because of Brock Osweiler, you got a 9-7 team that made it to the Elite 8 of the NFL, and they're just unwatchable.
All right, sometimes, Paul, it's good. It's a good thing to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's okay to be wrong and admit it. It's okay to be wrong and just be happy that you're wrong. And I am happy that I'm wrong and know nothing about UCLs and Tommy John. We'll discuss that next on our Astros opening day countdown here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming to you live from Wakefield Crowbar here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tons of stuff going on at Wakefield Crowbar. They got some stuff coming up for Easter as well, Paul. They're going to do free family photos with the Easter Bunny.
Oh, the Easter Bunny.
Sunday, March 24th from 10 to noon. Take photos with the Easter Bunny. There'll be a live kids DJ, open kids play area as well. They're going to be doing an Easter brunch.
Wait a second.
On the 31st.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, is Easter Sunday? God,
No,
I'm the worst Catholic ever.
No.
I'm the worst Catholic.
It's next Sunday.
Oh, good.
It's the photos of the bunny are
Because
this
it's
Sunday.
Palm Sunday on Sunday then. That makes sense.
I guess. I don't know.
I gotta watch JC Superstar. It's my favorite musical.
It is very good.
Right. And that I imagine Passover's right around the corner too.
Great question, Paul.
That means I gotta watch the Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston.
Oh, you just run down the list?
Oh, listen, those are my two. That's how I like. Those are my. That's me going to church in 2024.
Yeah. So most people watch Christmas movies around Christmas time. You watch religious movies and musicals during the holidays. That's how you make sure
around Easter and Passover.
That's how you make sure you participate.
Let my people out of bondage.
That's Charlton Heston.
All right, let's get to our Astros opening day countdown. All right, yesterday Jose Urquidy met with the media. He did not say that he needs Tommy John, which is good.
Oh, Dr. Joe.
Dr. Joe knows nothing. Who's the pro football doc?
Dr. David Chow.
He's usually wrong too, so we're in the same company here. It reminds me of and the people who said Alpe's leg was going to fall off when he got hurt a couple weeks ago.
I don't think, Joe, that this should stop you from making prognostications about sports professionals' health.
I was just worried. I was scared.
I also don't think it ultimately means that Jose Urquidy is in the clear. I mean, he's still not going to throw for 10 to 15 days. It's good to hear him say that he thinks that there's not going to be an issue, but let's see what happens 10 to 15 days from now.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, even then, it's throw in 10 to 15 days. We're at our opening day countdown. We're 8 days away. So he's not going to start throwing again until after the season starts, probably a week after. And that timeline, that's where it gets complicated, because if he starts throwing in 15 days, who knows how much of a ramp-up he's going to need, if he's starting from square one, if he's somewhere in the middle. There's a lot of questions about Jose Urquidy, to the point where at least right now, I don't expect him on the mound for the Astros at a minimum for a month into the season.
Yeah, and that makes things very complicated with the news, at least per Jim Bowden, that the Astros are not in on the Jordan Montgomery sweepstakes.
Yeah, I thought that.
Do you believe him? Are you someone who takes what Jim Bowden says at his word? He is a ex-baseball exec who covers baseball for The Athletic.
He does seem to miss more than he hits, but he does seem to have good knowledge as well. I mean, Chandler Roan put out an article in The Athletic yesterday where Dana Brown was quoted saying that they were, quote, having conversations, or at least with Blake Snell. And, the question is, are they going to pivot? I don't know. I don't think they are. It's not necessarily that I believe or don't believe Jim Bowden. I wonder if Montgomery, even though, yes, I said Scott Boras is washed, if Montgomery's market is going to be that different than Snell's.
Yeah, that's totally fair to ask about what he'd potentially get. He is an inning eater, and he's also a recent World Series champ. So, I mean, that might be his big holdout right now. He's just like, yo, see this ring? Where's my money?
Yeah, it's complicated, because I would like them to sign Jordan Montgomery like I would have liked them to sign Blake Snell. But if they don't, it's not the end of the world, but the rotation's not in a good place right now. I mean, it's really pretty much as bad as it can get.
They need help, and you're going to need guys to really step up. And hey, the guys stepped up last year. What J.P. France did last year was truly incredible. But are you expecting that to happen again? I think that is optimistic at best.
I would be more likely to bank on that Spencer Arrighetti steps up.
Arrighetti.
The way Dana Brown talks him up, and Melton, and I know Melton got sent down earlier in spring training.
Dana talks everyone up, though.
He does.
Dana is Howard Dean.
He likes to gaslight.
He's a politician.
Yeah. I would guess that Blanco and Arrighetti will be better off than J.P. France. I'm not a big believer. He's J.P. France, I think, is a very clear definition of a 4A baseball player.
4A.
He can be a serviceable major leaguer if you really need him to eat some innings, but most of the time he's just going to bounce up and down between AAA and the majors, and then once he's done out of options, he's just going to bounce around baseball and have a good career, but he's never going to be a guy who's probably consistently on a roster after he leaves Houston, is my guess.
I don't disagree. I mean, if you're breaking into the majors as a rookie and you're, 27, 28 years old?
It's not great.
I think maybe he was 26, I forget.
28.
It's a great story. Blanco is intriguing because he has pitched well this spring.
Yeah.
But I never know what I'm supposed to make out of performances in spring training. Mauricio Dubon's got an OPS of 1340 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that sounds awesome. Also, we don't even know that he's going to be the starting lineup every day.
No, he's going to play quite a bit. The lineup is in a much better position than the rotation, that's for sure. I mean, the rotation is in shambles. The lineup, Jake Myers has a good spring. Dubon's had a good spring. Everyone feels pretty confident in where the lineup is heading. It's just how much can they carry this team. Josh Hader did pitch today in a minor league game, so he's officially pitched back-to-back days for the first time this spring training. That seems like a low marker, but a good one at the same time. It's just, I don't know. I thought maybe they would go after Montgomery, but it does feel like that they're not at all.
Yeah, if Bowden's saying that, he probably has talked to somebody, and I think Dana Brown just likes to say that he's always working, always competing. But I do not think that they're going to add somebody. I think right now they're probably done. And, that Josh Hader contract, it's a lie. If you give somebody else a contract right now, it definitely feels like that is going to work against the possibility of an Alex Bregman extension, even if Scott Boras, as Joe George eloquently put it yesterday, is, quote, washed, end quote.
Yeah, my immediate you posted on and Gelski, not Santa, immediately replied, I'm going to save this for when Soto signs a $400 million deal. Okay. I can get Juan Soto a $400 million contract.
You think so?
I think I could, Paul.
How would you do it?
Hey, it's Juan Soto.
Juan Soto was just 21 years old in that World Series against the Astros.
That was really the most annoying thing.
Did you know he was 21?
Oh.
Now you remember he was 21.
I'll never forget that he was 21.
Juan Soto is no longer 21 years old, though.
That's true.
That would be my counter proposal. I'd be like, hey, man, not anymore. Not anymore, he's not.
Yeah. He's not. He's not, but he's still worth $400 million.
I wonder if the Yankees actually keep him.
I thought the reports, the fact that he's already being heavily looked at by the Mets was fascinating. He hasn't even played a game for the Yankees yet, and people are already saying they think he's going to be a New York Met next year. He will not be a Yankee. I'll go on record with that.
Okay.
They're cheap.
It'll be really funny, too, if it's another year of Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone, when the Yankees inevitably have 88 wins and are maybe, playing in a play-in game and they ultimately lose. Because that's really what I look at as the ceiling for the Yankees this coming season.
Agreed.
Where the Orioles are the Orioles are the team that concerns me most. I'm looking at the Rangers. The lineup is very good, but the rotation for the Rangers, when
pretty
the Rangers,
beat up, just like the Astros.
They're beaten up, and when the Rangers' rotation is healthy, I don't trust them the same way that I trust the Astros' rotation, which I hope will be healthy. But I guess maybe I got to stop counting my chickens before they've hatched.
Well, we're hoping and praying.
As a farmer, the Cardinals,
I forgot about it. What a dumb quote.
I like that.
That quote's so stupid.
We're all farmers when you think about it.
We're all farmers when you think of it. Yeah, what did you farm today, Paul?
I had a little cilantro from my little home garden.
Okay.
Yeah, you put it on my turkey burger, avocado, tomatillo mix.
Do you actually have a home garden?
Yeah, I got this hanging garden in my
Nice.
kitchen. It's got basil, cilantro, rosemary, and mint. All of this is
Good
grown
call.
so I can put in alcohol or Italian food.
Those are the two things you really need them for, though. I mean,
100%.
Yeah. What else would you need them for?
Basil,
A salad?
You could put them in a salad if you want. Well, I
Yes.
eat salad. Apparently, per some at this station, or actually, wait, he's not here anymore. Per some that used to be at this station, eating a salad is like eating rabbit food.
Who said that?
Patrick.
Did he really?
I think he was saying about how Andrew, the late Andrew Carlson, ex-producer, R.I.P. in peace. He was commenting on Andrew's steadfast diet because Andrew's yoked.
He is yoked.
And I believe Patrick said Andrew eats like a rabbit, and I was offended because I also eat healthy. Doesn't mean I eat like a rabbit.
What's your favorite? What's your go-to salad dressing?
Just oil and vinegar.
Lame.
Well, yeah, because I'm not a fatty bombati like everybody else at the station. Maybe I should do that so I can get some endorsements.
Yeah, it worked for me.
Yeah.
I got a gym endorsement.
Yeah, it's BS. I wake up early every day, go to the gym, and I'm shredded, and I don't have an endorsement because I'm not a fatty bombati.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be not a fatty boombatty at some point.
I agree.
So we're working on it. Okay, I have a question. So those guys over there are playing Golden Tee?
Yeah.
Is that what's your go-to arcade style game?
Oh, arcade style. NFL Blitz. If they have NFL Blitz somewhere, because they usually have the NBA Showtime / NFL Blitz arcade game.
Yep.
So I like to go back and forth between those.
That's always still Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat for me.
I love Golden Tee. I love NBA Jam. I love NFL Blitz. But Mortal Kombat, always the go-to.
Do you want to hear something really funny?
Yes.
It's kind of weird though. So the first time, and I know a lot of people think that I lean one way on the sexual spectrum, but the first time that I knew I was straight was playing Mortal Kombat because I thought Katana was hot. I thought 2D 8 to 16 pixel Katana in Mortal Kombat was hot. I was like, oh, what's going on
That's
here?
when you realized you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I mean, mine was clearly the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yeah.
That was your first. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what
Was it the
Titanic?
hand up on the wall and the steam?
No,
room?
it's the painting.
Oh, the painting. Okay.
When did Titanic come out again?
97.
So I was 5 when it came out.
Yeah.
So I probably saw it when I was like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
That and Gladiator. Those were the first ones I saw.
Then Gladiator.
Yeah. What's the? Do you remember like the first movie you saw? This is a very rare. We're going. On a tangent
Hello,
here.
whatever, man. Wakefield Crowbar, come at the marks with us.
Yeah, what's like the? Do you remember like the first movie you saw that was like that like terrified you but wasn't a scary movie? Mine was Armageddon. I watched Armageddon when I was like 11 years old for the first time, and then I thought the world was going to end for at least 5 years.
I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. I was never scared about the world ending after watching Armageddon. The first movie that wasn't supposed to scare me, that scared me. This one's tricky because I think Signs is supposed to scare you. Signs gave me nightmares. That scene where where the alien walks by the alleyway of that like quinceañera or whatever the hell was going on party, and it just looks to the side. I had nightmares about that for a week. That movie scared the bleep out of me.
I think it's still a good answer. It's probably supposed to scare you, but not to that severity.
Yeah.
6389. I hate how much that stupid trombone background music has grown on me.
Yeah, that's
over
the
the months.
Shout out to the random trombone player on YouTube who probably has no idea that he has been getting his trombone played so much because it's a cover of How About Them Stros, the unbelievably awesome
I still don't believe that.
Astro song.
I still don't believe that
How
this is a
about
cover.
them Stros? It is.
I know you
How
said that,
about
but
them Stros? How about them Stros? I remember way back when they tried to disrespect Mattress Mac.
oh, he's on another one today.
What happened?
You see it?
No, what did he do?
He did a Ric Flair.
Did he give a woo?
I didn't watch the whole thing.
We'll have
yet.
to judge his woo before the end of today's show.
Yeah, he put out a Ric Flair commercial.
Yeah, these Mexican candy shots are hitting a bit.
Yeah, you're feeling good on him. Fake Tony Stark says Street Fighter better than Mortal Kombat. I don't agree, but I know many people. Brian's shaking his head yes. All right. You know, one thing I learned today, Paul, there was a baseball game this morning. Did anyone know? Is baseball the worst at marketing their sport more than anything in the world? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
We're live here at Wakefield Crowbar on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll be here till 6 o'clock today. We're here till 3. The Killer Bees will be here from 3 to 6. It'll be just, Joel and Brian hanging out today. Fancy Jeremy's got to fly to do the NCAA tournament.
Fancy Jeremy.
Yeah. But lots of great stuff happening. During the games tonight, during the first 4, here at Wakefield Crowbar, they'll have $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots. For opening weekend Astros-Yankees, they'll have $1 beers, $2 shots during the game. So lots of stuff going on here at Wakefield Crowbar. If you want to come hang out, buy us some shots, Paul won't say no.
No,
Paul won't say no because Paul's a good person. Paul says yes to everything.
I don't want to say yes. It's
So-
not a good person. It's just I'm very easily peer pressured.
You can be both. Why can't you be both?
I don't know, man. You gotta. Sometimes you gotta say no.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, like that. I wish I was the no man. They had that terrible Jim Carrey movie with
Oh,
Zoe
Yes Man?
Deschanel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good movie.
No.
Did you like Yes Man or Bruce Almighty more?
Bruce Almighty's great.
Bruce Almighty's very good.
Yeah.
The one was it Evan Almighty?
Evan Almighty was pretty good too.
I didn't like Evan Almighty.
Why not?
I don't know. It just didn't do it for me.
Well-
I thought Bruce Almighty was very funny though.
Man, it's sacrilegious to not like those movies, dude.
Oh, I don't know. I liked one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I like one, it's okay. I feel like it balances out the scales.
I was considering Jim Carrey was out and Steve Carell was in.
Yes.
I was pleasantly surprised with the sequel.
Yeah. So there's a baseball game today, a real one.
There was a baseball game. Yes. Did you know about this, Joe? Before this morning?
You know how I found out about it?
How?
Was the last thing that you added to the Google Doc that there was a bomb threat ahead of the game. I saw that TMZ headline that there was a bomb threat at before the Dodgers-Padres game.
At the Major League season opener.
And they cleared the bomb threat, and that the game was still going to go on, and that's when I went, what game? So that's how I realized. I then had to go in, start texting, I know, whatever, people don't care, commissioners of these fantasy baseball leagues I'm in, being like, do I have to set a lineup today?
You did?
Well, no, because our scoring doesn't start till next week.
Oh, wow.
So, if I have Tyler Glasnow on one of my teams, I just don't get today's start? That's stupid.
You know what? I saw a video that went viral from Korea, and it featured the Dodgers and Padres, and there was some girl, check that, a strong, independent woman wearing yoga pants who threw out the first pitch. And
saw that.
I think she is a famous Korean actress, and I think she nailed the first pitch. I didn't see her actually throw the ball, but I think she nailed it. Every single player on the Dodgers was gawking at her in the dugout. And then I saw a bunch of the essentially the same people that are Korea has in Korean baseballs, the Korean Baseball League, the Astros shooting stars, like the cheerleaders that you've got at Astros games.
Mm-hmm.
Korea has their own version of that, which is great. All baseball teams should have something like that, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm a dirty perv. But I saw that there was baseball in Korea. I had no idea it was going to be real Major League Baseball. And, yes, the baseball season began at 5 in the morning today.
I don't understand.
Dodgers, Padres. Look, I get that they're trying to make the sport international.
Yes.
It's cool for Korea having the season open out there for the MLB World Tour Seoul Series. Is that how you say the capital of Korea? International. Woohoo! Yeah! I thought this was America's pastime, number one. And number two, okay, fine, you're trying to go international. Can you at least tell us? Can you tell us?
The biggest star in the sport is making his debut for the most hated team in baseball, not named the Astros. They're probably top 3. Your top 3 are the Astros, the Yankees, and the Dodgers, right? Outside of your own markets. Ohtani makes his debut at 5 o'clock in the morning for the Dodgers. No promotion.
None.
Now, part of it's that they don't have real TV partners, honestly. Like, when they lost ESPN said, well, we're not going to talk about baseball anymore. They didn't promote it anymore. They got rid of their good baseball show that they had, Baseball Tonight. MLB Network's good content for the most part, but, no one –
not as widely distributed or watched.
Yeah, and it was pretty awful for a while until the NHL Network had to basically take over it to make it improve. But this is
They're showing Shohei Ohtani hitting foul ball highlights on the television screen right now on ESPN, and now you get to hear the thoughts that everyone wants to hear. Jessica Mendoza's thoughts.
Oh, I thought they got rid of her. She
Nope.
sucks.
She's still around. Look, baseball's got to figure this out. And, I mean, this is the second time I feel like in the last 5 years that the season has begun in another country in the morning and no one had an effing clue. I think when Ichiro Suzuki eventually retired, he did the same thing. They played the first couple of games of the year in Japan. I think it was Mariners-A's. That was when I was over at the Texans flagship. And I remember we only found out because we looked up on the TV and it was there. I have a buddy of mine who, me and him, we bust the balls of one of our other friends who played baseball in high school. We like to get under his skin. And we say often to him, baseball clearly doesn't matter to the American population. It matters to people who have good teams, but it clearly doesn't matter. And this is proof.
Mm-hmm.
How, if you have a game featuring the biggest star of the sport, how do you not publicize it enough to where people just know it's happening?
Yeah. And like the text ones, like, oh, they've been putting it on ESPN for a month. Okay. Probably right. Here's the thing. No one watches ESPN anymore. Like, no one watches Sports
got
Center.
too woke, yeah.
Like, if it's not named.
Got Red Pill Joe,
like,
huh?
I'll watch Scott Van Pelt, and that's it.
Yeah.
If it's Scott Van Pelt or a game, that's it.
What about Stephen A. Smith?
I don't like being yelled at in the morning.
What about Dan Orlovsky?
He's okay.
What about Mad Dog Russo?
Not good.
What about the Robert Griffin III?
Not good.
What about Paul Feinbaum?
He's a fraud.
He's a fraud. Oh.
I hate the high horse SEC crap.
Well, I mean, they should not be on the high horse. It's the premier college football.
Is
conference.
it?
Yeah.
Or is there like two teams that are really, really good?
There
Three
are
teams.
6 teams that I think are really, really good in a given year.
Yeah, but I don't know, Georgia, LSU, Bama, they run this thing.
Well, yeah, but then the second tier is way. I mean, the only competitor is the Big Ten. The Big Ten is just Michigan and Ohio State.
John and Lance knew. They were mentioning the score, talking about that they hate Joe Kelly. Well, it was on TV at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were probably in the bottom of the third.
They probably found
when the
out
show started
because the TV was on in the studio.
Yeah. No,
and there's nothing wrong with that, but that's how everyone found out that baseball season opened today.
Yeah,
at 5 in the effing morning.
Yeah, it's the other thing. This is a semantics thing. I get why they have to do this for travel purposes. I kind of despise the idea that like the Dodgers and Padres season has started and everyone else's season doesn't start till next Thursday. I just find it weird. I know why they have to do it.
You should. Well, I don't. You should start it and then just have the season. Maybe give the Dodgers and Padres a couple of days off afterwards.
That's what they do at the London series.
But you should start the regular season immediately after. After the first game. It's weird to have it a week ahead of time. This isn't the NFL. I truly do not understand it. Yeah, are there spring training games?
Yeah, Greg just pointed out that they also go back and play spring training games.
They're playing spring training games for the next couple of games?
Yeah, they go. They don't just stop spring training. Like they pause. They leave like the minor leaguers behind. They go play and then they go back.
Why don't they play the game too? Like at a proper time for Americans. And I say this as someone. No.
Probably, my guess is with the time changes, is probably the best it can be.
I might be stereotyping a little bit, but my freshman year roommate was from South Korea. He was from Seoul, and he was like on a different body clock. And I was convinced that like if you're from that part of the world, that you're going to stay up later because he was up till like 3 a.m. playing on his Game Boy every single day.
Oh.
So why can't we start this game, I don't know, at like 10 United States time?
I don't know what the time difference
Could you push it back 5 hours? I don't either. I am not a learned man when it comes to time zones.
Well, if they're not going to promote it, it's probably just better to have it so you can have a full stadium after work.
But it's American baseball.
I understand.
People will show up no matter what, even if the game is late.
And it's Ohtani.
Yeah.
Like
it's. I mean, maybe I would assume Ohtani's going to draw more in Japan than he would in Korea, and that it would be really funny if people from Korea showed up because they hate on like Japanese-born players.
think there probably is a little element of that, right?
Yeah.
Be like with the Irish people with like English footballers or something like that.
Otani did go 2 for 5 today. Mookie Betts went 2 for 4. The Dodgers start the season 1-0. We'll see you in the World Series this year.
Hell yeah, dude.
I need that. I need that Astros-Dodgers World Series matchup.
I would prefer it to be the Braves because I want vengeance against the Braves.
See, I want to silence. I think the Astros have done a good job of silencing everything back from 2017. They won another World Series. They keep going back to the ALCSs, even though the only players left are what? Verlander, Bregman, McCullers, Altuve from the 2017 roster. And how many players from the Dodgers are still there from 2017? I don't even know at this point. I would still like to see the Astros play the Dodgers in the World Series and just really shut them up because the Dodgers they're not the team I hate the most in sports, but their fan base is towards the top.
But the Dodgers,
they're just obnoxious.
The Dodgers have already shut themselves up with all these times that they've choked. Like
That's true.
I don't really take the Dodgers' view of themselves seriously anymore because they've had so many opportunities to get back. And this idea that they were so cheated in 2017 when they were doing a lot of the same things that the Astros were. Just ask anybody about Game 7 and all the crossed-up signals. Both teams were paranoid about the sign stealing that was going on by the other team. The idea that it gave one of those teams an advantage over the other one, I don't think is true. I just don't. I think they were both doing the exact same stuff in that World Series, and the Dodgers, like a lot of losers out there, made excuses for themselves. They've only won during the season where the pandemic happened, and it was just a strange year altogether. I suppose you give them credit for that.
Nope.
But I think what you really have to do with the Dodgers is just look at what the track record's been. They always find ways to lose. Regularly in the divisional round of the playoffs, not even the championship series every single time. And Clayton Kershaw's puking himself, but hey, it's the Astros' fault. So I don't really look at the Dodgers anymore. The Astros beat them in the one World Series. That's enough for me. I want vengeance against the Braves.
Yeah, I definitely see that. All right, our 10-minute drill, that's next here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Anyone thank me for the money I gave you last night? I told you to take Colorado State against Virginia. Yes, I told you to take it out of spite. But that's what makes gambling fun, not doing it for rational reasons. And at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975, they match your first deposit up to $1,000. You can bet on anything, not just poker and blackjack in their live casinos, but you can also bet on all the March Madness. We got 2 more playing games today. You got Montana State, 4.5-point favorites against the Grambling State Tigers. Then later, you got the Boise State Broncos, 3-point dogs against the Colorado Buffaloes. Is Deion Sanders walking through that door? Does Colorado basketball have better recruits because of the existence of Deion Sanders? I don't know. Truly, I do not know. But I am taking Colorado over Boise State, even though I'm not even sure which conferences these two teams play in. And you can bet on that with just expert advice from me like that at mybookie.ag. Again, the promo code is BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Live here at Wakefield Crowbar. Come watch all the March Madness games here. Astros opening weekend. We'll have $1 beers, $2 shots during Astros opening weekend versus the Yankees. But it's time for the 10-minute drill, and we'll start with some rule changes here, Paul, that happened. That came out right before the show started, or proposed rule changes. The hip drop tackle. The NFL Competition Committee has proposed a rule to make a hip drop tackle a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Veto. Defenders' lives matter. Veto. This is ridiculous. No one even knows what a hip drop tackle is. We trust these refs to get this right every single time. You have to tackle people to tackle them in football. Some people are harder to tackle than others. If you make rules on how you can tackle every single player, you may as well just turn this into flag football already.
Yeah, I understand why. Okay, I get it. It's leading to injuries, but at some point, they're making this game impossible for defensive players.
It's not the Matrix, as described to me by a ex-Seahawks linebacker, Dave Wyman. You can't ask defensive players to operate in the slow motion replay settings that we get to see games played in after a play is done. It's physically impossible. You're making split-second decisions on where to attack somebody to tackle them. And as someone who was better on defense playing high school football than I was on offense, like, if you're limiting ways that people can tackle other players, you're just going to create more missed tackles, a sloppier game. I suppose everyone wants more offense and you want less injuries, but guess what? It's football. Injuries happen. I don't even know what a hip drop tackle is.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. So you grab someone by the waist, and then instead of bringing them down to the ground, basically your legs leave the ground, and you fall to the ground and pull them down to the ground with you. So it's almost like a jump thing. I don't know. I watched some Cowboys fan post a video of Aiden Hutchinson doing it to Dak Prescott twice. To me, of all the rules they've implemented, it's probably the one tackle that's the easiest to avoid. But then let him hit him in the head. Like, pick a choice. You want concussions or do you want knee injuries?
Hit
the players,
head. The body will die.
You know what the players want? The players want
Williams.
The players want concussions. The players, all wide receivers and quarterbacks would tell you they would rather get hit in the head than have their ACLs ripped apart. So make a choice. Or make quarterbacks touch.
I wish it was as simplistic as, like, you hit the head or you hit drop tackle, so it's not like quite that. But I get what you're saying here.
But you can't land on the quarterback a certain way. You know, especially if you're fat, you fall on a quarterback, they throw the penalty even easier.
I just think it's this push for the hip drop tackle to be outlawed. Like, I don't know where it's coming from, and I just don't understand why making it more difficult to tackle somebody is going to prevent injuries. Like, a 15-yard penalty means that someone's not going to tackle in this specific way. Again, you don't have as much control over trying to tackle somebody as you think you do. You really don't. Like, you make contact with the person, and you hope you have the strength to drive them into the ground. But,
yeah,
I mean, this is now another way that you can't tackle somebody. So what are we even doing?
Yeah, it's tough. Also, the Eagles have proposed a rule that the committee is going to look over. With the change of the kickoff that's coming, the proposed onside kick rule change is going to be a 4th and 20 from your own 20.
Huh?
So instead of the onside kick, you would get the ball on your 20-yard line. You get a 4th and 20.
The 4th and 20, okay. I think it was 4th and 18 before.
Yeah, they've gone 4th and 15, and they keep moving it back. And the proposal this year is going to be 4th and 20. The Eagles the last 2 years have pitched this at 4th and 15. So maybe they think if they go to 4th and 20, it's more likely to go through.
They're upping it every single year. The tricky thing is this certainly makes it more advantageous for the teams that have great quarterbacks.
It's a 4th and 20, Paul.
Still makes it advantageous for those teams.
Yeah.
Certain teams have quarterbacks that aren't even willing to throw it. Like if you have Kirk Cousins, if you're the Falcons, like sorry, you're not getting that. But if you got Mahomes, you got Stroud.
You feel good? Justin Herbert?
You got someone who's good at throwing deep balls. You got someone who's good at underthrowing deep balls for the old pass interference.
I think that would be like the number one goal is how do we draw up pass interference plays on this 4th and 20. I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think 4th and 15 would have been better from like the 25 or the 30. Because giving the opposing team the ball on the 20-yard line, that's tough.
You know what would be better? The old onside kick. Because the game is called football.
It's the one play that they should just let you run on the kickoff. I get why on the normal kickoff they got rid of it. But just bring back the old school onside kick. Like, that would have been fine. But
there was nothing.
whatever.
I mean, look, injuries happen. But it's a violent game. And if you're affecting the game significantly by changing the rule, and then you've just had it like this for a couple of years, at least a 4th and 20 solution changes it. If I have to agree to some sort of compromise, I'll agree to it. But I think that it was perfectly fine before.
All right, after being traded from the Broncos to the Browns to be Deshaun Watson's new teammate, Jerry Jeudy signed a 3-year, $58 million deal, $41 guaranteed by the Browns. That's a bad contract.
Yeah, I don't get that one.
And now they just signed Deontay Foreman. Deontay Foreman, Deshaun Watson.
Hell yeah.
Reunited.
Deontay Foreman had, after Deshaun Watson went down, the highlight of the Texans season in 2017 with that big touchdown run that he had against the Cardinals, and I think he tore his Achilles at the 1-yard line.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
And then, Mike Williams signed with the Jets.
Interesting. First for the Broncos, for the Browns. I get it. They need more weapons for Deshaun Watson, but, I mean, they already have Amari Cooper. I know a lot of Texans fans see this like, why did the Texans do this? And I'll just keep telling you, I think you're okay at wide receiver.
Especially for that contract, you're good.
Mike Williams, you add that in with the Jets signing Tyron Smith away from the Cowboys, and Smith said that they're building something special here in New York, which made me roll my eyes a little bit. But people like what the Jets have done this offseason. So I suppose that hope springs eternal for all the Jake Asmans out there. But is this year going to be the year? I don't know about that.
Or the Jets.
I like to say that over and over again. At some point,
if it's going to happen, it's probably this year.
It has to happen at some point.
Buffalo and Miami, as we've discussed on the show, are taking steps backwards. Yeah. New England's going to suck next year still.
They will be bad. If Aaron Rodgers,
I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets win the division.
Is healthy, it is certainly on the table. Yes.
Yeah. All right, Pro Day Watch is on.
Yeah.
Not in this year's draft, but Quinn Ewers today. They're at the Texas Pro Day. 96 general managers, scouts, and coaches at the Texas Pro Day, including Nick Caserio.
Yep. So Quinn Ewers, maybe at the top of next year's draft board for quarterbacks.
Yikes.
Caleb Williams at USC Pro Day.
Yeah, he's hanging out with his future teammate Keenan Allen.
On ESPN right now. It's Pro Day season. Marvin Harrison Jr. not at the Ohio State Pro Day.
I love this from Marvin Harrison Jr. I know there's like Adam Schefter again tweeted today, hearing Neighbors might be number one wide receiver for some people over Marvin Harrison Jr. No Pro Day, no combine, no nothing. I love it because what matters is real football.
I agree.
All interviews and real football. I love that Marvin's doing this.
Remember when everyone had a giant pants tent over Johnny Manziel getting whacked with a broom at his pro day? They're like, no one's ever seen something like this before, and people were losing their minds over that Zach Wilson throw that he made. Well, people are too in on the draft. I think that we need to just dial the draft coverage back a bit. But it seems like there are more people covering it, more people who, by the way, are not qualified to cover it. And it's part of the NFL becoming as big as it has. I just think that the draft industrial complex needs a bloodletting.
6931. We are at Wakefield Crowbar. Come hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock.
Modelo Towers, $19, $6 margaritas.
$3 Mexican candy shots.
Hell yeah.
To your point about the draft, I tend to agree that's over the top. But what I like about it is that there's more hope today in the NFL for the bad teams than there was before this draft coverage really existed. Like, I remember when things were bad for the Bears, just from my perspective. And you don't know much about the draft. There's not as many people talking about besides McShay and Kuiper on ESPN. And you're just kind of like going into most drafts blind. I do feel more informed now than ever before, which I like. It makes me feel knowledgeable. Gives me hope.
I legitimately break down less of it because of how many people are doing it, and I do not know who to trust.
But it's like the NFL. That's why the NFL draft coverage is you know so much more about these guys because there are more people talking about versus like the NBA. No one really knows anything about the NBA. Jalen Green was the first player from the G League
because no one's covering
win
the
Western
G League,
Conference
really.
Player of the Week ever. So, like, no one really knows what's going on in the G League. No one knows what's really going on with Overtime Elite with Amen Thompson last year and his brother. So, like, you don't really know what's going on with these guys. And, frankly, the guys who talk about it are half of them are
foreigners.
And, like, Twitter eggs. Like Jonathan Gavoni. Never seen what he looks like. He always just has the Draft Express Twitter logo.
Yeah.
I know he's a real person. I think.
For all I know, you made that up. I have no idea who
it
that
might
is.
just be Woj. Like a
Maybe.
hidden version of Woj. All right, he's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. We are live here at Wakefield Crowbar. Sean Mapes back at the studio. Brian McDonald's here on site with us. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. So how much do you value March NBA games? And a garage sale for the ages. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Coming to you live from Wakefield Crowbar, Gallant and George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll be broadcasting here all day till 6 o'clock. Just a reminder, tomorrow we will be live at Carbach. On Friday, we will be at Nick's Place all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Killer Bees will still go till 6. They'll sign off on 97.5 at 5:15 for Texas A&M, but the final 45 minutes of their show will air on the stream and on 92.5. But we were talking about the Jalen Green stuff at the beginning. You kind of mentioned this a little bit. Just in general, how much do you value March NBA basketball?
Really, just based on the last couple of years, not that much, because I think we've seen some really exciting things from young Rockets players, and it hasn't translated immediately the next season. I'm talking about the close to 2 years ago for Jalen Green. He had an awesome stretch to end the year. I'm talking about last year with Jabari Smith Jr. Took him a little bit of time to get going this season. And now we're seeing it again with Jalen Green, and he deserves a ton of credit. He's answering the call. But this is a time of year where I think a lot of teams are, one, either in, I got to make sure I'm healthy for about a month and a half from now when the playoffs begin. I guess it's less than a month and a half. It's about a month away. And then there are other guys out there who are like, yeah, this season there's no point. So, yeah, I'll play. But am I going 110% because I have a chance to make the playoffs? Some teams are. Don't get me wrong. Some teams actually are, I think, trying hard on a nightly basis. But this is a weird time of the season.
It is.
And it's a byproduct of this NBA season just being as long as it is.
Because even look who they're playing tomorrow night. Like, they're playing Chicago tomorrow night. Chicago's the 9th seed in the East right now. But they're 4 games, 3.5 games above the 10 seed. But they're 8 games ahead of Brooklyn. So they're in the playoffs pretty much at this point. It would be an all-time collapse. But they're also likely not going to catch the Miami Heat. So they're kind of just, who knows what they're really doing at this point. That's what, you're right, it is hard about the NBA. It's so funny because for so long it was the NBA season starts on Christmas. And now it feels like it ends in February.
Yeah.
Like it starts for fans really around Christmas. But the most important basketball happens early in the season and then until the trade deadline. And then everything after that's kind of an up and down roller coaster. So I value them, but we'll see. Maybe it means more this year because of Udoka. Maybe because Silas is not here. Maybe more of this will translate into the beginning of the next season. I hope it does.
It kind of has to.
It better.
I mean, I imagine if you are Rafael Stone, you're counting on this team right now to continue to do what it does if you want to be here long term. I think if you're Tillman Fertitta or the guy who some people believe to be running the whole damn thing, Patrick Fertitta, I think that you have to look at this situation right now and wonder, okay, am I getting enough people back at Rockets games? Are we actually making people interested again? And, I mean, you got to win. I know a lot of people hate hearing it, but this is a bandwagon sports town. You have to succeed. It's one of the reasons I don't think hockey will work here.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah.
I want hockey to be here, but I don't know if it works here.
Some transplants will go to games. Some transplants will root for the team, and I am a transplant. I've been here for 11 of the last 13 years. But you got to win, and that's the case with this basketball team. And I really wonder what their ticket sales have been like this year compared to what they were hoping for, what they were expecting with Udoka taking over. I doubt it has been a significant increase.
So Jim Harbaugh had a garage sale. He's leaving Michigan. He's going to California.
Yeah.
What do you think was the most interesting thing you could have found?
Jugs of milk.
Like autographed?
Like frozen milk.
Khakis?
Yeah, I suppose the khakis would go for a good amount. It seemed like there was all sorts of things being sold there, and not specifically the khakis. Or I bet he's like one of those guys that has a milkman show up with a glass jug.
Like every day?
Is that how often they come? I don't know.
I bet you can get them to come every day.
I've never had a milkman. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Harbaugh, you got to keep drinking it to prevent the osteoporosis and stuff, right? Yeah. So I think when you've got as much of a appetite for milk as Jim Harbaugh does, you're probably loaded with it. Maybe there's even a cow that lives there.
It reminds me, I saw this. One of those storage war shows
Yep.
And they stumbled upon a locker that was clearly owned by an ex-Michigan player, and watching them like dig through the stuff, it was awesome.
Yeah.
And normally I don't like those shows.
No.
Like all they were pulling out were these like all these different Michigan Jordan shoes and gear. I bet you there's some good stuff. Because like, do you think Jim Harbaugh is like keeping all of his Michigan stuff? No.
You think he burns it?
It just can't all go with. Some of it can go with you, but not all of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you got an NFL coaching contract, but it is in L.A., I would imagine, or in the general area around L.A., I mean, aren't you going to have, I don't know, a bigger house so you can keep all this stuff? Why aren't they moving all the stuff? Why are they having the garage sale? Are they downsizing?
No, he's got to have room for all his Charger stuff.
Well, how much Charger stuff could he possibly have?
How much Michigan stuff could he possibly have? You got to have different Chargers gear for every day.
But he's a Michigan man. Like, I don't think he's going to, I bet he doesn't have a single thing of Charger stuff in his house. Why would you have Charger stuff?
He's the head coach.
Yeah, so, I mean, what, you need to have a wing dedicated to the Chargers? An NFL team that could fire you at any point? He played football at Michigan and is the national champion in Michigan.
He's got to have all of his jerseys too.
Yeah.
His Chargers jersey, his Colts jersey.
How much space do you think that takes up?
Not that much.
Yeah, I doubt it's that much.
My favorite thing about Jim Harbaugh is that he is in the Colts Ring of Honor.
Uh-huh.
Because I just don't know why.
Well, they were a Hail Mary away from being in Super Bowl 30 against the Cowboys.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
But
Captain Comeback.
Ring of Honor?
What?
For Jim Harbaugh?
It's a loser organization.
That's true. I think that kind of proves they're a loser organization.
Until they had Peyton Manning, they were a joke.
And
I mean, they had a long stretch from leaving Baltimore and getting rid of Shula and the post-Johnny Unitas era where they stunk.
All right, what are your biggest questions about the Rockets now that you've watched Jalen Green take a sizable step, it seems, in the last couple of games? How does it work with Şengün? How does it work with Amen Thompson? What's your confidence level hit on all that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5? Broadcasting live from Wakefield Crowbar here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. During the first 4 games tonight, $19 Modelo Towers here at Wakefield Crowbar, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots. And during the Astros opening day weekend versus the New York Yankees, the 28th to the 31st, they will have $1 beers and $2 shots. So lots of goodies going on out here at Wakefield Crowbar. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Just like I said last segment, we'll be live at Carbach tomorrow and Nick's Place on Friday. So if you want to come hang out, we'll be out and about all week. And we got a couple stops next week as well. We're going to be on the road a lot, Paul.
Yeah, we are.
On the road again.
On the road again.
I knew that would get you to sing there.
Well, you
the goal.
You just want me to sing, I'm Willie Nelson, I'm high as balls.
So the Rockets, we were talking about Şengün earlier and Jalen Green and how, if this can work when they play, can they play together on a more consistent basis? Jalen Green, the way he's been playing, Alpe, the way he was dominating before his injury. Do you see that marriage on the court working still at this point? I know it's a big prediction and big question, but do you see it working out for them?
It can. Green just has to be a better three-point shooter.
Yeah.
I think it's really about that, and he has been shooting very well from three of late. So that's a promising sign. Three-point shots can improve over someone's career. It's not like with dribbling. Like, for example, my big issue with my Celtics, I know Jaylen Brown's never going to develop a left hand. I know it. And I know that whether it's against Miami or some other team, there's going to be a game where he turns the ball over a maddening amount of times. But I do know he can shoot. I do know that Jason Tatum can shoot. With Jalen Green, that's the one thing I don't know that he can do on a regular basis. All these other things, these little things that you hope that a player does, putting in effort defensively, making smart passes, knowing how to get out of a double team. He has shown over the last month that he is capable of doing those things when he is committed. But if he can't shoot, I don't know that he can be on the same team with someone like Alperen Şengün, who is at his best when things are flowing through him. And I know the Rockets, some fans out there who are big-time Jalen Green stans who have never doubted him. I'm sure that a lot of them are thinking that this is confirmation that what Green was saying privately, that they need to play at his pace to some Rockets reporters. Mm-hmm. This is actually confirmation. I don't know that I go that far. There's a way for them to do both, but I think that the way for them to do both might be with Jalen Green coming off the bench, and I don't know if that's something he would accept if the Rockets put him in that role at this phase in his career. Maybe it's something he does when he's like 25, 26, 27 or something like that. So I guess long answer short, Joe, it could be compatible, but I really think that it's going to entirely depend on Jalen Green becoming not even great, just a good three-point shooter.
Serviceable.
Because this is a guy who at times is shooting like 30% from three.
Yeah, because we saw immediately after last night's game, and I heard Dell talking about that this morning with John and Lance about how, in theory, if you want to use that Nuggets model, like of Jamal Murray is Jalen Green and Jokic is Şengün, like to your point, like he has to become a better three-point shooter. And that's to me where like I still have my biggest question with the Rockets is can you operate and head in a direction that works with two guys who can't shoot in your backcourt? Because you have Amen Thompson, you have Jalen Green, and that's where Jalen Green's at a disadvantage in all this, the timeline of all of this, is Amen Thompson, he just got here. So like he has more time in theory to figure it out before you would have to move him potentially before having to pay him. So that is the biggest question. I'm still not totally sure how Jabari and Şengün fit together. Like, I like all the pieces. The Rockets have 5, 6 with Tari Eason, really, really good pieces that if you went to the open trade market with the way Jalen Green's playing right now, teams would be calling and being willing to offer draft capital, good young players, good veteran players for multiple of your pieces. I'm just not sure how the puzzle pieces internally for the Rockets still really fit together. And that's what is going to be fascinating about this offseason.
What do you think's the most difficult pieces to fit together, I guess?
It's Jalen.
Yeah.
Because I can see Amen Thompson, he can come off the bench, and he's looked really good starting. Tari Eason makes sense next to Şengün or Jabari. I think Jabari makes sense next to Şengün. So the real question is are you building this team around Jalen Green, or are you building this team around Alperen Şengün? Because I'm not sure you can have both still.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Someone texted in, the Rockets should play with pace because of all the talent they have. Trash take. Well, tell that to the Nuggets.
They play at the slowest pace in the NBA.
They have Jokic, who is the best player, and, I mean, who's your better player? That's ultimately what you're going to have to decide if this does turn into a Jalen versus Alperen Şengün kind of thing. Green's playing great right now, and I know some people are going to be a little bit annoyed that we're already moving away from talking about what he did last night, and we're talking now about is this possible going forward. But, I mean, that's what we should be asking. What frustrates me after great moments for players like this is that last night turned into let's dunk on all the people who rightfully were questioning Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And let's also crown Jalen Green as a superstar after he scored 42 points against a garbage Wizards team that was, on top of being garbage, the worst team in basketball, was missing like 7 players. They were missing a lot of guys. That does not mean what Jalen Green did was not impressive. It just means that let's take it all with a grain of salt. We've done this a couple of times where we overreact to brief stretches by young Rockets players, perhaps because it's been so damn long since they've been relevant. And we don't learn from the stretches that happen right afterwards where you're like, oh, wait, no, they're still inconsistent.
Yeah.
It can get better over time, but he has to continue this, and then he has to continue it into next year, as opposed to just doing it in March, where I don't know how much of this to take seriously.
Yeah, well, and that's what Udoka has to figure out is who is going to be the pieces that are going to fit best in your system. Because really, it should be up to him.
Yep.
I know Rafael Stone's the GM, but this is an Ime Udoka decision. Frankly, it is. Do you want to build around Şengün? Do you want to build around Jalen? Do you want to build around both? Like what is the future of this team? Because that's where, while I don't think they have to trade Jalen, it still wouldn't shock me. And I get why people might be frustrated that we're even having this conversation, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing we're having this conversation because for the first time this season, this stretch of basketball has given us to have the opportunity to have a real conversation about Jalen Green that's not purely negative.
Yeah.
Like this conversation
He's been an easy punching bag this year, and now you're looking at him as either an asset to get better or someone who is part of this team getting better.
Exactly.
And I think it is still up for debate which one of those he is. The better he plays, though, the more options the Rockets have, and I think that's great. Now, to go back to what you were saying about what Stone wants versus what Udoka wants, I think the tricky thing is you got to wonder what the Fertitta family wants as well. If you're Raphael Stone and you want to stick around, like, whose ring are you kissing? You're kissing the ring of the guy who's signing your checks.
Big time.
So, I mean, my big hope is that it's just Udoka operation entirely and that there is alignment. Because very often when you fire a coach, you bring in somebody else, especially somebody who has some pelts on the wall, and there are holdovers, conflict happens. I mean, we've seen it happen with the Houston Texans, multiple times with the decision to randomly, keep Rick Smith after firing Gary Kubiak. You bring in Bill O'Brien. Those two were at odds. And maybe Bill O'Brien would have been at odds with everybody. But generally, if you don't have two people that are in alignment, you could find yourself in a situation where maybe the Rockets, maybe Udoka becomes more of a Jalen Green over Alperen Şengün guy. And maybe Raphael Stone's like, yo, look at where I drafted Şengün. I'm the effing GOAT of GMs. Am I right, Patrick? Huh? Patrick, what do you think?
What do you think about how do you feel about Rafael Stone's wife tweeting at Roosh last night?
That was pretty funny.
You need better sources.
That was pretty funny. Look, what sucks for Roosh is Roosh has been right in his evaluation of Jalen Green. And Roosh did get a DM, I guess, from Jalen Green.
Yeah.
That was showing a lot of sensitivity. Now, I'm not going to get to the should he have released the DM or not. But the thing that sucks for Roosh is you gotta hold the L and you gotta make fun of yourself.
And he's not doing that.
No.
He's resisting. He's like, well, you know who my source is. No, man, that's not. As someone who has been canceled by Tucker effing Carlson on Fox News and got death threats sent to me by mail, someone threatened to have sex with me. And I was like, well, come on over. The only way to move on from something like that is just to roll with the punches. And, you got to eat the L for a little bit. Doesn't mean that they're right.
Yeah. Would you be okay if you were a Phil Stone? Would you be okay with it?
With what?
Like with your wife doing that?
Oh, I'd be turned on.
He'd be like, yeah, get it, girl.
No, I'd be like, I want a little, just a ride or die. Someone who's like maybe over the top. That's why my type, I love Italian women. Italian women fly off the handle.
So what you're saying is that
I'm stereotyping.
I'll
trying to transition.
I'll know Paul has found the one when he finds his Italian girlfriend who tweets at me about how I'm bringing you down.
Yeah, I want
then
that.
once we find that,
we'll make violent love when I get home.
I'll say, Paul, you found it. that's the one for you.
That,
Paul.
that would be hilarious.
I think that happens more in this business than people realize. Yeah. Like I think you have people dogging.
I wouldn't want, but I'd want her to say it publicly. I wouldn't want it from a burner.
Oh, it's got to be a real account.
I want it from a real account.
Yeah, I could see that.
And she deletes half her tweets all the time.
It's like, Joe, you suck. And then it's deleted 5 hours
later.
later.
She sees you later, and she's like, she gives you a hug, and she's like, but you did suck here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like family members who trash people that work in radio. That happens all the time. 100%. Sources can confirm.
Oh, do you got any examples?
Nope.
Yes,
right.
you do.
I do.
That answer is loaded.
All right,
it was a loaded nope.
He's Paul Gallant. You can find him on Twitter at Gallant Says. I'm Joe George on Twitter at Joe George Radio. It's time to go back to Tinder. Texans Tinder. Free agency is still going. We'll talk about that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, the NCAA tournament is here, and you need yourself something to drink while you watch the games. So, guys, why not drink the smooth, refreshing, not too sweet Pendleton whiskey? It's made with the finest northern grains. It's cut with Mount Hood glacier water and barrel aged in oak. Blend it all together, and you've got a whiskey that celebrates the cowboy in all of us. And Pendleton whiskey is something that has been a part of that cowboy mentality for tons of time. If you want to give yourself a taste of that true Western tradition, to raise your own glass to your inner cowboy, you can go get some Pendleton whiskey at drizzly.com or discover more flavors at pendletonwhiskey.com. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
ESPN 97.5, 92.5, live at Wakefield Crowbar. $19 Modelo Towers tonight during the first four. $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots, and they'll have $1 beers and $2 shots during Astros opening weekend when they take on the New York Yankees, March 28th to the 31st. I'm so glad baseball's back, Paul. I'm ready.
I mean, I'm glad the Astros are back.
Well, you're not excited about, Dodgers, Padres, and South Korea.
No,
I mean, you said you're tired. I assume that's why you're tired, because you woke up at 5 o'clock to pregame, rip some shots. Every time Ohtani came to the plate, you started booing them as loud as you could.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh.
No, I'm not going to watch a non-Astros baseball game. Are you kidding me?
I don't watch much non-Astros baseball.
I will never again watch a baseball game that features not the Astros.
Yeah.
That is a promise.
Really? Not
Yes.
at all? Even the Sox anymore?
No, I hate the Red Sox.
Bad organization.
Yeah.
They're a cheap organization.
I had to do post-game shows for them on the weekend. Like, F that.
That's gross, dude.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
Because I did Astros post-game shows, producing them mostly, and we would get the idiots calling in.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it's like in Boston.
Oh, well, I mean, there's nothing worse than being on, like, an on-call basis to do weekend radio at a station where the guy doesn't text you about your shift until Friday afternoon. So you might have weekend plans. Back then when I was gung-ho and I was thinking to myself, well, I'm doing nights here in Houston. I want to keep my options open and potentially, go back home. And the guy would, like, text me at, like, Friday at, like, 2 o'clock, like, hey, can you do the Red Sox postgame show on Saturday? Because I'm sure nobody else wanted the shift. And and they would expect me to talk about the actual game the whole time, and like I hate baseball, so very now and then I would just be like, well, baseball's dying, so how do we make this less of a boring 5.5 hour product featuring the Red Sox? So and they didn't like that. I don't understand why. So
I mean, you're not wrong. Baseball agreed with you.
Baseball is.
They changed the rules to make it better.
Baseball is the worst. However, the Astros are the best.
Fact. I mean, look, baseball is, there's a reason why it's a regional sport. Like, it is the most regional sport that exists. Even college football is less regional than baseball. Because at least you have, like, if there's an SEC game on, it doesn't matter where you live in the country. If there's a good SEC game, a good Big Ten game, a lot of people are watching that. Way more than a baseball game.
I take great pride, for example, in seeing right now with spring training on the TV that Trey Mancini is a Miami Marlin. I take great pride in not knowing that until literally this second right now.
Hey, Trey Mancini and Yuli Gurriel, I think.
Hell yeah.
I think Yuli's still on the Marlins.
Astros Southeast.
Yep, that sounds right. All right, Texans Tinder. We're back. We did it yesterday. We're swarmed to the right if you want this player.
Yep.
Not Texans worthy to the left if you want to say goodbye.
Also true.
Not interested. We'll start with the guy that, at one point in time, it was reported he wants to play here. He's still a free agent. Xavier Howard. Where are you at with him now? Because we talked about the corner position. It's just Okuda. They really haven't elevated the position anyway. We know we were a yes on Steven Nelson yesterday when we did this, but Xavier Howard's still just kind of sitting out there in free agency doing a whole lot of nothing.
He's 30. He has 29 career interceptions. And as you said, he wants to play with the Texans, but he said that they're a realistic option. What does that mean as far as what kind of money he'd be looking for?
I can't imagine much.
He says he has Houston Rockets and the Texans tatted on him. Which means it's a realistic option for him.
Okay.
But does that mean you're going to take a discount at corner when you have been highly paid in the not-too-distant past? And I suppose it's possible because I think Caserio said at the NFL Combine that we're going to have someone out there playing opposite of Stingley. It can't be Jeffrey Okuda.
It won't. I don't think it will be.
It depends on price. I would swipe right if he's willing to take some sort of 1-year very bargain deal But I don't think he's going to be willing to do that.
So that's why I guess I'm a right to the right as well. I'm swarming on Xavier Howard.
Swarm.
Because I don't think that contract is going to be there.
But we're not super swarming.
Yeah, we're not super swarming. I'm swarming, and if I get rejected, it's okay. Like maybe a little out of my league.
Well,
He's not.
You can't have that mentality when you're on these apps. No, you swipe. If you're attracted, you swipe right.
You swipe right, but you have low expectations at times, don't you? Were you like a serial swiper? Would you just like swipe as fast as you possibly could?
Yeah.
Just so I see.
Well, actually, no.
What happens if you swipe on someone that you regret?
So there have been times where I have been in other cities and I've just been like, screw it. Let's see what happens. Like if I'm traveling for the weekend and I know I'm just going to be a little bit of a, let's say, extrovert out on the town. But if you're on the apps now, like they actually stop you at a certain point if you swipe right too much.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to pay extra. All these apps now, it's like the microtransactions that you get in FIFA or Madden. Like you're gonna have to pay a little extra to get more options.
Interesting. All right, so we're a somewhat yes on Xavier Howard. Tre'Davious White, was a really, really talented corner. At one point, like they were hyping him up as one of the best young corners in the NFL. He's had some bad injury history recently, and the Bills had to move on from him. I am a 100% yes on him because I don't think his contract will not be high. And he is one of those high-risk, high-reward players that's also going to be cheap. So if it works out for you, you've got a lockdown corner. If he's hurt, you can cut him for nothing. So I'm all in on Tre'Davious White, personally.
All in on Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, I would love that move.
I mean, does he still have the same ability given how little he's played over the last couple of years?
Possibly, but that's why it's high risk, high reward.
Tore his Achilles at the end of last year. Tore
Yeah.
his ACL in 21.
The Achilles is frightening.
I'm not Texans worthy. I'm out. That's too much. Even if you are putting him on a bargain, like if you're
I
a corner, man, you got to be fast. And the Achilles, like I'm almost thinking of myself. If I'm signing Tre'Davious White, if you force me to sign him, like if he found some pictures of me, and some of the people that I was blind swiping right on in these cities, if he had that, I would think about moving him to safety.
Okay.
You know?
He's an interesting player because, the Achilles is an interesting injury now because it's not the. I remember like when Adrian Peterson came back from the ACL, and that was the first time we really saw a player come back and be full strength. We haven't really seen that from the Achilles just yet, but it has gotten significantly better to where it's not the end of the world like it used to for certain positions. I would say cornerback's probably one of the ones where I'm like, I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah, I would be too. I mean, it's tricky too. I wish that there was a James Bradbury kind of option where I know that I'm not going to have to pay that much, but I know the guy's a solid player, and I don't know what corners would fit that mold right now.
I think that's just Steven
Stephon
Nelson.
Gilmore? Well, Steven Nelson, solid.
I really don't think he's going to get anywhere near the kind of money that he was hoping for either. So I would say Steven Nelson is still the number one guy on that list of good but affordable.
Gilmore's won a Super Bowl, so he's not championship starved. But I think going back to our conversation yesterday, Stephon Gilmore's the one I would probably want.
All right, I'm gonna throw a curveball at you here, Paul.
Yep.
Jimmy Ward. He's on your team. We've talked about the safety position. We went through yesterday how we like Quandre Diggs, how we like Justin Simmons, how we want them to add a safety. We said no to Eddie Jackson, no to Jamal Adams. But you have Jimmy Ward sitting there. Is he a guy you're swarming and keeping on this team, or is he someone that you're saying not Texans
I'm debating
worthy?
I mean, if we're matched already, right? So I might unmatch.
Yeah.
It might be unmatching here.
Yeah, you're saying
taking him out of the stable.
You're saying goodbye.
I mean, look, if he's not going to be out there on a regular basis, what's the point? It's a lot of money to pay on a guy who, if he's not playing at all, you can do better. And if that frees up a little bit of cap space that you can sign another corner, you can sign a safety, then, I'm having a hard time seeing
him factor into next season at all.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. I would be fine with Jimmy Ward staying on this roster, but I don't want him to be your starting safety this year. But I'm
You
going
want
to
him on the bench?
I want him just to be your rotational guy, like because they use their safeties in a bunch of different ways.
What is he doing in that rotational spot though?
Sometimes blitzing the quarterback. Sometimes allowing Jalen Petrie to blitz the
You
quarterback.
got enough guys who can do that. You got Petrie. You got.
You can
Desmond
use him
King.
as a big nickel sometimes.
But I mean, you have Petrie and
I know.
Desmond King.
I know.
No, there's no role really for Jimmy Ward in my opinion.
I'm just trying to figure out because he's going to be on the team. That feels like a D'Amico soft spot.
As things currently stand, yes, it does.
So that's where for me with him, it's him. All right, another one that we're already matched with that we haven't really discussed yet. Robert Woods. You cut him, you get $5 million.
Yes.
In cap space available.
Cut.
Immediately.
Unmatching. Yeah.
Right
Yeah,
away.
That's how much. Yeah, it was $5 million. Yeah, absolutely.
Will you do it right now, or would you rather? Is that a hold off until spring training?
I mean, it's probably one of those things where they might wait until after the draft to do it, but I don't know what the post-June 2nd cut, like they always have, what that figure would be as far as if it saves more money then. You could obviously designate somebody as a post-June 2nd cut and make the announcement now. But, yeah, $5 million. I want the $5 million.
Yeah.
He's your fourth or fifth receiver at this point.
Speaking of dating, Paul, it's been a while since we've checked in. How's the love life?
Non-existent.
No?
This person's going to Scottsdale this weekend. I've talked to a couple people. I'm just not feeling it. I'm pulling out altogether for a hot minute. Yeah.
All right. Breaking news.
It's not even
Gallant
breaking
George.
news. I'm out. I'm out on this.
That's not worthy of the bomb sounder from Sean.
No. Jesus. No, it's not. I like that one better.
I do too. That might be better for Paul's dating updates. Is that noise?
Yeah.
It's okay. We were asking. The Twitch has been asking about this.
No, the Twitch is so damn nosy. Get your nose out of my junk. What?
The wording was interesting there.
No, that's where they seem like they want to be.
All right, we're gonna move on from Texans Tinder, but there are some big names that Texans are being connected to. One in particular that we haven't talked about yet. Early on throughout the season, T. Higgins was a name that everyone was talking about, and then there's this NFL account that says the Texans are still interested in T. Higgins. We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Gallant George coming to you from Wakefield Crowbar till 3 o'clock. Killer Bees with Joel and Brian today will be here until 6. The specials that they're doing for the Final Four or for all of March Madness are awesome. Throughout all of March Madness, they have $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots. And plus, you guys got to come out here. Come check out. They have a 24-foot TV wall, over 40 TVs. They're going to show every single March Madness game. So this is going to be an awesome spot to watch this tournament, especially those first couple days when there's so many games going on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't turn your head without seeing a TV in this room. The room that is next to us has even more televisions. And, yeah, this is the place where I watched the Houston Astros clinch the ALDS against the Minnesota Twins. It was a great time. There were tons of people here. So, yeah, once all the college basketball games start, you can come out here and do that. And as I said yesterday, I mean, there's also a volleyball court outside. You know, bring your jeans. Maybe take your shirt off.
This guy's jeans
Oil
on.
up. I mean, I could go.
Is it a little chilly for you today?
My tiny little nips are going to be quite pointy.
I didn't know if you're too much of a soft boy to take your shirt off and go play volleyball. Right?
No, I'm not a soft boy. No,
That's just a
I don't want to blind everybody with the pastiness, though.
But
it's alarmingly white.
It's March. That's understandable.
I mean, but I'm always white. Like right
Same.
now, I am still theoretically tan from Mexico, and that's pretty crazy. But yeah, I actually have tan lines. That's how white I am.
You do?
Yeah, I have tan lines right now.
I don't know if I believe that, but I'm not going to ask you to show me.
It's on my back.
All right, Jake Ekberg is an NFL reporter, supposedly, but this is a guy who he's got a pretty good following. He works for Uncovered Sports. It is an accredited, like NFL, NFLPA. Typically, what that means is they just get credentials. I'm just saying that's what his Twitter bio says. So we're just following this guy's Twitter bio.
His, I gotta say, his cover photo is annoying as hell.
There's something
NFL Media Insider.
Yeah.
Shut
but
up.
He put out that the Texans are one of the multiple teams that are still engaging in T. Higgins. Now, this is not just this guy. There are other, like, the reports about T. Higgins are all over the place. He is taken to the route of the typical modern-day athlete and gone to Instagram and is posting photos and music. I believe yesterday he posted Locked Up by Kanye? Akon? I think it's Akon.
You're asking the wrong person about music. I don't even know how to say Akon. It could be Akon.
That's not. It's not.
Akron?
No, that's a city.
Oh.
Akron's a city. That's where LeBron's from.
Wait, who was the other musician you said?
Kanye?
Yeah, who's that?
Kanye West.
I thought it was – wait.
Yeezy?
Wait, they're the same person?
Yes.
Isn't it I thought it was
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's Ye?
Yeah, it's all the same person. It's kind of like Meta World Peace is the same person as Ron Artest. Is the same. What else did he go by? The Panda?
I don't know. I need a flow chart for the various.
Oh, I don't have time for that.
Degrees of.
No, that's too much.
Of Kanye Kardashian.
We already work too much. That's too much work to put on me. So I create a flow chart for you.
Yeah, I want a flow chart of all his split personalities.
Oh, I mean that might take 2 decades to make.
It'll take a while.
So there's other reports that teams are going after T. Higgins. So it's not just this one guy, but he does specifically mention the Texans. Now, Aaron Wilson kind of poo-pooed this a little bit, saying the Texans are not actively looking at a wide receiver. But if T. Higgins is on the market, I would assume Nick Caserio is doing some kind of due diligence.
Yeah.
Because look, they nearly traded for Keenan Allen.
You call and you say, hey, 6th round pick, and you wait for them to hang up. Because you're going to have to trade a ton to get him. I guarantee you the Bengals are looking for like a 1st-round pick or something like that. I mean, they did give him the franchise tag. So I don't think that this is going to happen. If it does, great. But this is not – this is for all of the people out there who are being insufferable with their demand that the Texans go and get a shiny object.
Yeah.
This is for all the birds out there. I want my shiny diamond. Well, that's not how this works. You got to appropriate your resources in specific areas. They can't all be at one position. And, yeah, sure, you got 2 receivers on rookie deals, but do you want – is T. Higgins the one to trade for and give that big deal to? If he was a free agent, I'd entertain it.
I would rather just give a contract to Nico Collins.
Right.
And you have to get Nico done first before Higgins. Typically, I'm not a big feelings guy. I don't typically care about, paying a player first, unless you're talking about the same positional group. That's where I think it gets complicated.
Especially with that deep ass position.
Like, I would rather pay Nico Collins.
I'd be pissed if I were Nico and T. Higgins came here and got an extension. And, I mean, is it fair for him to be pissed? It doesn't matter. Like, I know that what does that little weasel Shapiro say? Like, facts don't care about your feelings. Well, feelings don't care about facts.
That's true.
At all.
But I would rather just keep Nico and not worry about Higgins. Higgins is not good enough to me with the way Nico played this year. Because I was very pro T. Higgins. Like, number 1 target. That's who the Texans have to bring in this offseason. But that was before the season. And before Nico broke out. Like, now that we watch this guy play, I think he is who he showed last year.
Yeah, I agree. His ability to stretch the field is very, very up there as far as wide receivers go, and especially considering he's got that size. And his ability to run after the catch also shows he's special. That's not to say T. Higgins can't do those things, but, I mean, here's one of the things that I haven't heard a lot of people bring up. Like, T. Higgins played with Joe Burrow. T. Higgins played also with Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
T. Higgins was in and is in a very good situation, a situation that elevates him. And this is why I keep on coming back to saying, like, Stroud is going to elevate the receivers that are around him. T. Higgins, okay, he's done very well with Joe Burrow. And I think it stands to reason that if he were to come to the Texans that he would also do well there. But there's other receivers you can find that you're not paying as much money for, theoretically, that can be effective as a number 3 wide receiver when you already have Collins and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of people are going into this year like Tank Dell's going to be hurt. And, I mean, we just saw yesterday Tank Dell's running full speed already.
Yep, which is good.
I suppose he could get hurt over the course of the year, but, like, the people that are planning on this guy being injured because he got injured once in a freak accident where he was in like a goal line package for some reason, you're already acting like he's on the injured reserve.
I would rather upgrade over Noah Brown. I would like Noah Brown to be the 4th wide receiver in that Robert Woods role and to have someone else there, to be honest.
But who's that guy? Who are you going to find on the open market that is that player?
Oh, I think they're taking him at 42. I think the Texans will take a wide receiver at 42.
I mean, they already took a wide receiver essentially at 42 in John Mechie. I forget what pick he was.
Yeah, this draft is better. And Mechie,
maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't think that's a foregone conclusion at all.
I just think Mechie's. I was hoping we've talked about this so much, but there's hope that Mechie would figure it out, but at this point, I don't think so.
There's a couple of moments that he had at the end of this past season. It was his first. This was his rookie year. So I mean, the year 1 to year 2 jump is the biggest for all wide receivers, and I think acting like Mechie's career is over or that he ain't the guy. I'm not going to go there yet. You can. I understand it.
He looks slow. He just doesn't look the same. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm very wrong about John Mechie, but I would rather take someone like Keon Coleman from Florida State at 42 if he's there. One of the Texas wide receivers that falls a little bit in the draft because they both won't go in the first round. But it'll be – we'll see. We do have some Texans news, though.
We do.
They've added more depth. Derek Barnett is back.
Nice. So Mario Edwards and Derek Barnett in the last 24 hours. Barnett was really good last year. I love the defensive line. I was stunned by how good he was, and I mean, I can't believe, given what he did for this team, I can't believe that Philly let him walk with how garbage their defense was down the stretch. Like, that guy was essentially a casualty of they had so many players that they could put on the field. Like, the Eagles' defensive line was one of the most loaded units in the NFL last year, and they were just like, all right, bye, Derek Barnett. Barnett goes to the Texans, and he's really good.
Yeah, they're super dysfunctional last year. I mean, he had 3.5 sacks when he came here. I like what they've done. The defensive line, for all the players that left, I know a lot of people are wondering about, like, the interior defensive tackle. Like, that's where they're not really having attacked.
They need more bodies there, 100%.
Do they? Or I wonder if they've got this weird philosophy that they're going to go small. They've brought in, like, 6 new defensive linemen this offseason.
Yeah.
They brought in Hunter Autry. You have Will Anderson. They brought the Foley kid in from Jacksonville. You have Khalil Davis. You have Mario Edwards. You have Derek Barnett. Like, all they've done is they keep adding and adding and adding to the defensive line. I wonder if they have this idea that they're not going to have that big interior guy.
Maybe Autry is that guy, too.
Yeah, maybe it's Autry.
Because Autry definitely will be on the interior for some pass rushing situations.
Yeah.
But he is 33 years old, so is he going to play every single down? Look, you could theoretically make it work with just, I guess, I hate to say it like this, but like just another guy at defensive tackle or a bunch of just another guys. But I wish there was one guy that I looked at and say, like, yeah. Maybe that's what they think with Khalil Davis. Maybe that's what they're thinking to themselves, and maybe the same thing with Foley Fatukasi. I nailed it. Fatukasi.
We think we nailed it. We're not totally sure.
It's definitely not Italian, but
it's not like
just make it sound Italian when
just
it's
make
down.
everything.
There's a vowel at the end. Just make it sound Italian because it's fun.
Can you have an Italian last name without the vowel at the end?
No, I don't think so.
No.
See, I can make your last name Italian.
Oh.
George.
Okay, that makes sense.
George.
I wasn't really sure where you were going to go with that.
Yeah.
I know you follow Barstool.
Yeah, I do.
What they do. They punished one of their guys today for falling asleep on a stream. They're making him ride a bus from New York to Chicago. What's the longest you've ever been on a bus?
The longest I've ever been on a bus, probably like, I think 8-9 hours from Syracuse to Boston.
I think it's the worst way to travel.
Oh, it's terrible. Greyhounds?
It is the worst way to travel.
So one of my uncles is a repo man in North Carolina.
Okay.
He tells me fascinating stories all the time. But he tells me that riding a bus in the backwoods southeast leads to some crazy stuff. I mean, there was a story about one man who got decapitated with a machete, and the guy who performed the decapitation was running up and down the aisles of the bus, like after it had pulled over and everyone had gotten off of it.
Okay.
He told me another story about how there was a moment where in the backwoods of the southeast, the bus was over. There were too many people on it. It was over capacity at a stop that they stopped at, and the bus driver made everyone get off just so that they could check the tickets. And then once everyone had gotten off and enough people had gone back on, he just shut the doors and drove off as fast as he possibly can while people were pelting the bus on the way away. There's nothing worse than sitting next to perhaps a fatty boombati who's had a few too many hot Cheetos and might be just breathing fire out of their keister for the entirety of the ride, and you got nowhere to go. Greyhounds are miserable experiences, and I've heard all of these stories from my uncle, who is a repo man in North Carolina.
That's fascinating. Yeah, it's the worst. Longest I've been on a bus is like 20 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done the trip to New York.
That guy sucks, by the way, Rico Bosco.
He's
one of the
worst.
most dead weight people I've ever seen.
Yes.
As someone who probably wants to work at Barstool still, hey,
why not?
It's the big show. I do not understand that guy's appeal. He's like throws high noon cans at people and they suspend him. They do these joking suspensions with him all the time. It's like a Marvel death. You know that the person's not actually dead. He's not actually suspended. They do suspensions as a bit there while he loses his mind because he's a crazy little monkey that throws temper tantrums. He's an embarrassment.
Yeah, who would do suspensions for a bit?
Not us.
Not us.
This week.
Joel's already defending himself, saying he was off.
We haven't done a suspension bit in a week.
Yeah, well, because we can't anymore.
At least 1 week.
We can't anymore. We can't, after what just happened, we can never do a suspension.
Well, they're permanent suspensions.
Yeah, yes, we can't do them ever again. Too much has gone down in the last 6 months for them to ever be suspension bits ever again. All right, Garbage Time wraps up the show next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, want to talk to you guys about my friends at O Athletic first before we go to break. 767 North Shepherd. It's a great gym to go to. Everything you need. I just started going in the last 3 weeks. It's been going great for me so far. I've lost 5.5 pounds so far, so we're feeling pretty good. They got the bench press, as Joel's talking about. Joel seems happy with my weight loss, so it's going pretty well. MMA training, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training, they have it all. They have the full octagon right there. It's a really cool thing to see when you walk in at speed training, weightlifting training, every single kind of class they have. Over 100 classes per week, personal trainers, It's a cool place to go to, even a little coffee shop where you can get a protein shake, cup of coffee before you head to work. Make sure you check it out. O Athletics, 767 North Shepherd. Tell them Joe George sent you by.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Final segment of the show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, coming to you live from Wakefield Crowbar. Throughout March Madness, $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots, and Joel and Brian will be here broadcasting until 6 o'clock, so come on, stop in, grab some grub, grab some drinks, and get ready to watch the games over the next couple of days.
Hell yeah.
Have you made a decision yet about who you're picking yet?
What,
in your
for the
bracket?
tourney?
Yeah.
How dare you?
I'm just asking.
Our beloved Cougs.
You don't feel like, what was I saw this in here earlier. What, they're screwed?
Well, there's a Reddit thread, and this Reddit thread, it says that high seeds often with phallic, parts in their name,
okay,
they often take down some of the top seeds in the NCAA tournament.
Okay,
so Houston is playing Longwood.
How do you find this nonsense? But I love this.
I mean,
so Oral Roberts. Yes, I'm over 18, Reddit. Thank you. Defeated
Oral
Ohio
Roberts,
State.
They beat Ohio State in 2021. St. Peter defeated Kentucky in 2022. And last year, Farley Dickinson defeated Purdue. So 3 years in a row, a top 2 seed has lost in the first round to a team with a phallic/euphemistic name.
And this year, Houston plays Longwood.
Right, and some are saying that they could end up being the dictum of Longwood. That's what it says on Reddit. I'm just reading what it says.
So I need what you're saying is I need to make another bracket. I have one bracket where the Cougs win the whole tournament. I need to make another bracket where the Cougs lose in the first round.
I'm just telling you about this pervert, the trend that they found. Yeah.
How do you find these things?
It's called the internet.
You know what I've realized with this show the most?
What?
I don't use Reddit as well as I should. Honestly, I don't use Reddit at all.
Well, I just look things up on it. And every now and then, like I look at a lot of the stuff on Texans Reddit and Astros Reddit, which isn't as active. Astros Reddit's pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Occasionally I go to Rockets Reddit, but yeah, it's a nice little cheat sheet to find local stories.
All right, it's time for garbage time here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, speaking of phallic items, the Los Angeles Dodgers have renamed their minor league team. Their minor league team used to be the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
Okay.
But they changed their nickname to the Rancho Cucamonga Chaqueta. So they are sticking with Chaqueta, which is a nickname that I believe is it's based off of mariachi jackets, the jackets and mariachi band members wear. But apparently, per slang, Urban Dictionary, Chaqueta, which means jacket, also means, let's just say, something else
Alone
that
time.
begins with Jack.
Okay. How do you not figure this out ahead of time?
Because
Say, we have team name. You Google it. This probably pops up right away.
Because they're whiteys.
Yeah, but someone has to Google the name and think that this thing just Urban Dictionary just pops up.
I legitimately think that did not happen because someone probably thought that the literal interpretation is the only interpretation it could be. And
Okay.
this is one of the funny things. Like, in our country, we have a ton of Hispanic people that live here. And the side of things where I believe American sports teams fail the most is in their basic understanding of Latin culture. I'd even point to the Houston Texans on this. You know, the Texans have been doing all this pandering with, you know, the slab era and, all the Houston rap scene. We have seen them pander so hard. And yet, with a fan base that has a lot of Hispanic people, Mexican people, they truly do not do a damn thing when it comes to, I guess, reaching out to Latin American communities. So it's not that surprising that the Dodgers would F this up. This is a commonplace among teams in the United States that are in majority or close to majority Hispanic cities.
I would tend to agree to that.
Yeah.
That's just in general, it's the ball is dropped.
I've never understood it with the Texans. Like, for me, it's a wasted opportunity by the Texans. There is a massive Latino population that likes this team in the city, and they never reach out. Imagine if they did some things in Mexico City or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure that maybe some of those people who are Cowboy fans would jump off the bandwagon. And yet here we are. Continuing to go through garbage time. You ready for the solar eclipse? The solar eclipse is coming up on April 8th. Guess what that means?
Can't wait.
Guess what that means?
No idea.
Grid issues.
Oh. For what?
Well, apparently, the Texas power grid will be impacted by the eclipse because Texas solar farms will see a substantial drop in production.
Okay.
It's like a 3-hour period.
Awesome.
It's going to be during Gallant George.
Great.
The solar eclipse on April 8th.
I'm sure our tower will
12:10 to
handle
3:10.
that.
You know what? I don't know. I think this time's the charm for ERCOT. I think this time's the time. Joe's shaking his head. He seems very frustrated.
They've been doing okay. They send the. You know what the problem with ERCOT is that they keep sending these mass panic texts, stories, tweets.
Please conserve your electricity. Nah, kiss my ass.
And then nothing happens.
I'm never gonna do it.
So like nothing has really happened since the big freeze in 2021. So like they're saying, but everything they do reads is like mass panic, and then nothing happens. So the one time we actually will need to take something seriously, everyone's going to ignore it.
How did you handle the deep freeze? I was not here for that. Luckily.
So I still had to go to work because I was at iHeart and they have 7:40, so we were on call because we went into emergency news mode. So Dana was 8 months pregnant also.
Oh, God.
So we ended up getting
no.
Yeah, so we ended up getting a hotel. We ended up staying at the Derrick, so that way I could just walk to work.
Oh, yeah, I know the Hotel Derrick.
Yeah, just so I could walk to 790. And we'll see. The first day I drove around the Galleria for 3 hours looking for food. Shout out to Jake's Sports Bar.
Yeah.
They were the only place that was open.
Holy crap.
We ate there for 3 straight days.
Yeah.
I would go in the morning. I would get a hot lunch and a cold dinner and order at the same time. So I would get like a Philly cheesesteak and a salad for both of us. And then, so we stayed at a hotel with no running water after like the first day. It was a lovely experience.
Yeah, I'm glad I missed out on that. Must have sucked.
And then when we got home, we realized our apartment flooded.
Oh, no, God.
And so we had to move apartments 2 weeks before Joseph was born.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It was a lot.
How did you handle that? I know you don't let things get to you.
I just told my wife, I was like, you got to go.
You got to go.
You got to go to your mom's house. Just let me handle this, because I'm going to yell and scream and hit things. So,
no.
I'm like, you got to go.
Oh, no.
I'll take care of this. Go away. But, yeah, that's how the freeze worked for us. It was lovely. I'm glad you missed that. That's right around the time your apartment probably got broken into.
That was my version of that. Yeah.
All right, he's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. Thanks to Sean Mapes, as always. Back here at the studio, we will be live tomorrow at Carbach Brewing. But the rest of the day here at Wakefield Crowbar, Brian McDonald and Joel Blank will be out here. Come hang out. Come get your drink on. Come watch March Madness here. $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 Mexican candy shots all throughout the tournament. Goodbye.
Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, that's how you do it, Paul. Geez, someone put some energy in Paulie's ass. Let him have the good rest of the day. We're going to have a great day for the next 3 hours. How we doing? Brian McDonald with me at Wakefield Crowbar, where we love to be, where it is a lot of pretty people hanging out at a really cool establishment while we get ready for NCAA basketball, Brian. We had a Rockets game last night, and let me just tell you. Oh, boy, that was entertaining.
Yeah, look, obviously you would rather Alperen Şengün be out on the floor, but that started to look like the Rockets' potential that I think we'd all felt like the team had after they hired Udoka, obviously after the 3 straight years of picks in the top 4 of the draft. It took a long time to get to this point. We'll see if it actually continues over the rest of the season into next year. But they finally started to look like the team with the potential and promise and hope that I think a lot of fans were expecting once they made the coaching change and got all this talent on the roster.
Yeah, look, I think, Brian, the bigger question is, and I heard Joe and Paul a little bit touching on it. You and I were talking about it and want to get into it as well. But the fact of the matter is, I think it's a good problem to have that Jalen Green is finally showing signs that he could develop into something close to what you thought you were getting when you drafted him. And I don't think at this point in anybody's career on this roster, it should be about one or the other. It should be
no, definitely not.
Whether I am developing all the assets, some of which are for others, or I'm just trying to see how good they can be in terms of the guys that you have. It's a lot more encouraging than it's been, say, 6 months ago and a year ago when you were like, man, some of these guys look like they can't play dead, and I don't know where this entire franchise is going.
Yeah, I honestly don't get the rush that some people seem to show to trade people off of this team. Like, as soon as someone starts to play well, they start to talk, well, what can we get for him? What can we who can we move him to get something else? Well, Jalen Green, obviously you don't expect 42 points every night, but if Jalen Green can play at this level that he has, and this hot streak goes even beyond just Alperen Şengün going out. He was getting hot about 4 games before Şengün got hurt. But if Jalen Green is playing at this level, you'd be trying to trade him to get someone to play at this level. So if you think Jalen Green can be that type of player, and he was picked at number 2 to be this type of player, then why are you in a rush to get rid of him?
Yeah, look, when I look at this entire situation, I still am not sold on Jalen Green. Like, I went from a month-to-month lease to I'm looking to get a full renting going to, yeah, look, I'm looking for the rest of this season to keep seeing these kind of things from him. I like his value going up regardless. I like the fact that he's learned how to play team basketball. I like when you hear quotes out of his head coach's mouth that he's finally satisfied with the fact that he's playing defense. He's doing other things. He's filling up the box score even when he's not shooting consistently. And then you see a game like last night where you go, hey, if he was doing everything up until last night, he's showing progress. When he does what he did last night, now you're getting into what you said about where he was drafted and what he was supposed to be when you took him.
Right, yeah, and look, I'm interested to see what you kind of hinted at it there, but I'm interested to hear what you say about this. Is this just a hot streak from Jalen Green, or is this the player he's capable of being? So last 6 games for Jalen Green, right now, during those 6 games, he's averaging 27.8 points per game. Obviously, with Alperen here coming back, I would assume that average will go down a little bit. But beyond that, you mentioned some of the other things coming around his defense. I think we also want to see him shoot better because even when he was scoring, his shooting numbers weren't all that great. But during that same 6-game streak where he's averaging nearly 28 points per game, he's shooting 50% from the field and 44% from 3. Plus, he's averaging almost just a shade under 7 rebounds and 4 assists per game. So he's giving you a complete box-stuffing type of game beyond the 42-point scoring, which obviously is not going to happen every night. But I think you have some confidence now that, like you said, even if he's not scoring 42, he can get you. I mean, this last game he got you 10 rebounds. He can shoot better from the field. He's dishing it out. He's playing better defense, as he pointed out. So I think he's just becoming a better overall basketball player beyond just taking over the scoring lead without Şengün.
See, that's the thing. I don't know, and I realistically, what he did last night, I don't think is sustainable.
Well, certainly not 42 points.
But I think that when you look at it night in, night out, if he can be one of the best 4 players on the court, because we normally say that the better teams in the NBA have 2 superstars on each squad,
okay,
right?
So you're not saying one of the best 4 Rockets, just one of the best 4 players.
One of the best 4 players on the court.
Okay, I'm with you now.
Then you're absolutely maximizing what he can be for you, and that's where his ceiling is potential-wise for me. But if he can just be the best Jalen he can be for this team can go very far to show improvement between now and the end of the season and be very encouraged about what they can do next year as they continue to develop. Because you're seeing Amen Thompson right alongside of him really develop. You're seeing, we already know what Şengün can be. We're seeing what, and look, I've never been one that set the bar too high for Jabari. But if Jabari's a double-double every night and he's kind of a poor man's Chris Bosh type player, but he's just he's that he fills those roles for this team, I'm fine with it. Because you can't expect that everybody with the draft the way it goes nowadays is going to be a blooming superstar just because you took him in the first round.
Sure.
Tari's a really good player coming off the bench. You've got really good positive predicaments you could possibly be in. Like if Amen keeps playing the way he's playing, Jalen's playing the way he's playing, do you have room for Fred VanVleet no matter what you're paying him in the starting lineup because of what you're seeing from all these other guys? That's what you wanted to see in this season anyway, and now you're finally seeing some of the fruits of all this labor that we've had to labor through develop as a young roster.
Yeah, I think obviously, and this is all contingent upon guys continuing to play well, but I think if you see Jalen and Amen Thompson play close to this level, obviously you're not going to play as well. I mean, I believe Amen Thompson only missed 2 shots last night. I believe he was like 10 to 12 shooting. You're not going to do that every night. Jalen Green's not going to score 42 every night. But if they can play at this sort of level with Fred VanVleet being basically only locked up here for 2 seasons, I think that's the answer. I don't think Fred VanVleet's going to be on this team past next season because you're going to want to give those starting spots to Jalen Green and to Amen Thompson. But I'm getting back to Jalen. So do you weigh in more on the side of this just being a hot streak for Jalen, or do you think he's tapping into something that's more sustainable?
I'm going to go off the board, Brian, and I'm going to give you this is progress.
Okay.
This is progress and development that we had hoped to see earlier in his career that thankfully we're seeing before it's too late. The fact that he's fine, and Jeremy and I would go back and forth on this, but I truly and strongly believe that he's finally 100% buying in. Because the way he grew up playing basketball, and on every level when he's played basketball, it's been give him the ball and get out of the way. And then from his perspective, I put blinders on, I go to the rack, I score, I shoot, I get fouled. I don't pass a lot, I don't rebound, I don't play defense. I do what I got to do to get where I got to go, both on this team, to the next level, and when I finally make it to the NBA. And what he's finally doing, and he was the last guy I firmly believe to do this on this roster, was buy into Udoka's system. Was understand if I give it up, if I'm open, I'll get it back. If I give up a tough shot and pass the ball, I'll get a better shot later in the shot clock if I trust my teammates and the system. And now you're seeing, because of the fact you're hearing Udoka say he's playing defense, he's sharing the basketball, he's understanding how to make other players better instead of just himself. This is the true progress and development that I had hoped to see earlier, but that he finally bought into with this system.
So when I hear you say words like, buying in, playing defense, trusting his teammates, basically what I'm hearing when you say that is maturity, which is
part of it,
which is obviously key for a guy who's only 21 years old right now and came into the league obviously very, very young. But you mentioned kind of the way he came into basketball, playing a wide open style, attacking the basket, not passing.
Isolation ball.
Isolation ball. And that, certainly Jalen Green's not the only guy that comes into the league like that. That's a lot of guys coming out of AAU ball and wherever they come from, especially guys that don't go to play in college. But, it's ludicrous to make the point or try to make the point that the Rockets are better without Şengün. It's a ridiculous take that I've seen some people put out there. I'm not saying that. But what I would ask is, do you think, and it's a tough question about how they fit together, because it does seem like Jalen fits more from, or he benefits more from a wide open, fast paced style. And then how does a guy like Alperen fit into that? How do you see their fit going forward when Alperen eventually gets back?
Well, does
what Alperen do well take away from what Jalen does well?
See, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. They should complement each other. And I think that's where I would say, to answer that question, the onus is going to be on Udoka and his staff.
Sure.
Because now
that's what you're paying him big bucks for.
And you started the year making the focus, running everything through Alpi. And then you remember, we were all going, what are we doing? We're really kind of transitioning, and suddenly it's put the ball in Jalen's hands, see what he can do. And I think that was kind of the precursor to where we are now, where Udoka said, if we're ever going to get anywhere with the core that we currently are working with, he's going to have to show me that he can share the basketball. He has to understand, because the ball's in his hands, that doesn't mean you shoot it. And if we can get there, and this was kind of a test run in the middle of the season, then maybe we can take this to the next level. Now it's going to be fun for the coaching staff to say, now I know what my strong suit is with my two best players. This is how I restructure my offense to make sure I maximize everybody on the court. Because I think that with spacing, you're still talking about a center who passes really well and a guy who really wants to shoot it.
Yeah, Alpert's not the type of center that's clogging the paint.
And he's not going to hog the ball the way Jalen can. And that's why I think that there is a system to be recreated year to year that can benefit by maximizing both their strengths.
Yeah, especially as well as Şengün passes the ball. I think that is the fact that he can step outside the paint, the fact that he's a great passer, I think opens up the possibility of them fitting well together. Do you think we were too, not you and I, but specifically, but us as a Houston Rockets fan base collective, do you think we were too quick maybe to pass judgment on Jalen Green's early performance, considering the age, considering 2 years under Stephen Silas and that just absolute car wreck of a coaching staff and a front office? I mean, obviously it took a half a season, I guess a little bit more, a half a season for him to finally get it under Udoka. But we're talking about a guy that's still 21. You look at guys kind of like him coming out at that early. T-Mac, it was year 4 for T-Mac, his age 21 season, before he finally started to play like the T-Mac we know, like the prime T-Mac. I'm not saying, obviously, that Jalen Green is at prime T-Mac levels, but I think sometimes we maybe rush to judgment too quick on Jalen Green. Is that fair?
I think bad habits are hard to break, Brian. I think that's where we're at. I think, what you said was fair, but I think that the other thing from a fan base perspective that everybody has to consider before they were – because, again, you're right. We never said trade him. At his very rock bottom, I said at least test the market and see what his value is across the league to be prepared if you have to move on from a guy that doesn't seem like he wants to buy into the system.
Right.
But bad habits are hard to break. So everything that we just got done talking about was also a product of when he got to the league, Silas turned the keys over to him, and it's to John Wall's point that no one wanted to believe was true when he pointed it out and said, it's not like this anywhere else in the NBA where you can do whatever you want. As a young kid, there's no one scolding you. There's no one, reprimanding you. There's no one telling you how it's supposed to be done. You're held accountable for things. Silas was letting everybody just run amok so much that they got comfortable and they thought, this is the NBA. And now what they're finding out with Udoka, with Van Vliet, with veterans that hold them accountable is I had to change my bad habits in order to be the kind of player that make good things happen for my team. It's taken him longer than the other guys on the squad, but now you're starting to see who he could truly be, and that's why it's not too late, and you can, regardless of what you choose to do, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot more to get into on the Rockets. On the other side, I think we should get into. I mean, hey, they're only 2.5 back right now with the Warriors, so we got to talk about that.
And let's talk about Amen Thompson.
Amen Thompson and Jabari as well. I think we got to get some thoughts in on those guys.
I don't think anybody's benefited more from maybe Alpe being out and being in the starting lineup than Amen Thompson. So plenty more to get to. You guys want to join us? Hey, we're at Wakefield Crowbar here in the Heights, and you should be here too as you get ready for the madness this weekend. But the bigger thing is, whether you see us or not, the text is working, the Twitch is up, the YouTube channel's going. Reach us some way if you want to be a part of the conversation. Let me know your thoughts on the Rockets and everything else. 713-780-3776 gets you into the program. Text or call that number. Like I said, check us out on Twitch and or YouTube. Back with more. It's B-Mac and Joel in the Bees in the Hive right here on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Jeremy on the road again, Willie Nelson style, covering the Cougs as we get tournament bound and see them get ready for their big action as a 1 seed. In the meantime, my good friend Brian McDonald sitting next to me on my left as we are at Wakefield Crowbar with the pretty bartenders and all the pretty people hanging out on a Wednesday, getting ready for the tournament. Glasses in the air, people don't care, fun everywhere. Be to Wakefield Crowbar here in the Heights. Stop by, see us. They're going to be here all night, so you should be too. If you want to get some volleyball in outside, go do that as well. But tons of TVs, lots to do. BMAC and I were
this
talking.
is a great spot if you want to watch some March Madness here. I mean, there's TVs everywhere you look. You can't turn your head without seeing a TV. Plus,
fantastic.
I mean, tons of alcohol and beer.
Yeah, not only that, but,
great
spring
food.
training, baseball,
yeah,
good
exactly.
food. Yep, all kinds of good things. We got the promo team out here, so they got giveaways and lots of goodies for you as well. Support us, but come out and support Wakefield Crowbar. We love these guys. They're always good to us. All right, so we were talking about the Rockets, the big game, the big win last night. Now, granted, look.
It is the way. Yeah, you would have called it a big game because, like, Jalen played well, Amen played well.
Yeah,
but
performance-wise.
it's the Wizards. So.
Yeah, performance-wise, big game from the guys you want to see big games from.
Sure.
But
there you go.
With a grain of salt because you're playing the worst team in the NBA, along with the Detroit Pistons. And the Wiz really aren't even worth that. And yet, and I'm seeing a former Wisconsin #1 draft pick in Johnny Davis who looks awful. I mean, if you're a Rockets fan and you watched that game last night, just be grateful that your top 10 picks all look way better than Johnny Davis looks with the frickin' Wizards, because that is an embarrassment. They are awful. They traded for Jordan Poole and his $93 million contract. God, you should be happy you don't have him on your squad either.
Jordan Poole has announcers mocking the fact that he got punched in the face by Draymond Green still during NBA games. Yeah, no, the Wizards. I mean, it's kind of what the franchise has been basically forever. I mean, the last title was what, in the '70s with Wes Unseld.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a nice run for a little while with Gilbert Arenas, where they were at least a playoff team. But yeah, that's forever been a kind of a joke of a franchise.
Yeah, they're bad. Your Rockets are looking good these days, 6 in a row now. And it doesn't matter who you're playing. You don't make the schedule. You just play to win, and that's what they're doing right now. Playing very well. Bulls are up tomorrow night, I believe, at Toyota Center.
Yeah, the Bulls tomorrow night at Toyota Center. So you mentioned they're you say that 6 in a row, and they're 8-1 now in March, and that's got the Rockets only 2.5 back of the Warriors.
That's where I was going.
I think we'd all kind of written off the idea of making the play-in game, but I mean, 2.5 back. I mean, are you starting to believe? Is it realistic?
No.
I'm not. Come on, wet blanket.
No, look, I'm not trying to be the wet blanket. I'm trying to tell you from a realistic perspective, I still believe that they would probably be one and done anyway. Yes, it would be nice.
Oh, I agree with that.
To get that under their belt. But when you look at the teams that look like they're going to be currently in or around the play-in game, and the Lakers being the final seed right now, and Lakers, Golden State, Phoenix is dabbling, Dallas is right around that line, Sacramento. I mean, tell me one of those teams where you think the Rockets would have a chance of beating them.
Well, I mean, Sacramento, they beat 3 times this year.
But that's also the regular season.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, I can't look at their success against the Kings and say they have no chance. But I guess most of my optimism comes from looking at the schedule, and there's certainly a couple automatic losses, or at least probable losses on the remaining schedule this month. But when you look at they do have a home game against the Warriors, so they got at least one chance at home where they play much better, although they have played better on the road recently, to make up directly make up a game against the team that they're trailing for that 10th spot. But they have the Bulls, like you said, at home tomorrow. The Bulls are, I mean, they're a good team, but they're not a world beater.
They're beatable because they got DeMar DeRozan, and they've got a few other guys, and Vooch is back. But overall, you don't have Zach LaVine. It's not the team that they put together.
It's not an unbeatable team.
It's beatable. It's
a
beatable team.
You have that. The Bulls are next. You have 2 games against the Jazz this month. The Jazz aren't a great team. You have a game against the Trailblazers at home, who are awful.
Should win
so that's 4 at least possible wins, but then you also have at the Thunder and home for the Mavericks, which are probably losses. But 4-2 over the remaining portion or over the rest of the month isn't impossible. And if the Rockets did go 4-2, that would put them at 500 going into April. I think you certainly have to consider them a live dog at that point.
But here's where I would draw the line in the sand and say, I don't care whether they make the play-in or not, But if this team finishes with a 500 record or better, and we talk about was it a successful season, did they exceed expectations? Whether they make the play-in or not, if they flirt with 500 and or somehow find a way to finish 500 or better, that is a massive win for Udoka and his staff in turning this entire thing around.
Yeah, I mean, there are 33 wins right now. I don't remember exactly where you and Jeremy were before the season, but I think even the most optimistic fans
I
had
was
them.
under on that number. I was around 35.
Okay, yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Like, they're at 33 now. I think even the optimistic fans were probably at 35. I don't think I saw anyone that had them even getting to 40. And 40 is, I think, a legit possibility at this point. I mean, I just went over 4 winnable games remaining this month. So yeah, I'm with you. If they get to, let's say, I don't know, let's say 39 wins, they didn't get to 40. They get to 39 wins, they miss it the playing game. I don't see how you could say this season was anything but a massive success as far as the team taking the right steps forward and progressing in a way that gives you a lot of confidence going into the next season that there's another step beyond that would get them into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think as you look at this team, and we were talking about Jalen in the first segment, but when you transition to saying why they are where they are, in part it's because of the 2 other guys that we're not talking about as much right now because so much has been put on and so much scrutiny has been put on Jalen Green.
Ben and Jabari?
Yeah, when you look at those 2 guys and you look at their development, I think Jabari was a guy that we thought was further along, obviously because Amen was coming in out of 1 year in a league that no one thinks is anywhere close to high Division I basketball, where you're looking at him going, he's going to take some time to develop. But as we look at the development of both of these guys, it's part of the reason why we can be more optimistic as a squad for not only the future, but for this season, for this team.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce Pearl, I think, came on our airwaves when the Rockets drafted Jabari and basically said, he's ready to go. And that really wasn't the case his rookie season last year. I mean, he showed flashes, especially towards the end of the season, but he was not delivering early on what we were hoping for from the 3rd overall pick. But now you're seeing Jabari turning into a double-double machine, and I kind of think maybe we've undersold his potential a little bit. I think there was a point in this season where he was playing decently but not, really ever leading the team to a win, where it seemed like people were capping his upside as a nice role player, but that was kind of it. I think what we're seeing from these double-doubles that he's putting up, I believe it was 18 and 14 last night against the Wizards, I don't ever see him as being obviously the star of the team, the 1 on the team, probably not even the 2 on the team. But I think his ceiling is a little bit better than role player at least.
Yeah, he could be your 3rd best player, and you could be a really, really good team, assuming your number 1 and your number 2 are go-to type guys. Here's the thing, Brian. Hot take or not, but this is something that I'm going to just call out the entire city for in terms of not calling out enough how bad Steven Silas was. It's easy to say the record was bad,
for Jabari.
but he never ran a play, period. Okay, let's just be honest.
Okay, good point.
He did not run plays. He did not run a structured offense. He did not discipline his players. I've heard from lots of people in and around the organization, hey, you know what? He was always getting his hand slapped by the general manager and he wasn't allowed to discipline them. That's BS. Because Udoka came in from day one and said there's a new sheriff in town. This is how we're going to do things. And that's the way it's supposed to be done as a head coach in the NBA. But Jabari's development is another one, just like Şengün. And Şengün was not too careful in terms of saying, I finally have coaching, and that's why I'm taking this big leap. I think Jabari's done the same thing. You're right. He's not going to be one of your 2 best players on a really good team, but he's capable of being an above-average starting player in this league that gets these double-doubles and makes his team better, and that's what we're seeing with his development, which we never would have seen under Silas.
Can he be Chris Bosh? Or a poor man's Chris Bosh?
Yeah, poor man is why I like to go with that, because people don't realize how valuable Chris Bosh was and all the things he did.
I mean, obviously LeBron and D-Wade were on his teams, but he was the 3rd on those Miami Heat
But when you hear some of these podcasts lately and guys that were on those Heat teams saying, if LeBron didn't play, D-Wade could step it up. But if Bosh didn't play, they were screwed because of the fact that he did so many things.
Well, they didn't have a lot of help down low also. Yeah.
He rebounded. He still moved the basketball. He played smart. He knew how to defend.
He could space the floor.
Yes. So he was a guy that brought so much to the table. Jabari's biggest thing is understanding when I got a little guy on me, that doesn't mean shoot the 3. That means those are the times when I really need to put my back to the basket, back him down, shoot over the top of him, and understand he's too small. If you have a big on you, those are the times when you use your athleticism and say, whether I put it on the floor or I move in space, that's how I take advantage of a matchup against a big. If he understands his matchups and what to do based on who he's got on him, he could be even better.
So Amen Thompson, I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic recently. Let's get into him before the little bit of time that we have left this segment. 10 of 12 last night shooting, 25 points, I believe 10 rebounds. I mean, everyone rightfully before the draft happened and during this season has pointed out, I was like, yeah, but a shot. But I don't know. I don't know where you fall on this, but do you think he can reach maybe the level we're hoping for him, even if the shot never looks super pretty? I think we are in agreement that it can develop, it can get better. We've seen guys like Joakim Noah and a few others who had Amari Stoudemire mentioned the last time this came
Lonzo
up.
Ball.
Lonzo Ball came into the league with horrible shots and never were maybe knockdown shooters, but became above average shooters.
Yeah, Lonzo and LaMelo Ball added to that list because of the fact that the kid's a gym rat, right? So if he gets with the right coaching, again, which is key for the staff that you now have, and they work with him, the sky's the limit. But there's also a difference where you draw a line and say, you can be a good shooter, but you don't have to necessarily be a good three-point shooter. If you're both phenomenal, if you never develop a three-point shot, because he is a five-tool player, he brings so much to the table, he sees the floor, he passes well, he's long, he rebounds, he defends, that whether you're Russell Westbrook, and people will hate that comparison because Russ obviously had a ceiling and people criticize his inability to shoot. He has good enough form where he can be a mid-range shooter, he can be a scorer, he can do so many things to make you better. He's not – I mean, the worst thing he could be is Ben Simmons, and Ben Simmons, believe it or not, still has a lot of ability.
But
he has a fear of shooting. Russ doesn't have a fear of shooting. Russ just was never a good three-point shooter. I think that he can still be a huge – big-time key piece to this puzzle without having to ever develop and fully get to being a great three-point shooter, but he does have to continue to work on his mid-range.
Yeah, I think what you said there is key. Like, I don't think he can get to where we hope he'll get to if he never develops a consistent mid-range game. I think you can live without the three. Jason Kidd wasn't a super three-point shooter. You've mentioned like Russell Westbrook, Allen Iverson weren't super three-point shooters, but they were able to take Dwayne Wade. But they're able to take guys off the bounce, and when they got them out of off balance, when they got the space from separation, they're able to hit the mid-range shot or take it to the hole. And so if Amen Thompson can develop that part of his game, there's no reason why he can't be a plus starter with the ceiling of potentially a second. To me, I think his potential could be second best player on the team. Now, that's obviously team dependent. Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green have played very well in Sengun's place well all season long. Jalen Green over this last 6-game streak. But I love the ceiling of Amen Thompson. I'm way in on him right now.
Plus, Brian, a lot of times we forget just how young he is, to the point where he can't even
Is he 19 still?
Yeah, he can't even go into Wakefield Crowbar and get himself a cocktail yet.
Yeah, I don't believe they allow anyone in as under 21
that's why we're
10
not,
o'clock at night.
This is why we're not even close to putting a ceiling on what he can do and what he can't do, because year one in the NBA, I don't think anybody expected to see this much this soon from a kid that probably wasn't going to get
Everyone
many minutes.
Knew he was raw.
But he's not going to get many minutes either. You just threw $40 million plus a year at Fred VanVleet.
Right.
He wasn't supposed to be playing, and now he's starting. And when he's starting, he's taking advantage of it. And the numbers he's putting up, if you truly believe he hasn't fully developed his shot yet, just give you more encouragement that the sky's the limit for this kid.
Yeah, I'm sold on him, and it'll be interesting to see what happens down the stretch. To kind of pay off on where we started with this, I think they're alive in their chance to catch the Warriors. I would definitely not predict them to. I wouldn't put money down on them catching the Warriors, but 2.5 back. A decent schedule over the rest of the month, plus a home game against the Warriors where he can directly make up a game. I think that's possible, but it's hard not to be excited and optimistic about these young stars of the Houston Rockets.
No doubt.
Right now.
We've got text messages I'll get to. Everybody chiming in on the Rockets, and we've got more to get to on the Rockets, of course, but we also got the NCAA. We've got Astros baseball, and an interesting conversation when we get back to kind of broach the subject of the inevitable that people aren't really encouraged to start talking about, and that is, when does JV fall off that cliff? When does the decline become too big and insurmountable?
I think people are going to like my answer.
Okay. Well, I mean, that might be the first time. So with that being said, BMAC's answer awaits you as we get into the JV discussion next. But again, feel free to chime in and be a part of the show, 713-780-3776 to call or text. Hit us up on YouTube or on Twitch as well, as we love to interact with all those fine folks. And we'll be back with more. It's the Killer Bees, live from Wakefield Crowbar in the Heights, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Hey, back, as the man says, with the sultry pipes. B-Mac and me.
Sultry pipes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice compliment you gave him there.
We're going to work on him at some point just doing movie trailers for us with In a World.
Yeah, but there you go. That's a classic movie trailer line.
Where Wakefield Crowbar hosts The Hive, and it's
if Michael Carroll is listening, there's our request for whatever our next, not this week, it'll be too quick of a turnaround, but any remote we have next week, we need a movie trailer rejoin.
That's right.
From the voiceover, big voice guy.
55-35, B-Mac. Is Jabari to be looked at as a better Draymond Green?
I would certainly say his potential is way better than Draymond Green. Draymond Green was obviously a valuable role player, but he was never a guy you would bet on giving you 20, whereas Jabari can get you 20, and he was also not a guy you would expect very often to get you, 14 rebounds like Jabari did last night. They're different types of players, so it's not really an apples-to-apples comparison. But
if you're gonna take, like, in a nutshell, put the spectrum of Jabari's career, the dream is Bosh. The realistic is Draymond. And I think he's better than Draymond. I don't know that he'll ever be close to the full Bosh. But if you get that from him, that's all you need.
Yeah, I guess I get your point. Like if some combination of Jalen, Amen Thompson, and Şengün could be a legit 1-2 on your team, then you're fine with what Jabari develops into is a Draymond Green type as your three, as your glue guy, maybe the defensive specialist, the guy that can get his points but is not not often he's not getting the ball as the first read in any set. So I don't want to settle for Draymond Green because I see Jabari's ceiling is a whole lot higher. Especially since I believe they're different types of players.
He's a better shooter.
I think Jabari's more likely to develop into a post player than Draymond. But yeah, I see as a downside guarantee if you could sell me that was his floor with your other guys becoming the 1s and 2 on the team, then I guess that wouldn't be a bad scenario.
Yeah, and other people are chiming in about the Rockets and says, I don't think that the Rockets right now should be trading anybody. Someone said do what Boston did. Let these young players play together, 8-4, 5-8, and they have championship talent. Now, I'm also not going to go so far as to drink the Kool-Aid and say they have championship talent. They have a nucleus that is going to be very competitive in the NBA, and they have the ability with some adds and maybe some subtractions that make them better than what you currently see. But I think that you're right. The big crossroads could be when Jabari's contract comes up, if he thinks he's a max player, you got to let him walk. And you got to try and find something for him because that's where the problem between realistic and the expectations of contract come to making you have to make a harsh decision. Jalen's a guy you're going to discuss still as a max player. Amen has the ability to become a max player. I don't think Jabari is a max-type player.
So how many players would you say on their roster right now they have capable of turning into max-level players? Three. Şengün, Jalen, and Amen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But thankfully, obviously, with the decisions that you would have on guys like Jalen, you don't have to make that now. You don't even really have to make it next season. So you got time to figure that out. I wouldn't necessarily completely blanket statement, completely rule out the idea of signing Jalen Green down the road to some sort of max deal because I'd want the benefit of knowing what he becomes over the next
0974 will kind of pile on you and give me your thoughts
on
this.
Bring it on.
They say it's a tough decision. I don't buy this as who Jalen Green is. He's shown stretches like this before and at the end of previous seasons. With the Rockets that are in rebuild mode, I feel this is the time to maximize his trade value. Ultimately, I don't think he's ever going to be an all-star level player. What says you?
I think he's going to be an all-star level player, and maybe that's damning praise because all-star level player doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. I think Jeremy would definitely argue that.
Who? We don't talk about.
You're right. He's on the road, right? He doesn't exist right now. I don't get what the rush is to trade him. Like, I understand the idea that maybe this is just a hot streak because it is 6 games. Like the numbers I gave in segment one, it's only
if you
over
don't
6
trade
games.
him. The fact is they don't trust him. They said they've seen this this play before and it doesn't play out the way they like, that you're going to see glimpses all the time to tease you, but he's never truly going to be the all-star player you thought you were getting.
Yeah, I guess I would. My rebuttal to that would be, like, you can't trade him right now anyway, right? So you might as well keep an open mind as to what he'd become. And sure, right now it's only a 6-game sample size, but if he continues to do this over the rest of March and then into April, maybe even to the early part of next season, if you still have him through the summer when all the moves are being made, then that 6-game sample size can become something you're not saying is just a hot streak, and you're starting to say that's who he is. So I'm at least pushing for an open mind and giving him basically a pass for the last 2 years under Steven Silas, because I know he didn't develop as fast.
But time's running out now, because you know that at a certain point, like I said, the same thing I said about Jabari.
Now, why would you say time is running out?
Because he's going to push for a max deal, and his contract's going to come up where you got to make a decision.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't have to make that decision now.
Not now, but this offseason you better start thinking about it hard, because, like I said, you've got 1 year left, and you got to make a decision on him, whether he's good enough to hang on to it at what price, or that he's going to want more than you're willing to offer and get something before he walks away.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Like, if you believe – I guess it really comes down to what you believe in Jalen Green. Like, if you're completely convinced, like the texter was, that this is nothing more than a hot streak and he's going to revert back to some lesser form than what we've seen recently, then you should absolutely try to capitalize on maybe a perceived upward swing in his play. But – I don't know. Like, again, if he continues to do this over the rest of March and the rest of April, I'm going to be very open to the idea that, hey, this guy was the 2nd overall pick in the draft, and it wasn't some massive reach. He could possibly be actually that good. I'm at least open to the idea.
Here's one thing that is just a bit of advice. I'm not looking to be Roosh and try and give real advice to a real NBA player when I never played real NBA basketball. But I think I've been around the block enough to say this.
But you stayed in a Holiday Express?
Stay the hell away from social media. Last night with Vanessa after the game.
Oh, the baby stuff?
The family stuff, the baby stuff. You know, he's getting beat up all over the place because of Gilbert Arenas saying what he has done with his baby mama in the past, and others chiming in on their age and everything else. And previous to this, when he was posting things like, sometimes I can't even be myself because of the fact that there's so much going on a daily basis pressuring him. Best thing he can do is stay as far away from social media, no matter how much he wants the attention and all the, the cachet for the fire takes and what he's wearing and all these other things. If he could just focus on basketball and stay away from social media, he'd be far better off as a basketball player. I don't care about the other stuff, but as a basketball player, he'd be better off.
I mean, you're not wrong, but he's 21. He's not going to stay off of social media. Hell, I'm 40 and I can't stay off of social media, or at least off of Twitter. I have to try to get myself, to put down the phone at times. So I don't think it's – I'm with you to a degree. I think it's less, though, about the amount of times he spends on that.
Stop worrying and reading
that's where I'm going.
Others.
It's less about the amount of time you spend on it. It's more about the maturity and how you respond to what you see. And yeah, that remains to be seen. But even if you move Jalen Green for, let's say, another player with upside or whatever you're trying to trade him for, there's no guarantee that the next player you're trying to get is going to be someone who stays off of social media. Everyone of that age is going to have a problem with that to a degree.
Just like life, Brian, this is what we're talking about. It's still a city divided. It's a fan base divided. On one hand, I'll read you text.
Okay.
Jalen is a monster. He's young. Please don't trade him. Next one is, I don't want to pay him the max. That's the main reason I would trade him.
Yeah.
Okay? Next one, is he streaky, a la Linsanity? I think he's better than Jeremy Lin could ever be.
Not fair.
Right?
That's
he
not
may
fair.
never have that full streak like Linsanity, which is good because he's better than Jeremy Lin no matter what.
That's not fair.
So you look at it from both perspectives. Y'all are drinking red Kool-Aid. No, I'm not. On what part of it? I'm trying to be as realistic as I can possibly be. I don't think he's ever going to be Kobe Bryant, which he was compared to coming out.
Oh, no.
But I also don't think he's a bust like a lot of people were making him out to be by midseason this year. So, everybody's saying you're describing Jalen like he's Ben Simmons. No, you got it wrong because you're listening with a different orifice. We're describing Amen Thompson to some degree, like at the worst case scenario, he could be Ben Simmons because he doesn't shoot it very well. But I never said that because the one thing I've always said is, as much as Ben Simmons has talent, Amen's already a better shooter than Ben will ever be, and he's not afraid to shoot the ball.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, the second part, not being afraid to shoot. Look, no, if someone misheard what I said or misinterpreted what I said earlier, I am certainly by no way saying that Jalen Green has some sort of Kobe Bryant upside. All I'm saying, and maybe this loops me in with the people that drink the red Kool-Aid, because certainly if you ever go into like the For You section of Twitter, mine is always just filled with people, and it's mostly the pro Jalen side, but it's just filled with all these nonstop Jalen Green tweets about, he's the first player at this age to do this and that, and just singing the praises of his upside. So I'm not on, or at least I'm not going as far as that section of Rockets Twitter. I'm just saying I'm open to the idea, because he's played really well, because it started before Şengün went out, and it's not just a product of more shots because Şengün's out, and because the coaching changed, I'm open to the idea that he's actually made an improvement. It's beyond a hot streak. And if he's capable in showing you the flashes of a guy that was drafted second overall, I think you at least got to be open to that idea and let it play out over the rest of the season.
I think the main thing that I've said this with Jeremy multiple times too, that you take away from this team is if you're drinking the red Kool-Aid, this is the one text we got, this is a championship team, keep it together.
I wouldn't say that. Not yet. Not yet. Not as currently constructed.
But when you think about the two guys we haven't mentioned because they haven't played, and then the third guy that isn't going to play the rest of the season, but we're sitting here debating three guys fairly and trying to be as honest as we can be. But when you think about the potential of Cam Whitmore, when you think about what Tari Eason can be, if Tari Eason, and we talk about ceilings, if his ceiling is a sixth man, he's a Swiss Army knife, could be one of the better six men in this league for a long period of time. When you think about Cam Whitmore, we're not contemplating his shot. We're not contemplating his ability.
No, he can score.
He just has to defend. He has to understand, like Jalen did, that there are other things to do with the ball than shoot it every time it touches your hands. But all the ability is there, that the nucleus of six guys that you have is good enough to stick with. It's just what pieces, when you get done with Dylan Brooks and a ridiculously bad contract, and Fred VanVleet, who is exactly what you needed him to be in the short term on a short-term contract, how do you replace those two guys with guys better than them for this unit that you're putting together? Because I like the nucleus they're building.
Yeah, and we had Kelly Eco on, I guess, last week or the week before, and we asked him kind of a similar question, like, do the Rockets have the young core of a potential championship team? And he still thinks they're a move away. I think the question is, like, who are you willing to trade to get that piece, and when do you make it? The reason I'm maybe holding out on Jalen Green, because if Jalen Green can reach the potential that it seems like he is showing over these last 6 games that he was drafted to have, then your upside of trading Jalen Green is then getting back a player like what Jalen Green would develop into. So I don't want to rush to make him the guy that you trade, but certainly I think they've got another move in the necessary move before they reach that championship level.
Yeah, look, they have the ability to be flexible. They have a ton of talent on the roster.
Like you said, they got the young core. They potentially have
and
a starting five
pick,
and a 6-man.
Brooklyn's pick is enough to say that you can still get better this offseason no matter what else you do.
Yeah, Brooklyn's pick's going to be a lottery pick.
It should be. So there you go. There's some Rockets talk for you. We're going to get to the JV stuff next.
Oh, yeah, we had JV stuff.
Yeah, we'll flip it over to JV and the Astros because, look, we're getting closer and closer to opening day. If Verlander City is not going to start the season on the roster, how quickly will he be back? We'll see. But is this the beginning of the end? And when are you willing to start talking about it? Or are you just the orange Kool-Aid drinking Astros fan that believes it will never end? We'll talk about that next as we continue to roll forward. It's much more in hour number 1 of the 3-hour extravaganza. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Hey, BMAC and Blank from Wakefield Crowbar. The Hive is alive here and there and everywhere, including Twitch and YouTube. Want to remind you, Wakefield Crowbar is your place to be for all the madness, all the games, all the time, complete with a 24-foot TV wall and over 40 TVs showing all the games. You got to be here. During the games, $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 candy shots. You know you like those. They'll also have $2 shots and $1 beers for MLB opening weekend and a fantastic Easter brunch on the 31st and the Easter Bunny on the 24th for all your family plans. But get out to Wakefield Crowbar for all the madness in March.
Yeah, and one more reminder for everyone listening. It's that time again for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's 6th Annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each. Prizes include a great list of prizes, but prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben valued at $200. Jeremy, I certainly love that.
Who?
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, unnamed Killer Bee. $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com, and under the promotions tab, you can register for free and catch us broadcasting live, of course, today at Wakefield Crowbar, tomorrow Carbach Brewing, and then on Friday we'll be at Nick's Place.
Nick's Place, always great
Yeah,
food.
looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so let's get into some of this Astros talk, because the talk that nobody wants to have is the fear that everybody had to go through when we heard JV was a little behind going into his preparation for spring training this year. And then thankfully for all of us, because we are heavily relying on him, at least for this season, we understood that it wasn't going to be a big-time long-term injury.
Certainly seems so right now.
So that was a big win. But at a certain point, you have to be realistic, and you know that there's a threshold this year that if he gets to, you have him for another season. I think it's 150 innings. But
140.
Okay, close enough. Whenever we get close to that, that's one discussion to have. But at a certain point, you have to start having the discussion and consider how far can we go with Justin Verlander and how long can he go chasing the records we know he wants to get to, strikeouts, wins, all those kind of things, and how it correlates to how valuable a piece he can be for your Houston Astros.
So I think when I see a lot of people speculate how much longer Justin Verlander has, they often seem to rely on the average pitcher. Like the average pitcher at age this does this. My problem with that is Justin Verlander, for the entirety of his career, has never been the average pitcher. So my pushback on that, and kind of my point in what I'm about to go over, is that when you're comparing Justin Verlander and trying to figure out how long can he reasonably go, I think he's talked about wanting to get to age 45, kind of like Tom Brady had that goal. And he's obviously wanted to be, he's obviously compared himself to Nolan Ryan at times. You can't compare Justin Verlander, just the average pitcher. I think you have to compare him to his contemporaries, his peers, and those are the elite of the elite of the elite pitchers. Mm-hmm. And look, his overall numbers last year, certainly the strikeout numbers have gone down over the last couple of years. ERA was a little bit higher last year than we'd seen in the past few seasons. But I didn't really notice any sort of drop-off other than that strikeout number. Over the second half of last season, when he's with the Astros, away from the Mets, who apparently didn't believe in analytics, his ERA over those final 15 starts in the second half of the season was .292. I mean, that's great. You're 40 years old, and you're pitching to a .292 ERA, so you're not seeing any real slippage there. And when you compare him to me, who he should be compared to, the absolute elites of the elites, his peers, the power pitchers who pitch this deep into their career, you're talking about Nolan Ryan, you're talking about Roger Clemens, you're talking about Randy Johnson, in my opinion. And you can see all the numbers for yourself on Baseball Reference. I won't bore you with all of them. But when you look into their age 41 and 42, 43 seasons, these guys aren't really hitting that age cliff to age 43 or 44. So I think Verlander has this year, assuming he gets back fine with the shoulder, and then maybe another year or two beyond this to be actually still a top-level performer.
So, yeah, and just looking over some of the numbers, if you take their 41-age season and take the averages, the high ERA was a sub-4 ERA of Randy Johnson, 3.79. The low, Roger Clemens, 2.98. The mid was just that, the mid, Nolan Ryan, 3.52. When you start looking at that and going, look, I don't think this is the year he falls off. I think it is coming around the corner. I think it is closer than we'd like to admit. But I think that this year, that's why I wasn't losing my mind when people were like, oh, my God, he's 2 weeks behind. This could be the beginning of the end. This could be craziness for the Astros. No, let's not press the panic button just yet. He's a power pitcher, you're right. He's a smart pitcher that's learned to, much like a Tom Brady with the comparisons in the NFL for as long as he played, to adapt his craft as his skill set changed to where we know he can think the game. We know that he knows how to think through at bats, pitch by pitch. I think it's very fair and reasonable to say he's probably going to be somewhere between 3 and 4 in his ERA this year. But with this team, that offense, and his ability to compete, I don't think we're going to see a big drastic fall off this season.
Yeah, and that's my overall point. Like, certainly the fall off, obviously, at some point is coming. I don't think it's this year. And I don't think it's next year. I mean, you mentioned some of the numbers. Nolan Ryan, who he likes to compare himself to, didn't actually hit his drop-off to like age 46. I mean, age 45, Nolan Ryan still had a 3.72 ERA. I mean, you guys had, like you mentioned, Randy Johnson, age 44 season for him, he was 3.91. Now, certainly 3.91, if Verlander hit that, that would no longer put him in a spot where he's your ace, obviously. But if you're talking about Verlander giving you 150-plus innings with a sub-4 ERA at age 44, you're fine if then, Framber.
He's not Bartolo Colon.
Right.
I mean, he might not be your ace, but if he's one of your 3 best pitchers or 4 best pitchers, now he's going to have to give you a significant discount on what he wants going forward on his next contract. But if he's pitching even to that level at that age with the other pitchers that you have on this roster, you still have the potential to be very, very, very good with starting pitchers.
Yeah, I think, this year I still think he could be your ace. I still think he could be your ace next year. But like you said, even as he does start to decline, which maybe happens age 43, age 44, I still think he's capable of being a third starter on this team. I still think he's a player capable of giving you 150-plus innings with a sub-4 ERA, which still has a lot of value. And you're right, you probably would have to ask him for a discount to bring him back. But if that's going to be at a point where he's getting really close to 300 wins, and I'm not saying he's going to give you the quote-unquote hometown discount, but I certainly think he's going to factor in where he plays next, consider a team that's actually going to give him a chance to get the win total he needs to get to.
His ego says that he had to get to certain things, just like he's chasing the stats now. He had to get to the highest AAV pitcher at a certain point in his career. He got that with this last deal. So that's he's checked that off. He's gotten the World Series rings. He's gotten the Cy Youngs. Now he's chasing these other things, and he's got to realize his best case to get there sooner is a team that puts up a lot of runs, that has a chance to go, with competitive games deep in the season, still gives him the clout that he's looking for from a exposure standpoint too. You have the ability with this rotation to say, if Hunter Brown keeps developing the way we all think he's going to stuff-wise to someday have Cy Young caliber stuff, to your point about who's the ace, if you have 4 guys to choose from, then you are in a premier situation compared to just about any other team in baseball, no matter how much money the Yankees and the Dodgers have. Because if you can choose between JV, Framber, Javier, and Hunter Brown, year to year, situation to situation, who's going to be your ace, the other 3 guys are going to be in a position to be better than average for you in the top of your rotation all the way to the 4th spot. And we're not even talking about McCullers or Garcia or other guys that could still see some good years ahead. That's why they could still be in such a good position from a pitching perspective.
Certainly, and I think that is obviously team-dependent based upon what they do with their roster over these next couple of years. Like, if for some reason Framber walks, they let some of these other guys walk, and you're in a position where you would need Justin Verlander to be your ace, then maybe that puts him in a worse position. Like, you maybe wouldn't want to pay a guy his age to be your ace. But if Hunter Brown and Christian Javier take their next step forward, if you're able to retain Framber Valdez, and now you're asking Justin Verlander at age 43, 44 to be your 4th starter. And we've seen through, like again, the historical data, guys he's similar to, Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, guys like him, those power pitchers into their mid-40s have been capable, those Hall of Fame caliber arms have been capable of still being 3rd to 4th starter caliber. Then, yeah, Verlander coming back to chase 300 wins as your 4th starter would be something that not only would still be beneficial to the team, but I think is actually realistic.
Yeah, no, look, I think that's why as much as we start talking about, without Jeremy and Nick Casario, talking about windows and wondering when the window's going to start to shut, how long the window's going to stay open. When you start at least the conversation by knowing you have Jordan wrapped up long term, you have the options we just got done talking about with starting pitching, you have Hader for the foreseeable future, along with Abreu, regardless of whether you have Presley or not. You have all the makings of the structure of a team that is far from being done competing for a World Series. Yeah, and that's all you can ask for as a fan.
Yeah, I think every time people see, and this was kind of the point of the segment, I think every time someone sees an update on Justin Verlander about him being behind, I think they automatically rush to the judgment because he's 41. Like, okay, here it is. This is the start of the decline. But look, again, stop comparing Justin Verlander to the average pitcher at age 41, because the average pitcher doesn't even get to age 41. They're already out of the league by that point. So when you're comparing Verlander and trying to come up with some sort of statistical trend to point to what you could expect from him at that age, point to the elites like we went over with Randy Nolan and Roger Clemens, and those numbers all speak favorably to what we could expect from Verlander over the next couple years of his career.
No doubt about it. All right, that's first hour of the show. It's in the books. It's in the rearview mirror. Windshield's still big. Lots of things still to get to, talk about, and you always are a part of it. 713-780-3776. Call or text. Hit us on YouTube. Hit us up on Twitch. Look, we've got the NCAA tournament coming up, and it's really, really close to – we saw some games last night. We'll see a couple games tonight. But the real madness starts tomorrow. Let's start breaking it down for you. Let's get into it. Who do you like? Who you don't like? Who are your sleepers? Who are your favorites? Who's the first number one you think might be falling by the wayside? Do you think it's the Cougs? I don't know, people. Are you betting with your heart or your head? We'll talk about all that next as we open up hour number 2 of the show. Killer Bees live from the Crowbar in the Heights. Stop by and see us if you get a chance. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. BMAC and myself, more Hive coming up next. ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar. Here's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Hey, 1 in the books, 2 to go. Second hour of the show opens up now. The Hive is alive, and we are at Wakefield Crowbar as we get into some NCAA talk. Also a reminder, Wakefield Crowbar. Stop in and see us. We're here till 6. Stop in all weekend here as they got tons of specials while you watch the madness. This unbelievable TV wall in the back, the 24-footer, it's fantastic. Over 40 TVs all around the establishment. Phenomenal. Indoor, outdoor. You can also play some outdoor volleyball if you like, but at the same time, when you're watching the games, $19 Modelo Towers, $6 margaritas, $3 candy shots. They have all kinds of things going on here all the time. It's a really cool spot. It's also a family spot. You can catch Easter brunch here. The Easter Bunny, believe it or not, yes, the kids can see the Easter Bunny. All great here at Wakefield Crowbar. So with that being said, BMAC, as a transition into our March Madness, we've been talking about it a little bit. We did a little draft yesterday, but now it's really going to get underway. And there was some basketball last night, but at the same time.
One of the teams didn't play basketball last night.
One of the teams should be looking for a new coach, and that's hard for me to say because
because they won a national title a few years ago.
Well, and because he's from Wisconsin, and because his dad is also a Wisconsin coaching legend.
It is.
And the fact that I hate to say this, but that was an absolute embarrassment that set basketball back 40 years.
They're just even when they win, they're just miserable to watch.
I mean,
and obviously we're talking about Virginia putting up
Tony
another
Bennett,
absolute
the head coach,
dud.
And the Virginia Cavaliers were an embarrassment to basketball. I heard Dell talking about this. An hour of TV time, 14 minutes of actual game time without a made basket by a team is inexcusable.
It's like kind of like making yourself watch Iowa football. That's really the only way I can.
Someone had a sweatshirt on last night that said Virginia basketball is Iowa football.
Yeah, it really.
They're not
is.
wrong.
No, it's like I don't even care if they're good or if they're winning. They're just boring to watch. And I look. I don't think they should have even been in the playing game. Certainly, if you look at the Kim,
they didn't deserve to be in the tournament.
Yeah, certainly if you look at the Kim Palm ratings, they were way down. There are a few other teams like St. John's. I know Rick Pitino's upset about it, but there are several teams that were ranked way higher in the Kim Palm ratings. Yeah, and Virginia showed it last night. You know, the ball don't lie. The ball didn't lie last night. Virginia got absolutely trounced by Colorado State.
My big thing too was for Pitino, for Indiana State fans, for the teams that thought they should be in, just be better so that you're not on the bubble next year. Because I do hear people saying, you know, Virginia's just a recruit or two away with the returning guys they got of being right back in it next year. Well, prove it to me, because
I hope not.
If you're Tony Bennett in that post-game press conference and you made the quote about, hey, we're evaluating our entire system internally right now because we got to – you damn well need to say things like that to save your ass, because your job should be on the line with the way that they played all year leading into getting lucky enough, and because of the reputation of their university and their team, getting in only to get bounced out like that. That's an embarrassment for basketball.
Yeah, and I just think it's a low percentage way to play basketball. Look, I get the takes and the ideas that will be put forth by the opponents of that style of play, and certainly maybe there's a team here locally that plays something similar to that, not quite the same. But when you're limiting possessions that much, you're just forcing yourself to be so much more efficient and seemingly kind of forcing the other team, unless you're perfect, to be able to keep them in the game with you. Like when you limit possessions that much, to me, you just open yourself far up more for upsets. And we saw that obviously a couple years ago when they were a 1 seed that got upset by 16. So I'm not a fan of that style of basketball. And I'm glad at least that the main March Madness bracket won't be tainted by the stink that Virginia puts up there every game.
So being a better producer than we've ever had on the Killer Bees,
I love you, Joe.
Well, that's one of us. One of the things that you are challenged with that you do for us is you dig up some of these stories that we can get into and talk about, like as it relates to the tournament in this case, and the fact that people always think that they have a formula. And obviously so many people do brackets, and they're waiting and hanging on every word of Jay Billis, Seth Davis, all the quote-unquote NCAA know-it-alls to try and figure out who's the sleeper, who's the Cinderella, who's the 1 seed that's going to be the best, and who's the one that's going to fall off first. All questions that America wants answered. Are they turning to the right spots? Is there a formula that works?
So there's obviously with the madness that the bracket can be, there's no perfect formula. There's no perfect right answer that's going to be right all the time. But I think you can look at historical trends and at least know, the kind of the hot spots to avoid and the places to take your shots on. So specifically first, like with upsets, I think sometimes people either fall into a trap of either not picking any upsets or just picking way too many, because that's where the fun is. Right, I mean, it's fun to predict the 14 seed and say you called it. But when you're trying to win a bracket, like obviously the points that you get for each pick increase round by round. It's really important to have those really good teams still available to get you those higher point seeds later. So I think you got to look at what's most likely, and what's most likely is your 10, 11, and 12 seeds.
Yeah, it's predictability versus probability, right?
That's where the percentages
are. The biggest
are.
upsets always say, look at the 11s, look at the 11s.
10, 11, 12. Like those
are ones. Probability is when do the high seeds start falling off? Who's vulnerable because of injury, like Kansas?
Yeah,
Kansas
will
you
be a
look
popular
at
upset pick.
What a lot of people have said early on, the hot teams to make a run, James Madison.
Yeah, they're mentioned a lot.
New Mexico.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then the one that's supposed to pull the one-game upset is Kansas is a wounded animal. So if you're Samford, a lot of people are thinking you capitalize by getting Kansas first. You have a chance to beat them and send them home and be the big upset Cinderella early on.
Yeah, I think Kansas is certainly on upset alert. Historically, as I was talking about, they technically fall outside that range. They're facing Samford, who is a 13 seed. And where you see like the high percentage of upsets, like I said, 10, 11, 12, those teams have north of 30% odds historically to go ahead and pull off the upset. It didn't dramatically drops once you get to the 13 seeds and lower. But the injury for Kansas and their star player certainly changes everything. Injuries,
you have one of their star players already ruled out.
Right.
You've got another in Hunter Dickinson who is questionable and if he plays with his shoulder injury, how effective is he going to be being able to shoot the basketball and be a part of all that? They've been dinged up all year long. So when you look at it from a Kansas perspective, yeah, there's still talent there, but are they talented enough to not have their full complement? Even if you're playing a Samford, that's one thing, and maybe they get by that game. But even if they get by that game, the level of competition that you're going to start playing.
Now you get what is it? No, it's not Duke in the second. Is it Duke in the second round that they would get? I'd have to look at the bracket, but it's another high quality team.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're a 4 seed. They're going to be playing a 5 seed after that. So, yeah, I would.
And I believe Duke is the 5 seed.
That might be correct.
Wisconsin and Duke are 4-5.
Yeah, we can look it up during the break. But yeah, I don't know what your bracket has, but I don't have Kansas getting to the Sweet 16.
I don't
either. When you look at where the upsets come, like again, it's the 10, 11, 12. You have an average of over one of those per season. So if you're going to pick upsets, pick it there. And I'd also say we have a streak now of what is it? So since 2011. At least one team 7 seed or higher has made the Final Four. I mean, except for 2019, there was 1 year in there where a 7 seed or higher didn't make the Final Four. So certainly find your dark horse. And I'm curious, Joel, when you look at this bracket, see where there's some vulnerabilities from some of these higher seeds that might get upset. Where do you point to for dark horses that you like?
I'm going to flip the script, Brian. I'm going to flip the script, but to answer your question, I'm not looking for a higher seed that's vulnerable. I'm looking for a lower seed that got ranked appropriately but had so many injuries and now they're healthy to the point where they can flip the script.
That's fair.
I think the Oregon Ducks are that team.
Yeah.
I think Oregon's been beat up all season long. Their head coach, Dana Altman, he has never been in a tournament where he doesn't overachieve and do a lot more than people anticipate. I think they have a ton of talent. I think the bracket sets up well for them. And if I'm looking at one team that might be that 11 seed that shakes everything up, I'm looking at Oregon.
Yeah, there's a couple teams I'm looking at. Certainly Oregon is a live dog. And now this is not necessarily underdog. It's a very, very name-brand basketball team. But Michigan State, I'm high on picking them to go maybe further than they would be projected just on seed. I mean, obviously,
coaching.
If
Izzo's in the mix, you got a shot.
You obviously start with Tom Izzo. He had that streak for a long time where every guy that had, stayed there 4 years went to a Final Four. But then you look at their draw. They've got Arizona in their bracket. Historically, Arizona has been a team full of disappointments.
Really
Alabama's defense has been really bad this year. I don't see them as some unstoppable juggernaut. And then the 1 seed on their side, UNC. I mean, UNC obviously a 1 seed, but you look at their this is Alabama's record against top half quad 1 teams, 1-8. So, I mean, really you look at 2 challenges in that bracket for Michigan State, and that's UNC and that's Baylor. So I think Michigan State is a live dog, and the other one I like, and I'm gonna call out my own favorite team on this one, but Colorado State. They have the momentum of winning a first 4 game.
Yep.
Last night they were the team that knocked out Virginia. And then when you look at their bracket, they face Texas in the first round. Look, I'm a Longhorn fan, but I don't believe in Rodney Terry right now. I think they're certainly gettable in a 10-7 matchup. And then if Colorado State wins that game, they get to face Tennessee, and we know Rick Barnes' history in the tournament. I mean, Rick Barnes has a long history of disappointing in the NCAA tournament. So I think Colorado State could be in for a surprise 16 run.
All right, so
Sweet 16
on
run.
the flip side, a lot of people casually doing their brackets like to do, as they say, stick to all chalk. Just all the favorites all the way through. Shannon Sharp, I would say, is this guy because he did predictions for both the men's and women's brackets.
Yeah.
And remarkably, he had all the ones in on both tournaments for his Final Four. If you're looking at number ones and the number one that you think might fall off first, Brian McDonald, who are you looking at?
I think we both have the same answer. And it's important to find one number one seed to fall off because there's only been once in the entire history of the tournament where all 4 number one seeds made it, and that was 2008, I believe, in San Antonio when Kansas won it all over Memphis in the final.
I was there.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game with Mario Chalmers hitting the big shot to send them to overtime. So it's only happened once in history that all four number one seeds missed it, and I think it's the obvious one, right? It's Purdue. I mean, 3 years in a row they've lost to a double-digit seed, and I just don't trust I just don't trust their style of play. You get a team that can take their big man out of the paint, maybe spread them out with guard play, shoot threes on them. I think they're good. I can see them getting to the Sweet 16. I don't see them getting to the Final Four. I don't see them.
I watched
having a
them
super
lose
deep
to
run.
Wisconsin in overtime. I know they're vulnerable. I know that Eddie is everybody's go-to guy to watch. Obviously, a big Player of the Year candidate.
Do you enjoy watching him play, though?
But I've watched him play.
I don't.
And I think he's gotten better over his entire career there. But the one thing we know about him and this team and his head coach, Painter, is the fact that they're a regular season team, and when they get to the big dance, they're a different team that looks vulnerable all the time. And I think that their style of play is so predicated, to your point, about pounding it into him. If he gets in foul trouble, if, God forbid, he gets injured, if he's not at the top of his game, I don't know if they're talented enough around him to carry the load if they have to. And I think there are a lot of teams in his bracket that are well coached, that have a lot of like the complementary talent that's able to not rely on just one guy like they do so much.
Yeah, and you mentioned the coaches in the bracket. He has Mark Few and Greg McDermott in his bracket. So certainly you got some experienced programs like Creighton and Gonzaga with experienced coaches. And like you said, I think Purdue, because of their style of play, is far more prone to bad style matchups than the other number one seeds.
Except for one, and I think we're going to get to that next because I think that we'll talk about the one that we think is going to be the favorite or should be there at the end, and then the one other team that's a number one that's kind of like Kansas that might be vulnerable, not because they don't lack talent, but because where they sit currently with their state of health. We'll talk about all that as we continue to roll on. It is the Killer Bees. It's Brian McDonald and Joel Blank live from Wakefield Crowbar. If you guys want to join us, come on out, stop in, say hi. We'll be here till 6 p.m. And, of course, be here all weekend for all the madness as they've got lots of drink specials and tons of TVs. More coming up next. It's the Hive being alive with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Hey, Jeremy's out today, traveling on the way to Memphis, Tennessee, where the Cougs will be in action this weekend. He will join us via remote tomorrow, be back on the program. So Brian McDonald and I got you till 6 p.m. at Wakefield Crowbar. Stop in, see us, see the oodles and oodles of people that are going to come here and hang out and drink and eat and be merry in this great environment. We were talking about the tournament, and all weekend they've got tons of specials here, so you need to check them out, drink specials and otherwise. Tons of TVs, the big 24-foot wall. But, Brian, the one thing we haven't touched on yet in terms of we talked about Cinderellas, we talked about potential upsets. Now let's talk about just overall that whole chalk number one line. If we're talking about the fact that the number ones, who do you got winning it and who could be the most vulnerable? Yeah, I think Purdue is the most vulnerable because of their style of play.
Yeah, okay.
But at the same time, the X factor for me is health. Purdue's healthy. Carolina's healthy. UConn is healthy.
Well, there's one team left.
U of H is not healthy.
Yeah.
So that's why it was a struggle for me as much as I'm pulling for U of H, as much as I want U of H. I need the fans to be realistic in you lost 3 really important cogs in your wheel that are part of this team, and you've got another one that's dinged up. Roberts is going to give you all he's got, but between the shin and then the hand injury, you got to wonder what he can truly give you. And God forbid he gets in foul trouble because the options behind him, they ain't great. So you also have the vulnerability of on the negative side. From time to time, this team struggles when their shots aren't falling.
Sure.
And looking for a go-to guy that's going to go to the bucket and get Shed is the closest thing to it. Cryer struggled with it early, found it for a while, has been okay since. But when you look at the combination of all those things, I think U of H is vulnerable. On the positive, why I think they'll still survive, because defense travels. Because no matter what size the gym and who the opponent is and who they're going to face along the way, potentially it could be Duke, it could be Wisconsin, it could be teams like that. Their defense is suffocating. Their defense makes you change your game plan no matter what you want to do offensively. And they have enough talent on their side of the ball to score, to get up and down the floor, and to kind of get you into submission mode.
Yeah, I don't see it like an early upset for them. Certainly, obviously,
how deep?
Not round one.
When do they become vulnerable?
I say Sweet 16. That would be the first time I'd be concerned about them. Round 2, if I'll just speak for my own bracket. I would have them facing A&M in round 2.
Yeah.
I don't look.
It's a team they've already beaten, but they were healthy.
They were healthy, and that was a long time ago. That was, I believe,
that was at Toyota Center.
Right. That was a neutral site. I believe in December as part of that.
Yes, it was December.
The Despot series with Texas playing LSU as well. Yeah, I know Stephen A. Smith had Texas A&M in his Final Four. I question how many A&M games he's actually watched. Certainly, I've heard a lot of them working here at a station that carries their games. But I don't see A&M being a team that would beat UH unless there's some other injury in the first round that will further damage the Cougars' depth or obviously take out one of their stars. So I have them in the Sweet 16. Then it's you're facing Wisconsin or Duke in my bracket. Sorry, I do have it as
I had it too.
I have it as Duke in my bracket. Look, I mean, some of the scouting reports you read on Duke is maybe they're not the most physical team. And so I do worry, and like if I was a Duke fan, I would worry about getting out-bullied by the UH team that plays as tough a defense as UH.
So this is where referees and how they call the game is a massive factor.
If the game is called tight, then that keeps Duke in. If the refs are letting a little more go, I think UH gets past that.
Okay, wait, time out. Because I'm hearing what you're saying. Because I've actually said these kind of things to Jeremy, though.
Okay.
Filipowski is the kind of guy that if they get in foul trouble, or that if he can get Roberts in foul trouble because he shoots the three and he's active and he's big, that could cause a wealth of problems for a backcourt that can match. They've got talent in their backcourt like U of H does. Maybe not completely as much, but Duke is a scary matchup for me because they're well coached and they got a big that could cause some problems for U of H.
So what is besides Filipowski? What would be what I guess scares you about Duke the most for UH?
Well, I think they've got a lot of talent. They recruit 5 stars every year. They've got NBA guys are going to play on the next level in their rotation of 6 or 7 guys, and because they have that big, and because the U of H lacks depth at the big position because of injury. I think that's what's scary. That's where it starts to get scary for me.
So, of all the teams they could face beyond that point, I think you also have to throw in the conversation Marquette, Texas Tech, potentially Kentucky. Is Duke the team that worries you the most as far as being able to upset the Cougars, or is it one of those
Kentucky.
3 teams I mentioned? Kentucky?
I think Kentucky, again, it's similar to Duke, but on a grander scale. We know that Cal doesn't coach his tail off. Cal recruits his tail off. And Cal's going to have a lot of one-and-dones and a lot of NBA guys doing things his way, and they're playing good basketball right now. They're hot at the right time. They've got a boatload of talent. That's a team depth-wise that can run you into the ground, that has bigs that can play with theirs, and can get you into foul trouble. Again, how the game's officiated matters in games against Duke and Kentucky for U of H. I think their biggest vulnerability to not making it to the Final Four, in my opinion, is Kentucky.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I have maybe this is an overconfidence that I have in the Cougars. I have confidence in their style of play traveling. I know it's maybe similar to Virginia, so you can make some of the same arguments about limiting possessions and that inviting teams back into the game. I just think their style of play is a style of play that doesn't often go cold. I know they do have some offensive stretches where they don't hit shots, and Shed is not the highest percentage of shooters. Unless there's another injury or unless the refs start to dictate the game, I have confidence in the Cougars at least getting to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I think, like I said, when I looked at it, if healthy, this team is capable of running it all, and I wouldn't have them in this conversation.
Yeah, they're capable of winning it all for sure.
But to me, the one team that I've been very staunch on all year as being the most talented team in the NCAA, regardless of whether they win it or not, again, is UConn.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I can't stand Hurley as a coach. I think he goes over the top. He's had incidents when he's been here in Houston in the past that made him look like
blowing up at
like
referees
and
players
and fans. But that team is so talented, and they have bigs, they have wings, they have everybody at every position that you would need them to be. So if I'm going to say the favorite, they got it right. I think the overall number one is exactly who it should have been. UConn is the team to beat. But if there's a team to beat them, I do believe that it is U of H.
Oh, so you think the Cougars are the toughest challenge potentially?
Yeah,
I just think team most capable of upsetting
Hurley
UConn.
will coach circles around Calipari in a big game.
I would agree with that.
So it's UConn, and if it's not UConn to me, it's U of H, and I got those 2 teams in the final.
UConn is just so deep. I mean, they got 5 players over 10 points per game. Obviously, they have not every player, but they have the 7-footer. They have the experience of last year. Not every player, obviously. Some of them left, but they got experience from last year. And there's one odd trend. I was looking at this when I was trying to find statistical trends for the NCAA tournament. Obviously, the high majority of titles are won by number 1 seeds. It's something like half over the last however many years. But there's been a weird thing where they're not winning it back-to-back. 1 seeds aren't winning it back-to-back. It's usually a lower seed, then a 1 seed, lower seed, then a 1 seed. Well, last year, UConn, the 4 seed, won the national title, and the statistics show you that this year would be the turn for the 1 seed, and they're now number 1 seed.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean anything, but it's just a fun thing to look at.
I don't believe in betting on back-to-backs, but in my bracket, I do have U of H.
I have UConn winning it all.
I have UConn and U of H in the final, and honestly, I have UConn winning it as well. And that's because I don't believe U of H is going to be healthy the entire tournament. So there's that for what it's worth. If you guys want to chime in, 713-780-3776. You can call, text, hit us up on Twitch, hit us up on YouTube. We're on all those available opportunities for you, and we'll continue to roll through the second half of the show as we've reached the midway point. And before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about my good friends at Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, I just recently had new windows put in my house by Allstate Siding and Windows, and I can tell you this, it's a game changer. From the cosmetic curb appeal of my house, it looks like a modern, brand-new house, and the look is absolutely fantastic. But the bigger thing for me as a family is, one, the contents, including my family, are going to be safe and secure because these windows, they are going to be able to withstand the elements from the heat of the summer, the cold of the winter, and hurricane season here in Houston, as we all know far too well. These windows are fantastic. And then on top of that, they have the ability to save you up to 40% on your energy bills. That's a game changer, folks, because no matter what you pay for the windows, you're going to start getting that money back in return by all the money that you're going to save. They are family-run and owned and operated for 3 generations for almost 50 years. Mary, Mike, the family, they're fantastic. Mary's going to handle the everything back at the headquarters. Mike's going to come out to your house possibly directly and tell you exactly what they can do and how they can help. And they've got tons of discounts all the time. Right now, you can get 24 months interest-free, 30% off on all windows. You mention us because they love us. They will love you even more. Check them out today. Call them. Just have them come out to the house. See what they can do. 832-204-1936 or connect with them online. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wakefield Crowbar. Now back to Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Back at Wakefield Crowbar as we get the second half of the show underway. It is Joel Blank and Brian McDonald. Jeremy covering the Cougs will be back with us tomorrow via remote. But until then, we are via remote at the Wakefield Crowbar, where it's the best spot that you can watch March Madness and get everything going all weekend long if you're in the Heights area. Fantastic location, great food, great beverages, great specials, tons of TVs, over 40 to be exact, and a monster 24-footer in the back.
I'm glad you said 24-footer because earlier today Joe said 24-incher. And it's like, that would be a tiny TV, Joe.
That'd be
a
that
really
kind of in a nutshell sums up
that would be
logical or that
that's like the
of Joe George.
That's like the TV I had growing up in the 90s with the big back end, those super heavy TVs.
Backloaded.
I remember being thrilled about having a 24-inch TV, but we've upgraded over the years.
Joe understands backloading. But anyway, as we get into the second half of the program, look, we've covered the Rockets, we've covered the Astros, we've covered March Madness, and we've got to cover our Houston Texans because they continue to make moves. They are continuing to get better, and they are getting ready as they continue to get through free agency for the draft and an upcoming season that we all should be excited about. One of the big additions in the last 24 hours is Derek Barnett's going to be back.
Yeah, he's
That's
back.
a guy that we were worried about, we were thinking about. We were saying, hey, he's probably going to get himself a healthier contract than what the Texans are willing to offer because of what he showed once he put on the red, white, and blue. But alas, he's coming back, and he adds even more pass rush opportunities for the Texans.
Yeah, when you look at the depth of this roster now for the edge rushers, obviously your starters are Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. You had Derek Barnett back. You had Mario Edwards a couple of days ago, and I don't see there being like I think the conversation we had the other day, when we were doing the mock drafts and what you might consider in the second round, at least Jeremy, I know you don't remember who that is right now, but Jeremy was at least keeping the idea open for maybe there might be an edge rusher taken by the Texans in the second round to continue to add to that position. But with the additions of Mario Edwards and Derek Barnett added back to the roster, I think I don't want to say they're completely done at edge rusher, but I couldn't see them using a second-round pick on edge rusher at this point. They've got their starters. They got their depth. that doesn't seem, unless somebody crazy that you didn't expect slips to you at 42, the pick you got from the Minnesota Vikings, I don't see that being as an efficient use of your draft capital to take an edge rusher at 42.
No, I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I think the 4 positions that they're going to look at with the 2 picks they have in the second round to hopefully fill with some form of either depth or starter would be safety, wide receiver, defensive lineman. Safety, corner, defensive lineman.
Defensive tackle?
Meaning a defensive tackle,
okay.
Yes. Interior defensive lineman. And then in my opinion, it would be either receiver or offensive line. I would like them to look at a guard. I think because of what they've already done in free agency, kicking the tires on guys, I think it'll be receiver. I think it'll be receiver, corner, safety, and interior defensive line.
I would like to agree with you. I don't like going into the season basically running back the exact same wide receiver core because while Nico Collins and Tank Dell are great as your 1 and 2, like I have no concerns, no issue with those guys being your 1 and 2. Bringing back Noah Brown as they did. Obviously, Robert Woods still on the roster this time. He hasn't been a cap casualty at this point. You still have Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie on the roster. We saw what happened last year. One injury completely wrecked the efficiency and the consistency of their wide receiving core. Tank Dell went down after breaking his leg being a fullback for some reason in that home game for the Houston Texans. Look, I mean, Nico Collins still had some outbursts, but you couldn't really rely consistently on what you're getting from Hutchinson. You couldn't rely on what you're getting from John Mechie. Robert Woods had some injury issues. Noah Brown had some injury issues and also wasn't super consistent. I just don't like going into the season running back the exact same crew and knowing you're one injury away from, oh, crap, here we go again.
Yeah, I think that they showed their cards to some degree already when looking at possibly trading for Keenan Allen. When looking into T. Higgins.
That would have been
when awesome. Trying to find out what they needed to find out about how they could possibly add a high caliber wide receiver to what they already have. Because I think to your point, they know this team's too good, this quarterback's too talented to not give him weapons no matter who's hurt and who's not by adding more depth. That's why I truly believe, and we've had this, Jeremy's on the opposite side of this thinking they're going to keep Robert Woods. I'd cut him. Robert Woods to me should be gone because I think even with whatever his contract was, you saved that $5 million. For whatever his contract was in that $5 million, you can get yourself a better version of Robert Woods for C.J. Stroud. I believe that's why I would cut Jimmy Ward. I would cut Robert Woods. I'm still looking at safety, and I'm looking at specifically to the receiver, ways to upgrade in the draft and still with a free agent guy that might be affordable, that might be out there, ways that you can upgrade these weapons for C.J.
Yeah, like specifically the 2 second-round picks, I probably wouldn't do safety there.
I'm thinking if I have my wish, it's corner and interior defensive line.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Like corner, wide receiver, and then interior offensive line, interior defensive line would be the 4 positions I think that would be on my big board there with your 2 second-round picks. Safety, honestly, I think I'd rather spend a free agent and get a veteran in. But it's a position to me that's not quite devalued to the point of a running back, but devalued over the years. So I think you're better off probably looking if you're drafting a safety, maybe the 3rd round compared to the 2nd round. Plus, look, I don't really want Jimmy Ward as my starter, but I think you have a better option there if you don't add somebody than you do at some of those other positions.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to watch. I just feel like they've spent so much attention, and I believe they're going to move Autry around. I believe that
you say move him around, you mean like as an edge rusher?
He's going to go to the edge. He's going to come back inside.
I'd be interested to see how that works because I can't imagine the scenario where you're taking Hunter or Will Anderson off the edge.
No, but I think that there are times whether it's a series they take off or you do a rotation.
Sure.
Rotationally, you're going to have a lot of guys to stay fresh with the way D'Amico wants to play defense. But I do believe with those 2 second-round picks specifically that I would like them to focus on if Sweat falls to them in the 2nd round with the first of the 2 picks, go get him. We've talked to enough guys that have told us this is a very deep corner draft. If one of those corners starts slipping, if a couple of those corners start slipping to where you can get a starting caliber corner in the 2nd round, that's what I would love with the Texans' actual pick. You get a corner and a defensive lineman with your 2 second-round picks. Now I think you're really cooking with gas.
Yeah, I think corner would be my first priority because I look at some of the other positions, and while there's definitely a need there, there's definitely a reason to improve it. Like if they don't spend a 2nd-round pick on interior offensive lineman, you still have some names there that I feel at least semi-comfortable with. They've played decently in the NFL. Same thing for safety. Same thing for defensive line. They've added some names in free agency that you're at least willing to try out and see how it works, especially trusting in D'Amico and his ability to coach up that side of the ball. The opposite of that is corner. Like, I don't see anyone after Derek Stingley on this Texans roster that I feel comfortable being a starting corner for them. I mean, you're starting to get to the point where, look, Stevie Nelson is still out there.
I was just going to say that.
He wasn't obviously my first choice when the offseason began, but the market has basically told Stevie Nelson, like, we don't think you're worth what you think you're worth. So if Stevie Nelson now, I believe at age 32, the market's rejected him.
So you beat me to it, but here's the question.
Okay.
Who's holding the cards if you reconvene with Stevie Nelson? Is it that he had the reality check? He wasn't going to be sought after as much as he thought. He wasn't going to get the money he thought he deserved, and he puts tail between the legs and he comes back looking for less? Or are you looking at it going, I still need Stevie Nelson. He knows my system. He knows D'Amico. And I'm gonna pick up the phone and say, hey, we still want to talk to you. We want to bring you back.
I would definitely say the latter. Like, I think the Houston Texans have to realize they have an opportunity now. Stevie Nelson has had the market basically reject him as the type of player he thinks he is.
Do you think it's advantage Texans?
Yeah, I do think it's advantage Texans, and I think it'll play out in their favor. Now, the question will be, because of Stevie Nelson's past, which obviously includes the clown freak comment against Nick Caserio and the way he dressed, if Stevie Nelson, believing what he's worth, I don't know. We'll have to see. This is obviously something that's different person to person, player to player. But I don't know if the ego and maybe the pride would stand in the way of, like, okay, I basically told them I'm this guy, and now the rest of the league is telling me that they were right and I was wrong. I don't know if the pride and the ego will allow him to come back to the same team that he was with in that scenario. I hope that's not true. And it certainly, I think, is advantage Texans if they can get him back on a 1 or 2 year deal.
But you got to find a home at a certain point. That's what I said. You got to put tail between legs and go.
I'm just saying if there's, I guess what I'm saying is throw any random team out there. Let's just say Tampa Bay for the sake of argument. If Houston offers you a deal, Tampa Bay offers you the same deal. I just could see a scenario where your pride and your ego, look, I can't go back to the same team where I called them out for not signing me, and then I got nothing. I'm going to go to a new place, and I have to face that
I think money talks.
Well, I know, but I'm saying same deal.
Comfortability and winning matters, and I think that if you get two teams like that, I think the chance to go farther with a system you already know and still be a player that could show out, you would probably take Houston over Tampa. But it would be interesting to see. I don't know if they're going to get there or not, but I think he's something that you still got to consider. We're going to continue to roll on. We've got many more things to get to. I mean, where do you think the Texans are so far in what they've done with this offseason? Where do you think that they fall because of the guys they've brought in, they've let go, and how does that rank in the AFC? We've got a certain column from a certain outlet that's going to tell you the Texans are the third best team in the AFC right now. Do you believe that? Are they higher? Are they lower? Let us know. 713-780-3776. You can call, you can text, you can use YouTube or Twitch to get to the program. We are going to roll on, but before we get to the break, I want to tell you again about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. How do I know? Because I've had it. And the NeoGraft procedure is getting your hair back. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that mask the problem. No, it's your own hair. Genetically, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. Doc Linville told me that when he wanted to sit down with me. I had a consultation. You can have the same consultation I had with Doc and his staff. It's going to cost you absolutely nothing. Normally, the people off the street pay $150. You listen to us. You go to 975hair.com. You get a free consultation with Doc Linville and his staff. You ask questions. You get answers. You find out what I did, and I made the decision to do it because it was the right thing to do for me. I think it's a game changer. You get your hair back. In no time at all, when they're done with the procedure, you see the follicles there. 6 to 9 months later, they are stronger. They are longer. They're there for the long haul because genetically, like I told you, they ain't going anywhere because the sides and the back of your head never go away. 95 to 99% of the follicles that are moved stay, grow, longer, stronger, there for you for the rest of your life. That's why I did the procedure. Check him out today and tell him I sent you by because I think he's the best in the business, and he's got all kinds of specials going on, too. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar. Here's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Hey, Jeremy covering the Cougs will be with us via remote tomorrow, but for today it's me and BMAC at Wakefield Crowbar, as our sound guy tells you, and we are having a good time. You guys can too. We're here till 6. And then you guys could be here all weekend for March Madness. They got tons of drink specials, lots of TVs, cool indoor-outdoor environment in the Heights. Check them out. We were talking about the Texans prior to getting to the break, and I teased it, but CBS ranks the Texans now as the third best team in the AFC after where we are so far with free agency.
Right.
Chiefs are 1. Ravens are 2.
No surprise there, right?
No, well, depending on the order, but because the Chiefs are the reigning Super Bowl
or at least
champs.
who the top 2 are.
Right. Those 2 probably deserve that. Interesting, the Texans have surpassed the Bills, the Browns, the Bengals, and the Dolphins, who are 4 through 7, all AFC teams. Are you good with where they sit, and what do you think of what the Texans have done so far?
Yeah, my first thought is that's a lot of confidence. Or let me come at it from a different direction. I think that's a very short-term memory on what the Bengals are. I mean, I understand they obviously weren't a playoff team last year, but Jamar Chase missed like 5 games. Joe Burrow wasn't right the first few games of the season, and then he got hurt and missed the second half of the season. So, look, the Bengals have been a team that have gone into Buffalo and won. They're a team that's gone into Kansas City and won. And hell, Burrow is who a lot of people who are pro C.J. Stroud going into the draft compared him to, like what his upside to is. I mean, Burrow has been there and done that in places and things that C.J. Stroud hasn't done yet. So I think my first reaction is probably overlooking the Bengals too much, and I would probably drop the Texans below them and have the Texans at 4th. But I think it's a confidence ranking really in quarterback. Like, I mean, you have Lamar Jackson, a 2-time MVP. Obviously, you have the 3-time Super Bowl champ in Patrick Mahomes. And I think people are telling you that they see C.J. Stroud as that next tier.
So here's where I'm at with this so far to this point, Brian, is you don't know what you don't know. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't know what I don't know about Burrow coming off an injury. I don't know what I don't know about T. Higgins in that situation. Is he going to get worked out? Are they going to trade him?
Higgins
is he going to
fair.
be back? Because if
Higgins
he's back, then with those 2 weapons, assuming Burrow is who we think he's going to be, then I hear you. I'm right there with you in terms of the Bengals being right back there in the mix. The other team to me that I think that is worth a discussion where they rank with the Texans, and again, you don't know what you don't know about Buffalo because you don't know how they're going to replace Gabe Davis. And you
also don't know if Stephon Diggs is going to be there because it feels like every other week he's posting some cryptic social media post where he's putting song lyrics up or some emoji up that seems to indicate he wants out of town.
But that's where I was going as well. You don't know how the Diggs situation plays out. You don't know if the final 6 games with a new offensive coordinator is going to translate to a new and improved running game with Cooks and everybody for another year. And you don't know what they're going to do in the draft to try and replace some of the players they've moved on from defensively, particularly when you've got a guy that's meant so much to them like Poyer at the back of their secondary. So those are the teams that I think are in the conversation with the Texans. And then on top of that, the other thing is home field matters and situation matters. In the playoffs, as good as CJ is and or was, we knew it was cold in Baltimore. Can you win in Buffalo? Can you win where it's snowy and it's nasty and the weather's terrible and they've been there and they've done it? Can you win in Baltimore where I think the weather did affect them to some degree, but I also think what they had on the field was an issue too. So that factors in for me as well.
Yeah, and obviously they scored 0 touchdowns in 2 games against the Baltimore Ravens this year. So I have no problem with the Ravens being ahead of the Texans. I do, and look, this is a tough argument to make right now because Lamar Jackson has 2 MVP awards. C.J. Stroud has obviously 0. But I would take C.J. Stroud going forward over Lamar Jackson. Really the only 2 quarterbacks in the AFC that I would take over C.J. Stroud going forward would be Mahomes and Burrow. So I'm fine. I think it's totally fair to have the Texans at 3. There's certainly a lot of question marks, and you mentioned like you don't know what you don't know. I do think the Bills take a step back, though. I do have some of the same concerns as you of them winning in those cold weather environments, about them going on the road in tough places and prevailing. They haven't done that so far in the playoffs. I don't think they're going to have to go to Buffalo. I think Buffalo, for all the reasons we've talked about, is going to take a step back. You lost Gabe Davis. You lost Jordan Poyer. You lost some other pieces. Stephon Diggs might be gone. And I don't even know if transitioning to this run-heavy style will be something that's favorable for them.
That's what I'm questioning, but I'm also looking at it from the perspective of weapons matter, right? And CJ needs all of his weapons. So you're going to need your guys. That's why I think they're still looking at wide receiver, because they're thinking about who they have to beat and what they have to do to get to that next level against the teams that are sitting at that next level and or above it. They know, like you mentioned, what they had to struggle with against Baltimore. They know the Chiefs that's a totally different animal. You're going to deal with the elements and the cold and the weather too, but you're dealing with the best quarterback in the game. And regardless of who walked out the door receiver-wise, he makes every receiver better, and he's been there and done that too many times to mention, to where that is a massive giant to slay. You're going to have all, click on all cylinders and have better weapons overall for CJ you had a year ago. So that's why when you look at it to this point, D'Amico knew, first and foremost, no matter what defense travels, we got to upgrade the defense. But at some point, you still have to look at another running back, another receiver, and that left guard situation.
Yeah, and some of that obviously could be answered in the draft. By the time we have this conversation again, some of those questions could have been answered favorably. I think it shows the confidence in C.J. Stroud because, look, we obviously think, very, very positive thoughts right now about Nico Collins and Tank Dell, but we weren't saying that necessarily, a year ago this time. We weren't thinking Nico Collins could be a 1,200-yard receiver. We weren't thinking that Tank Dell could be someone that would have been on pace to break some of Andre Johnson's rookie records before he got hurt. So I think C.J. Stroud is capable, even if his receivers aren't as good as some of the other teams he's facing. I think he's good enough to elevate them. What I would hope to see from the Texans is they don't ask him to elevate them and win the game all alone, because we saw that drop-off last year when Tank Dell got hurt. But I think if the questions that you have about the Texans answer favorably and they hit their upside, the Chiefs are the only team where I have a hard time going, they can't beat them. I think there's a world where
Baltimore to me is in that conversation.
And maybe that's dependent upon where the game is, because I would still have a lot of reservations about going to Baltimore.
Regardless of where you personally think Lamar is versus CJ, he ran them to death when he needed to. If he's got weapons and he gets a healthy Andrews back and you take OBJ's money and you use it a different way and you get any of your running backs, because they lost so many with that offensive line, though they've taken some hits there too. But they still have to prove they can stop Baltimore and that they can also effectively score against Baltimore. That's why I can't rule them out with the Chiefs as two teams that you have to keep your closest eye on.
Yeah, no, I'm not ruling. Yeah, don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not ruling out Baltimore. I think if the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bengals are at their best, you certainly couldn't say the Texans should beat them, right? I think those are three teams where you could say they have an upper advantage. I'm just not ruling out the possibility of the Texans taking a step beyond and getting to their level, because I don't know, what the listeners, where they would have had the Texans in the preseason, but certainly they doubled a lot of people's win expectations. Certainly increased it by a couple at least. So I think there's a scenario where even if we're expecting maybe the Texans take a minor step up, say we get to 11 wins, if they make the same sort of unexpected jump again.
Schedule matters, Brian. Schedule matters. They go from a cupcake to one of the toughest schedules in the NFL next year.
I find that to be overrated a little bit, because we don't know who these teams are going to be. I mean,
right, but part of the reason why we felt so good about the team that turned out to be, besides CJ, was the fact that they had a schedule to where they handled their business, and they won against bad teams, and they made a name for themselves. Now, instead of playing a schedule laden with bad teams, you're playing a first-place schedule with a ton more good teams, and that could be a difference maker between being 8 or 9 wins and being 10, and you say possibly going to 11 wins.
Yeah, I guess my pushback on that would be when they put out the schedule for this last season, the one they completed, we would have had the Bengals as an automatic loss. I mean, obviously across the board.
But you also would have had the Falcons game as a win, the Panthers game as a win.
Sure.
There were plenty where you were like, you should have steamrolled them.
But that's kind of my overall point is we can predict what these other teams on their schedule are going to be, but we don't know that they're actually going to hit that. We don't know that they're going to be healthy. Dak played out of his mind second half of last season. We don't know that Dak's going to stay at that level, or is he going to regress back to his career norm. we didn't know that the Bengals were going to, obviously get injured and fall off. So some of these teams that we're looking at for this quote-unquote first-place schedule that seems such an impossible mountain to climb over may not be as difficult when you actually get there.
All right, we got people chiming in. Let us know. Texans too high, too low? Are they right where they're supposed to be right now in terms of where do they rank in the AFC based on what we've seen so far in free agency? Who's walked out? Who's coming in? Who do you think has made them better and why? Let us know, 713-780-3776, or hit us up on Twitch or YouTube. We get the final hour of the show coming up next. We're going to talk a little bit more about this. We'll roll into another interesting conversation based on what we've already talked about with the wide receiver position. Do you feel like what they have in that room has a number one? And is he worth the money that comes with that price tag? Or do you feel like they should be looking elsewhere? We'll make a comparison and do some shopping for you as well. It's the final hour of the show coming up next. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
I told everybody to relax. I'm back. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years or hours or minutes or whatever, but
Seconds.
B-Mac's trying to rush me. I'm back. I'm a professional. I got this.
When the legal ID started, I couldn't see you. That's all I'm saying. I'm
an elusive target, B-Mac. I can move.
What are you, Barry Sanders now? Come on,
I'm not
man.
going that way, but I mean, at least I have the ability to avoid being tackled or shut down and rushed way too soon.
I love that you're equating running back from the bathroom with that.
Yeah, I'd have to run. Well, I mean, I only ran because you rushed me, and I was
the legal ID.
I had
was
plenty
on.
of time.
Oh, okay. Look, I didn't say you had to sprint. I just wanted to make sure you weren't off or somewhere it was going to take another few minutes. Is all.
Two
You
in the
never know what's
books,
going on.
One to go. It should be a very spirited final hour of the show based on how we're starting it. B-Mac and myself.
Starting at odds. Starting at
Wakefield
odds.
Crowbar, it's your place to be all weekend long for all the madness of March. They've got a 24-foot TV wall in the back, over 40 TVs all over, unbelievable food, the friendliest bartenders, great drink specials, and oh my goodness, indoor-outdoor activities aplenty. You guys should be here. We're here now till 6. You can be here all weekend. You can check it out. It's in the Heights. We come here frequently. It's a phenomenal place. We love it. You should too. Stop by, say hi. B-Mac's being salty, so you can say hi to him if you want, but you can say hi.
I saw him on the screen. They have trivia nights on Wednesday. You a big trivia guy?
I do like trivia.
You do like trivia. What would be? Have you seen? There's a show that aired recently on Fox called the Floor.
I saw the Floor with Rob Lowe.
Yeah, Rob
when he's
Lowe.
not doing Atkins commercials and all kinds of
telling us about all the Atkins bars he eats to stay healthy. What if you had to go on the floor? What would be your trivia? What would be your main trivia topic that you would defend as your specialty? If you
How
went
specific
on the
do you have
floor?
to be? Obviously, sports would
People
be
got
the number
people got
one.
pretty specific. I mean, I don't think you could say Houston Rockets, but you could go
Say NBA.
Yeah, you could say NBA.
NBA or basketball.
NBA would be your number one.
Probably.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me for your
Where are you
answer.
going?
You might make fun of me for this, and that's okay. I'll take those.
Star
I'll take
Wars?
those arrows. No, come on, no.
Wrestling.
There you go. Yeah, you got it. Professional wrestling.
See, I know you better than you think. I mean, okay, so if we take sports out of it, Which way would you go? I would go entertainment.
I think I would go 90s music.
I could do that too.
Like 90s grunge.
Jeremy,
I think I could do 90s grunge, like punk rock, things like that.
Yeah, Jeremy hates giving. He hates getting credit. He doesn't give it much, but he does respect the fact that I have a wealth of knowledge on music.
Okay. So originally you said entertainment. You mean specifically
I could do
music?
entertainment. I could do music. Movies I used to do a ton of, and I don't. Being married with kids now, I don't.
Yeah,
and Lisa's not a movie fan. I don't do movies as much.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean she's not a movie fan?
She's not. It's crazy because
she just doesn't like movies.
When I was
Is it like
single,
an
and I don't think
attention
she likes wasting the 2.5 to 3 hours on a movie.
It's like an attention span thing.
Right. Well, with the kids and all the responsibilities we have, and even if we had a sitter, she would not pick that as option A. She'd actually go to sporting events. She likes to go to sporting events.
Okay.
But I used to go to almost every concert that was in and around the Houston area that I wanted to see, and every movie. And when I got married, all that ended.
All that ended, yeah. Wives have a way of doing that. Well, spouses.
They do.
That sounded kind of that sounded kind of sexist. But yeah, kids and spouses have a way of ending that.
Now coaching consumes me when I'm not doing other things with the kids and the family. So
you got softball stuff to get to, right?
All right. So yeah, let's get some of the feedback from some of the peeps here. Keith from L.A., who I'm starting to tolerate more, since he has been less insufferable with his L.A. teams.
I wonder if he got up at 5 a.m. to watch the Dodgers today.
That's a good question. Key, you can respond.
That would be 3 a.m. in L.A.
He did say, though, how many shots have I had today, which we know is 0.
You've had 2 shots of Diet Coke.
Yes, and Texans can be the 4th best team in the AFC. Okay,
that's fair.
I think that's an honest answer.
I had them at 3, but certainly I would not call anyone an idiot for saying they're 4th, because I think you can certainly put Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals in front of them.
We said we don't know what the Bengals are going to be at running back. To your point about
that's
putting the
fair.
Bengals
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of hope they put. I'm blanking on the name, no pun intended, of the guy they got let go of Mixon to give more starts.
He was a rookie last year, right?
Yeah, I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden. I shouldn't do that. The guy.
How's your computer treating you?
My phone?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. That would be the prep work instead of worried about me coming out of the bathroom. That would be the prep work.
I could certainly look it up on my phone. It's not going to take that long. But, yeah, it might be a position that they look to address in the draft. But, I don't know. As long as you got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and as long as T. Higgins possibly still there, I don't know if it matters a whole lot who their running back is. And that running back would be Chase Brown, though. See, I found it.
There you go. Other people commenting on what we've said. Someone pro you against me. Schedule's overrated. Schedule isn't that difficult. Look at it again. And again, there's a lot of things still to figure out, in terms of what the rosters are going to look like for these teams. The schedule's way more difficult than it was a year ago on paper.
And that's my argument. Yeah. My argument is that it's on paper. We don't know how these things are going to play.
Someone on my side followed that up by saying, yes, they lost some games that were supposed to be, quote-unquote, easy last year. Indeed, they did. I'm missing one. But I know that they lost the Carolina game and the Atlanta game.
Panthers, Atlanta. What was the other one? You're right. I can find that here in a second. Yeah.
They beat Tampa, right?
Yeah, they beat Tampa. That was the game where CJ had like 470 passing yards.
The Jets was a stinker.
Jets was a stinker.
But we thought Rodgers was going to play, so that before the season, we'd have thought that
certainly, because before the season started, you would have marked that as probably an automatic L going on the road to face Rodgers, and then going into that game with not Aaron Rodgers, you would have said it would have been easier, but then the weather played a huge factor, and the Texans were just awful that day.
Okay, someone else saying Texans are legit at receiver. Draft running back or offensive line. Now, I think they're going to draft running back in the 4th or 5th round, but I see their 2 top priorities in the draft being interior defensive line, corner is where I'd start, and then look at safety and receiver, and then go from there.
Yeah, I guess my question for the texter would be like, how early do you want to take running back? Because I wouldn't take it in the 2nd round.
Keith from L.A. said he got up early and watched the whole game and still made it to work. Well, golf clap for you, Keith.
Well, I would hope you
actually are working a full day today.
The game started at 5 a.m.
Yeah, way to
you
go.
Better still make it to work.
And someone else said it's any given Sunday. You never know who's going to be good when. That's the thing that we just got done talking about with the schedule. When we looked at it on paper at the start of last season, the one thing we didn't know was what we talked about with the Bengals, although Burrow played, but he was never the guy all year because of injuries. Rodgers never played, with the exception of, 2 downs for the Jets. So you didn't know that was coming. But at the same time, you don't know what your own division's going to be year to year. You didn't know that Steichen was going to be really great from the jump. Richardson was going to get him off to a great start, and that Gardner Minshew was going to be able to pick up the pieces and carry them all season long to a game that mattered in the last week of the regular season. I don't think anybody saw that coming.
Yeah, and that kind of speaks to my overall point. It's like there's going to be teams that we think are cakewalks that obviously pop up and give you a tougher game or even beat you. That you weren't expecting, but there's going to be teams. I mean, we talked about the first place schedule. You got you have the Chiefs on the schedule, the Ravens, the Cowboys. I believe the Bills are on the roster or the schedule as well.
Don't you believe, Brian? Because now that you're getting all boisterous, I'll go right to it. Because I'll let you know just how much more difficult it's going to be.
You want to do the cliche August routine of going game by game and picking the.
No, I don't think the listener should be subjected to that.
Come on, that's the August cliche for sports.
But
radio.
We're talking about teams.
I'm sorry. That's actually the April cliche. As soon as
Jets,
the schedule comes out,
Falcons, Panthers, games that were supposed to be either be cupcakes turned out to be cupcakes, right?
Right.
But if you're looking at just from the standpoint of opponents and who you think you're playing, you won't have cupcakes like that this year because you won the division.
Right. I mean, again, but
you're going to play the Lions. You're going to play the Chiefs. You're going to play the Ravens instead of playing the cupcakes that you played a year ago.
Yeah, but that again, though, is assuming, and that is there again on paper, because like you said, I mean, there's people wouldn't have expected the Texans to beat the Bengals last year. They wouldn't have expected them in that first game on the road at Jacksonville, their first time going there. They wouldn't have expected them to beat them. Okay, so I do have the opponents up here.
Yeah, because mine's their Texans website is not bringing it up for me. So way to go, Texans.com.
All right, so I'll go over the quote unquote tough opponents. Okay, and look, there's obviously quite a few of them. And we can
read them and weep.
We can debate how tough they are or not, but
unless you're BMAC, who's going to just brush his shoulders off like they're not going to be. That
I
tough.
will brush my shoulders off.
We'll see.
I'm Battle Red, baby. Baltimore Ravens, Buffalo. These are home opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Home opponents currently. And then I'll go over the road opponents next, and just over the tough ones. I won't mention the quote unquote cupcakes, but you have at home. You have the Ravens, the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Lions, and I guess you'd have to throw in the Colts and Jaguars, possibly tough games. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of challenging opponents there on the home schedule. Road schedule, you have the Cowboys, the Packers, the Chiefs. Would we consider Jets tough?
Yeah, with Rodgers.
Okay, all right. So Jets,
and they're loading up for him.
Jets, then Colts, Jaguars again. So look, it's a lot. That's a lot.
You're
of
starting to change your tune, aren't you?
No, because again, there's still some cupcakes there with the Bears. The Vikings.
You got both Detroit and Green Bay there.
But we don't know what
you have. The Ravens. You have the Chiefs.
Okay.
You have the Cowboys.
Of all people I could be having this conversation with, you can't tell me that Jordan Love is unbeatable because I know you don't believe
no. But they're also building up the rest of their team.
Sure.
They spent on their biggest deficiencies like safety. They think they upgraded running back, which I question. They've got a ton of receivers and tight ends. They're easily going to be able to.
They're a talented team. I'm not arguing that. But year to year, I mean, Jared Goff has not been a super consistent quarterback. I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be, but he's certainly not a super consistent quarterback. So I will never take the Lions as a team that is just as a team that can't be beat. We're all surprised by how thoroughly they got trounced in their Thanksgiving game. Things happen. Same thing with the Packers. I was impressed with how Jordan Love played this year, especially second half of the season. But that doesn't mean they're an absolute lock, especially going up against a DeMeco Ryans defense with as much talent as they have with their pass rushers.
And someone says the tougher schedule is essential to grow into what they want to be, the long-term benefit. Yeah, but we're talking about the short-term realistic approach, though. We're talking about what happens next season. You're right that playing these teams will only make them stronger going forward, but where are they right now? What have they done to be better than they were a year ago, and how does that translate to what it means and where they seed in the AFC currently with the reigning Super Bowl champs? When you talk about this list and the fact that of the top 7, 5 of the 7 are AFC teams, which means it's a gauntlet no matter who you play.
Yeah, but look, I think sometimes we get caught up in the names and maybe don't. I don't know if this is it seems like it's kind of a Houston thing where we always look at our team's schedules as a worst-case scenario and looking at what other teams have and always being kind of like envious of, if we can only get to the level. I think we got to flip that mindset now with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is the level of quarterback that when other teams look and see the Texans on the schedule, they're going to say, oh, crap, we have the Texans on the schedule.
Probably
because
right.
of C.J. Stroud. And look, It's a tough schedule. There's no getting around it. On paper, it is a very tough schedule. But we've talked in the past about how much Josh Allen turns the ball over for the Buffalo Bills. That's not an unbeatable team. Tua is not an unbeatable quarterback. Jared Goff is not an unbeatable quarterback. There are teams on here that we look at as being really tough that are going to take a step back. So while it's a tougher schedule on paper, I do think the conversation of quote-unquote first-place schedule is a little overrated.
But look, okay, so the ultimate, to what you're talking about, the ultimate blue or red Kool-Aid drinking fan texts in and says they took the Chiefs to overtime with Davis Mills a couple of years back. Just saying, I was in the end zone happy to have Mahomes headed my direction in the first quarter because I expected him to be on the bench by halftime, but Mills held it down till overtime. If this is how you're basing your fundamental approach to beating the Chiefs next year, it's flawed.
Yeah, I would not base my opinion on what Davis Mills did.
To what you're saying, though, the follow-up would be 88-15, who says, don't be scared all your life. We got a good team. We can beat them all. Now, that's the approach, obviously, they're going to have. But when you look at it on paper, you have to be realistic about how loaded the AFC is and how many good teams there are.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on that aspect. The AFC, to me, is much tougher than the NFC right now. It's at least deeper. There's obviously some elite teams at the top of the NFC, but I think the AFC is deeper with good teams. I just think that we have been stuck. Look, this is a franchise that's never gotten to an AFC title game. This is a franchise that's had very short windows with what we could consider a franchise-level quarterback. Pretty much we had, a year and a half or so of Deshaun Watson before he ended up being a pervert and getting himself shipped out of town. We're now in that window.
Shipped, right?
Yeah, I said shipped. We're now in that window with C.J. Stroud. When the fans of the Bills, when the fans of the Lions, when the fans of basically every team except for the Chiefs and the Ravens look at their schedule and see the Houston Texans on it, and specifically see C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, oh crap, they're coming to town, or we have to go to them.
And this final text sums that up for you because it says looking ahead to next year's schedule does nothing because there were 10 teams last year that penciled in a W against the Texans.
Absolutely.
And that is the fact of all facts. So it's going to be – but the bottom line is we're talking about this because we have positive thoughts in believing this team is on the right path and headed in the right direction. That's not where we were a year ago.
No, it's a drastic change from last year for sure.
So that's something that at least we can be extremely positive about. All right, let us know your thoughts. We'll continue to read them as we go. But plenty more to get to here from Wakefield Crowbar, 713-780-3776. Text call. We got Twitch. We got YouTube. We got all the different ways you can reach us. But, Brian, where do you want to go at 5:30? We've been all around spanning the globe. Where would you like to take us? I'm going to leave it up to you, producer extraordinaire and now on-air talent. Which way would you like to go at 5:30?
Why don't we get into NFL overreactions?
There you go. NFL overreactions following up what we just covered on the Texans, and where do you guys stand on all that? We'll be back with the final half hour of the program, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Hey, it's B-Mac and Blank, the Bees. Jeremy covering the Cougs will be back with us tomorrow via remote as he gets to Memphis and puts a couple of feet on Beal. Getting ready for Cougs basketball this weekend.
Where does Memphis, obviously you've been to a lot of these NBA towns, where did Memphis rank for you as far as towns to visit on the road?
Not great.
Not great?
Not great.
You didn't like the scene on Beale Street?
No, and I think the barbecue's kind of overrated.
Oh, okay. I've never been to Memphis.
The Blues, and then in and around Beale, don't turn the corner and
I've heard
go
that.
the wrong way. Or
I've
you
heard
could
it's
be
a very small
in for
area
a
you
long
want to be
evening.
in, and
Yeah.
you get into an ugly situation pretty quick. It would seem like the music scene would be pretty good, but Memphis barbecue overrated?
Yeah, it's overrated. Obviously,
All right.
you get spoiled when you're here.
So Texas barbecue, I don't know about you, but Texas barbecue number one for me. What would be your number two? You have a second
It's better.
favorite?
I think Memphis
I'd probably
is-
go Kansas City.
It's going to be between Memphis and Kansas City. I just don't know which of the two is better because I think a lot of them rely heavily on sauce.
Yeah, certainly like Alabama does.
Yeah,
that
and
white
I just
sauce
feel like
is
I've been
gross.
spoiled with so much good barbecue here that if that's the way to do it.
Yeah,
Like-
I've never been a big fan of the North Carolina style with kind of like the vinegar and stuff.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah, no.
I don't know. Yeah, I would choose Texas barbecue first basically every single time, but Kansas City's not bad either.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like cities.
Yeah, what was your favorite team or city to travel to on the road?
I love Portland. Obviously, I used to live there. I think it's the most underrated, beautiful city in the country, and there's so much to do. And if I didn't go Portland, I mean, I used to love going to Seattle too. Portland, Seattle was fantastic because we stayed right there on the water, Puget Sound, and all that. Those were great, and I loved L.A. because it was always cool to kind of people watch L.A. Like even for practices, we'd go through Beverly Hills, we'd go through, we'd stay right by Rodeo Drive, so you could see how the rich people live, and you turn the corner the wrong way, or bump into somebody, go, oh, that was so and so, and then obviously at the games themselves, that was always fun. But my least favorite cities were Philadelphia, Armpit.
Yeah, I could see that, sure.
And again, another one where a guy was shot right outside our hotel one
Really?
night. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Philly, not a big fan. Once you see all the kind of the history and, Freedom Hall and the Liberty Bell and all that, and the Rocky statue.
So basically the first road trip was cool. Everything out after that was like, okay, I don't want to come here
You talk about,
anymore.
like, homeless people hounding you and following you
Now
on
you
every
sound like
corner.
Charles Barkley.
No, I'm just telling you. And it's another city where if you turn the wrong way at night and go
Charles
down the wrong
said about
street.
San Francisco, right?
Yeah, he said about San Francisco.
The
now,
homeless
yeah.
issue.
And look, when we played the Warriors in the playoffs especially, man, I mean, everything's walking. We went to the baseball games on off nights. The water's beautiful. Everything with their sporting, not Oakland, but San Francisco is unreal. But you know, obviously living there would cost an arm, leg, and
probably other
parts of your
as well,
bodies.
yeah.
I was never a fan of Philly and Detroit.
Yeah, I would if you'd got me to guess, Philly and Detroit would have been my two of the maybe three.
Charlotte,
or four.
I'm not big on.
Really, what was wrong with Charlotte?
Charlotte's nothing to do.
Oh, nothing to do.
Charlotte and Sacramento, and now I haven't been to the new arena in Sac, but Sac's arena was way out in the middle of nowhere. But we stayed next to the across street from the Capitol in quote unquote downtown Sacramento. And I used to say it was like the Thriller video after 9 p.m. All you saw was like Night of the Living Dead, like zombies walk out at night. Otherwise, no one's out there. There's nothing to do. Everything shuts down. Charlotte's the same way. It's so flippin' boring that there just was nothing to do.
I don't know, man. I'm walking down the street. People start breaking out in the Thriller dance. That seems like a pretty exciting city.
Seriously, there was like this 3-block-sized indoor-outdoor mall. And just the walk from the hotel to the mall, that you thought that the red and black leather jacket was coming out with a hee-hee. It was tough.
All right, so you want to get into some of these NFL overreactions before we got to get out?
Give them and go. Let's go.
All right, so the first one I'll skip because we basically did the entire last segment on it. It has to do with the Texans, so I'll go ahead and skip past that one. First one, is this an overreaction or a proper reaction? Derrick Henry will put the Ravens over the top and into the Super Bowl.
It's an overreaction because playoff Ravens is way different than regular season Ravens. There's no doubt in my mind Ravens will be at
you could argue running back was the missing pieces last year.
You could also argue they had the best offensive line, and no matter who ran the football was really good. So Derrick Henry, no matter what he's got left, isn't going to be a difference maker when Lamar Jackson has to make it work in the playoffs, and he's different than he is in the regular season. So to me, it's an overreaction because it's not about Derrick Henry. It's about Lamar Jackson.
All right, next one. Kirk Cousins. The Kirk Cousins signing for Atlanta makes the Falcons a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Oh, it's an overreaction. They because of the division, it makes them a playoff team, in my mind.
You
because,
think they surpassed the Buccaneers?
Yeah, they got so many weapons.
Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan.
Yeah, and they're going to strengthen their offensive line for him, and their defense isn't bad. I think Atlanta becomes a playoff team. That's you could consider a Super Bowl contender. As bad as the NFC can be, no.
Yeah, I would even say it might be a slight overreaction for the division, just because you don't know what Kirk Cousins is going to come back like, off of the Achilles injury at his age. So we certainly will find out for two quarterbacks this season with both Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins. All right, last one before we go ahead and get out. The Bears misread the market for Justin Fields.
Well,
they waited a long time to make the move. The kind of the point that the article was making was that guys like Mac Jones, Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell all traded before Justin Fields, and maybe by waiting, thinking you're going to wait out
the price
for this
was
big
about
deal.
the same.
Well, yeah, exactly, because you kind of waited till the market only had like one or two teams left, and instead of a bidding war, you got left out.
But you don't know if they ever had an offer.
That's
that was
true.
better, right? I think that when you look at it, one angle you could say is they misread it, and on the other angle you could say that they played it right all along, just waiting it out because they were hoping that it would get better, and if it didn't, they could still get what everybody else got and still get the guy they want in Caleb Williams. I'm surprised they didn't get more for him. Unlike Jeremy, I think there's still something more in the tank for Justin Fields to where I think he can start in the NFL.
Who do you think starts more games for him this year, Russ or Justin Fields?
I think Russ will this year, but I think going forward, Justin Fields will make himself he will be in the mix to be the long-term quarterback of the Steelers starting next season.
All right, one more for you. I lied. We're going to do one more.
Okay.
The Broncos will have the number 1 pick going into next year's draft.
I mean, who's worse? I mean, when you think about it, who's worse with the way that they have had –
might be the Panthers.
So it's between an AFC and an NFC team. The Panthers are trying to get better. I think Sean Payton would like to just completely press the restart and get as many picks as he can back as high as possible. You let Simmons go. You got rid of Russ. It's
right,
a massive
trade away
cap hit.
Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, you're trading Jeudy. You're kind of unloading the old regime. I think it's between those two teams. So I will say it's a fair reaction. The Broncos will have the number 1 pick in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of other teams that would compete with them for the number 1 pick. I mean, like you said, the Panthers could be one team. If Bryce Young doesn't take a step forward, they could certainly be one team that is there with them.
Those
but
two teams, I don't think that –
I don't see a lot of other teams that would really even be in the running.
Bears are obviously going to be improved.
Maybe the Patriots. And we'll see
Possible.
what – they signed Jacoby Brissett as a free agent. He's not bad. I would say he's slightly below average start.
If he's your starter.
If he's your starter. Yeah, that obviously depends on what they do with the 3rd overall pick. But outside of the Panthers and the Patriots, I don't see a whole lot of other teams that are really going to challenge for that number 1 spot.
I don't either. I think those are the two worst teams in football.
It's pretty much, 3-team race. Depending on
Raiders?
Okay, good point. Yeah, Raiders with
lost Jacobs,
Aiden
don't have
O'Connell.
a quarterback.
Yeah, Aiden O'Connell is possibly their quarterback, or Gardner Minshew. That'd be their other option at quarterback. Also dependent of what they do in the draft. They would be hypothetically in a spot to draft J.J. McCarthy. I don't think they're going to do that, and I don't think that will actually fix them because I think J.J. McCarthy is an overrated prospect. But that is obviously dependent upon what they do at quarterback as well.
Yeah,
but
no
I would
doubt.
still, if they start Gardner Minshew, I think they would be a better team with what they have around them.
They're a 500 team with Gardner Minshew.
Right, exactly. I think they would be a better team than the Panthers, the Broncos,
and the Patriots.
In the Patriots, yeah.
I agree with that. All right, final half hour of the show. I lied before. Now I'm telling you the truth. 30 minutes to
It's
go
all right.
in the
You
show.
just want to be in
BMAC
Crowbar
says
a little bit
he has
longer.
trouble speaking. Good time to do some radio, especially with me. Thanks, BMAC. Maybe that'll
You're
be
welcome.
car wreck of the day. We've got car wreck of the day coming up in the final segment, so get your nominations in now, 713-780-3776, or hit us up and tweet us, and we'll take those as well. But we got the final 30 minutes next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wakefield Crowbar.
Back for the final, or to continue the final half hour of the Killer Bees with 2 out of 3. No, I did not, Mr. I Can't Speak and I Do Radio.
I'm speaking right now.
Yeah, you spoke to me when I was coming out of the bathroom telling me I had to rush, and I didn't.
Hey, my bad. Trying to get you here on time.
So we were talking about a lot of things. A lot of people had a lot to say. A lot of people are, interestingly, and this is off of Twitch, which is surprising to me, critical of me being a barbecue judge because I put ketchup on everything. I don't put ketchup on barbecue, especially good barbecue, but I don't put ketchup on barbecue. Shows you how little you know about me, but keep trying, I guess. I mean, what are we doing?
So you draw the line there at barbecue then.
Jeremy tweeted at me today.
You did once put ketchup on a barbecued baked potato. Maybe that. So
it wasn't a barbecued baked potato. It was a loaded baked potato.
Okay, loaded baked potato.
Yeah, and
right.
I loaded it with onions, mushrooms, ketchup.
So
it was phenomenal.
There was no barbecue on it.
No, it was phenomenal.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll stand corrected on that.
All right, so there's that because I love getting.
Some people also defending Philly. I saw on the text message.
Yeah, then
page.
someone says, so for Blankers hates Philly so much, then why do all the players seem like they like it? You know why? Because they have bags and bags of money that say that, like Bryce Harper, well, I love this city and I love everything about it. Of course you do, because you have all the money in the world.
And you can live where it's awesome
and you
not
don't
where
go
it
where
sucks.
Jeez. And then someone else.
You can afford to buy a house in the good neighborhood.
Exactly. And then someone else crapping on Portland and talking about Portland's now nothing but homeless people and other things. Okay, look. Portland is, you can see Mount Hood, Mount St. Helens. You're at less than an hour from everything from the beach to the mountains to, it's a very clean downtown area. Look, I haven't been back there in a couple of years, but also Portland is the home of, and I know Twitch will love this, Portland's the home of Nike, and every time you made a trip with the team, you got a free pass into the employee store and went out on the Nike campus, which is phenomenal.
I can see why you love it so much.
Yeah, so that's why when everybody's like, oh, Joel should have a sponsor. I had next best thing. I had a pass to the employee store. I still have that stuff. I love it.
You could walk in and just pick out stuff?
Bro, let me just tell you. From what I've heard now from guys in the league, it's changing a little bit now. But they own Colhan. They had the employee store was over like the size of a football field.
Jeez.
And it's like Fort Knox to get in. You got to have a pass, an ID, and all this stuff. Once you get in, especially with the team, I would say your return on every dollar is probably 10-1.
You're paying 10% of what it would cost the average person to buy the same gear?
It's less than 50% of what you see retail.
Wow.
It is, and with like sales racks or what they're trying to get rid of, which is all brand new, top of the premier stuff. You can get T-shirts for like $2-3.
I can see why Portland was one of your favorite
God,
cities.
it's amazing.
You walk in, you can get a whole new wardrobe for $10.
Yeah, I mean, I literally would ship. I wouldn't even dare think about putting it on the team plane. I just shipped it all home. I mean, $500 is like a couple grand.
Wow.
It's phenomenal.
Wait, so you didn't trust it to get the team employees to get it back to
I just
Houston?
didn't want to take up space on the plane
Okay.
or
All right, that's fair.
ruin my privilege of being able to go
That's
back.
fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, good call.
Yeah, see, Portland's downtown area is full of tents and homeless people, Joel. I just came back from there.
News
Okay, you've been
flash.
there, and you've been to your spots. I've been to mine, and I used to live there.
And newsflash, every major city has a
Yeah.
homeless population.
Go-
What are we talking
go
about?
LA.
There's lots of parts through Houston you could go through and see lots of homeless
Charles
people.
will say, see San Francisco. Others will say, see L.A. Okay? We have a ton of
LA
homeless
has
people
Skid
here,
Row.
too. Every city has it. I hate to break it to you, breaking news. I understand Portland has a lot of it. And screw you on my ketchup takes. If you don't worry about what I put ketchup on.
Is that? It seems like that might be what you're most offensive about, is people coming after your ketchup takes. Is that fair?
I don't care because I like ketchup. My kids like ketchup too, which I'm proud of. But it doesn't bother me.
How does Lisa feel about your ketchup usage?
She understands it. She eats ketchup with a lot of stuff too. So the thing to me is, just because I like ketchup, people assume, well, you put it on steak. No, I don't. I don't at all. Do I put it on barbecue? No, I don't. Not at all. Jeremy sent me something today on Twitter. Do you put it on any eggs? the only reason I've ever put it on eggs is if the eggs taste like crap and it's all you got. When we're on in the press room at a certain city,
you're trying to hide the taste because they're not good eggs.
Yes, and you have to eat something before you do a game, and so you do it like that. But it's not my go-to with eggs either. But everybody just likes to take it to 18 levels up and ratchet it up, and it's like, if you don't know me, then you don't know. See that twitch? That's where you should know.
Well, all right. Well, I'll do you a solid here. As a show of solidarity, I will admit to you, I don't do this anymore, but I did this as a kid growing up and as a teenager, maybe into my very early 20s. I'm unfortunately a few years past my early 20s now, but I did for quite a few years put ketchup on mac and cheese.
Oh,
as a show
that was the tweet that Jeremy sent me
as
that
a
you
show
don't do.
Hey, don't call me out. It's a show of solidarity. I'm admitting that to you.
You're immune from being called out. Like I'm vulnerable to this every day.
I didn't have to admit that to you.
You put ketchup on mac and cheese?
I said used to. I haven't done it in 15 years, but there was a time in my teens and very early part of my 20s that yes, I would put ketchup on mac and cheese. I'm admitting that to you so you don't feel alone in being attacked for your ketchup takes.
Man.
As a show of solidarity, a brotherhood, a tag team here.
Now, the argument that we used to have a lot is that I will put ketchup on a grilled cheese from time to time.
Now, that I haven't done.
And everybody says that's just taboo. You shouldn't do that. And I go, but you dip it in tomato soup, but putting ketchup on a grilled cheese is wrong. So the difference in temperature makes it a no-no? Come on. Try and make sense of that.
Okay. Here's where we might have the biggest problem. Hot dog. There's a ketchup below and
that was one of the things
dog.
Jeremy sent on the one he sent me too. Absolutely, it belongs on a hot dog.
Now I'm out. Now we're separated again.
Why?
I can't go with that. No, I don't like ketchup on a hot dog. It's got to be mustard for me. I like the tang and the mustard on it.
But just mustard is blah.
No,
I can do ketchup and mustard. I can do ketchup and chopped onions. I can do a lot of different things.
Right.
But why am I punished if I like ketchup on a hot dog?
I'm not saying you're punished. I'm just saying it's the wrong choice.
Idiots will.
It's just the wrong. You made the wrong choice. I'm not punishing you for it.
That's not necessarily true. It's like Jeremy saying I lose my food card because I don't agree with his taste. Well, that's why they're my taste.
Well, Jeremy does have a very high opinion of his opinions.
No kidding. Look what he did to Sun Chips. He
annihilated
Sun Chips because of an opinion.
He got so mad about people's opinions on Sun Chips, he made up a list of 50 chips he liked more on the drive home that day.
Also said, do I like regular ketchup or spicy ketchup more? I like Heinz ketchup more than anything.
More than the Whataburger ketchup?
Yes. I can eat the spicy ketchup. I prefer, and I always say this, the Coke Pepsi challenge, I can tell you Heinz ketchup versus just about any ketchup on the planet.
Interesting. I way back in the day at this is at a Vans Warped Tour that was here like 2002. They actually had the Pepsi Coke challenge, and I took part of it and aced it every time. I picked Coke every time. So you think you could do that with ketchup?
I do.
Really?
Yep.
So if I had my first choice of ketchup, it'd be the spicy ketchup from
Cook says he likes
Whataburger.
ketchup on a dog every now and then. See?
AJ agrees with me. Yeah, it's spicy ketchup.
Who
from
asked
Whataburger.
AJ anything? he likes what?
He said he agreed with my take that the best ketchup is the spicy ketchup from Whataburger.
You're trying to go places in this business, and you're hitching your wagon to that guy? AJ, I lost respect for you today.
Admittedly, that's probably a poor choice from AJ, but I do agree. I do appreciate
Poncho
his
says
support.
mustard is greater than ketchup on a dog.
Yes, that's the
No,
point.
it is not.
I'm not saying ketchup is disgusting on a hot dog. Don't hear what I'm not saying, but mustard is the correct choice. And you
load up a hot dog.
Well,
and
you can still load it
also,
up
if it's
even if you have
grilled the right
mustard.
way and it's prepared the right way, you don't need much. You can put barbecue
Really?
sauce on a hot dog. You
If
can
the
put
hot
ketchup
dog-
on a hot dog. You can put chopped onions on a hot dog. I'm
Yeah.
not a relish guy. Joe is.
Oh, I like relish. Yeah, I like relish on a hot dog.
I'm not a relish guy, but there's a lot you can put on a hot dog.
Yeah.
Chili.
Yeah.
No?
No, I'm not really.
Cheese?
Yeah, well, of course, I'm with you there. Look at my physique.
Yeah. Well, and look at my background.
Yeah,
again.
your Wisconsin is showing, for sure.
And of course, my guy, B. Hannon, he comes to my defense, and he's a big San Diego guy, but he said San Diego's bad with homeless now, too. Every city has it.
Major city
Primarily
has the homeless,
warm
yeah.
cities where people won't freeze to death if they don't have a place to go.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like
Just in.
If
I
you're
know it's a
if you're going to be
newsbreaker.
homeless, you'd rather be homeless here than in Detroit.
True.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, look, we obviously have.
But Detroit's the only city they can claim, major city they can claim going bankrupt. Declaring bankruptcy, you don't want to live there.
No, yeah. There was the funny video maker. No, that was actually Cleveland, where you could buy the house for the cost of a VCR. But certainly they have their own separate issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's Detroit. One of my best friends is from Detroit.
So you said Detroit
there is
was
no argument defending that city for even him.
So Detroit was low in your list of cities to go to in the
God.
NBA. Where was Cleveland? Was Cleveland?
Cleveland actually much better than everybody called it the mistake on the lake.
Yeah.
But then they put up a new mall right near all the new stadiums. So when we called it Gund Arena, now whatever the sponsorship changed to, the basketball arena and the baseball stadium were separated or right in the same area. It was a great indoor
Are they
mall.
downtown?
Yeah, downtown-ish. The football stadium was a little ways away on the lake, but they upgraded their whole downtown. And I wasn't down on Cleveland at all. And we used to go in the middle of winter. And in Detroit, even with them, they tried to make all these skywalks so that you would explore.
So you wouldn't
more.
have to go outside.
Yeah, so you could explore just how quickly that you could get robbed. Detroit's an
Wait,
arm
in the
pit.
skywalk?
Everywhere. Detroit is terrible.
Man, that's rough.
Yeah,
That's rough.
I just not a fan. Plus,
while you're in Cleveland, have you ever tried the Skyline Chili? It seems like one of the most.
no, because I've never been to Cincinnati. Jeremy and I were talking about
you're
this
right.
the other
I'm
day.
sorry, that's
yeah,
a
because
Cincinnati
Jeremy and I were
thing. That's a
comparing
Cincinnati thing. You're
cities
right.
he went to frequently for college that I wouldn't go to for the NBA. Two of the major cities that I have not been to yet, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati.
Right, because they don't have
because
NBA
they don't have
teams.
NBA teams.
Yeah. The Skyline Chili that Cincinnati has always.
I heard it's very overrated.
Yeah, that's one word for it. I've heard it's disgusting. It looks disgusting. When you see the pictures of it with the spaghetti noodles and
I was
the
gonna
chili,
say, don't they put it
it's
over
just-
pasta?
Yeah, it's just God, it looks awful.
Yeah.
I don't get how that is a dish that I would claim city pride over. I'll put it that way.
And they do, right?
Yeah, they
it's just-
seem to. Yeah, they seem to. Yeah, there was I'm forgetting the name. The Texans had a pass rusher. This is mid 2000s that they drafted out
Connor
of
Barwin.
Yeah, I guess
Connor Barwin.
it was Connor Barwin.
Two-sport athlete, played basketball.
Yeah, you're
there,
right.
too.
Yeah, he went to Cincinnati. Anyway, we had him on the show I was working on, and he raved about the
Connor
Skyline
Barwin.
Chili, and it's just like I don't see how that could become like the local bragging point as far as a dish that you're known for.
He used to come hoop with us downtown.
Was he pretty good?
Connor Barwin? Yeah, he played at Cincinnati.
Okay.
Yeah, he played two sports
Oh,
there.
so did he play under Huggy?
Yeah, he played under Huggy Bear.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we got one segment to go on the show. You know what that means, Car Wreck of the Day. Got some nominations. An interesting one that BMAC found that someone texted to involving our least favorite team in the National League. And lots more to get to as we wrap up the show. But if you have nominations, 713-780-3776. Text that number, call that number. Jeremy just said something about a nomination being someone that has multiple accounts on social media and doesn't claim any kind of ownership in either one of them. I don't know. We'll talk about the car wreck next. But before we do that, let me talk about MyBookie. We know it's tournament time, everybody. We know there's only one stop to shop when you are looking to put some money down on some of these games with March Madness. It's MyBookie.ag. They got it going all the time. They got in-game betting. They've got all the different ways you can watch all the different games and put all the different money down. The bottom line is, do it with MyBookie.ag because they've been in business for over 10 years. They know how to take care of you, take care of your money, and treat you the right way. Right now, they got another big bonus going on if you sign up for the first time. A welcome bonus. If you put $200 in, you can get $300 ready to play instantly using the promo code BET975. Wherever you see an opportunity to put a code, put in BET975 for listening to us, and it'll pay dividends for you. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances to win, and live dealers are standing by when there aren't games going on. So you can do poker, you can do blackjack, you can do all kinds of casino games thanks to MyBookie.ag and those live dealers. And by the way, you get a friend to sign up. You get a bonus for that, too, by using Bet975. You can do everything you want to do and more, and you can actually watch the games on their website. You'll get up-to-the-minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on when you're watching all these games. Go to MyBookie.ag right now. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, all in the comfort of your own home or with your own phone by going to MyBookie.ag and use our promo code Bet975. Yeah, you heard the man. Car wreck of the day. Every day is fun day for you and Jeremy with car wreck of the day.
What do you mean by that?
I hate Friday on car wreck of the day. But we've got a lot of suggestions rolling in and comments on our last segment. One, AJ is up for a nomination for our car wreck of the day.
Oh, that's not nice.
Because AJ sided with
AJ's
B-Mac.
out here doing hard work for the promo team.
Oh, hard work.
And your comment is his excellent food taste. That is definitely not a car wreck of the day. AJ,
I have deeply offended someone from the city of brotherly love because of my Philly take. I have gotten multiple texts from the same area code from Pennsylvania, all upset. Oh, you mentioned Connor Barwin. Guess where he went to play after the Texans Philly, and he stayed there. Blanker's takes are terrible because he said, relax. Go get yourself a pretzel and a cheesesteak and shut the – never mind. Just have a nice day.
D'Amico Ryans went to Philly, and now he's back.
Yeah, because he couldn't. He wasn't going to stay there, and when his career and all that money was coming,
He'd rather go deal with the homeless people in San Francisco.
Yeah, go polish your Rocky statue. How about that? Have a good day, sir. Dome dogs needed ketchup. Chili dogs need mustard. Where are you on that, old food connoisseur? AJ, you shut up.
I don't. I don't like chili on my hot dog, so it doesn't really change my opinion. It's mustard for me.
Okay, someone is also giving me tips that I will at least honor that said Oregon, the countryside, and all the options are beautiful, but the Portland I experienced is gone. Hipster and druggies everywhere, and then a comment about women that I'll just leave for another day. Wife is from Ohio. Skyline chili is disgusting. Sweet cinnamon bean sauce.
Oh, God, that sounds even worse than it looks. Sweet cinnamon bean sauce? Is
Yeah,
that what he said?
Oso says Skyline chili, sweet like ketchup.
Oh.
Now, don't tarnish ketchup's good name, but Skyline chili.
Don't drag ketchup down with
that's what I mean.
with the monstrosity that is Skyline chili. That's not ketchup's fault.
Someone said it has chocolate in it.
That sounds like mole. That is
A lot of people put chocolate in chili.
Well, yeah, like mole, like in Texas. Well, probably not Tex-Mex, more Mexican dishes. But yeah, mole goes into sauces in Mexican cooking. But I haven't heard that it's in Skyline chili. I could be wrong. I've avoided that because it looks disgusting. So I could be a novice.
Car wreck of the day is the guy that got his undies hurt from Philly.
Yeah,
that's one of my nominations.
Can we nominate Cronenworth's glove from this morning? If you haven't seen the video,
Cronenworth's glove, and he
Lord.
getting an error for a ball that he fielded cleanly, and his glove let him down.
Yeah, it hit it. If you haven't seen the video, I was watching this live. It looked at first like he just missed the ball, but when they showed the replay, he put his glove perfectly. The ball hit him right in the webbing of his glove, but literally the ball just exploded through the back of the glove, just completely blew out the webbing, and went into right field for a base hit that I believe drove in a run and extended the inning. I think the Dodgers ended up scoring 4 in the inning, so it's just a complete car wreck, if you will, for the Padres there today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Car wreck of the day is the Virginia basketball team led by Tony Bennett.
100%.
That entire endeavor last night.
And the committee for putting them in. They didn't deserve to be in.
Just an absolute embarrassment. They set basketball back 40 years. I think Bennett won a national championship there, has done a great job. But if he ain't on the hot seat and or looking at real estate options, he better start thinking about it because that was awful.
Yeah, we got to mention this one. Shohei Ohtani's interpreter.
This is interesting.
Apparently, there's lots of reports, and obviously details are still coming out fast and furious, so we don't have all the details yet. But it looks like there's a league investigation into a bookmaking operation out of Orange County that apparently Shohei Ohtani's interpreter, who apparently is admitted to being a gambling addict, has lost $4.5 million in gambling and has asked Shohei Ohtani to pay for it. So they're looking into a wire transfer from Ohtani's bank account that sent money to this bookmaker in Orange County. So there's a lot going on there. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But, man, you work for Shohei Ohtani in this day and age. You can certainly coast the rest of your life.
I was going to say,
you've
got it made
for the rest of your life. All you have to do is hang out with Shohei and help speak to the media for him.
Just play your cards right, and you become
you throw it away
addict.
on gambling. Good Lord.
What an idiot.
I mean, that's the car wreck of the day, right? Is that the winner? Shohei Ohtani's interpreter?
I mean, Virginia's going to give him a run. They won't run on the court, but they can give him a run for their money.
They didn't lose $4.5 million of Shohei's money,
and blow a great gig, right?
Yeah.
Oh I guess congratulations, Shohei Ohtani's interpreter.
Yeah, my vote is for Shohei's interpreter.
Yeah, you take the cake, and I hope you don't lose a limb if Shohei's check gets in trouble.
$4.5 million people have lost limbs for less.
But I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, Shohei's trying to cover up the fact that someone could do some damage on you if
It'll
you don't
be
pay.
interesting to see if any of this blows back on Shohei, since he made the payment from his account to the bookmaker.
Yeah,
I know there's a plausible defense for it, but you still sent money to a bookmaker.
It's not a good look.
It's not a good look.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for joining me today on the show with Jeremy out. Jeremy's back tomorrow. We are going to be live from Karbach Brewing. You should come by and see us. Check out all the March Madness at Karbach. Hang out with us. Have some food and drink and hang out with the Bees. We're going to be there at least in the afternoon, right? I think Joe and Paul are going to be there too.
I'm sorry, we talked about tomorrow? Yeah, it'll be the Killer G's will be there as well.
The G's and the Bees tomorrow from Karbach Brewing. Until then, have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, we're off and running tonight on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Yeah, it's game on. Let's go tonight. 1 hour of soccer talk, aided by you, the listeners, and in some cases, rare cases, which I want more of, by the way. You take the lead tonight, 713-780-3776. We're streaming at ESPN975.com. We got Ethan Bartlow, the Houston Dynamo defender, tonight. Ethan getting into all things playing as a center back in Major League Soccer, losing his starting job to a new signing in Eric Sviatchenko, the great performance he just had against Portland, the ups and downs of being a professional soccer player. Real talk here with Ethan Bartlow tonight. Diana Ordonez of the Houston Dash, she will be our Soccer Matters Extra. You will get this 20-minute interview after this show tonight. Really well-spoken young lady. Mexican national team player, was a part of the team that beat the U.S. 2-0. She and the Houston Dash will kick it off this weekend against Racing Louisville. I got a 4-pack to give away and maybe more tonight on the show, so be handy at 713-780-3776. We stream at ESPN975.com, and as always, this is brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. All right, we will talk tonight and preview the Nation League's matches between Panama and Mexico. Will Panama pull off an upset? They have not beaten Mexico since 2013. And we got one Coco Carrasquilla, who many people in Houston are going to be rooting for. If you're a Dynamo fan and you got Coco playing for Panama against Mexico, and you're a Mexican national team fan, do you fade a little towards Coco in Panama, or do you just stay valiant with El Tri? Well, we'll talk about it tonight. We got the U.S. national team in Jamaica. We got a lot of sound from the press conference today to get into as well. And all things Dash, again, Diana Ordonez, that'll go up right after the show tonight on ESPN975.com, Spotify, Apple, Google, all the great places where you get this show. So we got U.S. Open Cup news, Nations League preview, Dwayne De Rosario to the Hall of Fame in Canada, and a huge blow for Nottingham Forest. It's kind of interesting that they get this 3-point deduction after we had Sarah Clapson of the Nottingham Post on a couple shows back. NWSL, Liga MX Femenil Leagues Cup, mirroring MLS. All of that tonight. And we got big games coming to Houston. Venezuela, Guatemala on Friday, or Guatemala Friday. You have the Dash then on Saturday, and then you go into Venezuela and Guatemala on Sunday after the Dash on Saturday, and then you get what'll be a guaranteed sellout, El Salvador and Honduras playing, I think, on Tuesday. So very busy down there. Very busy down there. U.S. Open Cup. How about the Vermont Green in the Live Free or Die state? They draw 4,000 rowdy soccer fans. It looked amazing. It looked fun. It looked everything U.S. Open Cup. They got past Lexington Sporting Club as everything got off and running. Timbers 2.